In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gap between the curtains, casting a golden hue upon the pale face of the youth. No, Chen abruptly sat up, sweat glistening on his forehead, his eyes wide and breathless, his chest rising and falling erratically. After a prolonged moment, he slowly blinked, mechanically turning his head. The scene before him felt both familiar and foreign, leaving him with a surreal sense of disconnection. This is home. Who would have thought that even on the brink of death, he could find himself in a haze of familiarity? Heaven had not been entirely unkind to him. His head swirled with dizziness, remnants of confusion for being swept away by a sandstorm still lingering. Chen's gaze wandered across the room's furnishings, a smile creeping onto his lips, eyes filled with nostalgia. Perhaps death was a welcome relief. After 7 years of struggle in a post-apocalyptic world, with nothing left but his own solitude, Chen felt weary. At that moment, a familiar melody filled the air. Following the sound, he checked the caller ID. It read lazy. Could this illusion last for so long? Pondering this, he swiped to answer. Chen, why did it take you so long to pick up? You're not still asleep, are you? We agreed to meet for the class reunion today. Hurry up. Jiang Lei. Chen's expression froze. Jiang Lei, his childhood friend, his voice unmistakable. Jiang Lei, the class reunion, the illusion before his death. What a curious scene this was. He had often heard elders say that before one passes, they witness a fleeting review of their life. Yet wasn't that supposed to start from childhood? Hello, are you listening? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Zhao Yinyan will be there today. You need to hurry. Listening to Jiang Lei's familiar voice, Chen felt a lump in his throat. Lazy, what's the date today? His doubts began to surface. Could an illusion truly last this long? Moreover, feeling the warm, fluffy mattress beneath him, he questioned whether this was indeed a mere figment of his imagination. Could it be rebirth? The thought flashed through his mind, causing his heart to race that you're acting strangely today. On the other end, Jiang Lei muttered before revealing the date. Today is August 3rd. It's been a month since graduation. If we don't gather now, it will be even harder to meet after we start working. By the way, speaking of which, Goddess Zhao is from Jingping, and after this reunion, she'll be heading back. Aren't you going to seize the opportunity to confess? As he spoke, Jiang Lei chuckled mischievously. How's the surprise you mentioned the other day coming along? Chen, holding his phone with a dazed expression, suddenly pinched his thigh hard with his left hand. Ouch! Feeling the sharp pain, a smile slowly spread across Chen's face. August 3rd, 2023. He still had half a month to prepare. Unconsciously tightening his grip, he spoke rapidly into the phone. Lazy, I just remembered I have something to do. I won't be going to the reunion. Not going? But Zhao Yinyan will be there today. Without hesitation, Chen hung up the phone, leaping from his bed and sprinting to the living room. Zhao Yinyan, the so-called campus goddess? Even if an otherworldly beauty stood before him now, he wouldn't bat an eye. Barefoot, he dashed out of the bedroom and spotted a familiar rice cooker on the dining table, accompanied by a covered dish. This was the breakfast his mother left him every day before heading to the small supermarket. Lifting the cover, he revealed a simple yet enticing plate of egg-fried rice, adorned with green onions and golden eggs. Inside the rice cooker simmered a pot of soft, golden millet porridge. After 7 years of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world on wild vegetables, the sight of the fried rice and porridge made his eyes glimmer with longing. He devoured every morsel on the table, leaving not a single grain behind. Those who have never experienced hunger will never understand the value of a single grain of rice, carefully picked up and consumed. Setting down the clean, almost polished bowl, Chen patted his slightly bulging belly, gazing absently at the clock hanging in the living room, murmuring, "First, I'll call my parents. Then, I must fully utilize these 15 days to gather supplies." With that thought, he seemed to remember something, quickly striding to the kitchen to grab a fruit knife. He drew a sharp line across his fingertip, blood rushing forth. Just as the droplet was about to fall, Chen used his uninjured hand to grasp the jade pendant hanging from his neck, allowing the blood to drip onto it. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, consciousness plunging into a vast expanse. The space was square, with a few wilted wild vegetables and dirty scraps of cloth in the corners. Why were these items still here? Could rebirth be linked to the jade pendant? Chen's fingers brushed against his neck, now devoid of the red cord, as he fell into reminiscence. This jade pendant was a treasured heirloom from his grandmother, gifted to him by his mother when he was 15, and he had worn it ever since in his previous life. It wasn't until the 5th year of the apocalypse that Chen discovered this space after a scuffle for wild vegetables led to blood staining the pendant. As for its size, he had no means to measure it back then, but he estimated it to be around 5,000 square feet. By that time, even though he had discovered the space, Chen possessed little of value to store, only wild vegetables and scraps of cloth. However, the situation was different now. Having such a space could allow for significant stockpiling of resources for the future. Most importantly, time within this space was frozen. Relieved to confirm the space still existed, Chen exhaled. Without it, resource storage would be challenging. With his thoughts collected, he placed the empty dishes and rice cooker by the sink. Then, trembling hands dialed a number. After a brief ring, the call was answered. A puzzled middle-aged woman's voice came through the line. Chen, why are you calling at this hour? Hearing that familiar voice, which he hadn't heard in years, Chen felt his eyes welling up. Taking a few deep breaths, he spoke hoarsely. Mom, where are you? Having raised such a grown son, Mu's mother immediately sensed something was amiss in his tone. She signaled to the workers unloading goods and walked to the entrance of the warehouse. I'm at the supermarket. What's wrong? Can you come home early today? I have something very important to discuss with you both. Chen's seriousness raised her concerns, but before she could inquire further, another voice interrupted. Boss, the drinks are unloaded. Please sign here. In a small supermarket managed solely by his mother, who juggled the roles of buyer, stocker, cashier, and owner. She had to hastily respond before heading back to the warehouse. Okay, I'll hang up for now. I need to check the stock. After hanging up with his mother, Chen called his father. His father, an electrician, was currently installing wiring in a residential area. Upon receiving Chen's call, he promised to return home early. After finishing the calls with his parents, Chen let out a sigh of relief. Now, it was time to begin preparing the supplies. Chapter 2. Solar panels. Chen first searched online for the contact number of a local solar energy installation company in Xinjiang. In a month's time, there would be a power outage, and in the sweltering heat reaching 60 to 70 degrees Celsius, one's very existence relied heavily on air conditioning. Recalling the unbearable agony he had endured in his previous life, Chen resolutely decided to stock up on several solar power generators. Fortunately, residing on the top floor, he had the luxury of a loft and a rooftop included with his purchase. Otherwise, with just a balcony, there would scarcely be enough space for even a single solar panel. As Chen expressed his gratitude for his situation, the call connected, and a woman's voice greeted him. Hello, this is XX Photovoltaic Power Company. How may I assist you? Chen replied straightforwardly. Do you include installation when ordering solar panels from your company? Certainly. We provide installation. Our company offers 3 tiers of photovoltaic panels. The first tier is the most economical, but its power generation capacity is correspondingly lower. The customer service representative began. Before she could finish, Chen interjected, I want the panels with the highest power generation capacity. In a world where currency would soon become worthless, its only remaining utility would be for kindling. After estimating the area of his rooftop, Chen pondered aloud. It's south approximately 50 square meters. I would like 3 sets. How soon can you install them? 3 sets of the highest tier? What a significant order. The customer service representative exclaimed with delight. We can install as soon as tomorrow. If it's convenient for you, we can send someone today to measure the area. Sensing Chen's potential hesitation, she added with a hint of urgency. We need to confirm that your 50 square meters meets the installation requirements. Chen replied simply. It's convenient. Please come and measure as soon as possible. Satisfied with the efficiency displayed, he provided his name and address before promptly ending the call. In a future where electrical resources would be scarce, the significance of solar panels was undeniably paramount. Gazing out the window, Chen murmured to himself, such splendid sunshine must not be wasted. The first challenge of the apocalypse would be the extreme heat. As memories of his past life flooded back, Chen's eyes narrowed, lost in reverie. Initially, temperatures soared beyond 40 degrees Celsius, and few paid attention, as such heat was not unprecedented. After all, the sweltering days of summer often reached 40 degrees. However, in a matter of days, The temperature skyrocketed to 50 degrees, leading to widespread halts in industrial operations. Having experienced societal shutdowns due to the previous year's pandemic, people instinctively flocked to supermarkets to stockpile essential goods and food, then obediently heeded the government's call to remain at home, awaiting news of a return to work. Yet, the announcement for resumption remained elusive, and apocalyptic theories began to circulate. Subsequently, temperatures continued to rise, reaching 60 and 70 degrees. The most terrifying aspect was that, as the heat escalated, workers could no longer endure the harsh conditions, and electricity supply gradually ceased. In temperatures exceeding 70 degrees without air conditioning, many succumbed to heat stroke, while those who survived developed a remarkable tolerance for the extreme heat. It was akin to a ruthless elimination tournament, purging all unfit humanity. In the annals of history, the day when global temperatures breached 50 degrees Celsius was designated as the first day of the apocalypse. The scorching heat persisted for approximately 6 months, and shortly after the Lunar New Year, the long-awaited torrential rains finally arrived. This deluge not only brought forth a rare source of water, but also lowered the temperatures, initially sparking excitement among the populace, who felt that their tribulations were finally coming to an end. However, the respite was fleeting. The incessant rains soon gave rise to catastrophic flooding. Subsequently, there emerged pestilence, extreme cold, smog, acid rain, typhoons, and sandstorms, each calamity a veritable hell on earth. Beyond that, Chen could not discern. In his previous life, he met his demise amidst a sandstorm, the howling winds lacerating his frail frame. Having not tasted a full meal in ages, in an instant, he was swept into the sky by the tempest, only to have his head collide with an unknown object, plunging him into darkness. No longer dwelling on such thoughts, Chen seized a palm-sized notebook, preparing to compile a list of essential supplies to avoid chaos during procurement. Rice. Let's start with 20,000 pounds. White flour, corn flour, bean flour, starch, soybean oil, corn oil, fish liver oil. Not merely grains and oils. Medicinal supplies were equally vital, particularly Huaxiang Zhengqi water, a lifesaver during the first round of calamities. Additionally, gauze, cold medications, antibiotics, and ointments for injuries. Everything that crossed his mind was meticulously noted on his indispensable shopping list. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Chen shook his hands and closed a notebook filled with several pages of notes. It appeared that the workers for the solar panel installation had arrived to measure the area. Rising to open the door, Chen was not surprised to find a middle-aged man and a young man, both clad in gray work uniforms emblazoned with the name of their company. The middle-aged man wiped the beads of sweat from his temples, his smile emanating warmth. "Are you Mr. Mu?" he inquired. "We are from XX Photovoltaic Power Company, here to measure the rooftop area." Chen's residence was designed with a top floor and an attic. Access to the rooftop was via the attic. Leading the two workers to the rooftop, they delineated the measurement area, after which the young man took out a tape measure to commence his task. Noticing that Chen was likely around the same age as his own son, the middle-aged man felt a sense of kinship and remarked, "It's been nothing but sunny days lately. Installing solar panels now is a splendid choice. Not only will it suffice for your regular electricity needs, but any surplus can also be fed into the national grid and sold to the Power Supply Bureau." This middle-aged man was quite the chatterbox, and despite Chen's sparse responses, he continued to converse animatedly. "Oh, what will happen to the crops if it doesn't rain? Thankfully, the summer grain harvest hasn't been delayed. My family has planted several acres of rice this year, and it will soon be ready for harvest. I'll need to take a few days off to return home." With his last question, he directly inquired, "Young man, do you have any land?" The final question slipped Chen's mind entirely, yet the preceding statement had piqued his interest, prompting him to inquire further. "Uncle, is it currently the season for the summer grain harvest?" The middle-aged man chuckled heartily at Chen's ignorance of agricultural matters. "My surname is Zhai. You may call me Uncle Zhai. The harvest of summer grain is imminent. Despite the mechanized collection, I still need to return to gather it. Our crops ripen a bit later, while those in the northeast have likely already been harvested, and new rice will soon be available in the market. As the new rice becomes accessible, There's a large-scale procurement taking place, and the prices are expected to be somewhat lower than usual. Typically, the price of rice hovers around 2 to 3 yuan per jin, but with mass purchases, it might dip below 2 yuan. Properly stored, rice can last for 2 years. However, if one buys unwhole grains, they can be preserved for 5 years, or even longer. Although Chen possesses a space, it is prudent to maintain a certain quantity of grains for discretion. It seems that in addition to purchasing rice, it would be wise to acquire some grains, which could later be used for personal consumption or trade, all while remaining inconspicuous. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, the young man had already measured the area. Master Zhai, Mr. Mu, the total installable area is 50 square meters. When we purchased the property, the management stated that the rooftop area was 78 square meters. But certainly not all of that space is suitable for solar panels. The estimated installable area of 50 square meters aligns with Chen's calculations. On the other side, having listened to his apprentice's report, Zhai Huida nodded, his expression turning serious. Mr. Mu, you have selected the third tier of solar panels, priced at 800 yuan per square meter. For 50 square meters, that amounts to 3 sets. Zhai Huida pondered briefly before quoting a total price of 120,000 yuan. Is it really that expensive? Before Chen could respond, Zhai Huida broke into a hearty smile, proactively suggesting, "Fortunately, our company is running a promotion for purchases exceeding 50,000 yuan. There's a 10 discount, and for those over 100,000 yuan, it's 20 off." The young man beside them tapped on his phone a few times. "Master, after the discount, it comes to 96,000 yuan." Zhai Huida nodded and turned to Chen. "The total is 96,000. A deposit of 10,000 will suffice." Even though Chen had mentally prepared himself, knowing that the installation of solar panels was not inexpensive, he still felt that 96,000 yuan was rather steep. They were merely an ordinary family, quite different from those wealthy scions depicted in novels with assets exceeding 1 billion. Although money may be rendered useless in a post-apocalyptic world, it currently equates to essential supplies. Chen wished to negotiate the price down further in order to reserve funds for acquiring other survival necessities. With a subtle frown, he tentatively inquired, "I have already spent over 90,000 on goods. Could you possibly grant a reduction to 90,000? Zhai Huida, merely an installation worker, lacked the authority to waive 6,000 yuan and quickly waved his hands, a pained expression crossing his face. "I'm just a worker. I don't have that kind of authority." After contemplating for a moment, Zhai Huida noticed Chen's troubled expression and, fearing the loss of a significant client that would prevent him from earning the 50 yuan installation fee per square meter, quickly remarked, "Indeed, 90,000 represents a substantial order. However, my authority is limited. I can only reduce it by 1,000, making it 95,000. A reduction of 1,000 pleased Chen greatly. While it may seem insignificant, that amount could purchase 400 jin of rice at just over 2 yuan per jin. Chen promptly paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Chapter 3. Grain Purchase. After seeing the two off, Chen pulled out the notebook from his pocket, scratching his head in vexation. A single penny can thwart even the most heroic of men. Having just graduated from university, despite having engaged in various part-time jobs, my modest savings amount to just over 100,000. With the sudden expenditure of 95,000, my financial reserves are nearly depleted. There will be numerous occasions in the future when funds will be required. After gathering my disheveled hair, I took up my phone and applied for 5 credit cards, each with a limit of 200,000, thereby liberating a total of 1 million. This was the maximum amount I could secure without collateralizing any real estate. It is not that I am unwilling to pledge property. Rather, the deed to such assets is not in my possession. Even if it were, I would hesitate to do so. Despite the apocalypse in my previous life, the government apparatus was still operational in the early days, and property deeds served as valid residence permits. This prompts a reflection on the governance in Huaxia. While chaos reigns in other countries, the situation here is markedly stable. The military and government have steadfastly supported the populace. In truth, even to incite chaos, one requires certain prerequisites, as firearms are stringently regulated and inaccessible to the average citizen. As for makeshift weapons, during extreme cold, nearly all combustible wooden furniture has been burned for warmth. Under such circumstances, even the desire to engage in conflict is hampered by a lack of tools. The common people's combat capability remains akin to that of the cold weapon era, rendering our situation far superior to those abroad who wield firearms with abandon. Returning to my thoughts, I resolved to visit the wholesale market. Although my parents had promised to return early, it would still be past 6 o'clock. A glance at my phone revealed it was only a little past 10. Ample time to procure a batch of supplies. Never before had I felt such a palpable sense of urgency, racing against time. With only 15 days left and so many preparations still to be made, I needed to act swiftly. Standing in the parking lot, I clutched the key to my electric scooter, my gaze wandering among the array of vehicles. After 7 years, I hardly remembered where I had parked. With no other choice, I resorted to the rudimentary method of walking along a row of scooters, pressing the alarm button periodically. This was my way of discerning my vehicle by sound. Fortune smiled upon me, as after only a few rows, I successfully spotted my long-lost electric steed. My family operates a supermarket, and, as a child, I often accompanied my mother to the wholesale market for supplies. The market is generally located to the east of our home, and riding my scooter would take approximately half an hour. As for the precise route, that had long since slipped my mind. Forgetting the way was of no concern. I activated the navigation. Moments later, I started my scooter, reveling in the warm sun and the gentle breeze against my face. I observed the ceaseless flow of vehicles on the road and children frolicking in the nearby park. Witnessing such vibrant scenes made me squint and smile. Indeed, it is only through loss that one learns to cherish. I now recognize how precious the once mundane days truly were. The wholesale market is divided into sections: fruits to the north, meats to the south, vegetables to the west, and grains to the east. In the face of survival, only staples like rice and flour provide me with genuine security. Thus, my purpose for this visit is not for vegetables or fruits, but for grains. Thus, he parked his electric scooter at the east gate. Even though it was a bit distant from the market entrance, Chen still sought a shaded spot to secure his vehicle. He certainly did not wish to leave only to find himself standing awkwardly on his bike or squatting uncomfortably. The amusing image of himself jumping up after being scorched by the seat flitted through his mind, eliciting a chuckle and lightening his heavy heart. Even if he would have to endure another round of trials, what was there to fear? This time, he would be prepared, ensuring his parents would emerge unscathed. The wholesale market had been established 3 decades ago, characterized by low-rise buildings typical of the early 2000s, with the tallest barely reaching 3 stories. This was the largest wholesale market in Qinsheng, and by now, nearly 11 o'clock, the place was mostly deserted. It is crucial to understand that a wholesale market differs significantly from a retail market, with the emphasis lying on wholesale. The items here were not sold in small quantities. Naturally, the prices were relatively lower. Consequently, the patrons of this market were predominantly shopkeepers or vegetable wholesalers. Their procurement typically occurred in the early hours, often around 3 in the morning. As a result, the space felt quite expansive, with only a smattering of individuals present. Chen Xiaojun spotted the slender youth clad in a white shirt almost immediately. "Is that you, Xiaochun? Here to help your mother with her purchases again?" Upon hearing her voice, Chen turned to find the owner of a nearby grain and oil store, a plump lady around 50, smiling and waving at him. Noticing Chen's hesitation, Chen Xiaojun cheerfully approached him. "Come in, dear. It's sweltering out here." Following the gentle pull from the lady, Chen stepped inside, where the air conditioning brought a refreshing breeze, easing the heat that clung to him. He recalled this particular aunt, a supplier for their small supermarket. "Shall we unload according to the previous order?" Chen Xiaojun made her way to the counter, picking up an old ledger. Upon noticing that the last delivery to Chen's family supermarket had been 2 weeks prior, she remarked with a smile, "It seems it's time for your delivery again." Chen's memory served him well. The reason he initially failed to recognize Chen Xiaojun was that her current plump figure was vastly different from what he remembered. The last time he had seen her was in the 4th year of the apocalypse, when she had become gaunt and pale, her cheekbones protruding sharply, resembling a walking skeleton. That image lingered vividly in his mind, which is why he did not recognize her now. As he gazed at her familiar silhouette, Chen recalled her identity. Previously, the supermarket procured a variety of rice brands to cater to customers' preferences. However, some premium brands of rice were quite costly, priced at 4 to 5 yuan per pound. Now, Chen aimed to stockpile as much food as possible, deliberately avoiding those expensive imported varieties. Under Chen Xiaojuan's inquiring gaze, he shook his head. No, Aunt Chen. I need 20,000 pounds of northeast rice. Chen sought to acquire more grains and could only opt for the most cost-effective choice. Northeast rice was known for its excellent taste and reasonable price, making it perfectly suitable. 20,000 pounds, even considering that they came in large 50-pound bags. That amounted to 400 bags. For many years, Chen Xiaowan has been delivering goods to Chen's family supermarket, with the total weight reaching a maximum of 1,000 jin. Recently, my family has decided to expand our operations. Thus, Chen had to find an excuse to divert her attention. After all, he couldn't directly tell Chen Xiaowan that the world was on the brink of apocalypse and he needed to stockpile supplies. Could he? If he were to say such a thing, Aunt Chen would surely think he was still dreaming or had lost his senses. Expanding operations is indeed a positive development. Please fill out this form indicating the required packaging. There are 4 common packaging sizes for rice in the market: 5 jin, 10 jin, 20 jin, and 50 jin. As she spoke, Chen Xiaowan handed over a form she had taken from the counter. 300 bags of 5 jin, 300 bags of 10 jin, 400 bags of 20 jin, and 150 bags of 50 jin, adding up to precisely 20,000 jin. Chen noted these down on the form, then looked up at Chen Xiaowan. Aunt Chen, I also require 20,000 jin of whey deli flour, the same specifications as the rice. As he wandered around the store, he noticed various agricultural products such as mung beans, yellow beans, red beans, kidney beans, peanuts, glutinous rice, black rice, and corn. Using the excuse of expanding the supermarket, Chen requested substantial quantities of each. He ordered 2,000 jin each of soybeans and yellow beans, 800 jin of peanuts, and increased his order of black rice, mung beans, and yellow beans to supplement vitamins during the vegetable shortages. He also stockpiled a variety of other grains to diversify his meals, perhaps to prepare some 8-treasure porridge. The prospect of selling such a large quantity of goods delighted Chen Xiaowan, who eagerly calculated the totals on her computer. This is quite a significant amount. It will nearly empty half of our grain store, she exclaimed. By the way, your timing is perfect. The new rice from Northeast China has just arrived. We received a fresh batch yesterday. Given your large order, I will price it at 138 per jin, while the flour will be 171 per jin, totaling 136 yuan. After calculating the price against the order list, Chen Xiaowan waved her hand grandly. Let's round it off to 84,000 yuan. Chen scanned the payment with his phone, and in the next moment, the notification of funds received echoed. The Alipay transaction confirmed the amount of 84,000 yuan. Hearing that delightful sound, Chen Xiaojuan's eyes sparkled with joy. Oh, just a deposit will suffice. You can pay the rest after unloading. You're a remarkably honest young man. I'll call Uncle Qi to help with the loading. With a booming voice full of warmth, Chen Xiaowan called out, Uncle Qi, come out and help with the goods. As her words echoed, a sturdy middle-aged man emerged from behind the curtain. Chapter 4. Tianjin Baozi Shop. Uncle Qi. Chen greeted the man as he stepped forward. Qi and Shan approached with large strides, affectionately patting Chen on the shoulder. Little Chen, you are quite the diligent one. Just graduated from university and already busy with the family business. Don't the young people these days prefer to travel after graduation? Who has time for travel? Business has been thriving lately, and my mother is planning to acquire the adjacent store. I came here first to stock up on supplies, Chen replied. This was not merely idle talk. In his previous life, his mother indeed had such plans, but before she could secure the adjacent shop, the apocalypse had struck. Qi and Shan glanced at the order form his wife held, raising his eyebrows in surprise. So much. Are you supplying a small warehouse for the supermarket? Unless the small supermarket's warehouse is entirely devoid of stock, it is undoubtedly unable to accommodate any more items. The goods that Chen just purchased would sufficiently fill that 20 square meter storage space. Chen, having personally delivered goods to the supermarket, was well aware that these items would not fit, hence his inquiry. Chen, recalling the dimensions of the supermarket storage, shook his head with a smile. If it can't fit in the small warehouse, I've rented another one in Jingyan community. Uncle Chi can deliver it there. Jingyan is a resettlement community adjacent to Chen's home, where many merchants rent warehouses due to the affordable rent, making it a frequent delivery destination for Chen. With the warehouse already secured, it seems the supermarket is poised for expansion soon. Chen jested, adding, "Your request is somewhat eclectic. I will need to adjust the inventory on my end, and it won't be ready for delivery until tomorrow." While the demand for rice and flour is substantial, Chen's family already has ample stock, making it manageable. However, for items like kidney beans, red beans, and jobs tears, even though Chen only requested a few hundred jin of each, he still needed to sift through the warehouse due to the overwhelming variety. Chen expressed his understanding. "Just give me a call when Uncle Chi is delivering tomorrow. I'll be at the warehouse waiting for you." Having procured the necessary rice and flour, Chen did not continue his shopping spree, but instead exited the market, heading straight to Jingyan community. The warehouse he mentioned was not yet rented. Based on the previous timeline, Mu's mother should receive the keys tomorrow. He remembered this vividly because at this time in his past life, he had invited Zhao Yinyan out the day after a class reunion, resulting in an anticipated rejection. Feeling disheartened, he recalled his parents bickering at the dinner table over Mu's mother deciding to rent the warehouse without prior discussion. He distinctly remembered her stating that the decision was impulsive, made the very day she saw the warehouse. Therefore, at this moment, the warehouse in Jingyan community should still be unoccupied. Upon arriving at Jingyan community, Chen noticed a rental advertisement on the wall of the security booth. Seeing the contact information on the ad, he promptly made a call to inquire about renting for a month. Within a few minutes, a middle-aged man with thinning hair approached. After some negotiation, Chen secured a 1-month rental of the warehouse for 300 yuan. The storage area, while not overly spacious at just over 200 square meters, was sufficient for Chen's needs. After obtaining the keys, Chen first turned off the power supply, then meticulously checked every corner of the warehouse to ensure there were no hidden cameras before closing the door behind him. After this series of endeavors, Chen returned to the wholesale market, only to find that midday had already arrived. With his stomach now noticeably empty, his gaze drifted toward the nearby Tianjin soup dumpling shop. This eatery has been a time-honored establishment for 20 years. During his middle school days, Chen would pass by it on his way to school, and he had savored their dumplings for 3 years. Although he visits less frequently now, every time he assists his mother with her purchases, he makes it a point to order a steamer of dumplings. In the 7th year of the apocalypse, Chen had also gone 7 years without savoring the buns from his family's shop, a longing that weighed heavily on his heart. The buns were exquisite, and even during lunchtime, the establishment was bustling with patrons. Chen first ordered 2 baskets of his beloved pork buns and a bowl of soup. The total came to 16. As the proprietress approached to collect payment, Chen paid her and proceeded to order 3,000 baskets of buns, 2,000 baskets of pan-fried dumplings, and another 2,000 baskets of xiaomai. Upon hearing this, the proprietress believed she must have misheard. Could it be 70 portions? Even for a corporate team-building event, one wound tea order in the thousands? Surely, she had misunderstood. "Auntie, you heard correctly. It's precisely that amount," Chen replied, glancing once more at the price list. Each portion, whether buns, dumplings, or xiaomai, was priced at 7 yuan, making the calculation straightforward. "That totals 49,000, correct? I will send you a deposit of 10,000. Just as Chen was about to transfer the funds, the proprietress quickly interjected. "Good heavens, over 7,000 portions? We want to be able to produce that much in a short time." Chen chuckled, fully aware that such a vast quantity could not be prepared immediately. "I'm not in a rush. You can deliver it in 7 batches, 1,000 portions at a time." Remembering that the takeout boxes were rather large, Occupying only half of their capacity, he added, "By the way, let us pack 2 portions of buns, dumplings, and xiaomai in each box." Hearing that Mu Chen was willing to accept staggered deliveries, the proprietress's smile returned. 1,000 portions a day should be manageable. Very well, she agreed. When they are ready, I will keep them warm in the steamer for you, ensuring they remain fresh and hot. Since you are ordering such a large quantity, I want to charge you more than the retail price. The proprietress signaled to her husband in the back room to set a price. After some contemplation, he suggested, "Let us price each portion at 6 yuan, and I'll give you a discount, totaling 40,000. After negotiating the price, Mu Chen paid the deposit and confirmed the pickup time before departing. Back in the shop, having sold out the prepared ingredients, the couple promptly hung the close sign. Being a small family-run business, they could only manage so much. Producing 1,000 portions was already their limit. Thus, they decided to close the shop and went to the wholesale market across the street to replenish their supplies. Mu Chen entered the market through the west gate. With the provisions stocked at Uncle Chi's place sufficient, there was no need to enter through the east gate. His family's supermarket did not sell fresh produce. So Mu Chen had never explored the vegetable section of the wholesale market, making it unlikely for him to attract attention while purchasing in bulk. Upon entering through the west gate, he encountered several dried goods stores, which caught his eye. Dried goods were excellent. They were space-efficient and economical. Without hesitation, Mu Chen entered the first store on his right and called out, "Owner, I'll take 300 pounds of tofu skin, 100 pounds of dried eggplant, 100 pounds of dried shrimp, 300 pounds of seaweed, 300 pounds of kelp, 500 pounds of shiitake mushrooms, 500 pounds of black fungus, and 500 pounds of white fungus." Proceeding along the shelves, Mu Chen ordered substantial quantities of each product, delighting the owner, who followed behind, noting each item down. After finishing his tour of the small shop, Mu Chen waved his hand grandly. "That's all. Let us settle the bill." Behind him, the proprietor of the dried goods store clutched the order form, his laughter so broad it nearly revealed the molars in his rear jaw. This particular customer had ordered 300 pounds of dried tofu, amounting to 73,500 yuan, with a generous concession to 73,000. After the proprietor concluded his calculations, Mu Chen paid half as a deposit, agreeing to settle the remaining balance upon delivery the following day. The goods were to be delivered to Unit XX of Jingyan Community. Leaving the address behind, Mu Chen did not bother to glance at the store's name before turning to enter the second establishment. Chapter 5. A frenzied sweep of the wholesale market. The second store specialized in vegetable wholesale, and perhaps due to the afternoon heat, the vegetables appeared quite wilted. Nonetheless, the variety was commendable. Upon noticing a customer, the rotund owner hurriedly grabbed a spray bottle and misted the produce in an attempt to enhance its freshness. "Come take a look. Our selection is the most comprehensive in the entire market." Mu Chen sifted through the wilting vegetables, raising an eyebrow. They had only been on display for a short while, yet they had already begun to dehydrate. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the owner's face as he sprayed a bit more water. The vegetables, now glistening, looked somewhat revitalized. It's just that the weather is terribly hot, but rest assured, all of my vegetables are absolutely fresh, guaranteed to be picked on the same day." As Mu Chen fiddled with a few dehydrated vegetable leaves, an idea suddenly struck him. Why not sun-dry the vegetables for preservation? Such splendid sunshine during the scorching days should not be squandered. He could proudly say he had harnessed the sun's bounty. By drying the vegetables, he could reduce their volume, alleviating his initial concerns about purchasing too many and lacking storage space. "I'll take this, and this, all 300 pounds, please." These were mostly leafy greens. While 300 pounds may not sound excessive, uncompressed, they amounted to quite a considerable heap. He required 5,000 pounds of potatoes, 5,000 pounds of sweet potatoes, 3,000 pounds of purple cabbage, and 3,000 pounds of bitter lettuce. His mother adored vegetable salads. Thus he resolved to stock up on purple cabbage and bitter lettuce. Furthermore, he intended to hoard a generous supply of potatoes. The sight of potatoes reminded him of potato chips, which he hadn't indulged in for quite some time. With ample preparation and the advantage of space, Mu Chen decided that he would stock up on snacks as well. After thoroughly surveying the vegetable offerings, Chen concluded with, "Please deliver this quantity for a week." Upon hearing this, the owner regarded Chen with the same reverence one would reserve for a deity, his eyes sparkling with delight. Every day, at this volume, after receiving Chen's affirmative response, the owner's demeanor grew even more enthusiastic. "Very well. I shall deliver them first thing in the morning. All my vegetables are freshly harvested from the cultivation base daily, ensuring they arrive with dew still glistening." The total for the vegetables came to 13,000 yuan, even after the owner had provided a discount. In addition to the vegetables, Chen also procured a significant quantity of fruits. Adjacent to Qingcheng, a large county served as the primary watermelon producing region, making summer the season for the most affordable watermelons, priced at merely 60 cents per pound. What constitutes the most delightful days of summer? Certainly, it is the trifecta of air conditioning, watermelon, and Wi-Fi. Since the global power outage, one cannot demand Wi-Fi, but surely one must stock up on watermelons. Mu Qingguang ordered 5,000 watermelons. In addition to watermelons, he also ordered 1,000 jin each of cantaloupe, mangoes, grapes, raisins, apples, kiwis, and any other fruit he laid eyes upon. Thus, he spent another 12,000. Looking up at the scorching sun, Chen decided against purchasing vegetables from the nearby store. Instead, he turned and headed to a corner of the wholesale market, where he found an ice cream wholesale shop. Under the pretense of company procurement, he stockpiled 1,000 sticks of assorted flavored ice creams. The shopkeeper assured him that the delivery would arrive the next day. As he exited the ice cream shop, the shopkeeper beamed at him, but Cheng's heart ached at the expenditure. Never mind, he thought, I can always buy some ice cream powder online later. Though it will be a hassle. Leaving the market, Cheng carried a bag of ice cream, a gift from the shopkeeper, who felt grateful for his generous order. Placing the ice cream in his bicycle basket, he did not head home, but instead rode his electric scooter to a renowned local restaurant. Earlier that afternoon, he had called the restaurant manager to reserve 10 tables at 998 yuan each, specifically requesting takeout. It was only 5 o'clock when he returned home. After splashing some water on his face in the bathroom and glancing in the mirror, he felt a sense of surrealism enveloping his day. He switched on the air conditioning and pressed the remote control for the television, finally settling on the sofa. With a thought, a stick of ice cream, still emanating cold air, appeared in his hand. The icy treat melted in his mouth, filling it with a rich dairy aroma. Delicious. Recently, the subtropical high pressure in the South Pacific has been unusually strong. Affected by the El Niño phenomenon, the air in South China is expected to rise continuously. Experts predict that temperatures in some areas could possibly exceed 40 degrees Celsius, advising everyone to take precautions against heat. On the television, a short-haired, competent female host reported in a standard broadcasting tone. As Cheng savored his ice cream, he casually changed the channel. Temperatures exceeding 40 degrees? When have these experts ever been reliable? In just a couple of weeks, some subtropical areas might even surpass 50 degrees. In Europe, temperatures have reached 40 degrees, with numerous elderly succumbing to heat stroke, reported journalist Xiao Hui. After flipping through several channels, most were focused on this year's abnormal weather. It seemed that the signs of an impending apocalypse had manifested early in the last life. Unfortunately, back then, Cheng was preoccupied with the heartbreak of an unrequited love and hardly noticed the weather's anomalies. He took out his notebook and marked off the supplies he had prepared. Upon checking his balance, he sighed. Money truly does not last long. He had spent nearly 500,000 just on supplies. Sitting cross-legged beside the coffee table, he placed his laptop on his lap. Remembering the ice cream powder he had thought of earlier, he ordered it. Vanilla, chocolate, durian. He ordered 500 jin of each. Furthermore, he ordered 1,000 bags of snail noodles, spicy cold noodles, and salted egg yolk mixed noodles, as well as a batch of niter, which could be used for ice replication. After indulging in a shopping spree online, Chen resolved to compile a list of medications. Just then, he heard the sound of keys jingling at the door. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 6:18. He realized his father was returning home. Rising to greet him, Chen anticipated his father's arrival, who, unlike Mu, maintained a consistent schedule, always returning home around this time. Rushing to the entrance, Chen observed his father's slightly flushed cheeks, and a lump formed in his throat as he called out Dad. His father, who was in the midst of changing his shoes at the doorway, looked up to see his son standing before him with reddened eyes. It had been years since he had seen his son in such a state, and the sight startled him. Forgetting to change his shoes, he asked in concern, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just missed you," Chen replied, stepping forward to embrace his father briefly before releasing him. "What's gotten into you today?" his father inquired, patting Chen's shoulder with a chuckle. "Are you missing your college friends?" "No, I just miss you," Chen reassured him. Seeing his son return to his usual demeanor, his father resumed changing his shoes. However, upon entering the living room, he was taken aback by the sight of an entire table laden with cold dishes. "Did you make all this?" he asked, glancing between the spread and Chen. Chen laughed. "You flatter me. I hardly possess such skills. I can only manage to cook rice." As the two conversed, Moo arrived home and, upon seeing the array of dishes, exclaimed, "So many dishes! What is the occasion? Did you two order takeout?" The aroma wafting through the air was enticing. She was well aware that her husband and son could manage noodles, but preparing an entire table of flavorful dishes was another matter entirely. At this moment, Chen's earlier excitement at seeing his parents had calmed, and he smiled, urging them to wash their hands quickly. "I ordered from Byway Building. Let us eat while it's hot. I have something important to discuss with you both." Chen intended to reveal the matters pertaining to the apocalypse and the space he had discovered. Chapter 6. A Magical Transformation. The days ahead were long, and, given the limited space of their home, it was inevitable that he would have to disclose the existence of the space to his parents. To maintain secrecy indefinitely would either require him to live as a lone wolf or refrain from utilizing the space altogether. If he could not trust his parents, he found himself at a loss over whom he could trust in this world. After ensuring his parents had washed their hands, Chen seated them at the dining table and went to the kitchen to fetch chopsticks. "Dad, Mom, look." Once he arranged the chopsticks, he waved his hand, and a steaming plate of sweet and sour pork appeared before them. The table was filled with cold dishes, and to ensure they did not cool down, he had refrained from retrieving the hot dishes from the space. The space was static. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval. Moo, closest to Chen, narrowed her eyes in astonishment at the sight. "What is this?" Chen smiled as he placed the sweet and sour pork on the table, allowing his mother to examine his hands in disbelief. "When did you learn to perform magic behind our backs?" His father was equally astonished and quickly glanced toward the front door, lowering his voice. "A storage ring?" In his leisure time, Moo's father enjoyed indulging in fantasy novels, so it was not surprising that he harbored such conjectures. Observing Moo's father speak in a hushed tone, the careful yet joyful expression on his face elicited a chuckle from Chen. "Approximately speaking, or more accurately, it was the ancestral jade bead bestowed upon me by my mother. This jade bead harbors a space within, which vanishes upon recognizing its master." As he spoke, Chen removed the remaining red cord from around his neck. Moo's mother took the cord, examining it closely. The jade bead was secured by two intricate flower knots. Now that the jade bead had mysteriously disappeared, the knots remained intact. Being an antique, the threads exposed to the elements had faded over the years, while those encased within remained vibrant. There were no signs of having been rewoven, prompting Moo's mother to look at Chen. "Are you suggesting that this is a storage item?" After a prolonged pause, Moo's mother reluctantly referred to it as a storage jade bead. Chen nodded, retrieving a plate of steaming dishes from the space and placing them on the table. "Let us eat first. We can discuss further after the meal, as it would be unpalatable if it grows cold." Grasping her chopsticks, Moo's mother moved with a rigidity reminiscent of a robot, consuming her meal without savoring it. In contrast, Moo's father appeared lost in thought, occasionally chuckling to himself, oblivious to whatever occupied his mind. After the meal, the family settled onto the sofa, and Chen spoke with a heavy tone. "I have been reborn. The apocalypse is approaching." It began with an abnormal rise in temperatures, initially reaching 40 degrees. At this point, some elderly individuals with weakened constitutions began to succumb to heat stroke. Pausing momentarily, Chen elaborated, "Heat stroke, in layman's terms, refers to severe heat illness. The mortality rate for heat stroke is alarmingly high, as many elderly refuse to turn on their air conditioning, succumbing to the heat in their homes. Subsequently, under the oppressive heat, electricity usage surged and compounded by drought conditions. The hydroelectric power generated in the Sichuan region, which accounted for over 80% of the province's energy, could not withstand the strain and experienced outages first. At this juncture, another segment of the frail population was eliminated. The temperatures continued to soar, reaching 50, then 60 degrees, resulting in sequential power outages across various regions, until eventually, even Kyoto struggled to maintain electricity. In future accounts, the day when a national average temperature escalated to 50 degrees was marked as the onset of the apocalypse. With each detail, Mu's father and mother grew increasingly grave. Upon hearing of the power outages, Mu's father inquired, "Is it nationwide?" Chen took a deep breath and corrected him, "It is global." Other countries faltered even quicker than we did, as the initial space stations remained intact. We could still access the internet while we had power. By then, aside from a few states in the United States, everywhere else had lost electricity. Gripping his son's hand tightly, Mu's mother gazed at him with a mixture of pain and concern, noticing the complex turmoil reflected in his eyes. What happened next? The temperature cannot keep rising indefinitely, can it? Reassuringly, Chen clasped his mother's hand, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his eyes. Eventually, the temperature peaked at 70 degrees before it barely stabilized. It was truly a hellish experience. Even after washing the sheets, there was no need to hang them out to dry. Simply shaking them would suffice, as the arid conditions dried them instantly. I still recall an incident when Grandma Zhao downstairs was drying her sheets on the balcony, and they spontaneously ignited. Had it not been discovered in time, it could have led to a disastrous fire. Subsequently, Chen spoke at length, recounting the extreme heat, the floods, the ensuing plagues, the bitter cold, and the endless nights. So much to convey. It was the 7th year of the apocalypse when a tornado swept me into the sky. A sharp pain struck the back of my head, and upon regaining consciousness, I found myself back in the present, reflecting on the struggles of my past life. The memories of my parents departing one after the other overwhelmed me. In the end, even Chen, a man who had survived 7 arduous years in the apocalypse, could not help but choke back tears, seeing the torment and sorrow etched on her son's face. Mu's mother was moved by his emotion, her eyes glistening with moisture. Like in his childhood, she embraced his shoulders gently, patting his arm. "It's all in the past, all gone." Fearing her disbelief, Chen straightened up and gazed at his mother. "Mother, have you been contemplating expanding the supermarket recently? Did the delivery worker mention today that a warehouse in Jingyan community has become available and recommend you to take a look? You've already made up your mind to visit tomorrow?" His rapid-fire questions left Mu's mother momentarily speechless. "How did you know?" Today, Xiao Zhang had indeed mentioned the warehouse, and she had been considering a visit the following day. The idea to rent the warehouse had been a fleeting thought. Even her husband was unaware, and her son had no connection with Xiao Zhang to glean such information. "Mother," Chen replied with a bittersweet smile, then turned to his father. "Father, now you must believe that I have truly been reborn." After hearing so much from him, the sorrow and pain in his eyes were palpable. A mother knows her child well. Mu's mother had already accepted the truth. The inexplicable nature of his existence and the somber gaze of her son only reinforced her belief. Mu's father nodded solemnly and spoke. "You just mentioned there are 15 days until the onset of the apocalypse. In 15 days, much could be accomplished." Avidly fond of various genres of novels, Mu's father reacted swiftly. "I shall resign from my job tomorrow, and Shuya, you should sell the supermarket and gather more funds." Having read apocalypse-themed literature himself, he realized that continuing to work at such a time was futile. The priority was to stockpile resources for the family. "We must also purchase high-temperature air conditioners. In such sweltering heat, even the most resilient air conditioners have a limited lifespan. We need to acquire several." Pausing briefly, Mu's father shook his head. "Regrettably, we have no property in the countryside, and with only 15 days, it would be difficult to find anything. Even if we managed to buy a place, time for renovations would be scarce. In such extreme heat, digging a hole to live underground might be a better option. In this world, perfection is a rare luxury. To have been granted a chance to return before calamity struck, along with the advantage of space as a cheat. Chen felt immensely grateful. Father, it is not too late. We can still prepare adequately. Mu's father tightened his jaw, his expression grave, and continued. We must also stockpile winter clothing and fuel for the impending bitter cold. Noticing his father's strong sense of foreboding, Chen smiled and began sharing his own preparations with them. I have ordered solar panels, and today they came to take measurements. Installation should be completed in a couple of days. I also visited the wholesale market, where I purchased an abundance of rice and flour, enough to last our family a lifetime, from Uncle G. Additionally, I acquired a variety of fruits and numerous dried goods. In my previous life, it was my father's apocalyptic theories that led us to keep a stockpile of food. Later, we managed to exchange water with others, which significantly improved their living conditions. Chapter 7. Inventory List. After hearing Chen's preparations, Fu waved his hand dismissively. Is this all? You haven't nearly bought enough. Let me see your list. The notebook was small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, and Chen carried it with him for convenience in inventory checks. Upon receiving the notebook, Fu's brows furrowed deeper as he perused the contents. While he noted that a considerable amount of food had been purchased, the variety was insufficient. We could certainly stock up more on military rations, canned goods, and water bottles. This is the mindset of someone who only reads apocalyptic novels but has never experienced a true apocalypse. While military rations and canned goods are convenient and nutritionally balanced, they are prohibitively expensive. The cost-to-value ratio is too low. With that money, wouldn't it be wiser to buy more grains? A single can often cost around 10 yuan, which is barely enough for one meal, whereas with the same amount, one can purchase 5 or 6 pounds of rice, sufficient for a family of 3 for a day. The primary advantage of these items is their long shelf life, but with our storage space, that advantage becomes rather trivial. Moreover, traditional preservation methods like pickling vegetables, drying greens, and curing ham in our rabbit country are quite effective. There's no need to pursue canned goods. Chen, exasperated, interjected, Dad, those options are far too expensive. They may have a longer shelf life, but if one desires longevity, stockpiling salted vegetables and cured meats would suffice. Mu shot a glare at Fu before turning to Chen. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. You should stock up according to your own judgment. Your father and I support you. After speaking, Mu's expression reflected both pride and concern as she added sincerely, Chen, if you could share the details about your storage space with us, your father and I would be pleased. However, this is a matter best kept between us. It must not be disclosed to anyone else, relatives, friends, no one. Having navigated the treacherous waters of human nature during the apocalypse for many years, Chen understood the gravity of secrecy. No one, not even in his previous life until his demise, knew of his situation. Don't worry, Mom. I am well aware of what to do. After reassuring Chen, Mu recalled his substantial online loan of 1 million yuan. Struggling to adapt her thinking to the realities of a post-apocalyptic society, she expressed her concerns. With such a large debt, when the apocalypse begins, she gestured upwards. Will there still be a system in place? What will we do if we cannot repay it? Understanding her worries, Chen comforted her. Society will continue to function. But it's all right. By then, money will hold little value. We can barter with food instead. The likelihood of banks demanding repayment is exceedingly low. And even if the government has means to collect debts, they would prefer food in exchange. In the early stages of the apocalypse, when currency still retained some value, even billionaires would struggle to acquire 50 pounds of rice with a few million. Noticing Mu's lingering unease, Chen deftly shifted the topic. Although society continues to function, public safety has not improved. I intend to fortify our home thoroughly. Tomorrow, Father will resign, and Mother, you shall oversee the renovations at home. The impending apocalypse renders supermarkets unnecessary, suggested Mother Mu. Our family savings are limited, having been invested in the goods at the supermarket. We have only around 300,000 in our account. I have put the supermarket up for sale, and it should fetch about 2 million. The thought of the vast inventory in the supermarket fills Mother Mu with regret. The goods are worth 2 to 300,000. Should we sell some more? The supermarket also has some extravagant items, such as gift boxes of mooncakes, certain branded chocolates, and expensive snacks. They are costly and do not stave off hunger. It will be wiser to sell them for more practical items. Mu Chan shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. It will be a waste of time. There is no need to squander time on such matters. Mother Mu understood her son's reasoning, though she felt a pang of regret, sighing. Very well. I shall list the house for sale tomorrow, and you can store all the supplies from the supermarket in our space. The shop is the result of years of hard work from Father Mu and his associates. It is located in a prime area next to Wanda Plaza, valued at $2,800,000. In our urgent need for funds, we can only sell it at a lower price. After gathering the goods from the supermarket, the timing will align perfectly for us to pick up the agreed-upon meal from the bun shop. Let us drive there, collect the warehouse goods, and I will also pick up a few items. At this moment, Mother Mu's expression was conflicted, and after a moment of contemplation, she resolutely stated, at this time, the more money, the better. Your father and I will also take out loans, borrowing as much as we can. Father Mu supported this notion. Acting quickly, under the guidance of the experienced Mu Chun, they exhausted their borrowing capacity. With Mother's ownership of a shop and Father's employment, their borrowing limit exceeded that of Mu Chun. Together, they secured a loan of $3,470,000. Subsequently, the family collaboratively refined their inventory list, striving to allocate every penny judiciously. They decided against purchasing instant noodles, as they are not filling. There are still dozens of boxes in stock. Instead, they opted for more dried noodles, which are more practical when time does not permit cooking. As a homemaker, Mother Mu is acutely aware of the household's needs. She took up her pen and began to write diligently. Additionally, they needed to stockpile coal. It will not be long before there are power and gas shortages. They must prepare fuel for cooking. Speaking of which, they also need to purchase a few traditional coal stoves. Before Mother Mu could finish, she was interrupted by Father Mu, who is fond of apocalyptic novels. Why buy coal stoves? We should buy portable stoves and stock up on gas canisters. Coal takes up too much space. Mu Chun interjected diplomatically. Let's prepare both. While coal is inconvenient, it can still provide warmth while cooking. Mu Chun thought to himself that coal is quite affordable, with the neighboring city producing it. The best quality costs only $800 for a ton, making it incredibly economical. They should stockpile 500 tons, considering the limited storage space. Such items will be impossible to produce in abundance after the apocalypse. Mu Mu glanced proudly at Mu Father, her expression seemingly conveying, see, our son is on my side. However, Mu Father remained oblivious to her demeanor, engrossed in retrieving a treasured novel from their bedroom. It was a tale set in a post-apocalyptic world, rich in details about stockpiling, offering numerous insights. In addition to the rice and flour purchased by Xiao Chun, they needed to acquire eggs, dried fish, jerky, raisins, milk powder, ham sausages, multivitamins, oil, honey, sugar, salt, seasonings, chewing gum, compressed biscuits, chocolate bars, dehydrated vegetables, dried seaweed, cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and water. Furthermore, they required waterproof tents, insulated sleeping bags, thermal blankets, heat-retaining clothing, and powerful flashlights. With utmost seriousness, Mu Father recited from his notebook without glancing at Mu Mu, causing her expression to sour. What a waste of charm on a fool, she thought. Observing this, Mu Chan stifled a laugh and attempted to mediate. It is indeed quite detailed. Father, once you resign tomorrow, the task of procuring these items will fall to you. Just as Mu Father was about to respond, Mu Mu opened her phone and navigated to her contacts. No need for you. One call from me, and they deliver right to our door, and at a lower price. She casually scrolled through her contacts, densely populated with names. Names such as Li's Spices Wholesale, Wang's Blended Oil Wholesale, Zhang's Alcohol Wholesale, and Hua's Daily Necessities Wholesale caught Mu Chen's attention, filling him with joy. With these contacts, a simple phone call would suffice, allowing them to wait for delivery at the warehouse, far more efficient than visiting each vendor individually. With these resources, food and daily necessities would be readily available. Yet securing medicine and gasoline posed a challenge. After all, relying solely on solar panels raised concerns about sufficient electricity. Purchasing a generator would inevitably require gasoline or diesel. Chen intended to oversee the warehouse operations while Mu monitored the construction progress at home. Father willingly volunteered, without connections for bulk purchasing medicine. Buying too much from a single store may raise suspicions. Tomorrow, I will ride my small electric scooter and visit several pharmacies. As for gasoline, our family possesses an SUV and 2 small electric scooters. While riding the scooter to buy medicine is feasible, fetching fuel from a gas station would appear rather odd. And they may not even sell it. If I were to drive, it would complicate things when Chen needs to pick up takeout. After some contemplation, Father proposed. It will only be 2 weeks. I should rent a car from the dealership. Both agreed to this plan, while the father and son deliberated. Perused the survival forum, taking copious notes. At that moment, she proudly proclaimed, I just realized we also need to prepare an inflatable boat, kayak, tactical clothing, quick-dry attire, quick-dry towels, hats, gloves, outdoor shoes and socks, knee and elbow pads, protective masks, life buoys, and raincoats. We must also stockpile water tanks, purification tablets, disinfectants, and deworming medication. Weapons are essential too. Let us acquire several large knives and a few crossbows. We should practice our aim at home. Further purchases of several backpacks and waste bags are essential, each to contain emergency supplies, ensuring that every individual possesses their own survival kit, which must remain in close proximity at all times. Such items are difficult to procure in physical stores. I shall search online shortly. Whistles, radios, broadcasting equipment, and walkie-talkies are also indispensable. A year into the apocalypse, the Earth's magnetic field may undergo alterations, complicating communication. Thus, possessing walkie-talkies is imperative. These items come at a considerable cost, and Mother Mu increasingly feels that the recent decision to secure a family loan was indeed prudent. After a moment's contemplation, she added, moreover, we should stock up on fabric, as ready-made garments may become unavailable in the future. I can sew clothing at home. We will also need to prepare a substantial quantity of needles and thread. The small household items we often take for granted may prove invaluable when the time comes, and their absence will be exceedingly inconvenient. Chapter 8. Taking action. Chen was taken aback, unaware of his mother's newfound skill, as he gazed at her in surprise. Noticing the look in her son's eyes, Mother Mu squared her shoulders and proclaimed, I once attended a vocational school specializing in fashion design. Running a supermarket was simply not my field. Although it has been over 20 years since I practiced, I still possess the foundational skills. I am confident in my ability to create a few simple styles. This revelation was news to Chen, since he could remember his family had operated a supermarket, earning the envy of his peers. As a child, Chen had been a leader among his friends. With his mother's ability to sew, their situation appeared even more advantageous, for clothing would be a vital resource in the apocalypse. Otherwise, in his previous life, he would not have cherished scraps of fabric so dearly. In extreme temperatures, fabric becomes exceedingly fragile, easily torn. A mere bend could reveal a significant tear. To fortify the material during the apocalypse, people often wore garments patched over and over. Thus, a sturdy piece of fabric would become an exceptionally precious resource. At that moment, Father Mu inquired, Chen, how large is this space of yours? Approximately 5,000 square meters. I haven't measured it precisely, Chen replied, pulling out a tape measure from beneath the coffee table. In an instant, the tape measure vanished from his hands, leaving both parents astounded once more. Moments later, Chen opened his eyes. It measures 100 meters in length, 50 meters in width, and 4 meters in height. Upon hearing this, Father Mu calculated the volume of the space, 20,000 cubic meters. Quite substantial indeed. To optimize the utilization of this space, we must order several shelves. Glancing at the clock, Father Mu noted it was just past 7. With summer's extended daylight, it was still bright outside, prompting him to exclaim, let's place an order immediately, so we can secure the goods as soon as possible. What if my son's rebirth triggers a butterfly effect, causing the apocalypse to arrive sooner than anticipated? After searching for local manufacturers of custom shelving, Father Mu promptly dialed the number. I would like to order 104-meter-high shelves, styled like supermarket shelving. When is the earliest we can receive them? The shelving manufacturer was taken aback by the unusual request. Who orders 4-meter-high shelves? Typically, they're only 2 meters tall. However, with sufficient funding, we can stack 2 shelves and weld them together. The 2-meter-high shelves are standard models, and there is ample stock available. Welding them together is a trivial task. We have items ready for immediate delivery. Please provide an address, and they will be delivered by tomorrow. Mu's father left the address of the Chinyan Community Warehouse and also provided Mu Chen's phone number, specifying that the delivery personnel should call this number upon arrival. With the shelves ordered, Mu's father was filled with enthusiasm and urged Chen, jot down all the types of natural disasters you know, along with their sequence and duration. Upon hearing his father's request, Mu Chen took up pen and paper, speaking as he wrote. He began with the extreme heat disaster, which lasted around 6 months. As he had already mentioned, Mu Chen found himself reminiscing, recalling the torrential rains that followed. Soon after, flooding ensued, submerging the entire city. Fortunately, due to our elevated terrain, the water only reached the 3rd floor. In some unfortunate areas, even rooftops were obscured. Concurrently with the flooding, a plague emerged. Following that, a sudden drop in temperature occurred, leading to a cold disaster, alongside volcanic eruptions, smog, acid rain, typhoons, and sandstorms. After that, I am at a loss. Mu Chen looked up, meeting his parents' concerned gazes. His eyes filled with anguish. "Mom, you succumbed to the cold disaster," he murmured, recalling the harrowing circumstances of that time. Apart from the clothes on our backs and the blankets we wrapped ourselves in, we burned everything that could be set aflame. Yet Mom's frail constitution could not withstand it. Seeing her son in such distress, Mu's mother gently patted his hand, offering a semblance of comfort. "Father," it wasn't long after Mom left that the sequence of his parents' passing had blurred in Mu Chen's memory. He could scarcely recall how he managed to endure. Tears welled in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Once the solar panels are installed, the air conditioning will be operational. I also plan to arrange for insulation walls and underfloor heating. Our family will surely thrive. At some point, Mu's father had sidled up next to Mu's mother, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, his expression one of deep concern. How dreadful it must be to freeze. By everything, let us replace the glass in our home with triple-layered bulletproof glass for warmth and safety. Ah, the bittersweet scent of middle-aged romance. Mu Chen remarked wryly, stifling a grin as he added, "Not just the glass. We must also install security screens outside the windows and for the doors. I plan to have 2 pure steel ones." Mu's father glanced at his notebook, then pointed at the ceiling. "Moreover, we cannot merely place solar panels on a rooftop. There are 3 months of torrential rain to consider. Notify the workers to delay the installation of the solar panels for a few days and reinforce the waterproofing." Mu's mother appeared puzzled. "Didn't they assure us that the roof had been waterproofed to a depth of half a meter when we purchased the house?" Mu's father scoffed, shaking his head. "Do you believe what they say? It's better to be safe and add a few more layers of waterproofing." As he spoke passionately, he rose and rushed to the balcony. The sliding door to the balcony must also be secured, although we are on the 11th floor. We must take precautions and make the balcony fully enclosed, replacing the sliding door with bulletproof glass. Listening to the plans of the father and son, Mu's mother interjected while perusing the shopping list. "We should also purchase additional cookware, microwaves, and ovens. These items have their lifespans too, and it's wise to have spares at hand. In the apocalyptic world, these items hold little value compared to food. A few pounds of grain can exchange for a multitude." However, Mu Chen did not wish to dismiss his mother's kind intentions, and these items were not particularly expensive. Purchasing a few hand-crank generators would be quite practical for charging small appliances like mobile phones and power banks. In addition to food, seeds were essential. They would cultivate their own vegetables in the future. Acquiring several large-capacity hard drives was also imperative. Spiritual nourishment should not be neglected. Films, television dramas, novels, and reference books are treasures of humanity. When the time comes, they could unfurl a screen and enjoy watermelon while watching their favorite shows. The newly minted plans spanned over 30 pages, meticulously detailed, even including small items like nail clippers and glue. Should any omissions arise, they could always append them later. Discussing well into the night, the family finally retired to rest. That evening, Mu Chen slept beside his parents, comfortably closing his eyes. In the middle of the night, he was jolted awake by a nightmare, reliving the struggles of his past life. He stared at the ceiling for a while, inhaling the familiar scent of laundry detergent from the bedding, gradually relaxing and drifting back into slumber. Early the next morning, Chen awakened before dawn. His mother was preparing breakfast, while the faint sounds of his father shaving and washing up echoed from the bathroom. Why not sleep a little longer? Hearing the commotion, his mother peeked from the kitchen. I can't. It smells so good. What are you making, Mom? Knowing her son had endured 7 years of unseen struggles in the apocalypse, Mu's mother prepared a more sumptuous breakfast than usual. Zongzi, Youqiao, and Baozi had all been purchased from the breakfast shop downstairs, and a pot of rib soup simmered on the stove. After breakfast, they planned to visit the real estate agent to list their house, followed by a trip to the supermarket to gather supplies. His mother would take a taxi back home to oversee the project while he collected goods from the warehouse. After the family finished their meal, Chen's father set out to handle his resignation paperwork, stopping along the way to stock up on oil. Mu's mother accompanied Chen downstairs, where he drove, having obtained his driver's license during his freshman summer break. Upon arriving at the real estate agency, they listed the house for $2,300,000, which was a full $500,000 below market value. The shop had already been vacated, and Mu's mother had organized all necessary documents for the property transfer, with the only stipulation being that the buyer must pay in cash. The shop was located in a prime area, making it easy to sell at a high price, especially given the significant discount. The agent confidently assured them, with a hint of regret in his demeanor, within 3 days, I guarantee it will be sold. If I had the funds, I would buy it myself. If managed well, a quick resale could yield a small fortune. Arriving at the supermarket, they lowered the shutter and cut off the power. Only then did Chen begin his shopping spree, opting to take the shelves directly for convenience, promising to organize everything later when time permitted. From Mu's mother's perspective, it was astonishing to witness her son passing through, causing shelves to vanish in his wake. The scene was reminiscent of a science fiction film. Before long, even the small storage area within the supermarket was completely cleared out by Chen. After casting one last glance at the empty supermarket, Mu's mother locked the shutter and affixed a temporarily closed sign that she had just printed on their way there. Chapter 9. The joys of online shopping after driving Mu back home. The waterproofing workers had already arrived, preparing to install the solar panels in a few days. As Mu opened the door to welcome the workers inside and brief them on the scope of the project, a knock echoed from the entrance. Coincidentally, the workers for the iron gate and the underfloor heating arrived simultaneously. Throughout the day, the workers busily came and went, carrying an array of tools, creating quite a lively atmosphere on the 11th floor, while Mu was instructing the workers to lean the removed door against the wall. The door of the opposite unit creaked open, revealing a drowsy face. It was Aunt Shuai's son, Fang Zhanjiao, who was a sophomore, 2 years younger than Chen. Noticing Fang Zhanjiao's bleary-eyed appearance, Mu smiled apologetically. Oh, it's you, Zhanjiao. Did we disturb your sleep? Please tell them to be quieter. Fang Zhanjiao stepped out, tousling his disheveled hair and smiling shyly. Not at all. It's already past 8 in the morning. I should be awake. The heat has been unbearable lately, and the air conditioning hardly works. My mom mentioned that due to the recent drought, vegetables are not growing well, and prices may rise soon. She asked me to buy some extra vegetables today. Aunt Shuai, if you have time, you might want to get some too. Just be sure to stay cool on your way. I'll head out for breakfast now. With that, Fang Zhanjiao waved and ambled down the stairs in his pajamas and slippers. Mu wiped the sweat from her arms, her lips pressed into a straight line. This year's weather was indeed abnormal. It was not yet the peak of summer, yet temperatures had already soared to 40 degrees. The heat was exceptionally dry. Despite it typically being a rainy season, it had not rained a drop in over half a month. Many vegetable crops were beginning to suffer from a lack of water, and if this continued, access to drinking water would soon become a dire issue. A sense of urgency washed over Mu as she pulled out her phone. When will the 3 large water tanks we ordered be delivered? If we pay extra, can they arrive today? The tanks, crafted from stainless steel, were capable of holding a ton of water each. One would be placed on the balcony, and the other 2 on the rooftop. Mu felt anxious. The rooftop was still undergoing waterproofing, and the tanks could not be installed until they arrived. She could only arrange for the tank on the balcony to be set up, while the remaining two would be placed in the attic, with a worker promising to return the next day. Meanwhile, Muumuu's husband had completed his resignation procedures and found a car rental service, acquiring a large truck with a cargo bed. He then visited a nearby household goods store and purchased 120-liter metal barrels, intended for storing gasoline. Each time he passed a gas station, he filled the truck's tank to the brim, and in secluded spots, he siphoned the fuel into the sealed barrels. Although this method was not the most efficient, it prioritized safety. While traversing various gas stations, he frequently encountered pharmacies, diligently purchasing items from a handwritten list. Ibuprofen sustained-release capsules, montmorillonite powder, enteric-coated aspirin, red yeast rice cephalosporins, paracetamol tablets, 999 cold remedy, pediatric chaihu granules, licorice tablets, norfloxacin, moxifloxacin, Yunnan eye drops, nasal spray, gauze, and iodine tincture. Upon receiving the list handed to him by his father, the pharmacy clerk's eyes widened. Some of these are over-the-counter medications and can be provided, such as aspirin and cephalosporins. However, without a prescription for the latter, I cannot dispense them. You may take what I can provide. Shortly thereafter, the clerk returned with several large boxes, and after a thorough count and some negotiation, they successfully reduced the cost by 300 yuan and left with satisfaction. In reputable pharmacies, acquiring prescription medications proves challenging, but smaller clinics are often willing to sell anything for a price. Thus, the father resolved not to overlook any opportunity with these clinics. The entire day was spent shuttling between gas stations, pharmacies, and clinics, yielding considerable rewards. After returning home, Chen first visited a bun shop. The owner, her eyes resembling those of a panda, greeted him with a radiant smile and rushed forward upon seeing him. 1,000 portions had already been prepared and kept warm on the stove, ensuring they would still be hot upon reaching the company. She had truly regarded Chen as the company's procurement officer. Without offering any explanation, he simply replied with a smile, "Then let us load them up." The owners eagerly complied, and the three of them worked together to fill the vehicle. Ultimately, even the passenger seat was brimming, just managing to accommodate everything. Chen sighed with relief, grateful for the spacious SUV. Otherwise, the 2 portions packed into one box would have posed a significant challenge. Despite the vehicle windows being tinted for privacy, he prudently sought a blind spot to stow the food containers. While waiting at a red light, his phone chimed. It was the vegetable supplier who had arrived at the warehouse. Noticing the absence of personnel, he decided to call Chen. "I've arrived. Please ask the driver to wait for me for 10 minutes. After driving into Jingyun community, Chen found a vegetable shop owner waiting at the warehouse door alongside a sturdy young man in his 20s. As Chen approached, the robust man opened the vehicle's trunk, and the vegetable shop owner gestured towards the numerous baskets within. These were picked early this morning, guaranteed fresh. Chen opened the warehouse door and conducted a random inspection of a few boxes of vegetables, confirming their freshness, with the roots still bearing fresh soil. After unloading, he requested that the vegetable shop owner return at the same time the following day for delivery. As he lowered the iron gate, he waved his hand, and the vegetables were safely stored away. Taking out a stool from the storage space, Chen pulled out his notebook and began shopping online. With no deliveries at the moment, he felt it prudent not to remain idle. He stocked up on cling film, aluminum foil, oil paper, and kitchen paper towels, acquiring an ample supply of microwave-safe plastic bowls to last a lifetime. Additionally, he ordered 20 units each of microwave ovens, induction cookers, ovens, and air fryers. Furthermore, he decided to obtain 10 units of humidifiers, dehumidifiers, water purification tablets, and water purifiers, especially hoarding 500 water filter cartridges. Each filter can purify up to 20 tons of water, ensuring that his family would never have to worry about their water supply again. During the flood, the air became so humid that water seeped through the walls, rendering washed clothes impossible to dry. In light of this situation, Chen ordered 10 washing machines and dryers. Just as he was enjoying his shopping spree, his phone suddenly buzzed incessantly. Upon checking, he discovered it was Jiang Lei once again indulging in gossip. "What a pity you couldn't make it. Goddess Zhao looked absolutely stunning. My goodness, that figure. I'll send you a photo. Photo, a dim, blurry image. Unmistakably a covert capture. Isn't she just breathtaking? Why aren't you replying? You're not still asleep, are you? Come on, it's noon. This was yesterday's exchange. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I just saw on Douyin that due to the heat, even the scammer old man has closed shop. There's another video of two little electric scooters colliding. The one who got hit dragged themselves under a tree despite breaking 3 ribs. A link was posted below. It's worth noting that Chen and Jiang Lei have been childhood friends, having grown up together. They have been fortunate, as they have been classmates since kindergarten, continuing through elementary, middle, and high school, always coincidentally in the same institution and class. When they reached university, they even found themselves in the same dormitory. Reflecting on a past life, during the initial heat wave, Jiang Lei had followed his parents to his aunt's home in Kyoto due to water shortages. However, en route, they encountered an earthquake, and both the people and their vehicle were crushed by a billboard. Perhaps noticing Chen's lack of response, Jiang Lei sent a video call. The ringing jolted Chen from his reverie. He swiped to answer, and Jiang Lei's face filled the screen. I was starting to worry about you. You're fine. But why the silence? As he spoke, Jiang Lei noticed Chen's surroundings and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Where are you? It seems so desolate. It was indeed desolate. As soon as supplies arrived at the warehouse, Chen transferred them into his space. In the evening, Mu's father would drive the large truck around a few times, and even with the neighborhood surveillance, nothing would be detected. Jiang Lei, a boisterous chatterbox, could talk for days without pause, and seeing Chen silent did not faze him as he continued to ramble. Did you see that video? Ha ha, it's absolutely hilarious. Chen maintained a composed demeanor and replied, I saw it. It was quite amusing. That was from Zhongqing, right? I've heard it's been over 40 degrees Celsius there every day. Jiang Lei, confirming that the video indeed originated from Zhongqing, nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. This year, the southern regions are unbearably hot and have even experienced water shortages. Many people are stockpiling bottled water. It's the same here in previous years. It was never this hot in mid-August. As he spoke, Jiang Lei's expression turned anxious. Do you think it will be this hot here too? Should I stock up on supplies like bottled water? Chen pondered how to advise him to prepare without arousing suspicion, and decided to go along with the idea. It wouldn't hurt to stock up, not just on bottled water, but also on food. Remember a few years ago, during the mass shortages, when a city of millions couldn't go out and couldn't even find vegetables. Regardless of the modest cost of these items, they occupy little space at home. As for water, stockpiling some bottled mineral water is feasible. However, I recommend purchasing a few water containers, as they are economical. Jiang Lei has become a trustworthy companion, nodding vigorously in agreement. Very well, I shall procure more. Chen has always been more astute than himself. Every time trouble arises, he bears the brunt, and the adults trust him implicitly. Relying on his judgment is undoubtedly wise. After concluding the video call, Chen gazed at his phone for an extended period, smiling. In this lifetime, the Jiang family will have ample water and food, and they likely will not need to seek refuge at their aunt's home again. Subsequently, Chen stumbled upon disposable underwear on Taobao. What a delightful find. He promptly ordered 2,000 pairs. In addition to these essential survival items, Chen also purchased numerous power banks, mobile phones, hard drives, and memory cards, intending to stockpile them at home for his father to download various single-player games, TV shows, films, and music, remembering that his mother enjoys snacks. Even though those from the supermarket have already been secured, he still ordered a considerable amount. The days ahead are long, and these items may no longer be produced. All shipping addresses were registered to the warehouse, and due to the substantial quantity purchased, most vendors offered discounts. Nonetheless, Chen still spent over 400,000. After acquiring all the items listed, Chen fully savored the exhilarating sensation of having shopped to his heart's content. The entire day was spent in the joyous pursuit of online shopping and receiving packages. Chapter 10. A reminder beholding the neatly arranged rice and flour in the storage. Chen felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction, akin to a hamster hoarding a bountiful stash of pine cones in a cozy nook, confident of enduring the impending long winter. On his way home, he did not squander time. Instead, He collected meals from various restaurants along the route, all pre-ordered during his time at the warehouse. 100 portions of spicy hot pot, 100 servings of mala beef, and 100 dishes of mapo tofu. He visited each restaurant in succession. At one establishment that was slower in preparation, requiring a brief wait, he ordered 500 cups of milk tea from a nearby shop. Varieties included lemon green tea, aloe vera lemon tea, honey pomelo tea, and an array of shakes, including strawberry and blueberry. Neatly stacking the milk tea in the trunk, Chen suddenly pondered the expense of such indulgence. Why not purchase milk tea powder and ingredients like coconut jelly online to craft his own, similar to ice cream? Due to the time spent collecting meals, Chen returned home later than anticipated, only to find his mother had prepared an elaborate feast. As the underfloor heating was being installed, the floorboards were exposed, creating quite a bit of dust, prompting his mother to set the meal on the attic. Today's fare included spicy and sour shredded potatoes, dry-fried green beans, and a winter melon soup with ham. Chen added several plates of Sichuan dishes to the table. Upon noticing the additional plates, clearly from a restaurant, his mother cast a disapproving glance at him. You just can't help but waste money. It would be far more economical to prepare meals at home, she exclaimed, dismayed at his lack of frugality. Seeing her son's sheepish smile in silence, she took the bowls and chopsticks outside, cautioning him to refrain from ordering next time. If you want something, just let me know, and I will prepare it for you. Chen paused his steps, yet remained silent as he quickened his pace to leave. The necessity of purchasing was undeniable. As for the meals prepared by his mother, to be candid, even a dog would turn its nose up at them, although dining at a restaurant was somewhat pricier. Life is but a series of meals and basic necessities. Why should one deprive oneself when conditions allow? The family gathered around the dinner table, the television broadcasting the evening news. Fu eagerly savored a generous helping of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, munching away while watching the news. After a while, he turned to Chen and remarked, Chen, our country has stockpiled 60% of the world's grain. Don't you think there's something afoot? On the screen, a representative from the United States was speaking, addressing the substantial grain imports from the Rabbit Nation and calling for the opening of grain reserves. Chen maintained a nearly reverent demeanor as he chewed his food carefully before responding. Who can say? However, judging by the developments from the previous generation, our country indeed seems to be the most prepared. Having spent an exhausting day outside, Fu relished the tangy potatoes and devoured a hefty scoop of rice, mumbling, I suspect there might truly be some mysterious department within the government, much like the hospital constructed a few years ago. Name something like Fire X Mountain or Thunder X Mountain. It surely carries some significance. Perhaps, Chen replied uncertainly, recalling that his previous life was merely a struggle for survival, devoid of encounters with extraordinary individuals. Remembering something, Chen turned to his mother. By the way, Mom, workers will be coming tomorrow. I intend to apply an insulating coating to the exterior walls. Will that coating be too conspicuous? Mother's first thought was this. After a brief pause, she added, will the community property management agree? It was undoubtedly eye-catching, but Chen reassured her. We can't forego renovations simply out of fear of attracting attention. Speaking of conspicuousness, our current renovations are quite noticeable as well. The coating I ordered matches the current exterior wall. The property management won't object. Fu chimed in. They would welcome it. The outer walls are so weathered. What could they possibly say against our repairs? Suddenly, Fu chuckled with a knowing smile. Since we are applying the insulating coating, the installation of solar panels will have to be postponed for a day. Upon hearing this, both Chen and Mother laughed. Indeed, when notifying about the waterproofing, we should also inform them to delay the solar installation. Just as the waterproofing is nearing completion, we mention the need for insulation. Those two workers might suspect we are reluctant to proceed. Ahem, I'll inform the workers tomorrow, Chen concluded. After dinner, the family nestled on the sofa, Chen rubbing his stomach while shopping online. Merely applying heat-resistant paint to the exterior walls would not suffice. Fortunately, with the power still on, every household had their air conditioning running, keeping the building's temperature relatively low. However, once the power was cut, no matter how low they set their air conditioning, the heat would seep through the walls below. it would be prudent to lay a layer of insulation beneath the underfloor heating. It would provide warmth and prevent neighbors downstairs from noticing anything amiss. Across the sofa, Moo Mother and Moo Father exchanged glances. After a moment, Moo Mother hesitated before speaking. Chen, do you think we should give your uncle and Aunt a heads up? As if fearing her son would disagree, she quickly waved her hand. Her expression filled with concern. There is no need to discuss anything else. Let us simply remark on the oppressive heat of today, with no rain in sight, raising concerns about potential increases in food prices. I advise them to purchase more supplies at the supermarket. Mu Chen's grandparents have passed away, and his uncle's family resides in the countryside. Moreover, there is an elder aunt who has married into Henan. The elder aunt is the eldest. The uncle is the second-born, and Mu's mother is the youngest daughter. The siblings have always shared a close bond, and it is only natural for her to harbor such thoughts. In the previous life, the elder aunt lived far away, resulting in infrequent communication. The uncle's family, being in the countryside, has a relatively larger stockpile of food. During the early days of the apocalypse, they had even sent some supplies to Mu Chen's family. Though the quantity was modest, considering the uncle had his own large family to support, it was still a gesture of kindness that Mu Chen remembers with gratitude. As long as their own safety is assured, particularly given the secret of the spatial ability, he wishes to extend a helping hand whenever possible. Mu Chen gazed earnestly into his mother's eyes. Mother, it is wise to offer a gentle reminder, but we must never reveal the extent of our resources or the secret of the space. It is prudent to maintain a sense of caution, aside from his parents. Even the uncle's family, who had shown goodwill in the past, must remain unaware of this secret. His mother shared the same sentiment. Despite being family, she felt conflicted. Listening to her son, she quickly replied, "Rest assured, I will only mention it briefly." Soon after, Mu's mother proceeded to call both the elder aunt and the second uncle, merely mentioning that the recent temperatures have been unusually high and that there might be potential droughts and famines, urging them to be vigilant. After successfully reaching out, Mu's father joined, rubbing his hands together, seemingly hesitant to speak. Seeing his father's demeanor, Mu Chen anticipated his intentions. It was merely another attempt to assist his so-called good elder brother. Regarding this elder uncle, Mu Chen found himself at a loss for words, as the man had a penchant for taking advantage of situations. Thankfully, they lived in different cities. Otherwise, he might have been a constant presence in their lives. Mu Chen had always harbored a dislike for this uncle, but since his mother had just alerted the uncle and aunt, it was not the right moment to stop his father. One can offer a reminder, but we must not disclose any of our secrets, Mu's father agreed. Much like Mu's mother, he also made a phone call in Mu Chen's presence. Despite his serious tone, the elder uncle's response was dismissive. What drought? With technology being so advanced, there is nothing to worry about. You've always been overly concerned. I've got other matters to attend to. Before Mu's father could utter another word, the sound of mahjong tiles clattering echoed from the other end, and the call was abruptly terminated. Frustrated, Mu's father was about to call back when Mu Chen interjected. Father, let it be for a few days. The uncle certainly isn't receptive at the moment. After so many years of brotherhood, Mu's father was well aware of his brother's character. Engrossed in mahjong, he would hardly take anything to heart, leading him to relent. They spent the night in the attic, which measured 60 square meters and was divided into 2 rooms. Mu Chen arranged the beds using his spatial ability and placed a fan in one of the rooms for their rest. The attic lacked air conditioning, leaving the atmosphere stuffy and warm, with the fan merely circulating hot air. Mu Chen opened the window, hoping for a refreshing natural breeze. As the gentle breeze caressed him, Mu Chen closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to drift into the vast expanse of space. The 100 shelves he had ordered had finally arrived, their contents floating gracefully and arranged meticulously. After a thorough tidying up, the occupied area had diminished by almost half, enabling him to stockpile an abundance of supplies. Over the course of the following week, numerous parcels arrived in succession, and Mu Chen found himself virtually residing within the warehouse. In the scorching 40-degree heat, the warehouse lacked air conditioning, leaving Mu Chen feeling quite overheated. Observing his discomfort, his mother, Mu, purchased a cooling fan to place within the warehouse. Meanwhile, Mu Chen's father was constantly on the road, spending most of his time in the car, which had caused his complexion to darken considerably. During this period, the supermarket had made substantial sales, and Mu Chen's father brought back a sum of 1 million yuan, while the remaining 130,000 yuan was transferred to Mu Chen's account. He had visited every gas station in the vicinity and eventually stumbled upon a private gas station in a small town not far from the city, where he directly purchased 5 tons of gasoline. Checking his ledger, Mu Chen confirmed his father's calculations. He had now amassed 8 tons of gasoline and 4 tons of diesel, leaving him with 180,000 yuan from the initial million. The medicinal supplies had also been procured according to the list. 8 tons of gasoline and 4 tons of diesel were ample provisions. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Chen turned to his father, saying, "This should suffice. We have gathered enough vegetables, fruits, and daily necessities. Now we must focus on procuring meat. Father, do you know of any slaughterhouses in our vicinity? It may not be unfeasible to place an order at a meat stall, albeit at a higher cost and with less freshness than direct purchases from a slaughterhouse." After pondering for a moment, Mu Chen's father recalled a slaughterhouse located near the Western Vegetable Market, although its position was rather obscure and difficult to find. "I shall accompany you," he offered. Mu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I can inquire along the way myself. Our home is still in need of materials such as cement, sand, and wood panels. Father, please visit the construction material market and spend the entire 180,000 yuan. During this period of shopping, Mu Chen had nearly depleted his modest savings of over 100,000 yuan, along with more than 300,000 yuan provided by his mother. The outdoor supplies had proven exceedingly expensive, and they had nearly exhausted the loan funds as well. However, the 120,000 yuan he had received from the supermarket sale remained untouched, as Mu Chen intended to use that money for purchasing meat. Chapter 11. The growth of space. Indeed, the location of the slaughterhouse was remote, and it took several inquiries along the way for Mu Chen to finally locate it. Upon explaining his purpose, the staff warmly welcomed him inside. He ordered 50 pigs, 30 cows, and, since he was not particularly fond of lamb due to its strong taste, only requested 20 sheep, deeming that sufficient for their hot pot gatherings. Given the small size of rabbits, chickens, ducks, and geese, he ordered 1,000 of each. Additionally, he asked the slaughterhouse staff to assist him in obtaining a batch of chicken and duck eggs from a nearby poultry farm. Since living creatures could not be stored in his space, he recalled that in his past life, when he discovered the space, it was already the 5th year of the apocalypse, and he had no means to experiment with fertilized eggs to determine if they qualified as living beings. To be prudent, he decided to acquire a batch comprising fertilized eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese, insisting they be stored separately. He instructed the slaughterhouse to retain the offal and entrails during the slaughtering process, ensuring they were cleaned thoroughly. Mu Chen had even saved the blood, which could be utilized for preparing spicy blood stew and duck blood vermicelli soup, due to the substantial quantity required. Even the trimmings from the aquatic produce were given to Mu Chen without charge. However, the cost of the meat was not trivial, amounting to a staggering 57,800 yuan. Upon the arrival of the fertilized eggs, Mu Chen, filled with a sense of trepidation, attempted to store them in his space. To his delight, he succeeded. With these fertilized eggs, he could now envision a future where chickens would lay eggs, and from those eggs, more chickens would emerge, perpetuating an endless lineage. Mu Chen laughed heartily and promptly contacted the breeding farm, requesting an additional batch of fertilized eggs. In order to ensure the successful hatching of the chicks from this new batch, Mu Chen ordered an automatic incubator online, alongside some feed. Meanwhile, Mu's father was tasked with procuring cement and sand from the construction market, as well as purchasing wooden boards and commonly used hardware tools. Just as Mu's father was leaving, Mu Chen intended to follow him to the warehouse to receive goods when his mother called out to him. "Your funds must be running low, right? Take these and sell them. You should be able to exchange them for some money." Accepting the small box his mother handed him, Mu Chen opened it to discover her jewelry: a pair of jade bangles, several pairs of gold earrings, a silver bracelet, and a ruby necklace. Mu Chen retrieved the ruby necklace and returned it to his mother. "This was given to you by Dad on your wedding day. Let's not part with it." His mother, though reluctant, insisted on returning it. It's better to exchange it for money to acquire some supplies. Understanding his mother's hesitance, Chen gently persuaded. The supplies are nearly sufficient. We don't need the money from this necklace. After all, it is a gift from Dad. Noticing his mother remained unmoved, he lowered his voice and added, the space is limited. If we buy too much, it's simply one tea fit. Just keep it. Initially reluctant, Chen's words ultimately led his mother to clasp the necklace tightly in her hand. If the funds fall short, we can still sell it. I have no deep attachment. As long as we are together, that is what truly matters. Seeing his mother accept the necklace, Chen placed the small box into the space and was about to open the door to leave when he suddenly froze. The jade bangle was missing. Flipping his hand, the small box reappeared in his palm. Upon opening it, he confirmed his suspicions. The jade bangle was indeed gone. Scanning the space, he found no trace of the bangle, as if it had been consumed by the space itself. Wait, the area of the space seemed to have expanded. Having to meticulously inventory the supplies in his space each night to find peace, Chen was intimately familiar with its dimensions. The space came equipped with a measuring tape, and he decided to measure again. Indeed, the area had increased by 3 square meters. The adage "you are what you eat" held true. How could he have overlooked the fact that the space's essence was akin to jade? It deserved a nourishing offering of jade as well. Chen's hands trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he looked at his mother. Mom, do we have any jade items at home? There is 1 jade tablet, his mother replied, her expression filled with curiosity about his inquiry. Chen grinned widely. The jade bangle I just placed inside vanished as if swallowed by the space. And I measured the area again. It has expanded by 3 square meters. 3 square meters may seem modest, yet with a height of 4 meters. This translates to an additional 12 cubic meters, capable of storing 12 tons of water. Upon hearing this, Mother Mu was filled with excitement. Promptly retrieving a jade token and eagerly handing it to Chen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hurry, try it again. Following her urging, Chen placed the token into the space, and in the blink of an eye, the jade pendant vanished. Simultaneously, the space expanded by 1 square meter. Curiously, this time the increase was only 1 square meter, despite the jade token's weight being comparable to that of the 2 bracelets. It appears to be a matter of quality. The bracelets were lustrous, and, even without much expertise, Chen could discern their superior quality, while the jade token seemed rather lackluster in comparison. Confirming that the space could indeed absorb jade for enhancement, both were exhilarated. Chen remarked, purchasing jade is not cost-effective now. We should stockpile water for future exchange. In these times, fine jadeite is more precious than gold, rendering it quite impractical. In the future, a mere handful of rice could trade for a piece. Next, Chen ventured to a bicycle shop. The online purchases felt intangible, and the hassle of exchanges consumed precious time. Thus, it was far more prudent to buy directly from a physical store. After a brief test ride, Chen settled on a mountain bike, robust and constructed entirely of steel. Most importantly, the purchase included a trailer that could be attached at the rear. He ordered 10 bikes and additionally acquired 10 pedal tricycles from the same store. Turning his steps, Chen entered the adjacent electric vehicle shop, also selecting 10 electric bikes and 10 electric tricycles. After checking his balance, he proceeded to a 4S dealership to finance a hybrid vehicle. As for the installment payments, he thought, I shall settle them once the apocalypse concludes. Continuing to the warehouse to receive goods, Mother Mu remained at home, opening the tap to fill the water tanks. The previous night, Father Mu had installed a filtration system on the faucet, ensuring that the water drawn was safe for consumption. To maximize space efficiency, Chen had specially ordered square, stainless steel water tanks, each measuring 2 meters in length, width, and height. Stacked too high, they perfectly matched the height of the space. Each tank could hold 8 tons of water, and he ordered a total of 40. In the days that followed, the curtains in their home remained drawn. As long as someone was awake, the faucet was continuously filling the tanks. Once a tank was filled, Chen would place it into the space and retrieve a new one. Filling a tank took approximately half an hour, and before the water supply ceased. He was determined to fill them all. Amidst the busyness, time flew by, and the home renovations were completed. Underfloor heating had been installed, with insulating mats beneath the floorboards, and the house was coated with thermal insulation. The long-awaited solar panels were finally installed as well. On August 13, 2023, the weather forecast predicted a sweltering 39 degrees Celsius, though the perceived temperature likely soared above 40. As evening approached and the temperature slightly dropped, Chen resolved to take his parents to a bookstore. Although they had downloaded numerous ebooks during this period, nothing compared to the tactile experience of holding a physical book. In times of extreme cold, many resorted to burning books for warmth. Chen hoped to preserve some, as these represent the seeds of humanity. 3 individuals, each pushing a shopping cart, set off to procure their favorite books. At the checkout, Chen noticed that his mother had purchased an abundance of cookbooks, encompassing all 8 culinary traditions, as well as numerous baking books. As for his father, he remained true to form, acquiring a substantial collection of fantasy novels. After settling the bill, they found themselves burdened with 6 bags of purchases, rolling down the car window to embrace the cool night breeze. Chen turned to the back seat and remarked with a smile, "Dad, Mom, you are always too busy with work to enjoy yourselves. How about we visit the night market tonight?" Both father and mother readily agreed. The night market was ablaze with lights, as bright as day, with throngs of people gathered around each stall, the rising smoke carrying tantalizing aromas that wafted into the nostrils of the trio. Young couples strolled arm in arm, affectionately sharing a bowl of delicacies, while mothers guided their 4- or 5-year-old children through the bustling stalls. This seemingly ordinary scene at the night market tugged at Chen's heartstrings. He longed for the apocalypse to be nothing more than an absurd dream of his own making, even if the supplies they had painstakingly gathered in preparation were rendered useless. Lost in his melancholic thoughts, father suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Barbecue, beer, and crayfish. Son, let's go." He then patted Chen on the shoulder before diving into the crowd. Mother cast a reproachful glance at her husband's retreating figure, wondering how she had married such a carefree spirit. Fortunately, their son took after her. "Come on, I'm craving stinky tofu. I couldn't tea by any while running the supermarket, fearing customers would catch a whiff of it on my breath." With that, she tugged at Chen's arm, insistently leading him to the stinky tofu stall. "If you love it, let us buy plenty. Otherwise, we can order some semi-finished products online and fry them ourselves." The vibrant essence of human life is the balm for mortal hearts. As long as natural disasters do not utterly crush humanity, there will come a day when we can rebuild. Chapter 12. A supermarket rush on August 15th, 2023. The sky was clear and the temperature soared to 42 degrees Celsius. Early in the morning, mother was awakened by the blaring sirens of an ambulance. Drawing back the curtains, she peered outside to see an ambulance parked at the entrance of their building, with doctors bustling in and out, loading an elderly man onto the stretcher. With her hands resting on the window ledge, she gazed through the security bars. It appeared to be Mr. G from the 7th floor. Father, turning over sleepily, murmured in a hoarse voice, he must have suffered from heat stroke. This was not an isolated incident in their community. The oppressive heat had rendered many elderly residents susceptible to heat-related illnesses, particularly as they often eschewed air conditioning. Over the past few days, 8 elderly individuals had already been taken away from their neighborhood. Heat stroke? Haven't you seen the news? They call it heat illness, mother corrected him. However, father paid little mind, burying his head in the pillow and drifting back to sleep, exhausted from the previous days of relentless activity. "Wake up," mother urged, raising her voice. "Didn't you promise to exercise with our son?" "Yesterday, Mr. Zhang from across the street brought over some snacks. I'll prepare some fried yogurt shortly, and you can take it over." Since the temperature had hit 40 degrees in Chongqing the day before, many companies had begun to implement work-from-home policies in response to the government's advisories. In recent days, the community has been particularly lively. Last night, teacher Zhang from across the street even sent over some of her homemade spicy broad beans. They say that investing in a home is a fortune, but securing good neighbors is priceless. Speaking of which, they are fortunate indeed. The couple residing opposite are both highly educated intellectuals. The husband, Mr. Fong, and his wife, Ms. Zhang, are professors at the same university. They have 2 children. Their eldest son, Fong Zhanjiao, is in his 2nd year of university, while their little daughter, Fong Xuani, is merely 3 years old, plump and utterly adorable. Believing in reciprocity, Mother Mu decided to treat them to her culinary skills, knowing that children often delight in desserts like fried yogurt. In the living room, Mu Chen perused the inventory list once more. All the necessary items had been purchased, and they still had 50,000 yuan set aside for emergencies. He then logged on to various shopping platforms, changing the default delivery address to their community, opting for local express delivery or online purchases for convenience in picking up packages. For breakfast, they enjoyed pan-fried dumplings and egg-fried rice, accompanied by the fried yogurt that Mother Mu had prepared, calling out to Father Mu, who was engrossed in his phone. "Take this dish over to them," she instructed as Father Mu approached with a plate. Seizing the moment, Mu Chan joined in, pinching a golden piece of fried yogurt and taking a bite. Delicious. The batter, coated in egg and fried to a crisp, exuded a delightful milky aroma, while the inside was soft and perfectly sweet. Noting Mu Chen's squint of pleasure, Mother Mu tapped the edge of the pot with her spatula, wearing a self-satisfied expression. "So what do you think? Is your mother's culinary prowess worthy of a chef's title?" Mu Chen, eager to flatter, nodded vigorously and continued to devour several pieces. While Mother Mu's savory dishes might not be exceptional, her desserts were undoubtedly her forte. Meanwhile, Father Mu knocked on the door across the hall, answered by Professor Fong, with glasses perched upon his nose and an air of refined elegance. He retained a scholarly demeanor even in middle age. "Brother Mu, what brings you here?" he inquired as Father Mu extended the plate of fried yogurt towards him. "It's a treat from Shuang. I brought it for you to sample," Father Mu replied. Recognizing it as a gesture of goodwill, Professor Fong graciously accepted the offering, smiling as he said, "Sister-in-law's cooking is always delightful. It smells wonderful. Please come in for a moment." "Not today, I have matters to attend to," Father Mu responded, turning to leave. However, Professor Fong called after him. "Wait, Brother Mu. My wife and I are planning to head to the supermarket shortly. Would you like to join us?" In Qincheng, located in northern China, the temperatures have been soaring. In certain southern regions, they have even reached 50 degrees Celsius. For instance, in our country's arid basin, drought has led to power outages, and wildfires have recently surged into the headlines. The weather is undeniably abnormal, and within the community's chat group, many residents have expressed intentions to stock up on food and water. Seeing so many families preparing to gather supplies, Father Mu did not wish to stand apart and replied, "All right, we'll go together." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "The sun is getting high. It would be too late to go to the supermarket now. Let us plan to go this evening. I will come find you." Upon returning home, he shared this with Mu Chun, who agreed wholeheartedly. "Father is right. We should accompany you, but let us not overdo it. If we don't buy grain, and yet our own supplies seem endless, it might raise unnecessary suspicions. Shopping carries its own nuances. One must not hoard more provisions than others. Otherwise, when others find themselves wanting, they will undoubtedly cast their gaze upon you, drawing unwarranted attention." The temperature under the direct sunlight is certainly not the 52 degrees reported by the software. The two families waited until 7 in the evening before setting out. As they stepped outside, a wave of heat enveloped them. The body instinctively adjusted to the temperature, and almost the moment they crossed the threshold, beads of sweat trickled down Mu Chen's forehead. Mu's father hurriedly locked the door, hoping to retain some of the cool air. It was already 7 o'clock. How could it still be so hot? Thankfully, he and T brought your mother along. With that, Mu's father knocked on the Fong family's door. They were not kept waiting long. The door opened a crack, and the Fong father and son slipped out like eels. "Let us go," they said. At 7 in the evening, the sun had already set, leaving only a trace of twilight in the sky. In the neighborhood, many hurried along, arms laden with shopping bags of various sizes. "We should move quickly as well," Mu's father called out, leading the way. As they stepped out of the building, the rubber soles of their sneakers made a sizzling sound against the sun-baked concrete. Professor Fong adjusted his glasses, crouching down to inspect the floor, and sighed. Recently, many people in the South have been posting videos on Douyin about frying eggs on concrete. I think we've reached a similar temperature here. Fang Zhao glanced at his shoes with a pained expression, muttering, I saved up for a month to buy these. Despite his grumbling, he did not suggest returning home to change. Each family drove their own vehicle. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Fang Zhao stood in disbelief. A throng of elderly individuals blocked the entrance, jostling and clamoring to get inside. Their robust demeanor bore no resemblance to the shaky figures who sought seats on the bus. Nearby, the security guard was desperately trying to maintain order. No pushing everyone. There is plenty of stock inside. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. He was nearly knocked off balance as people surged past, nearly losing grip on his megaphone. Soon, several more security guards arrived to restore some semblance of order, and the crowd began to form a line. After a 30-minute wait, they finally entered the supermarket, only to find that instant noodles and sausages, items typically deemed convenient, had been completely cleared from the shelves. Remarkably, even less popular instant noodles like chicken and mushroom varieties had vanished. However, staples such as rice and flour remained in abundance, as the supermarket staff were restocking diligently. Professors Fang and Mu quickly placed 2 bags of rice into their shopping carts. On the beverage aisle, the most sought-after item was bottled water. Whether it was the ordinary spring water priced at 2 yuan a bottle or the elegantly packaged imported varieties, they were swiftly snatched up. Chapter 13. A bounty of goods. Humans are curious creatures. Seeing others make purchases, even if they had no intention to buy themselves, they feel compelled to join in. If they originally intended to buy something, witnessing the frenzy around them only fuels their desire to acquire more. Observing the barren shelves, Fang Zhao pulled over a supermarket attendant, pointing at the empty racks and inquiring, why hasn't the stock been replenished? Has all the bottled water sold out? The supermarket attendant appeared to be a young woman, likely working a summer job. Perhaps it was due to the sweltering heat, or perhaps the sudden influx of customers, or simply the overwhelming busyness of the moment. In any case, the young lady's plump cheeks glistened with beads of sweat. Wiping her forehead, the server remarked, we still have stock in the warehouse. It hasn't been delivered yet, knowing that more bottled water would soon arrive. Professor Fang felt a sense of relief and advised Zhang, your father and Uncle Mu are waiting here for the water. You and Mu Chen should select some of your favorite snacks. Consequently, Mu Chen and Zhang each pushed their shopping carts away. As the 2 children departed, Professor Fang cast a concerned glance at Father Mu, furrowing his brow. The supermarket may have bottled water in stock, but I doubt there's much left. We might need to check other smaller markets later. When it comes to stocking up on supplies, many instinctively think of large department stores. Yet it is often the smaller supermarkets where one has a greater chance of finding what they need. Father Mu's family owned a supermarket, and just before closing, they had received a new shipment of beverages, including a considerable amount of bottled water. They had initially deemed it impractical to hoard bottled water and thus had not made a concerted effort to purchase more, leaving them with a satisfactory inventory. Hence, there was no urgency. However, this time they were simply following the trend, and Father Mu did not oppose it, consenting instead. Brother Mu, speaking of which, how did your supermarket end up being transferred? If it's inconvenient to discuss, please disregard my question. This matter had been mentioned by his wife just days prior, and Professor Fang was not prying. Rather, the 2 were standing in an awkward silence and needed a topic to engage in conversation. Father Mu smiled and shook his head gently, replying, there's nothing inconvenient about it. Business has not been thriving lately, and my child has just graduated from university. I'm preparing some startup capital for him. This explanation had been prearranged by the family, for otherwise, the neighborhood would be aware of their former supermarket operation and might speculate about their resources. Professor Fang expressed understanding and was about to commend Mu Chen's youthful ambition when the restocking arrived. Before the staff could maneuver their cart to the shelves, a swarm of elderly individuals rushed forward, engulfing both the person and the cart in a torrent of humanity. I got here first. Let go. You old man. How can you be so unreasonable? Nonsense. I touched it first. Ouch. Who stepped on my foot? Get lost. Whose hand is this? A cacophony of shouts erupted as the crowd became increasingly animated, intermittently revealing the struggling hands of the staff. Don't push. Let me set the items on the shelf first. Father Mu and Professor Fong exchanged glances, realizing that the supplies were about to be depleted, and they quickly joined the fray. Father Mu, using 2 boxes of bottled water as makeshift seating, clutched the shopping cart with his right hand while fanning himself with his left, his clothes becoming disheveled and wrinkled. Spotting Mu Chen returning, he waved frantically. Hurry over and help Dad. Put the bottled water in the cart. Mu Chen hastily approached, first helping his father to his feet, assessing him with a critical eye before transferring the bottled water into the cart. How did it end up like this? Oh, don't even mention it. Father Mu waved dismissively, his face a crumpled mess. Those who dance in the square truly cannot be trifled with. Their strength is formidable. Noticing his son suppressing laughter, Father Mu shot him a stern look and then gestured towards the side. In the dim light of the store, Professor Fong appeared disheveled, his attire resembling that of garments retrieved from a laundry basket after a week's neglect. His hair was tousled, and the waistband of his trousers seemed to have expanded significantly since his arrival. Fortunately, a belt held them up, otherwise they might have slipped off entirely. Mu Chen cast a sympathetic glance at Professor Fong, contemplating the futility of maintaining a fit physique. His father's less-than-ideal shape seemed far more appealing in comparison. Though he had once possessed striking good looks in his youth, the emergence of a slight paunch had rendered him unappealing to the local dance enthusiasts. Noticing Mu Chen's gaze, Professor Fong's expression darkened further. Father, have you been in a brawl? What happened to your clothes? It's nothing. I was jostled during the rush, he replied, attempting to evade his son's supportive hand. He straightened his attire and bent down to lift 2 cases of mineral water, aiming to place them in the shopping cart. Yet, he clearly underestimated his own strength, stumbling slightly as the water almost slipped from his grasp. Fong Zhao swiftly assisted, securing the cases in place. Father, allow me to push this cart. You can manage the other one filled with snacks. It's quite light, he suggested, observing his father struggle with the water. Professor Fong silently resolved to enhance his fitness upon returning home, feeling embarrassed that even a couple of cases of water had nearly bested him. What had begun as a mere acquaintance with their neighbors transformed into a closer rapport after the shopping spree. Noticing Professor Fong's discomfort, Mu's father tactfully shifted the conversation. We exerted considerable effort to procure these 4 cases of mineral water. I just inquired with the staff, and it turns out this is the last batch from the warehouse. Any additional supply won't arrive until tomorrow. I just conferred with your Uncle Fong. Let's not head back just yet, but rather explore some smaller supermarkets. Mu Chen had no objections, with 50,000 yuan still in hand. He was determined to spend it while its value remained intact. Fong Zhan rolled up his sleeves. Well, in a short-sleeved shirt, he effectively had none, and playfully remarked to his father, Father, you clearly can't handle this. Just wait and see how I manage in the small supermarket. The elder felt a pang of embarrassment, but brushed it off. Let us go. You talk too much, he retorted. Undeterred by his father's comment, Fong Zhan pushed the shopping cart with a cheerful demeanor, moving briskly down the aisle. As they navigated through the store, Professor Fong had no choice but to manage the cart filled with snacks that his son had abandoned. With several checkout counters operational, the lines remained lengthy. After a half-hour wait, they finally completed their purchases and exited the store. On their way, Mu's family casually selected a small private supermarket to stop at. The small establishment buzzed with activity, far livelier than usual, and the cashier beamed with joy as she attended to customers. Upon noticing Mu Chen and his companions, she cheerfully welcomed them while continuing to scan items for other patrons. Feel free to choose as you wish, she exclaimed. Having honed their skills during the earlier shopping frenzy, Professor Fong swiftly filled his shopping bags, grabbing another as he turned to Mu's father. Let us take more to avoid another trip next time. Thus, both families filled their carts to the brim and returned home, satisfied with their bountiful haul. Chapter 14. Cooking upon returning to the community, the 4 men made several trips to unload all the supplies. After placing everything in the house, Professor Fong, supporting his waist and panting heavily, addressed Father Mu. We've finally brought everything back, Brother Mu. It's quite late today, so I want to invite you over to my home. We shall take our leave. There were still a few bags of snacks in the car, requiring another trip, but upon hearing this, Father Mu waved his hand, equally exhausted, speaking with a breathless tone. You should head back and rest early. The father and son unloaded their belongings into the storage room. After meticulously planning the arrangement to maximize space, Mother Mu locked it up and turned back, questioning. Didn't you say you'd only buy a little? Why did you bring back so much? Father Mu and Mu Chen collapsed on separate sofas, resembling two worn-out pancakes. The Fong family bought quite a bit too. You wouldn't believe the scene. The shelves were completely bare, and before the staff could restock, people rushed in, and I had to exert myself just to snag 2 cases of mineral water. After showcasing his gallant exploits, Father Mu slumped back down like a limp fish. From now on, I shall never offer my seat to the elderly lady in dance attire on the bus again. Seeing the father and son sprawled on the sofa, utterly drained, Mother Mu chuckled as she approached, giving Father Mu a playful pat. You're all sweaty and just lying there. You need to take a shower. Father Mu groaned, reluctant to move. Why don't you send our son to do it? He is just as sweaty. Saying this, Father Mu shot a glance at Mu Chen. You go first. Mother Mu didn't pay attention to herself, and Mu Chen stifled a laugh, flipping over to ignore them. He was too tired to want a shower. Mother Mu glared. Someone has to go first. You're not a child anymore. Stop comparing yourself to him. Noticing Father Mu's in action, Mother Mu gave him a firm tap. Hurry up and go. Next door, at the Fong household, there were too many items, and with a late hour, Teacher Zeng decided to tidy up tomorrow, for now, simply stacking the supplies in a corner against the wall. With a furrowed brow, Teacher Zeng sat beside Professor Fong, murmuring that their little daughter was asleep, speaking in a hushed tone. Weren't you just supposed to buy a few cases of mineral water? Why did you bring back such a hodgepodge of items? I just checked, and there are 5 bags of rice, each 50 pounds. We'll be eating this until the year of the monkey. It was no wonder that Teacher Zeng was so upset. Both she and her husband were educators, and with school-issued meal cards, they typically ate at school. Their son stayed at school during the week and also ate there, while their daughter's tuition included lunch fees at kindergarten. Breakfast was usually takeout, so they only prepared dinner. Noticing his wife's irritation, Professor Fong reassured her. Everything I bought is vacuum-packed with a long shelf life. It won't spoil. This purchase will last us many days, saving you from having to go out again. With his dignified and refined demeanor, Professor Fong spoke softly, and any lingering anger dissipated. Teacher Zeng's expression softened somewhat. And what about your clothes? Why are they wrinkled like this? Mentioning the clothes, Professor Fong's expression turned gloomy. Don't even mention it. Buying something felt like going to war. My dear, look at my face. It almost got scratched. There was this elderly man, seemingly out of his mind, during a robbery attempt. His claws aimed not at the bottled water, but directly at my face. Speaking of my husband's near facial injury, Teacher Chen, disregarding the expensive brand clothes she had chosen for him, hurriedly cupped Professor Fong's face, repeatedly asking, Let me see. I hope you weren't hurt. The couple intended to share a few tender words when the bathroom door opened, and Fong Zhanjiao softly announced, I'm done washing up, Dad. You may go. Life at home often feels rather mundane, prompting Mu Mu to seek some engagement. She diligently immersed herself in the book 1,000 Delicious Quick Home Dishes, appearing quite earnest, occasionally jotting down her interpretations in the margins. The refrigerator was brimming with an array of ingredients, and Mu Mu commenced her culinary exploits in the kitchen. Over the past few days, every meal at home boasted no fewer than 6 dishes, a testament to Mu Mu's practice. Initially, both father and son graciously polished off everything served. With her spirits lifted, Mu Mu declared her intention to prepare even more, suggesting that Mu Chen make room for storage. The two were taken aback. Enduring a few meals of peculiar cuisine was one thing, but preparing in bulk was another. Casting a glance at his son, Mu father discreetly gave a thumbs up, astutely reserving numerous meals at the restaurant under pressure. A prescient move indeed. They concocted various excuses to evade her culinary enthusiasm. One moment, one would say, Mom, even if the kitchen is air-conditioned, it's still several degrees warmer than outside. Staying here is quite taxing. The next moment, another would proclaim, Darling, I can't bear to see your delicate hands doing such labor. Let me handle the cooking from now on. Such feigned concern nearly prompted Moo to strike Moo father. When I was lifting goods at the supermarket, I never heard you speak of my delicate hands. With a plethora of excuses at their disposal, they resolved that she should not cook or hoard food. It would be foolish of her not to see through their ruse. You simply think my cooking is unpalatable. Moo father, sensing the situation deteriorating, quickly interjected, How could that be? We merely worry about you tiring yourself. Moo's eyes blazed with indignation. Just an excuse. And you'll cook in the future. Is it to showcase your culinary prowess over mine? I harbor no such intention. Moo turned to Moo Chen. You tell me, whose cooking is better, mine or your father's? Moo Chen, a culinary prodigy, skillfully produced a packet of sauerkraut fish seasoning. Mom, I fancy fish. Your cooking is superior to Dad's, so let us prepare this today. On the recipe, the method for sauerkraut fish appeared towards the end, which Moo had yet to master. Accepting the seasoning packet from Moo Chen, she shot a triumphant glance at Moo father. All right, leave it to Mom. With the seasoning in hand, the meal's flavor could hardly go awry. As Moo tackled the fish in the kitchen, Moo father patted Moo Chen on the shoulder, reflecting, You're quite the clever one. That wit is reminiscent of mine. Tell me honestly, how many of these seasoning packets have you purchased? Understanding Moo father's underlying concerns, Moo Chen chuckled. Enough for our family for a lifetime. Besides the sauerkraut fish seasoning, there are also packets for spicy blood stew, Chongqing noodles, various hot pot bases, yellow braised chicken sauce, and an array of braising sauces. He chuckled heartily. Only what you cannot imagine is what I cannot stock up. Having used the seasoning pack for sauerkraut fish, today's meal was indeed delectable. Even the soup was savored with rice. Moo, intrigued by such culinary innovations, was further delighted to learn that Moo Chen had hoarded numerous similar items, proclaiming, Let's have dompa pork tomorrow. Bring forth the braised sauce. Moo father, elated, supported her proclamation. My dear wife's dompa pork will surely be a treat. I must add an extra scoop of rice when we cook tomorrow. Observing Moo's acceptance of such unconventional ingredients, Moo Chen felt a sense of relief. A love for food and playfulness had indeed borne fruit with the help of these sauces. Chapter 15. A child from next door is brought to tears by cravings to be fair. Moo's culinary skills hover around the passing mark. They are neither exceptional nor unbearable. However, her whimsical creativity often leads to curious combinations, such as her tomato and egg dish, seemingly ordinary, yet she employs small, vibrant tomatoes. She also concocts milk and egg noodles, spicy strip dumplings, and strawberry stir-fried celery, among a myriad of other peculiar dishes that haunt Moo Chen's dreams. Even the cafeteria staff, in the face of Moo's inventive spirit, are left in awe. Fortunately, after a few days of experimenting, Moo herself recognized that the flavors were rather peculiar. Coupled with the meals prepared using the seasoning packs provided by Moo Chen, she found satisfaction in her cooking, feeling it rivaled that of a professional chef. On August 18, 2023, in Qingcheng, with temperatures soaring to 54 degrees Celsius, social media buzzed with reports of southern cities suffering from water shortages and power outages due to the arid and sweltering climate, with numerous regions experiencing wildfires. The trending topics were dominated by discussions of heat waves, water scarcity, power outages, and drought-stricken crops, with occasional entertainment news quickly overshadowed. Public sentiment grew increasingly restless as apocalyptic posts proliferated. Despite the news proclaiming national stability and bountiful summer harvests in various locales and announcements of increased minimum wage standards, public anxiety remained unassuaged. Many flocked to supermarkets, eager to empty the shelves. Initially, local authorities attempted to reassure the public, but eventually ceased their efforts, allowing people to stockpile as they wished while focusing solely on controlling price gouging. Having completed their list of essential supplies, the family found themselves cooking daily. A large pot of herbal tea simmered continuously on one burner of the gas stove. In addition to herbal tea, Moo Chen purchased Zhou He's marinade online, preparing an abundance of duck delicacies that wafted enticing aromas, even bringing the neighboring children to tears with hunger. Aside from Mu father occasionally downloading a few recently concluded novels, the family dedicated their time to meal preparations. Their home was filled with the delightful scent of cooking, and thankfully, they were not lacking in provisions at this time. Once everyone resorted to meager rations, such indulgences would no longer be feasible. The rice cooker became the most frequently used appliance in the household, and to enhance efficiency, Chen retrieved all 10 rice cookers he had recently purchased, steaming batch after batch of rice. A family gathered around the dining table, with boxes neatly filled with rice. As the rice was still warm, Chen promptly stored it in the pantry, ready to be taken out for meals. In addition to the rice, they had shaped numerous rice balls of various flavors, each about the size of a fist, filled with ingredients such as pork floss, ham, and lettuce. When fatigued, 2 rice balls would suffice to satiate one's hunger, while also providing balanced nutrition. To prepare for this, Chen had stockpiled tens of thousands of food containers in advance. One morning, as Mu's father was portioning the rice, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh dear, I completely forgot. We could purchase one of those large electric rice cookers from a restaurant. It can cook a substantial amount quickly and effortlessly. Furthermore, we should buy some large-capacity, food-grade plastic containers to store the rice. It would be so convenient to simply pour the rice in. When it's time to eat, we can just scoop out a few spoonfuls." Excitedly, he thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "We could apply the same method when cooking. It would save us so much trouble." Chen, overhearing this, was momentarily stunned. Had all those thousands of food containers been in vain? He could only console himself, acknowledging that no matter how prepared one is, there will always be overlooked considerations. Mu's mother, busy washing vegetables, glanced at her husband and remarked, "Many shops in the streets have already ceased operations, and even deliveries have come to a halt. Where can we buy supplies?" Just a couple of days ago, when we visited the large shopping mall with the Fong family, I noticed that while the supermarket was bustling with shoppers, the sections for home appliances and furniture were largely ignored, save for a few people purchasing air conditioners. Turning to Chen, Mu's father suggested, "How about we make another trip tonight? We still have over 40,000 yuan left. Keeping it is akin to possessing worthless paper, so we might as well spend it." Despite having meticulously organized our shopping list, there are still aspects we haven't fully considered. Mu's father's proposal certainly promised to enhance their efficiency, and Chen readily agreed. "All right, we should also buy some warm patches. I realized yesterday, while organizing supplies, that I forgot to stock up on those. Should we invite the Fong family along?" Mu's mother interjected. "As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and the Fong family is quite reliable. Let's invite them. Professor Fong mentioned last time that he would like to join us for shopping." Chen replied, having no objections. Having neighbors with provisions would diminish the likelihood of encountering those with ulterior motives. Given the increasingly tense situation, Professor Fong readily agreed when he heard of Mu's father's intentions. That evening, both families ventured out once more, only to find the supermarket situation even worse than before. Not only were the large malls crowded, but the smaller supermarkets were also teeming with people. They successfully purchased the large-capacity rice cooker, and there was an ample stock of warm patches available at the supermarket, which no one seemed to be buying. They acquired them all. Witnessing the frantic rush for supplies, Professor Fong felt a sense of alarm. After a quick call to his wife, he turned to Mu's father. "Brother Mu, it seems we won't be able to find much here. I think I should check the wholesale market. Would you like to join me? Is it less crowded at the wholesale market? We already have enough supplies at home." Mu's father replied, shaking his head. Despite Professor Fong's further persuasion, Mu's father remained steadfast in his decision, opting to go to the wholesale market alone. The following morning, the temperature hovered around 55 degrees. Chen stood by the window, gazing down at the ground as the blinding sunlight beat down, causing the leaves of the trees to curl up, wilting in the heat. The road was desolate, devoid of even an ant. In the kitchen, Mu's mother turned on the faucet, her voice tinged with concern. "Chen, come quickly and see if the water flow is slower than before." Hearing her call, Chen approached the sink, his brow furrowed. Indeed, the water flowed more sluggishly than usual. Recently, there had been discussions online about the declining water levels in rivers. It seemed the water supply from the plant would soon dwindle. In Qingsheng, Most of the water used typically came from reservoirs, and the high temperatures had likely evaporated a significant amount of water, leading to a noticeable drop in reservoir levels. Chen couldn't recall the exact time when the water would be cut off from his previous life, but he remembered it was approximately a week later. He was aware there would be a transitional period before the complete cessation of water supply, beginning with limited water availability, followed by an eventual halt. After the water was cut off, there would still be a period during which the government would send water trucks to deliver supplies. Despite being somewhat prepared for this news, Mu's mother couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Chen, how many water tanks do we have left unfilled? All have been filled, including the 3 at home. The 40 custom water tanks we had ordered are completely full, as they were connected to a purification system during filling, making the water safe for drinking. After we finish our meal, I will gather all the containers capable of holding water to store as much as possible. Although my son's space is ample, we cannot afford to waste the 186 square meters of our home. The first floor comprised a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, totaling 126 square meters, with Mu's parents occupying one room and Chen another, leaving one room available for water storage. The second floor loft was 60 square meters with 2 rooms that were currently unused, also available for storage. Mu's mother had already instructed Chen to place non-perishable, space-consuming snacks into the storage area, thereby freeing up additional space. Speaking of this, one couldn't help but admire the organizational skills of the older generation. The hybrid vehicle, which had been placed in storage, was packed to the brim to maximize every inch of space. I remember that we have those basins and trash cans from the supermarket in storage. We can retrieve them to hold water. After we eat, your father and I will wash these items, and you can clean the bathtub, which can hold quite a bit of water. Chen nodded in agreement. Even if no further preparations were made, the water already stored in their space would suffice for the family to endure until the extreme heat subsided. However, Chen understood that his mother's actions were also a means to alleviate her anxiety, as the apocalypse loomed closer. Taking every possible precaution and witnessing the gradual accumulation of supplies could ease the restlessness within. Chen also engaged in this practice, recognizing the grounding effect of preparing for the future, and now, every night before sleeping, he would inventory the supplies in their storage, which provided him with a sense of security. The heat was unbearable, even with the air conditioning set to 16 degrees. The indoor temperature could only be maintained around 26 or 27 degrees. Breakfast consisted of cold noodles prepared by Mu's mother. The refreshing noodles are enhanced with a dash of vinegar and a splash of light soy sauce, then drizzled with chili oil. With each delightful bite, the chewy, elastic noodles are enveloped in a tangy and spicy broth, a truly appetizing experience. After the meal, the family busies themselves. It takes considerable effort to clean all the dishes. And just as they prepare to fetch some water, a knock resonates from the door. Chapter 16, Water Supply Restrictions. It is Zhao Tongfei from Unit 1001 downstairs. In his 30s, Zhao is generally an enthusiastic individual, albeit somewhat enamored with authority. He has recently expressed a desire to work in community service. Today, he has voluntarily taken on the role of a volunteer responsible for notifying residents about the water supply restrictions in their building. In this sweltering heat, walking on the sun-baked pavement could even detach the adhesive from one's shoes. Hence, the community management has requested that each building elect a representative to inform residents. Upon opening the door, Mu's father notices that Unit 1101 has installed 2 doors, prompting a raised eyebrow from Zhao Tongfei. Why have you installed 2 doors? The security in our community is quite good. There's really no need for that. Mu's father chuckles and deftly changes the subject. Zhao, my friend, what brings you here? Please be careful in this heat. We wouldn't want you to suffer from heat stroke. Zhao Tongfei, intrigued by the 2 doors of the Mu household, replies, Our community will soon experience timed water supply restrictions. I saw you hadn't responded in the group chat, so I wanted to ensure you were aware. The water supply will only be available from 6 to 9 in the morning and from 7 to 10 in the evening. If possible, it would be wise to store some water at home. Indeed, Mu's father had been too preoccupied with cleaning to glance at his phone. Appreciating Zhao's kind reminder, he responds with a smile, Thank you. We will certainly take note of that. May I inquire about the reason for these timed restrictions? Are we also facing a water shutdown? Zhao Tengfei waves his hand dismissively, indicating no need for thanks. Yet his expression reveals concern. It said that the heat has led to altered working hours at the water treatment plant. The specifics elude me. Then, attempting to reassure him, Zhao adds, rest assured, we will not be experiencing a water shutdown, as we are fortunate to be connected to the Mother River. Please reply in the group chat shortly. I must inform the residents of Unit 1102, Zhao Tengfei says as he turns to knock on the door of his neighbors, muttering to himself. It's quite peculiar how the residents of the 11th floor seem disinterested in their phones. Upon returning inside, Mu's mother inquires, who is it? What's the matter? It was Zhao Tengfei from downstairs, Mu's father explains. He came to inform us about the timed water supply restrictions. He mentioned that a message was sent in the owner's group chat, and since we didn't respond, he decided to notify us directly. No longer cleaning the trash bin, Mu's father picks up his phone and plops down on the sofa. Suddenly announcing timed water restrictions must have caused quite a stir in the group chat. You all continue with your tasks. I'll just observe the commotion for a moment. With that, he enters the group chat, only to find 99 unread messages, indeed revealing a lively discussion. Dragon AO Tion from Building 17, what on earth? Are we truly facing an apocalypse? Is our water supply also to be cut off? Little one seeking enlightenment. Calm down, everyone upstairs. It's merely a timed restriction, not a complete shutoff. Stay composed. Serenity brings coolness. Supermom, does anyone have bottled water for sale? I'm willing to pay a hefty price. The bottled water company ISNT delivering, and I can't use tap water for my baby-S formula. In these tumultuous times, is it still appropriate to concern ourselves with trivialities? In some areas, water supply has already been severed. Is tap water toxic? How can you speak so? Administrator, please mute the individual above. We all reside in the same community. Let's not quarrel. As for you, Supermom, I possess bottled water, albeit limited in quantity. I can sell you 3 bottles at most. Let us converse privately. After searching fruitlessly for valuable information, Mufu resolved to set his view to only see the administrator's posts. Indeed, he discovered the news he sought. Administrator, attention everyone. As per the previous notice, beginning tomorrow, the community will implement phased water supply. The supply hours are from 6 to 9 in the morning and 7 to 10 in the evening. The announcement mirrored what Zhao Tengfei had stated, and certainly, he would not be foolish enough to disseminate false information easily debunked. The reactions from the public to this announcement were precisely what Mu Fu was interested in. We too shall soon face water and power outages in our community. How can we survive in this sweltering heat? Lamented a resident. I have long foretold the impending apocalypse. Haven't I? Another remarked. My brother-in-law works at the Meteorological Bureau. Do not expect any cooling in the near future. I am hastily packing to return to the countryside tonight. Another added. I've heard the water supply is being halted due to insufficient reservoir levels. However, the government has dispatched a well drilling team, someone reported. This is indeed true. My sister's family in Yuancheng has already completed drilling, another confirmed. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the group chat, Mufu adopted a more serious demeanor. He set his phone down and declared, the government's well drilling team is on its way, and, as Chen mentioned, the water delivery trucks are approaching. We must wash our vegetables promptly. Moo, anxious, counted on her fingers. Yes, we should hurry to wash and dry the vegetables. Acquiring water will become increasingly difficult. Let us also preserve some fresh vegetables for Chen. He loves to eat them, and if we vacuum pack them, it will save considerable space. Upon mentioning their son's preferences, Mufu did not disagree and continued, do not discard the water used for washing the vegetables. It can be saved for flushing the toilet. Furthermore, with the impending water cut, it seems electricity will soon follow. We must expedite our cooking. Meanwhile, Mu Chen sat vacantly, lost in thought. Upon hearing the name Zhao Pengfei, his expression shifted slightly. During the floods, many low-lying areas were submerged, while their elevated community remained habitable above the 7th floor. Zhao Pengfei had relatives who sought refuge during the disaster, and their small abode became overcrowded with 10 individuals. He had intended to extend his hospitality to his own family, but was chased away with a kitchen knife. Zhao, undeterred, always cast a furtive gaze upon Mu Chen's family. However, it was rumored that they, relying on their numbers, had provoked someone while scavenging for supplies and had met with dire consequences. Left behind were frail women, now too fearful to target Mu Chen's family, lest they face retaliation. Chen, what are you pondering? Mu inquired, observing her son's distracted demeanor. Nothing, mother. What were you saying just now? Mu Chen replied. In this lifetime, should Zhao Tongfei and his ilk dare to harbor any ill intentions, he would strike first and eliminate them all. In the post-apocalyptic world, after 7 years of enduring trials between life and death, Mu Chen possessed a profound confidence in his abilities. Mu's mother reiterated, I mentioned that if the water supply is cut off, we will need to prepare additional water for flushing the toilet. Retrieve a larger bucket from the space and save the dirty water from washing the vegetables for that purpose. Nodding in agreement, Mu Chen produced a sizable half-human height bucket and placed it in the kitchen. In Chapter 17, Recruitment for the Well-Digging Team, the trio had clearly defined roles. Mu's mother selected the vegetables, Mu Chen washed them, and Mu's father neatly arranged the clean produce on the drying rack before taking it to the rooftop to sun-dry. Under such weather conditions, 3 hours of sunlight would suffice for complete drying. Throughout the day, the three of them diligently cleaned a quarter of the vegetables stored in their space, with 30% of the washed produce successfully dried, thereby conserving considerable space for Mu Chen. Mu's father cherished the remaining days of internet access, often stealing moments to scroll through his phone. Suddenly, he felt a warm rush below his nose. Mu's mother, what are you looking at? Mu Chen observed the situation and remarked, there seems to be a development. Noticing the heat streaming from his nose, Mu's father looked up to see his wife's eyes glinting with indignation, while their son wore a playful smile. What are you all staring at me for? The weather is just too dry. To prove his innocence, Mu's father turned his phone screen towards them, shaking it in their direction. I was just reading the news. The shopping malls have limited power usage. It seems the residential areas will soon follow suit. Mu Chen approached the kitchen, deftly producing a humidifier, filling it with water, and placing it beside his father. A fine mist emerged, dissipating into the air before it could settle. Indeed, the air was exceedingly dry. Having already washed his nose in the bathroom, Mu's father was now using a tissue to staunch the flow. Glancing at the hygrometer mounted on the living room wall, Mu Chen noted the reading was only 34, barely better than that of a desert. No wonder his father was experiencing a nosebleed. Mu's mother, spotting the hygrometer, gasped in shock. With such low humidity in our home, the fields must be cracked and parched. It was worth noting that this was the result of their family washing vegetables and having plenty of water in the rooms. Mu Chen, having never visited the countryside at this time in his previous life, could only speculate. The fields must be severely dry, and given that the countryside houses were quite low, the rising heat would be even more pronounced. After changing the cotton ball in his nose, Mu's father leaned back against the sofa, which had been covered with a layer of a bamboo mat to alleviate the heat. I once thought the time was too pressing, otherwise we could have gone to the countryside to escape the heat. Thankfully, we didn't. Our high-rise is only a bit warmer at the top. It cools down significantly lower down, and the basement is even 10 degrees cooler. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, a lavishly decorated room illuminated only by a low-wattage energy-saving lamp. The air conditioning was set to a mere 28 degrees. Mayor Liu furrowed his brow, feeling a headache as he reviewed the documents submitted by various towns. Why hasn't the well-digging team sent by the higher authorities arrived yet? Xiaozhong, go and urge them. Check if they've been intercepted by another city. Reports from the towns had long since flooded in, lamenting the drought and the impending death of crops, yet with no rain falling from the sky. He felt utterly powerless to intervene. The water supply plant prioritizes urban water provision, as each village still possesses 1 or 2 wells that barely sustain them. When the city experiences a disruption in its water supply, it becomes a matter of survival. Thus, the decision was made to first cut off the rural water supply. Currently, the townships report that their wells are not drilled deeply enough and have already run dry, making access to drinking water a pressing issue. Mayor Liu is troubled, contemplating that even if he wished to summon rain, the clouds would need to cooperate. Assistant Xiaozhong, holding his phone, made inquiries and respectfully reported, "We are almost there." It is impossible to commence work during the day or travel. It will certainly be slower than usual. Upon hearing this, Mayor Lu's expression brightened significantly, and he pondered. Once the drilling team arrives, direct them to prioritize the townships. The city can still manage for now. Assistant Xiao Zhang acknowledged this and was about to leave when he heard Mayor Lu call out, "Place a call to the chairman of Shangyuan Group. We must resume the production of heat-insulating coatings." Mayor Lu's gaze was firm as he looked out into the pitch-black night. "We also need to acquire the existing inventory of produced coatings. If they refuse, we will invoke wartime regulations to forcibly requisition the current stock." A flicker of alarm crossed Assistant Xiao Zhang's eyes. The mayor was genuinely incensed. Understood. Once Assistant Xiao Zhang departed, Mayor Lu exhaled deeply, collapsing into his chair, his weary face half illuminated by the dim light. From the onset of the disaster, he had reported to the central government, seeking assistance. Yet he had not anticipated that the situation in the capital was even more dire. They were struggling to cope with their own crises, let alone provide aid here. The extent of this drought was beyond what anyone had imagined. In the vast expanse of Huaxia, not a single region was spared. Reports indicated that the southern hemisphere was inundated with floods, causing significant losses across various nations, while the northern hemisphere faced parched lands, devoid of a single drop of rain. Mayor Lu rose and approached the window, gazing out at the city. The Meteorological Bureau's report was grim. Temperatures showed no signs of decline and continued to rise each day. It had already surpassed 50 degrees, and under direct sunlight, surface temperatures soared to 70 degrees. If this trend continues, the only option left would be to evacuate the populace underground. On August 22, 2023, the temperature reached 58 degrees. In the community owners group, the administrator sent a message. "The drilling team has arrived. They need manpower. They offer 500 for a night's work. Is anyone interested?" Supermom commented, "What can 500 buy? A bottle of mineral water costs 50. It would be better to distribute water as wages." Zhang Li from Building 12 typed this line while glancing at her husband, Huang Feng, engrossed in his game of Honor of Kings. A surge of unidentified anger igniting within her. "You good for nothing. Our son has no water to mix his formula. All you do is play games. Perhaps due to the heat." Huang Feng was equally irate. "You're just being miserly. You wasteful woman. $50 for a bottle of water? Do you think earning money is easy?" Zhang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare you speak to me like that? What of it? Are you a princess? Ah, how you have changed since the birth of our child. With so many suitors vying for my affection, had you not promised unwavering devotion, I might have married you. A mere coward. Our home is but a rental. Alas." The infant, still in swaddling clothes, cries out at the sound of parental discord. The relentless heat persists, with only the nighttime temperatures dipping to around 40 degrees Celsius. During the day, venturing outside is impossible, compelling us to navigate the streets only at night for supplies. As we all adapt to a nocturnal existence. Though it is daylight now, our neighbors have long succumbed to slumber, and the sudden disturbance awakens them, filling the air with curses. What a ruckus! Whose child is this, crying without respite? The Mu family has also caught wind of this news, and Mr. Mu feels a stirring of interest. After a lifetime of toil, idleness at home feels oddly uncomfortable. Upon seeing the recruitment notice, he is tempted to try his hand. Chen, do you think joining the well drilling team is feasible? Chapter 18. Bartering grain for compensation, Mu Chen pauses in the midst of washing vegetables, glancing at his father. "Father, you wish to join the well drilling team?" In a previous life, there was indeed a similar recruitment for a well drilling team, offering 500 yuan, but initially, no one was willing to take the job, insisting on receiving food as payment. People are not foolish. Food is exceedingly difficult to procure nowadays, due to government regulations. Supermarkets refrain from arbitrarily hiking prices, yet in the face of scarcity, prices have not surged significantly, although they continue to rise steadily. Currently, a kilogram of rice costs 10 yuan. The situation with food is not the most outrageous. Bottled water has skyrocketed to 30 yuan per bottle. Furthermore, supermarkets have instituted purchase limits, citing the extreme heat as a reason for the inability to restock supplies. The black market is even more outrageous, with prices starting at 3 times the norm. In a previous life, Mr. Mu and Mu Chen ventured into black market dealings. For instance, rice was priced at 30 yuan per kilogram, and it was of poor quality, being merely broken grains. Those who manage to find out about the black market represent only a small portion of the populace. Most people venture out as night falls, lining up at supermarkets, hoping to secure food supplies. For the present populace, bartering grain for compensation seems the only reliable option, as who knows if the 500 yuan in hand will retain its purchasing power in a couple of days. Mu Chen recalls that in his past life, Mr. Mu had not entertained such thoughts, believing at that time that the extreme heat was merely a transient phase. Father, 500 yuan is utterly worthless now. Mr. Mu understands this well, his fingers resting by his side, fidget in contemplation, a habitual gesture of his when deep in thought. After a moment, as if he has reached a resolution, he declares, Chen, although the grain you have there could sustain our family for a lifetime, we cannot afford to live off our reserves, nor can we detach ourselves from society. I have made up my mind. Though 500 yuan is not substantial, it can still procure some food. With natural disasters incessantly occurring, obtaining supplies will become increasingly challenging as time progresses. In expressing this, Mr. Mu has weighed his considerations carefully. In recent days, they have been busy sun-drying vegetables, packaging them for vacuum sealing, thus creating additional space. Moreover, with the weather as it is, the well-drilling team will undoubtedly be in high demand. Learning a few skills will enhance his employability in the future. With Mr. Mu having articulated his thoughts so clearly, Mu Chen finds himself with little to say in response, merely acknowledging his father's determination. Father, please refrain from hastily signing up. I shall accompany you when the time comes. I recall that later, the drilling team struggled to find sufficient manpower, prompting the government to recruit laborers with provisions. It would not be too late to go then. Upon hearing this, Father Mu waved his hand. You cannot go. There is no man at home, and I cannot rest easy knowing your mother is alone. Mother Mu smiled sweetly, though a hint of worry lingered in her expression. Yimping, perhaps you should refrain from going as well, although the work commences at night. The temperature still soars to 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Father Mu's gaze was resolute as he gently patted Mother Mu's shoulders, which seemed to momentarily sag under the weight of her concerns. It is nothing. Your husband has endured hardships before. Have you forgotten how we came to have Chen? I used to labor at the construction site, moving bricks. At that time, they had only been married for a couple of years and had yet to accumulate any savings. After giving birth, Mother Mu struggled with insufficient milk and could only supplement with formula. But how could they afford formula? Recently postpartum and already weakened, she could not leave the house to seek work while caring for the child. Thus, with no other option, Father Mu worked as an electrician by day and toiled for 2 additional hours at the construction site after work, shouldering the weight of their household. Reflecting on those days of mutual support and struggle, Mother Mu felt a pang of nostalgia and sentimentality. As Father Mu met his wife's gaze, his expression softened further, and he spoke gently. There remains much to be done at home. While electricity and gas are still available, let us prepare more cooked meals. The workload is heavy, and you cannot manage it alone. Chen can assist at home, while I shall merely go to gather information. This is a pressing matter. Mu Chen understands the gravity of the situation. However, as Father Mu is over 50 and not as sprightly as before, concern gnawed at him. Father, with so much to be done at home, perhaps it would be best to forego this opportunity. There will be plenty more in the future. Father Mu patted his son's shoulder, recalling the little face that once cried with a rosy hue, waiting for someone to change his diaper. How swiftly the years had passed. Father is no longer a child. If it truly becomes unbearable, I will return. No amount of persuasion would sway Father Mu. He was determined to go, eager to witness for himself the extent to which the water levels in Qinchang had receded. Only by seeing it with his own eyes could he find peace of mind. Even though his son reassured him that the water scarcity in Qincheng was not severe and that the 4 wells had not run dry, he still felt a twinge of unease. What if the flutter of a butterfly's wings brought about unforeseen consequences? resolute in his decision to join the drilling team. Father Mu could not be dissuaded by Mother Mu, who reluctantly prepared him an outing backpack. Inside, she placed vacuum-sealed rice balls, each the size of a fist, totaling 6, along with 6 bottles of mineral water filled with homemade boiled water. Unopened mineral water would attract too much attention, unless one lived in a mining household. How much mineral water could an ordinary family possess? Furthermore, those applying for jobs were likely inadequately prepared, and it was uncertain whether they would view Father Mu as an easy target. Over the next 2 days, the family remained vigilant, monitoring the information within the homeowners group. Indeed, 2 days later, the wage transformed from 500 yuan per day to 20 kilograms of grain, with options for both rice and flour. Upon seeing the news, Father Mu promptly registered with the community manager, starting work that very day, with hours from 9 in the evening until 4 in the morning, allowing for an hour's rest in between. Recently, Mu Chen's family has been preoccupied, scarcely glancing at the group messages. Upon their attention being drawn to the matter, they discovered an incident that had transpired in the community. A female resident on the 12th floor had a violent altercation with her husband over the exorbitant purchase of bottled water, and the situation escalated to such an extent that she threatened to leap from the building. Strangely, the commotion subsided without further incident. Within the homeowners group, some prescient individuals who had stockpiled substantial quantities of bottled water and provisions deemed themselves astute entrepreneurs, selling their wares at inflated prices. Meanwhile, many others were in search of humidifiers. Under the relentless heat, moisture had evaporated, rendering the atmosphere as arid as the new river. If the steam buns were not refrigerated, they could easily serve as hammers by the next meal. Many individuals struggled to acclimate, suffering from nosebleeds, cracked hands and feet, and sleepless nights due to the dryness, conditions that became all too common. During this period, humidifiers in stores were met with frenzied demand. Notably, ambulances arrived nightly to transport individuals, which was alarming enough, but even more unsettling was the presence of hearses in the community. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Mu's mother, filled with concern, busied herself, eager to pack every usable item for Mu's father. Do not skimp on water. If it runs out, call home and have Chen bring you more. If you find a workload overwhelming, return quickly. We can forego the 20 pounds of grain. There's no need to endure for just one night, she fretted. Alas, how could I forget to go to the hospital for a checkup? I wonder if they are still accepting patients. Listening to his wife's incessant worries, Mu's father remained patient, responding gently, "Do not worry. I am more meticulous about my health than anyone else. I shall take my leave." Chapter 19. Halt. A robbery. Mu Chan meticulously secured both doors and turned to his mother, intent on diverting her attention. "Mother, since we have some idle time, why not prepare more of your favorite dish? Braised pig trotters with yellow beans, as father delights in it." They had procured 50 pigs from the slaughterhouse, already butchered upon delivery. Mu Chan retrieved 20 trotters, intending to use them exclusively for the dish. The hair on the trotters had not been thoroughly removed, requiring the use of tweezers, a task demanding great patience, which alleviated some of Mu's mother's anxiety. As she plucked the hair from the trotters, she suggested, "Let us add some kelp to the stew as well." Placing the kelp beside her, Mu Chan prepared to ascend to the upper floor to gather dried vegetables. This task had fallen to him since his father had gone to work at the well drilling team. At that moment, a WeChat video call chimed. Mu Chen pulled out his phone to discover it was Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei, with disheveled hair and a parched, cracked face, radiated concern. "I owe you gratitude for advising me to stockpile food a few days ago. Now, the food supplies have been frantically depleted." He lowered his voice, continuing, "The streetlights outside are turned off, purportedly to alleviate the strain on the power supply. My neighbor's family has run out of provisions and resorted to the black market." "Are you aware of the black market?" he began, but Mu Chun interjected, "Yes, what has happened with your neighbor?" He ventured to the black market for grain, paying a hefty price, but tragically, while walking home, he was assaulted with a black club. The food has run out, and to make matters worse, he was beaten. Upon arriving at the police station to file a report, he found it teeming with people, and the officers were overwhelmed, merely taking a brief statement before dismissing them. Jiang Lei clicked his tongue, expressing his discontent. Although there are cameras installed everywhere along the road, what good are they in the pitch darkness? Chen did not engage, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Is that the purpose of your video call?" Lei raked a hand through his hair, wearing a troubled expression. "Of course not. My father insists on seeking refuge at my aunt's house in Kyoto, but my mother disagrees, citing the numerous belongings we have that cannot be easily moved." They both presented their arguments, leading to daily quarrels at home that left him exasperated, hence his decision to chat with you. In a previous life, Lei's family did indeed seek shelter at his aunt's house, and Chen had presumed they had stockpiled enough food this time to avoid such thoughts. The conditions in Kyoto might not necessarily be better. From what I've seen online, the temperatures are also quite high. Lei nodded, sighing. "I told my father the same, but he adamantly believes that the situation in Kyoto must be better. Regardless, my mother and I are not leaving. In this sweltering heat, the roads had even melted. I plan to stay home and endure." After a brief chat, Chen ended the call. He then ascended to the top floor, placing the dehydrated vegetables into a large iron box he had prepared earlier and arranged the freshly washed vegetables atop them. Time always flies when one is busy. As the clock approached 3:30 in the morning, Chen steamed the last batch of buns and said to his mother, "Mom, I'm going to pick Dad up. Please lock the door at home." "Be careful," she replied. Upon closing the door, the heat enveloped him, and in an instant, Chen's cheeks flushed with warmth. Armed with a flashlight, he first wheeled the small electric scooter out from the parking shed. The tires made a faint hissing sound against the asphalt, even at night. The ground temperature remained above 40 degrees. The drilling team had 4 designated work locations, with the original plan to drill 4 deep wells, each 800 meters deep. Ideally, each direction of the city would have one for easier access to water. However, life is not a novel. After investigation, suitable drilling locations were found to be concentrated in the southwest and northeast corners of the city. After deliberation, it was decided to drill 2 wells, one in the southwest and one in the northeast. The Legion Garden community is relatively close to the drilling site in the southwest corner, so Chen's father was assigned to work there. The scorching wind brushed against his face, evaporating his sweat and providing a momentary relief. After riding for nearly half an hour, Chen arrived at the drilling team just as the workers were finishing for the day. After waiting a while, he spotted his father, who approached with a heavy backpack and a string of empty water bottles, his voice tinged with surprise. "Chen, it's so hot. What brings you here?" Chen first took the sack of rice from his father's back, then retrieved a bottle of cold mineral water from his backpack, which was actually from his spatial storage, and handed it to him. "I heard the security situation hasn't been good lately. It's not safe for you to carry your wages." Hanging a string of mineral water bottles on the bicycle handle, Fu took the half-full bottle from his son's hand and gulped it down, his cracked lips regaining some moisture. "Wait for me here. I'll take the electric bike." "Dad, that bike is years old and almost falling apart." Fu had ridden on a small electric scooter when he arrived, an old companion from his work, purchased 4 or 5 years ago and now nearing its end of life. Chen led his father through a maze of alleys, eventually discovering a secluded spot devoid of surveillance cameras, where he retrieved the mountain bike he had prepared earlier. The trailer attached to the bike was unhitched. It was not yet needed. "Let's ride this. It will run out of power soon, just enough to get us through." In a few days, the electricity would be cut off, making the bicycle a more valuable means of transportation. Thus, Chen rode the small electric scooter while Fu rode the bicycle, exchanging laughter and conversation as they moved forward. Suddenly, the glow from the electric bike illuminated the ground, and Chen keenly observed that something glimmered ahead, suggesting that the road had been strewn with something reflective. It appeared that nails had been scattered on the path. Dismounting, he refrained from advancing, instead using the cover of his backpack to discreetly draw a boning knife, offering one to his father as well. In the distance, 5 individuals were crouching in the greenery, their eyes fixated on the front, with various bags and woven sacks at their feet. Among them, a burly man, tattooed extensively across his bare arms, spat on the ground. "Damn, why aren't they moving? Have they noticed us?" He pointed to a younger accomplice. "You, go check ahead and lure them over." The targeted individual gulped nervously. "Brother Bao, how do I lure them?" I don't know how. Brother Bao kicked him in frustration and cursed, "You fool." Slash their tires. At the very least, divert their attention. He then turned to the others. "You lot, follow me around to their rear." As soon as he finished speaking, they began to move. Just as Brother Bao and his accomplices stealthily advanced through the greenery, a quivering voice shouted, "Don't move. It's a robbery." That dimwit. Brother Bao stumbled, nearly falling, realizing they had been exposed. Fearing that the two easy targets might flee, he disregarded the brambles that scratched his skin and hurriedly jumped out with his accomplices, rushing a few steps forward. "Hand over the bags, and we'll let you go." Chapter 20. The cheaply disposed pig rushing with a knife towards the two hefty targets. Brother Bao was elated to find they hadn't fled. "This road is now under my control. Toss your bags over, and I'll let you leave." Mu Fu, gripping the knife given to him by his son, trembled slightly, glancing at Mu Chen and whispering, "There are only 5 of them. Let us go." Though there were 5, they varied in speed and had spread out considerably. Now was the perfect opportunity to charge forward. Mu Chen shook his head slightly at his father, signaling him to remain composed and vigilant. "Aren't you afraid of being apprehended by the police?" he inquired. The question elicited hearty laughter from Leopard Brother and his companions, who nonchalantly tossed their knives onto their shoulders. Leopard Brother's face contorted into a sinister grin. "Police? Not to mention the power has been cut off on the road, even when it is restored. We have already destroyed all the nearby cameras. Who would know it was us?" He taunted. "Hand over your belongings quickly. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless." Without any cameras, Mu Chen exchanged a knowing glance with his father, and they charged forward in unison. To catch the thief, one must first capture the leader. Mu Chen's target was none other than Leopard Brother. He grasped the tendons on Leopard Brother's forearm and twisted outward. With a clang, the large knife clattered to the ground, and with a deft flick of his foot, Mu Chen sent it flying 3 meters away. Just as Leopard Brother's eyes widened in shock, reaching for his fallen weapon, Mu Chen had already placed a bone knife against his carotid artery. "Do not move. Drop your weapons." Leopard Brother, feeling the cold steel against his neck, panicked and shouted. "Everyone freeze." In an instant, Mu Chen had seized control of the situation, leaving his father dumbfounded. He had foolishly prepared for a close-quarters brawl, and yet it had concluded so swiftly. "Hand over everything you have stolen. Otherwise," Mu Chen applied slight pressure with a bone knife, causing a thin line of red to appear. Sensing the sharp sting at his throat, Leopard Brother's legs nearly buckled. After a lifetime of bullying, he had unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent. "What are you all standing there for? Bring everything out." Several of Leopard Brother's subordinates trembled and hurriedly retreated. In no time, a pile of backpacks and woven bags appeared before Mu Chen. He exchanged a glance with his father, who understood the cue and began loading the items onto their electric vehicle and bicycle, even retrieving the large knife to carry in hand. "Have the road cleared of these items, and I shall let you go," Mu Chen commanded. Leopard Brother agreed repeatedly, and moments later, seeing the path cleared, Mu Chen and his father mounted their vehicles and departed with haste. "Should we pursue them, Brother Leopard?" one of his underlings asked, frustration boiling within him. Leopard Brother glared at the foolish questioner, fuming. Who moved the supplies most cheerfully? Is he a traitor? Pursue? Not a chance. Who told you to bring the supplies out? Rubbing his sore head, Big Clever felt aggrieved. "Leopard, Brother Leopard, you. Damn, my large knife. It's not easy to replace." The vehicle, laden with supplies, became burdensome to ride. As Mu Chen pedaled, he remained alert, searching for a concealed spot. Riding the small electric scooter, Mu Chen's father gazed at him with shining eyes. "Son, that move you performed to disarm them. What technique was that?" "Technique? It hardly qualifies as such. It's merely a rough method I developed over 7 years for self-preservation." Mu Chen replied, wishing to spare his father any worry. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you when we return home." As they approached a narrow alley, Mu Chen suggested, "Let us stop up ahead and tidy things up." By stowing the items acquired through their cunning, the two set forth on their journey with lighter loads. Upon returning home, the father and son found that Mother Mu had already prepared the meal and drawn the bathwater. In the current climate, the water from the tap remains warm only for about 10 minutes. After that, one must mix a bit of scalding hot water from the balcony water tank with some cool water to create a suitable bathing temperature. This method also conserves electricity. Mother Mu, noticing the salt grains clinging to Father Mu's clothes, felt a pang of sympathy. With the bathwater ready, she urged him to wash up quickly. After that, she turned her gaze toward Mu Chen. I have chilled some honeysuckle tea in the refrigerator. Let's enjoy it during dinner. Aware of his own unpleasant odor and fearing it might offend his wife, Father Mu hastily retreated into the bathroom, neglecting to boast about his successful counter-heist earlier that day. Your father is done. You should wash up too. Although Mu Chen had only been out for a short time, the sweltering heat, nearing 40 degrees Celsius, had drenched him in sweat. This was still evening. During the day, with the scorching sun, temperatures could soar to nearly 60 degrees. At last, both had bathed, and the meal was laid out. Considering the sweltering weather, Mother Mu had prepared stir-fried water spinach, scrambled eggs with loofah, blanched vegetable hearts, and a refreshing winter melon and ham soup. However, upon seeing the spread of vegetarian dishes, Mu Chen's face turned pale. Mom, after such a hard day at work, why is it all vegetarian? Vegetables are great. They won't cause heatiness in this summer heat. Mother Mu replied, her hands trembling as she held the chopsticks. Her eyes filled with apprehension. How could you be so reckless? There were 5 people. Did you threaten them with a knife? Earlier, while Mu Chen was bathing, he had overheard Father Mu recounting the incident, which sent a chill down Mother Mu's spine. Father Mu spoke of the event with exhilaration, igniting her anger to the point where she slapped him. Such a fool. Just recalling the scene made her heart race, and her eyes glistened with tears. If you encounter such a situation again, run. Nothing is more important than your life. Standing, Mu Chen patted Mother Mu's back, comforting her. I'll listen to you. And next time, I'll definitely run fast. Goodness, there won't be a next time. Indeed, there will be no next time. Only then did Mother Mu's tears cease to well up. Relieved, Father Mu dared not mention the spoils of their earlier escapade and quickly shifted the topic. Today, while working with the well drilling team, I heard some news. Apparently, the pig farm in the west of the city can no longer sustain its operations and is selling at a low price. Should we consider it? Mother Mu's attention was indeed diverted. How could they be unable to sustain it? Upon hearing low price, she instinctively thought of sick pigs. Are they sick pigs? We cannot take those. Of course not. The information came from a government official. Who would dare sell sick pigs to the government? Upon hearing that they were not sick, Mu Chen expressed confusion. With prices rising for everything, how could pork be cheap? Father Mu placed a piece of vegetable heart in his bowl and sighed. It's due to a water shortage. On such a sweltering day, even the water for consumption is nearly depleted. It would be wise to slaughter the pigs sooner rather than later, lest they perish from thirst. With an increase in the number of deceased pigs, the potential for an outbreak of disease also looms. Chapter 21. Humanity and Adaptation. Mu Chen found it peculiar that the large-scale sale of pork from the breeding farm should not be a trivial matter. He had never heard of such occurrences in his past life at this time. Father, where did you hear this news? He inquired. In response, Mu's father expressed his astonishment. Chuckling, it is largely thanks to the Huaxiang Zhengqi solution you had stashed in your backpack. A rather unassuming government official, likely accustomed to office work, went to inspect a well-drilling site and fainted unexpectedly. The factory came to a near standstill, and with the current high demand, the Huaxiang Zhengqi solution is a rare find. I was the only one present with it, and after administering 2 bottles, he finally regained consciousness. The leaders of the drilling team referred to him as Assistant Zhang, and it seemed they were rather anxious about him, indicating he holds a significant position. Assistant Zhang? Mu Chen's eyes glimmered. Could it possibly be the same Assistant Zhang who had once served Mayor Liu in his previous life? Later, when the area was devoid of others, Assistant Zhang came to express his gratitude and subsequently shared this information with me, stating it was primarily to provide a benefit for the civil servants, urging me to keep it confidential. After recounting the sequence of events, Mu's father turned to Mu Chen, uncertainly questioning. Assistant Zhang mentioned that if you wish to go, just bring some money and head to the breeding farm in the west of the city at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. He did not specify the price. What do you think, Chen? Given that it was a government official speaking and likely the mayor's secretary, the credibility was quite high. Mu Chen nodded in agreement. We could go and see. If the information is false, it would merely entail an extra trip, which would not result in significant loss. At that moment, Mu's mother interjected with a query. Purchase with money? How much do we have left? Recently, the responsibility for procuring supplies had fallen to Mu's father and Mu Chun, leaving Mu's mother somewhat in the dark regarding their finances. Mu Chun, who habitually organized the supplies daily and kept track of their funds, promptly replied, "We have over 25,000. Mu's father pulled out his phone to check. "I have 9,367 here." Upon hearing the figures exchanged between father and son, Mu's mother's brow furrowed. "With over 30,000, how much meat can we buy?" Even without a natural disaster, supermarket pork is priced around 15 to 16 per pound. And now it will only be higher. We should buy as much as we can, and I will also bring some grain to see if we can trade it. Mu Chan suggested, recognizing that their stock of meat was somewhat lacking. This opportunity could allow them to procure more. Seeing that Mu Chun deemed the information reliable, Mu's father felt a sense of pride. "You see, my involvement with the drilling team has its advantages. How many ordinary folks can stumble upon such a bargain?" Indeed, Mu Chun had never encountered such news in his previous life. With this revelation, Mu's mother felt considerably reassured. Ignoring Mu's father's boastfulness, she turned to Mu Chun and remarked, "Also, due to the drying of vegetables and fruits, we have cleared out quite a bit of space. I will accompany you tomorrow." Understanding the severity of the heat outside, Mu Chun did not wish for his mother to endure such discomfort and quickly replied, "No need. I can manage on my own." Understanding that her son wished to spare her from suffering, Mu's heart swelled with joy, though her expression remained serious. "What? Is your mother old and useless?" Mu Chun shook his head vigorously, repeating, "No way, Mom. There is still so much to sort out at home. We can't do without your guidance. Don't try to intimidate me with this. It's settled. We will go together tomorrow." She was no delicate flower. What harm was there in enduring the heat? Sooner or later, one must adapt. Aware that both her husband and son were concerned for her well-being, not wanting her to endure the high temperatures, she mused that one could not remain indoors for a lifetime. After dinner, with dawn approaching, Mu Chun tightly drew the curtains and placed a heat-insulating board behind them before returning to sleep. The next day, Mu's father went to work at the well-drilling team as usual, his backpack stocked with 6 bottles of herbal essence, having learned from yesterday's experience. In addition to the 6 bottles of mineral water, he also prepared a large water cup, suitable for 2 liters, typically used by construction workers. If it gets too hot, mix the herbal essence with the mineral water, Mu's mother advised. Once Mu's father left, she donned eye sleeves and a hat that shielded her neck, completing her ensemble with a pair of sunglasses. Fully equipped, she turned to Mu Chun and declared, "Let us set off." "But Mom, why are you wearing that?" "It's not even sunny outside," Mu Chun queried. Touching the eye sleeves, Mu's mother felt uncertain yet replied with a smile, "Heat radiation is still radiation. If it can block UV rays, it should help with this too." Let her be pleased, Mu Chun thought. As he opened the door, Mu Chun asked, "Mom, are you ready?" The moment they stepped outside, the air that filled Mu's lungs felt scorching. Within seconds, her shirt was drenched in sweat. Moreover, her face flushed, resembling someone in a sauna, with moisture rising from her hair. In contrast, Mu Chun, perhaps accustomed to such high temperatures, felt hot but only broke a light sweat. "How about some water?" he suggested, reaching into his backpack to discreetly retrieve some chilled mineral water, but Mu's mother stopped him. "No need. Let us hurry." The two hastened to the garage and brought out Mu's SUV. After Mu Chun ignited the engine, he immediately turned on the air conditioning. The cool air wafted like white mist across Mu's face, finally alleviating the heat from her apple-red cheeks. Yet, her demeanor was somber as she sighed, spending all day indoors. "I had no idea it was so hot outside. If it's like this at night, how exaggerated must it be during the day? At this rate, will humanity have a future?" Understanding her concerns, Mu Chun gently patted her shoulder, his calm voice resonating with strength. "It will be all right. Have you noticed how much more resilient people have become to the heat? Humanity will endure." Upon arriving at the breeding farm in the west of the city, after assessing the condition of the pigs and their enclosures, Mu Chun approached the person in charge directly. "How much is the pork?" The bare-armed Jiang Yunfeng pointed to the drooping pigs behind the railing, speaking in a nonchalant tone. 20 yuan per gene, regardless of slaughtering. If you want one, take it directly to Wei. Mu Chun frowned. No slaughtering? How are we supposed to process it? The workers have all abandoned their posts, and I am unable to find anyone to assist. If you wish to proceed, you must offer compensation, otherwise, do not bother. Mu Chun remained silent, while others behind him exclaimed, "What kind of manner is this? Is this how you conduct your business?" Jiang Yunfeng shot a disdainful glance at the person. "If you're not buying, then leave. The losses at the pig farm are staggering. 20 yuan per pound is already quite reasonable. If it weren't for the government's influence and the urgency of selling the pigs before they perish, I wouldn't sell them at such a low price. Currently, grain is selling for over 20 yuan per pound." Faced with such a reprimand, the individual dared not utter another word. Mu Chun observed that the pigs had lost considerable weight. A single pig now weighed approximately 200 pounds. With over 30,000 yuan, he could purchase merely 8 pigs. There were at least 100 pigs in total, and Mu Chun wished to acquire more. Leaning closer to Jiang Yunfeng, he said, "Brother, I have a word." Jiang Yunfeng assumed he intended to haggle, glaring fiercely. "This is the absolute minimum price." Chapter 22. The piglets' shout drew the attention of several onlookers. Yet Mu Chun remained unfazed under their scrutiny. "I'm not here to negotiate." Stepping closer to Jiang Yunfeng, he lowered his voice. "The issue is that my funds are rather limited. Could we possibly barter with other goods?" Jiang Yunfeng's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled Mu Chun aside, exclaiming excitedly, "Do you have bottled water?" Mu Chun had initially intended to mention grain, but swiftly changed his response. "Yes, can we exchange?" Bottled water is indeed a valuable commodity. Currently, no bottled water is being imported, yet the elite and celebrities exclusively consume it. With 2 decades of keen business acumen, Jiang Yunfeng concluded that stockpiling bottled water now would yield substantial profits in the future. "I require unopened bottled water. Do not attempt to deceive me with tap water." Mu Chun affirmed earnestly. "Absolutely not. How shall we calculate the exchange?" "That depends on the brand of your bottled water," Jiang Yunfeng replied. "Common brands like Nongfu and Yibao will fetch a much lower price." As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together, his eyes narrowing into slits of amusement. "However, if it's Iyun or Illusory glacier water, that would be quite valuable." Mu Chun glanced at his inventory. Apart from the bottled water, his supermarket already stocked. There was hardly any left. In total, there were only 180 cases of 24 bottles each. Nevertheless, due to his mother's decision to establish the supermarket near an upscale residential area, there was a considerable proportion of premium bottled water brands. How much pork can 500 milliliters of Iyun water be exchanged for? Without a clear price, the exchange seemed nebulous, and Jiang Yunfeng grinned. "I want to mislead you. 1 bottle will get you 2 pounds of pork." As Mu Chun prepared to respond, his mother, fearing he might not grasp the nuances of negotiation, stepped forward with a calm demeanor. "Earlier, you stated that pork is priced at 20 yuan per pound. Typically, a 500 milliliter bottle of Iyun water sells for 5 yuan, and now farmers are pricing it at 20 yuan per bottle, marking a 10-fold increase. By that calculation, a bottle should be worth 2.5 pounds of pork. Correct?" Jiang Yunfeng, now visibly flushed, retorted, "Times have changed. Every brand of bottled water is equally valued. It's quite advantageous to offer you 1 pound of pork for a bottle." Mother Mu smiled gently, maintaining a steady pace in her speech. "Since you put it that way, let us negotiate with the farmer." "How can that be?" "This is intended for the affluent residents of the Villa District." Jiang Yunfeng managed to force a smile. "Let us say, a bottle of water for 2.5 pounds of pork." Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was about to head to the SUV to discreetly transfer the Iyun mineral water when he noticed Mother Mu raise a finger, shaking her head with a shrewd merchant smile. "No, 1 bottle for 3 pounds. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yunfeng weakly responded, "Deal. I will take you to select the pigs." Upon arriving at the pigsty, it was meticulously cleaned, though a faint odor lingered. Jiang Yunfeng pulled out a stack of green sticky notes and directed Mu Chun, "Stick one on whichever pig you fancy. We'll weigh them together later." Mu Chun observed that among the pigs, not only were there mature pigs ready for sale, but also some young pigs, and even piglets weighing around 20 to 30 pounds. Perhaps the piglets born in the heat adapted better to high temperatures, as they appeared livelier than the others. Are all the pigs for sale? Even the piglets? Jiang Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively. All are for sale. Once the pigs are sold, I will head to my son's home in the city. I've heard they still have a water supply there. Unlike here, where the water has long ceased. I must travel to the neighboring villages to fetch water just to barely sustain myself, my wife, and these pigs. Mu Chen and Mother Mu tagged the more spirited pigs, selecting 35 large ones and 4 piglets, 2 males and 2 females. After they completed their selections, Jiang Yunfeng regarded them with a knowing look. I've heard from the village elders that this drought is a rare occurrence, once in 60 years, and the water shortage may persist for many years. Raising pigs consumes a considerable amount of water. His words were a well-meaning reminder, to which Mu Chen smiled. I understand. I shall give it a try. By the way, do you sell the feed? Of course I do, since I won't be using it anymore. It's a good way to recoup some costs, Jiang Yunfeng replied, clearly pleased. Mu Chen purchased all the feed available, given that it was originally intended for disposal. Jiang Yunfeng offered a remarkably generous price. After weighing everything, Mu Chen settled the bill with all the cash he had at home, along with 40 boxes of Iyun mineral water. However, the numerous live pigs could not fit in the SUV they had driven. Ultimately, they offered 3 bottles of mineral water as compensation to rent Jiang Yunfeng's large truck, which he typically used for transporting goods. Could you assist me in finding someone to slaughter the pigs? I will pay for the service. Before boarding the vehicle, Mu Chen, not yet resigned, inquired once more. Jiang Yunfeng shrugged his shoulders and sighed. I truly cannot find anyone. Besides, even if someone were found, there is no means to operate. The slaughterhouse has long been cut off from electricity and water. With that, Mu Chen had no choice but to transport the pigs to the warehouse at Jingyun Community, which he had rented for a month and had not yet expired. With the keys still in his possession, Mother Mu used the SUV to transport the 4 piglets home, as she was unable to manage carrying them alone and had to wait in the vehicle for Mu Chen's return. At that moment, Mu Chen was diligently assisting the workers in herding the pigs into the warehouse and unloading the feed. As the workers departed, Mu Chen stored the feed in his space and closed the door. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Mu Chen and his mother carried 2 piglets at a time, placing them in one of the rooms on the attic floor in 2 trips. Slumped on the sofa, Mu Chen glanced at his mother, who was similarly reclined. Mom, do you know how to slaughter pigs? Chapter 23. Power outage. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Mu's mother felt severely dehydrated. After gulping down half a bottle of cool tea from the coffee table, she replied, Do I look like someone who knows how to slaughter pigs? Hearing this, Mu Chen was undeterred. I can always learn. With the internet still functional, he searched for videos on rural pig slaughtering and showed them to his mother on his laptop. A pig weighs at least 200 pounds. Can we manage? There were 5 or 6 men holding it down in the video. Use this. Mu Chen revealed a high-voltage stun gun in his palm. We can stun the pig with this, sever the carotid artery, let it bleed out, and I'll store it in my space for later processing. We still have not consumed the 100 pigs we bought earlier. We must prepare these 30 before the pork runs out. Mu's mother nodded, then pushed herself up and headed to the bathroom. I'll take a shower and then have lunch. After that, we'll give it a try. Since the complete shutdown began, their daily routines had drastically changed. The lunch she referred to was actually around midnight. Both were too exhausted to cook, so Mu Chen retrieved 2 portions of cold noodles from his space, leftovers from a snack street. The sour and spicy, chewy cold noodles went down easily, and Mu Chen took out a chilled watermelon, slicing it in half for them to scoop out with spoons. Chen, don't throw away the watermelon rind. The white part can be used to make noodles, and the outer skin can be dried to brew tea, which cools and quenches thirst. Mu's mother was determined to discard nothing, seeking to extract new value from everything. Their household waste had significantly diminished, a welcome change given that the garbage truck only came every 3 days, causing the community bins to overflow, with unpleasant odors permeating the air. After their meal, they hurried to the warehouse to test Mu Chen's method. Though it was laborious, the approach proved effective. However, The expressions of the other pigs nearby were filled with terror, raising concerns about whether this would affect the meat quality. Hadn't tea experts claimed that pigs slaughtered in a state of happiness yield better flavor? Yet, there was no time to ponder such matters now. After slaughtering 8 pigs in succession, Moo's mother, supporting her aching back, straightened up and noticed the dawn approaching. Let's call it a day. You go fetch your father. I'll return home to cook. But these pigs... The warehouse was a single-story structure with the sun beating down, the indoor temperature soaring to 80 degrees without air conditioning. Could these pigs endure? Simply leaving them, there was not an option. Chen contemplated for a moment, then produced several large basins filled with ice. This is the best I can do. Whether they survive or not is up to fate. Thus, Chen went to fetch someone while his mother prepared the meal at home. Moo's mother first filled a basin with water and placed it in the pigsty, then retrieved a piece of pork and garlic shoots from the refrigerator, intending to make braised noodles. After washing the pork, she placed it in the basin to soak, but it took 10 minutes to fill it only halfway. Lost in thought, Moo's mother murmured to herself, "The water flow is becoming thinner. It must be about to stop. I need to quickly finish preparing the pork." Mayor Lu had just signed a disaster relief document and was now physically and mentally exhausted, leaning back in his chair. A few hours earlier, the waterworks had submitted a report indicating that the reservoir was on the verge of depletion and would cease water supply the following day. Rubbing his aching temples, Mayor Lu inquired of his assistant, Xiao Zhang, who had just returned from inspecting the well drilling team. "You want to check yesterday? How is the drilling progressing? When can we expect water?" Xiao Zhang had retained this information in his mind, and upon being questioned by the mayor, he cautiously replied, "The drilling is nearly complete. We expect it to finish by tomorrow." But what? Mayor Lu pressed. "The well cannot be immediately put to use. There's too much silt, and it needs to settle for a while," Xiao Zhang explained. Mayor Lu's brows knitted tightly as he sternly declared, "We must use it regardless. Add purification tablets to the extracted water, and starting tomorrow, arrange for water trucks to deliver water to the residents. In extraordinary times, we must employ extraordinary measures. After all, silt won't kill anyone." As they were speaking, there was a sudden knock on the door, causing Mayor Lu's heart to race. "Come in," he called. A young staff member rushed in, breathless. "Mayor, the power is out. The temperature is too high, and the lines have sustained severe damage. Additionally, much of the equipment at the power plant is inoperable." The staff member hesitated to continue, and at that moment, the lights in the office flickered before plunging the entire room into darkness. After a brief pause, Mayor Lu's face was illuminated by candlelight, exuding an unusual calm. "Notify the community workers to reassure the residents and prepare the underground cooling shelters. First, we must relocate the elderly and children with weaker constitutions. Arrange for the military to escort a supply of diesel and generators to all hospitals. Once the task is completed, they should remain stationed at the hospitals to ensure the safety of electricity and personnel. Prepare additional emergency lights for the well drilling team. The priority is to ensure their operational speed. As long as the temperature remains high, the day of reckoning is inevitable. We have already convened countless meetings on countermeasures, and directives will be issued swiftly." At that moment, Chen was walking with his father along the road, oblivious to the darkness that had long engulfed the streetlights. It was only upon returning to their community that they realized the elevator was out of service and understood that the power had been cut off. Exchanging a glance with his father, they hurriedly ascended the stairs, just as they encountered Zhao Tongfei descending. Zhao was drenched in sweat, his collar soaked through. Upon seeing the Mu family, he called out, "Where are you headed? Quickly return home. The community is without power. I'm going to ask the property management what is going on." Without waiting for a response, he dashed down the stairs, panting heavily. Arriving at their doorstep, Chen was just opening the door when he heard a creaking sound behind him. Professor Fong and his family emerged, and, upon seeing Chen and the others, mistakenly believed they had just left home. They called out, "Brother Chen, are you heading to the garage as well? Where's your sister-in-law?" Teacher Zheng, holding his young daughter, was accompanied by Fong Zhanjiao, who fanned his mother and sister with a handheld fan, perhaps due to their prolonged stay in the air-conditioned room. The little girl, her cheeks flushed and her gaze somewhat dazed, appeared to be suffering from mild heat stroke. In their haste to reach the garage, no one noticed her condition. Mu Fu, however, observed this and, disregarding the need to clarify that they were not leaving but had just returned, spoke rapidly. Is Xianting feeling unwell? Upon hearing this, Teacher Zeng glanced down and gasped, pressing his hand to his daughter's forehead. You're burning up? Professor Feng dashed back home, retrieving a chilled bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator. Upon witnessing this, Mu Fu pointed towards the open door behind them, noting that the power outage had likely just begun, leaving the house cooler than outside. Had it not been for Mu Fu's reminder, they might have overlooked the little girl's mild heat stroke, and they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to him. Yes, it was my oversight. By Xiang Zhanjiao, please take Xianting back inside while I go down to turn on the air conditioning in the car for a moment. Chapter 24. Turning on the air conditioning in the car, Teacher Zeng took his son and daughter back into the house, while Professor Feng, grateful for Mu Fu's assistance, hurried downstairs, his thoughts consumed with concern for his daughter. Outside, the commotion, even through two closed doors, roused Mu, who peered through the peephole to confirm that Mu Chun and the others had returned before cautiously opening the door crack. Coming quickly, don't let the cool air escape. Once they had entered, Mu added, the power's out, and I can't fix the circuit. I was just wondering when you'd be back. Although solar panels had been installed in the house, the power lines remained connected to the outside, as there had been no previous outages. The electricity generated by the solar panels was linked to a battery, and it is worth mentioning that Mu Chun had stockpiled a considerable amount of large-capacity batteries, most of which had already been charged with solar energy in recent days. Upon hearing this, Mu Fu went to the terrace to adjust the power line. Afterward, as he prepared to flip the circuit breaker to turn on the air conditioning, Mu Chun intervened, saying, Dad, wait. With the sudden power outage, everyone is likely seeking refuge in the underground parking lot. We should check the situation down there. Although their family was well prepared and could comfortably endure the oppressive heat until the disaster passed, it was crucial to remain connected with the outside world and stay informed. If anyone harbored ill intentions towards their home, they needed to be vigilant. Though Mu Chun did not articulate his unspoken thoughts, Mu Fu and the others quickly grasped this point and agreed to follow the crowd to assess the situation. They did not turn on the air conditioning, but they did flip the circuit breaker, ensuring the refrigerator remained operational to preserve the food inside. Additionally, Mu Chun packed the braised noodles from the table into storage containers, placing them into his backpack before they set off. Before long, the family arrived at the underground parking lot. As they approached, they were met with a throng of people. The crowd so dense that shouts and curses could be heard emanating from within. The oppressive heat is unbearable, and now we are plunged into darkness. How could this be? What is the government doing? Why has no one come to restore the power? Who trampled on my child? The thought is infuriating. At this moment, a few vehicles are hastily departing, their speed indicating a clear intent. Mu Father glances over and mutters, daylight is approaching. Why are they rushing out from the underground parking instead of staying put? Without further contemplation, Mu Father and Mu Chun extend their arms protectively around Mu Mother, and the family begins to squeeze inward. The residents of this community are a mixed bunch: homeowners, renters, people from all walks of life. Now, crammed together in the basement, the clamor is incessant, accompanied by an indescribable stench pervading the air. Recently, water supply has been restricted, with only a few hours of availability each day, and the flow diminishes further. Even if one were to fill buckets continuously, it would suffice only for meals, and bathing becomes a challenge. Most resort to a basin of water, casually wiping down with a towel, while laundry has become a distant luxury. Consequently, the majority of people appear disheveled, as if they have just emerged from pickle jar. Before the water restrictions took effect, various containers were filled in anticipation, leaving no space to maneuver within the home, with 3 large water tanks as well. Although water consumption has been conservative during this period, Mu Mother feels that it is not significantly different from usual. At least there are still clothes to change into, a sight she has never encountered before. Surveying her surroundings, she notices that women with long hair are scarce. In an effort to conserve water and stay cool, most have opted for short hairstyles. Aside from Mu Mother, whose hair is elegantly pinned up, the others barely reach shoulder length. Some men, seeking relief from the heat, sport shaved heads and roam about in nothing but shorts, their bare torsos exposed. Moo Mother gasps in astonishment. After a moment, she composes herself and closely follows her husband and son. In contrast, Moo Father remains unperturbed. Having worked for days with the well-digging team, he is accustomed to the acrid sweat of physical labor, and the scent in the basement seems quite ordinary to him. As for Moo Chun, having returned after 7 years in a post-apocalyptic world, he is no stranger to squalor and feels no discomfort. He recalls a time when he went a whole year without a bath, and even a mere rub of his body would yield a surprising amount of grime. As they proceed, they suddenly spot a white Volkswagen encircled by a crowd, all pointing and murmuring. Upon closer inspection, they see a disheveled woman cradling an infant, desperately pleading at the car window. "Please, can you let us in for a moment?" The adults can endure the heat, but the child is too young to withstand such high temperatures. Her voice trembles on the verge of tears. "Just let us cool off for a bit, and we promise to leave as soon as the power returns." From Moo Chen's perspective, the occupants of the car remain unseen. But he watches as the woman hurriedly retrieves a pack of Oreos from her clothing and holds it up to the window. "I can pay you. How about 2 packs of Oreos? Please let us in." At this juncture, the onlookers can no longer contain themselves and begin to chastise the driver. How heartless! What harm would it do to let them in? How much extra fuel could it possibly cost? It is not as if there were no available spots. Why deny someone the opportunity to board? The hearts of people have grown cold. It is but a trivial effort to assist. Yet the unwillingness to help reveals a deep-seated selfishness. Moo Chun and the others chose not to listen any longer, hastening to their vehicle. Once inside their SUV, fearing that Moo's mother might relent, Moo Chun tentatively broached the subject. "Mother, do you not think the car owner is exceptionally inconsiderate?" He had anticipated a sharp rebuke aimed at the owner, but to his surprise, Moo's mother looked at him in astonishment, almost as if to say, "Are you all right? Why should I regard the car owner as inconsiderate? It is their vehicle, and how they choose to manage it is their prerogative. Frankly, it is those who only know how to exploit the generosity of others who are truly distasteful." With a sigh of relief, Moo Chun considered that if the situation were reversed, he would certainly not open the door. Who could tell if they were merely inviting in a thankless ingrate, whether labeled as heartless or unfeeling? Amidst the relentless and harsh trials of nature, Moo Chun had no surplus kindness to spare for strangers. With only 3 members in their household and a 5-seater SUV, they too could easily fall victim to such moral coercion. Thus it was prudent to remain cautious. Moo's mother's response alleviated Moo Chen's concerns, and he turned to his father. But before he could speak, Moo's father waved his hands dismissively. "I would not let them in either. As the novels say, the saint dies first, dragging the whole family down with them. I shall not exhibit misplaced benevolence." Moo Chun chuckled and retrieved a container from his bag, distributing a portion to each. They had all endured a taxing day, so it was best to eat promptly. The basement remained in disarray, yet the enticing aroma of braised noodles wafted through the air. As Moo's father accepted his bowl of noodles, he inquired, upon arriving home, a series of events unfolded, and I neglected to ask. Chung mentioned that there are still about 20 pigs in the warehouse. When can we find the time to attend to them? Chapter 25. Disturbance in the parking lot earlier on the road. Moo Chun had already briefed his father on the situation. Upon learning that the pigs had been brought back alive and that the farm showed no concern for their slaughter, Moo's father was left utterly dumbfounded. When Moo Chun mentioned that they had already dispatched 8, his father felt a swell of pride in his son's capabilities. Moo's mother maintained a neutral expression, lifting her noodles to dangle in front of the air vent of the passenger seat. "What is the rush? It is too hot to work during the day. Let us rest and address it later." After toiling all night, Moo's father found his arms so weary he could barely lift them, yet he still fretted. There are only a few tubs of ice inside. The pigs want to suffocate. Will they? If they perish in this heat, they will be inedible after a few hours, and I worry about the risk of disease spreading to the others. That will not do. I must go check on them, he resolved. Hearing this, Moo's mother immediately shot him a disapproving glare. "You must not go. Do you truly believe your body is made of iron?" Understanding that her words stemmed from concern, Moo's father felt a warmth in his heart and softened his demeanor. Gently urging, What if they have died? It would be a waste. Moo's mother frowned, about to respond, when at that moment, a community worker, adorned with a volunteer insignia and holding a loudspeaker, approached. Everyone, please be quiet. I am a staff member from our chrysanthemum garden community. During the peak hours of electricity consumption, a transformer malfunctioned, and personnel have been dispatched for urgent repairs. Please remain calm. Upon the arrival of community staff, a group of elderly individuals quickly gathered around, clamoring with questions. When will the power be restored? We'll be back before sunrise? The delay is causing the perishables in my refrigerator to spoil. What about those of us without vehicles? It's unbearably hot here. The community staff, overwhelmed by the noise, raised a loudspeaker to their lips and commanded, "Everyone, please be silent and listen to me." Meanwhile, noticing the community staff's arrival, Chen covered the unfinished food in his container and suggested softly, "Let us go down and take a look." It was difficult to hear from the car, as the community staff stood in the middle of the parking lot. Fearing they might miss important updates, Moo's parents had no objections as they quickly exited the vehicle. On their way to the parking lot center, they encountered Professor Fong, who, upon spotting Chen and the others, brightened up and waved enthusiastically. Receiving a similar response from Moo's father, Professor Fong squeezed through the crowd and exclaimed, "Why is everyone out here? Did you leave anyone in the car?" Moo's father responded with equal vigor, "We came out to see. Don't misunderstand. The shouting is merely due to the overwhelming noise. Otherwise, no one could hear." After a considerable struggle, they finally drew closer. The government is indeed concerned for the well-being of its citizens. Tomorrow, as soon as the sun sets, water trucks will arrive to distribute water. Mayor Liu has anticipated such circumstances during this power outage and has arranged cooling centers. Any elderly individuals over 60, children under 10, or pregnant women may go to these cooling points. If there are children under 5, an adult may accompany them as an exception. However, please note that the shelters will only provide one meal per day, so everyone should bring their own provisions. Those interested in attending can come to me with their identification for registration. Before long, the volunteers found themselves surrounded. None of the Mu family qualified for the criteria and remained stationary. In contrast, the Fong family had a 3-year-old daughter, prompting Mu's father to lean closer to Professor Fong and inquire quietly, "What do you think? Does your family wish to go?" Professor Fong resolutely shook his head. "No, our family will not be separated. Who knows what conditions the cooling center might present? What if it's inadequate and filled with children? Besides, even the best shelter cannot compare to being together as a family, free from worry for one another." Mu's father nodded in agreement and refrained from further discussion. At that moment, a tattooed young man with bleached hair stomped his foot and yelled carelessly, "Only the elderly and children can go? Are we not human? Are we to suffer in this heat?" Another voice chimed in, "Those with cars are better off, hiding in their vehicles with air conditioning while they pollute the parking lot with exhaust fumes, making it even hotter." The young man, increasingly agitated, kicked a post and cursed. "If I can't have air conditioning today, neither will any of you. I'll smash my car." As the sweltering heat stirred a sense of anxiety among the populace, those without vehicles began to emerge in response to the prevailing agitation. While drivers remained comfortably ensconced in their air-conditioned sanctuaries, we were left to inhale the noxious fumes. It was unclear who instigated this unrest, but soon, individuals began to ascend onto cars, pounding on them, causing those inside to scream in terror. In a fleeting moment of chaos, some took advantage of the pandemonium, forcibly seizing water from the frail and vulnerable. "Ah, they've robbed me. My water. Give my water back," one cried out, while another lamented, "They're even stealing my buns. Have they lost their minds? A child wail, Mom. My Wangzai." Observing this tumultuous scene, community workers swallowed nervously, their legs trembling beneath their trousers. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed, causing the air to freeze for an instant, followed by a cacophony of screams. With that shot, a resolute man clad in a light green short-sleeve shirt stepped forward, flanked by a uniformed contingent. This is the 3rd detachment of the armed police. Everyone remained still. The police swiftly gained control of the situation, recovering much of what had been stolen. "We are here to escort individuals to cooling shelters. Those who meet the criteria, please present your identification for registration, declared Li Wutao. Immediately, someone set up a table on which a notebook was placed. In no time, a line began to form. Li Wutao scanned the surroundings, his demeanor grave. We are in a special period. Please assist as much as you can. If there are any vehicles with available seats, we hope to accommodate some people. Some cheers caught in throats. Li Wutao continued. Of course, this is contingent upon the vehicle owner's consent and appropriate compensation. At that moment, a hand was raised, and a voice called out, "What if we are willing to provide supplies, yet they refuse to board?" Another voice chimed in, "Are we to endure the heat outside, simply because we lack transport?" Li Wutao slowly turned, his sharp gaze fixed on the speaker as he replied firmly, "It is their vehicle. If they choose to allow you to enter for relief, that is a kindness, but if they do not, that is their prerogative. Do you believe that your plight entitles you to a rite of passage? Indeed, it is their vehicle, and whether you are permitted to seek refuge within depends on your rapport with them." This pointed remark bridged the gap between Li Wutao and the crowd. A woman, clutching a small boy, mustered her courage to inquire, "Is there any indication of when we might receive a call?" Kai Tingting expressed her concern. "Our refrigerator is stocked with perishable goods. Those were high-priced items my husband procured from the supermarket just days ago." Another voice joined. "Staying in the parking lot is not a solution. When can we expect a call? We deserve some hope. My son has to return to work on the well drilling team tomorrow. How can he rest properly?" Li Wutao raised his hand to quell the rising chatter, and once the noise subsided, he spoke loudly, "Please, remain calm. Our mayor has dispatched personnel to effect repairs, and I believe power will be restored shortly. Given the soaring temperatures, we all understand that high-altitude work cannot be performed under the blazing sun. Repairs will likely not commence until tomorrow. Within 2 days at most, we should see the restoration of electrical service. Having a rough estimate of the time, though it still seems rather slow, there's at least a glimmer of hope. And the mood among everyone has stabilized considerably. Before long, nearly all individuals found car owners willing to take them in. Mu Chen was acutely aware that, at this moment, most people were not taking the sweltering heat seriously. They believed that this was merely a temporary hardship, and that life would eventually return to normal. A year from now, perhaps there would be no one to extend a helping hand. When one's granaries are full, one understands propriety. When a person cannot even satisfy their own hunger, if they still exude kindness and share their means of survival with others, I hold deep admiration for them. That is not a mere human being. That is a saint. The two vehicles were not parked in the same location. After bidding farewell to Professor Fong, Mu Chen and his companions returned to their own car. Shortly thereafter, most of the individuals seeking refuge from the heat had completed their registration. Considering the chaos he had witnessed upon his arrival, Li Wutao decided to leave a team behind and, while the dawn had yet to break, led the group away. After merely turning off the air conditioning for a short while and returning to the vehicle, the stifling heat still lingered. Turning the cooling system to its highest setting, Mu Chen lifted the bowl of braised noodles he had not finished and savored its deliciousness. Suddenly, a woman appearing to be in her 50s knocked on Mu Chen's window. Noticing he was looking her way, she pointed at the car window, her face aglow with a smile. Mu Chen lowered the noodles and cracked the window open slightly, inquiring, "Auntie, is there something you need? I see your car is quite spacious. Could you perhaps allow my family to come in and cool off?" She replied, presenting a large steamed bun with her cracked hands, grinning broadly. "We don't have much to offer. Could this bun serve as our token of gratitude? Your family?" Mu Chen became cautious and retorted, "How many people are in your family?" The woman gestured to the side, looking at Mu Chen with a somewhat ingratiating smile. "There are just 4 of us, not many, myself, my grandson, and my son and daughter-in-law." Mu Chen glanced at the spot she indicated, where 2 young individuals accompanied a little boy who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. It was merely an ordinary sedan. Squeezing 4 people in for a single bun seemed quite absurd. Furthermore, the 2 youngsters were engrossed in their phones, sending their mother to plead with a stranger, which caused Mu Chen to feel disdainful. "I'm sorry, but there are too many of you. There isn't enough room in the car," he stated coolly, beginning to roll up the window. "Wait, just let the 3 of them in. I can stay outside." In a moment of desperation, the woman thrust her hand into the window inadvertently getting it caught. The two young individuals, upon witnessing this scene, rushed over, abandoning their child, and exclaimed, "Mom, how can you treat someone like this? If they refuse, must you resort to hurting someone?" Seeing her son and daughter-in-law react this way, the woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she tried to explain, "Mom is fine. Don't shout. It was my own carelessness that caused it. It has nothing to do with this young man." Her son, shaking off his mother's grip, exclaimed, "Mom, you're just too kind. You cannot indulge them. Is your hand all right? Will it break?" Raising his voice with concern, the son exchanged a glance with his wife, who immediately collapsed onto the ground, wailing, "Oh my, it's all my fault. It was my request that led to your hand being crushed." The son cast a sidelong glance at Mu-chun and delivered a fierce kick to the car's front. "Get out. If I don't receive an explanation today, this matter will not end here." Even though Mu's mother was a strong woman who single-handedly managed a supermarket, she felt intimidated by the aggressive demeanor of the couple. Gripping her son's hand tightly, she whispered, "What should we do? Should we get out?" Mu-chun withdrew his hand and gently patted Mu's mother's hand to offer comfort. "Stay in the car. I will handle this myself." Mu's father was seething with anger, his temper flaring. "I'm going out too. They're trying to extort us." Observing his father's heightened emotions and readiness to confront, Mu-chun felt it unwise to let him exit. The couple outside was clearly eager for confrontation. "No need for that, Dad." The commotion had attracted a crowd, as is typical of people's penchant for spectacle, and Mu-chun anticipated that the officers left by the armed police would soon arrive to restore order. As soon as Mu-chun stepped out of the car, two officers in light green short sleeves arrived. "What's going on?" Upon seeing the officers, the couple appeared even more aggrieved, embellishing their version of the story. Mu-chun remained silent and leisurely replayed the footage from the dashcam. The couple's expressions shifted dramatically, yet they stubbornly insisted. "It's true that they crushed my mother's hand. Regardless, they bear the responsibility, having encountered many scoundrels in recent days." The armed police quickly discerned the situation and promptly apprehended the two miscreants. Once the group departed, an embarrassed woman nervously approached Mu-chun's vehicle, wringing her hands in shame. "I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you," she said before hastily retreating. Mu's mother sighed. She is indeed a pitiful soul. After such a tumultuous meal, even the best of appetites had waned. When asked, both Mu's father and mother expressed their disinterest in continuing to eat. Mu-chun stored the leftovers in a container, intending to save them for the next meal. With a sense of frustration bubbling within him, Mu's father lay back for a moment, his restlessness prompting him to propose, "Since I can't seem to sleep, shall we go to the warehouse and butcher some pigs?" Chapter 27. Sharpening the knife for the pigs, checking his phone. It was 5:10 a.m., and dawn was approaching. The drive to Jingyan community would take no more than 10 minutes. Mu-chun turned to his mother. "Mom, what do you think?" After a long day's work, Mu's mother felt utterly exhausted, unwilling to lift a finger. However, considering that Mu's father had mentioned this several times, she nodded wearily, mindful of his mood. "I don't know where you find such energy, but if you wish to go, then go." Suddenly recalling something, she looked up sharply. "Wait, aren't you supposed to go to the well drilling team tomorrow? You can't keep this up." Concerned about the well-fed pigs, Mu's father smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for me to go tomorrow. It's merely the final touches. And there's no need for many people. I volunteered to return, and the supervisor has already agreed." With a proud tilt of his chin, he continued, relishing his decision. "Due to my keen perception, I managed to secure an additional 10 pounds of grain. What of it if one clings stubbornly to the situation? The other party may dismiss him voluntarily." Upon realizing the unfavorable circumstances, he discreetly approached the person in charge and proactively suggested his departure, thereby acquiring an extra 10 pounds of grain. As we drove out of the parking lot, we fortuitously encountered a vehicle returning. Mu-chun cast a glance and recognized it as the one that had just departed. For some unknown reason, it was now hastily racing back. Mu-father also took note and muttered in confusion, "How peculiar. Why have they returned?" A while later, while Mu-mother was scrolling through her phone, a message from the homeowners group suddenly popped up. After glancing at it, She suddenly laughed and exclaimed, "I understand now what was happening with those cars earlier. They were worried about running low on fuel from using the air conditioning continuously, and they aimed to fill up at the gas station before anyone noticed. Upon arriving at the gas station, they discovered that refueling was not permitted, and thus they returned in dismay." Hearing this, Mu's father raised an eyebrow. "So, are they now even lower on fuel?" "Indeed," came the reply. "I heard that some vehicles have their fuel gauges already on empty and are now seeking refuge." As the family conversed, they soon arrived at the warehouse. Although it was barely past 5 in the morning, the sun had already peaked over the horizon, casting a warm golden light onto the ground, which looked particularly stunning, with such relentless sunlight day after day. The ground had begun to crack without the aid of a watering truck. Observing the ground, which was riddled with spider web-like fissures, Mu's father sighed as he pulled down the rolling shutter. Unbeknownst to him, this scorching sun would persist for another 6 months. Later on, some poorly constructed roads would succumb to the sun's rays. A mere footfall on the cement would reduce it to dust. With more vehicles traversing, it would become indistinguishable from sand. Noticing the rolling door had been lowered, Chen parked the car in the designated space, thereby creating more room, and refilled the basin with ice. The ice from the previous few basins had completely melted, with the pigs having consumed most of the water. Just after replenishing the ice, several pigs gathered eagerly to lick it. In a short span, Mu's mother began to feel increasingly distressed, gasping for breath. The stifling heat, combined with the odor of so many pigs, was overwhelmingly suffocating. "Oh dear," she retched a few times, nearly brought to tears. Seeing his wife in such discomfort, Mu's father immediately grew anxious and hurriedly approached Chen, speaking rapidly, "Get the battery out, and also fetch a set of air conditioning and a transformer." Without hesitation, Chen promptly laid the items on the ground and swiftly handed a cup of sour plum soup mixed with medicinal essence to Mu's mother. With a heavy chest and an unsettling sensation in her throat, Mu's mother, her face pale and weak, requested, "It's too intense. Please give me some orange peel." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Mu's father, after connecting the transformer to the battery, the air conditioning miraculously sprang to life. He called for his son to help carry the outdoor unit outside, where they even provided an umbrella for it, fearing that direct sunlight would overheat it and cause it to malfunction. Only then did they return indoors. At this moment, Mu's mother's complexion had improved considerably, yet the father and son remained cautious, unwilling to let her exert herself. Together, they managed to place a long bench on the pig rack and began their work. After a while, Mother Mu joined in to help restrain the struggling pigs. The three of them worked efficiently, and by the end of the morning, they had processed 22 pigs. Due to their lack of expertise, there was quite a bit of blood splattered about, making the scene resemble a crime scene. As Chen looked at the dark red stains on the ground, he felt a pang of sorrow and began rinsing the floor with ice water from a basin. What flowed away was not just dirty water, but also remnants of his beloved spicy hot pot. After tidying up, the air became noticeably more pleasant. Chen found an air freshener and sprayed it around. He laid down a sheet on the floor, then took out 3 single mattresses and placed bamboo mats on top. After setting an alarm, the three of them managed to catch a brief nap. Chen was awakened by hunger. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was 9:53 p.m. With only 7 minutes left before the alarm would ring, he rolled out of bed, waking his parents in the process. Taking advantage of the night, they set off. Upon entering the underground parking garage, Chen noticed many people still around, indicating that the neighborhood had not yet restored power. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people crowded together. Climbing the stairs back home, as soon as they entered, Father Mu eagerly removed his short-sleeved shirt. Just as he was about to toss it on the floor, Mother Mu shot him a glare, causing the shirt to arc through the air and land in the laundry basket in the bathroom. His middle-aged face, now a bit plump, contorted into a comical grin. Trying to be as charming as possible, Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, while Mother Mu seemed to relish the moment, chuckling softly. "How messy. What do you want to eat later? Garlic cucumber, century egg tofu, and cold-dressed daylily?" There were indeed plenty of options. With a smile lingering at the corner of her mouth, she turned to her son. "And you, what would you like?" Chen shrugged and casually turned on the television. "Dog food. You child, when did you develop a taste for that?" Dog food isn't meant for eating. She said it in jest, and he replied, I don't really have any cravings. Oh, and Mom, don't prepare any staple food. There's still quite a bit of braised noodles left. Aren't you fond of spicy hot pot? Then let's make that again. Knowing her child well, Mother Moo had already noticed that whenever the pigs struggled fiercely and blood was spilled, her son's eyes reflected a sense of pity. Such simple and warm days were perhaps a solace for Moo Chen, who had struggled in his past life during the apocalypse, seeking comfort in the blurred memories of that time. Whether it was due to the emotional TV drama or the pungent aroma of chili wafting from the kitchen, Moo Chen wiped away a drop of water from his brow. Chapter 28. The pig still meets its fate after dinner. Father Moo went upstairs and found the little piglet making quite a ruckus. He turned and came back down, a serious expression on his face, and said to Moo Chen, Chen, we cannot keep this pig. Startled while munching on potato chips, Moo Chen looked at his father in confusion. The noise from raising pigs is too loud. Right now, the piglet is small. You can't imagine how noisy it is. What will happen when it grows up and is squealing every day? What will the neighbors think? Although Moo Chen had been reincarnated, he had never raised pigs before, and thus was unaware of this issue. Upon hearing Father Moo's words, he quickly realized his oversight and responded with a good attitude. Oh, I didn't know, Dad. Let us just slaughter it. Father Moo shot him an exasperated look. You and your fanciful ideas. As he spoke, Moo's father stroked his chin in contemplation. It was getting late, with the sun about to rise, and furthermore, they could not slaughter the pig at home. They would take it to the warehouse to be slaughtered early the next morning. It was not merely the concern of blood staining their attic. Rather, it was the haunting cries of the pig in its final moments that troubled him. Resolute in his decision, the next day, Moo Chen and his companions transported the small pig to the warehouse for slaughter. The power had not been completely cut off. After the blackout, electricity resumed in the early hours of the following day. However, the Chen government had issued a new policy, electricity rationing, similar to the previous water restrictions. Electricity would now only be supplied during specific hours, from 3 to 5 in the morning and 7 to 9 in the evening, totaling merely 4 hours a day. The announcement sent the residents of Legion Garden into an uproar. Supermom exclaimed, the weather forecast is about to exceed 60 degrees, and now they are rationing electricity. Can we even survive? Butterfly in the green leaves questioned, is this akin to boiling frogs in warm water? First water restrictions, now electricity. Will they eventually cut off both? Flying Duck wondered, wait, if that's the case, will natural gas be next? Holding his phone and enjoying the unfolding drama, Moo Chen chuckled at the prophetic nature of their comments. Just then, a message popped up in the property management group. In accordance with superior directives, the water supply will cease. Every night at 9, a water truck will stop for half an hour at the eastern gate of the community, providing unlimited water. Residents may bring their own containers to collect it. Well then, the residents group became even more animated. Do you dare bully my fat tiger? Declared one, affirming the predictions of the previous commenter. The knife has fallen. What time for jokes? Another lamented, what are we going to do? It appears natural gas may indeed be next, someone worried, urging their partner to prepare more long-lasting food. Moo Chen, reflecting on the situation, added, perhaps we should cook more. If there are electricity limitations, the contents of the refrigerator will spoil quickly. After that brief comment, he ceased to follow the messages. He considered it a reminder. In his previous life, during such times, the refuse bins overflowed with waste. It was the result of poor planning, leading to years where food was scarce. Moo Chen often recalled the towering piles of meat and vegetables in the trash. He remembered that in the days following the power restrictions, citizens protested, inundating the mayor's hotline and trying various methods to voice their grievances, all to no avail. The mayor's complaint line was overwhelmed, and his inbox was perpetually full. Yet, the inability to supply electricity was dictated by broader circumstances. Chen, what are you thinking? Bring back a bottle of soy sauce. Moo's mother called out, wielding a spatula and grumbling about how preparing large meals consumed too much soy sauce. They had already gone through 3 bottles in the past few days. Moo Chen approached and placed the soy sauce on the countertop, smiling. It's all right, keep using it. With the heat and sweating, we need something flavorful. He had stockpiled 5,000 boxes of soy sauce, each containing 6 bottles, massive 5-liter containers. It was a quantity that would last 3 lifetimes. Chen's motivation for hoarding such an abundance stemmed from the knowledge that, in the later stages of the apocalypse, salt became an exceedingly precious commodity, and soy sauce was a divine delicacy. After placing the soy sauce bottle down, Chen reached for his customary apron hanging by the door handle and remarked, "By the way, the group just notified us that electricity will be supplied on a limited schedule, and there will be no water supply. A water truck will arrive at our community's east gate this evening, and we are to bring our own containers to collect it." Mu's mother, pouring soy sauce into the large pot, paused for a brief moment, sighing softly. "Understood. No need to continue with that. Please charge the batteries we used in the warehouse yesterday, and then replace the water on the terrace." The so-called water replacement referred to Chen's task of exchanging the water in the tank with that in the spatial container, without altering the tank itself. This required Chen to have a precise mastery over spatial manipulation. The initial motivation behind this method was Mu's mother's belief that the water in the tank was nearing boiling point due to the heat, and it would be a shame not to utilize it. The water exchanged from the rooftop would boil swiftly on the gas stove, saving both natural gas and, most importantly, time. The disruption of water and electricity supply instilled a profound sense of urgency in Mu's mother, as she feared that the meals and hot water would not be adequately prepared before the gas was cut off. Chen promptly removed the apron he had just tied and set off to complete his tasks. Remarkably, this method significantly sharpened Chen's spatial control abilities. He was now confident in his capacity to retrieve items from the box without damaging it, an excellent technique for surreptitiously accessing a safe. At this moment, Mu's father had just finished checking the household wiring to ensure everything was in order and joined Mu's mother in her preparations. As he cracked an egg into the bowl, he was about to discard the shell into the trash when Mu's mother urgently called out, "Wait. Don't throw that away. The eggshells are useful." Mu's father, taken aback, held the eggshell aloft in disbelief. What use could an eggshell possibly have? Mu's mother snatched it back and gently placed it in a shopping bag at her feet. Crushed and added to pig feed, it provides calcium. She continued, as if recalling something important. And we can no longer use vegetable washing water for flushing toilets. The clean vegetable water should be used for laundry, and the laundry water can be repurposed for the toilet. We must maximize our resources. Water is so precious now. Mu's father looked at her, bemused. Is that really necessary? We have enough water at home. He expected his wife to respond with an indignant glare, insisting on her approach. But to his surprise, Mu's mother gazed steadily at him, her expression earnest. Who knows how long this natural disaster will last? What if it extends into our lifetimes? Or even into the next generation? Isn't water precious? Even if our son has prepared plenty, there will always come a day when it runs out. Mu's father suppressed a smile, pursing his lips and nodding. I understand. We shall do as you say. Due to the limited electricity supply, even with stored power, they only lit a small lamp during the blackout to avoid drawing attention from neighbors. Amidst their bustling preparations, time swiftly approached 8:40 in the evening. Chen glanced up at the clock hanging in the living room, and then set down the potato he had been shredding. Dad, Mom, let's pause for a moment. It's time to go to the east gate of the community to collect water. Mu's mother propped herself up against the table, rising with a gentle stretch while massaging her waist, reflecting on the laborious nature of the cafeteria chefs. It is no small feat to prepare such a vast quantity of dishes. In recent days, she had resorted to using farming tools for cooking, an oversized shovel in lieu of a spatula. Chapter 29. Collecting water, understanding the arduous task that Mu's mother undertook in managing the kitchen, Chen advised, perhaps you should refrain from going, Mom. It's not as if everyone must be present. You could rest at home. Mu's father stood up, offering to massage Mu's mother's back, echoing, indeed, stay at home. It's quite hot outside, and your frail frame cannot bear much water. There is no need for you to make this journey. As soon as the words left his mouth, regret washed over him. He wished he could take back his statement. Mu's mother, known for her strong-willed nature, would surely feel compelled to go after such a remark. As anticipated, her eyes narrowed, and she dismissed her husband's offer, seizing an empty bucket with determination and striding forward. "Stop dawdling, let us go." The father and son exchanged a quick glance and hurried to follow. Although their household was not lacking in water, the rest of the neighborhood had already gone to collect theirs, and it would be rather conspicuous for them to remain behind. The safest course of action was to blend in with the others. Unity in numbers offered the greatest protection for their family. Upon reaching the eastern gate of the community, they found a considerable number of residents already waiting with various containers in hand. To provide some illumination, an emergency light had been set up by the roadside, casting a glimmer of brightness amidst the darkness. It's supposedly unlimited. I plan to make several trips with my son. When the water stops, life becomes unbearable, Wang Cuifang remarked as she tugged at her damp clothing, speaking to a nearby friend. "I barely dared to add water when cooking rice yesterday. It turned out hard and unpalatable. Now, if I can make a few more trips, we won't have to endure undercooked meals." Her friend patted her hand. A frown of concern etched across her face. "Alas, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. I wonder when life will return to normal. It's already sweltering, and summer hasn't even begun." Just then, Wang Cuifang caught sight of Mu's family and waved. "Shuya, over here." Mu's mother, accompanied by Mu Chen and the others, approached, exchanging pleasantries. "Wang Jia, it's been ages. Have you eaten?" Wang Cuifang smiled in response. "I've already eaten. I haven't seen you in a while, and I wanted to ask why your supermarket closed. It's quite difficult to find things now. I was hoping to buy some supplies from your store." The news of the supermarket's closure was something Mu's mother had deliberately circulated. It wouldn't take long for the entire community to learn the details, especially given the proclivity of Zhu Zian on the 9th floor, known for her gossip. Business has been tough, and with my child just graduating, I had to support their entrepreneurial efforts by transferring the supermarket. Who could have predicted the current inflation? Mu's mother said, her lips curling downward, the weight of disappointment evident in her tone. "Had I known, I would have held on to it." Wang Cuifang offered some words of consolation, followed by a feigned complaint, casually boasting, "Just the other day, there was a sudden power outage. Didn't you all head to the underground parking lot to escape the heat? I didn't go. I simply couldn't manage it. My daughter and her family came to stay, and our space is just too cramped. However, my son-in-law is quite capable. He previously worked at a photovoltaic company. I'm not quite sure how he managed it, but we can barely supply ourselves with electricity at home." Observing the pride radiating from Wang Cuifang's face, Mother Mu feigned surprise. "Your daughter is fortunate. Your son-in-law is impressive." Wang Cuifang resides just beneath the Mu family, with a son and a daughter. Her daughter is married and lives in a neighboring city, while her son, having graduated from university a year ago, has yet to find a job and remains comfortably reliant on his parents. Mu Chen stood behind Mother Mu, quietly listening to the familial exchanges while mentally organizing the supplies in their space, hoping to create a bit more room. Suddenly, he felt a pat on his shoulder. "Brother Mu Chen, you're out." I wondered why no one answered the door. It was Fang Zhanjiao. "Zhanjiao, where are your parents? I thought they were coming too." Mu Chen inquired as he turned to face him. "My parents are behind. They're carrying a large bucket, and it's inconvenient to navigate the stairs. So I came down first to queue." As he spoke, Fang Zhanjiao lifted his right hand, holding a water bucket, and glanced curiously at the bucket Mu Chen was carrying. "Can't your family find a bigger bucket?" Before Mu Chen could respond, Fang Zhanjiao continued, "I have a larger bucket at home. Would you like to borrow it?" Ever since their last trip to the supermarket together, their relationship had blossomed. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head. "No need, I have another bucket at home. After I finish with this one, I'll come back to queue again." Pausing for a moment, Mu Chen added, "It's challenging to procure supplies these days. Even a mere bucket is precious, so please refrain from mentioning lending it to anyone else." Fang Zhanjiao scratched his head, grinning widely. "I understand, Brother Mu Chen." Just as he was about to say more, he spotted the Fang family approaching, carrying a plastic bucket. He started to greet them when, under the emergency lights, a community worker shouted through a loudspeaker, "Everyone, please line up behind the yellow line. The water truck is on its way." The water truck would only stop for half an hour, and for any residents who had not arrived, they were urged to inform one another. As he spoke, a silver, bulging vehicle slowly approached, coming to a halt just outside the yellow line with a creak. People rushed forward, clutching their buckets. The property management staff, accompanied by security, maintained order, and the line swiftly advanced. "My goodness, can this water be consumed? It looks so murky," exclaimed the first young man to receive water. Upon stepping back under the emergency lights, suddenly expressed dissatisfaction. With a crash, he dropped the bucket, splattering water across the ground. "Everyone look at this. Can this water be drunk?" The crowd, driven by the innate curiosity of the populace, erupted into chaos, with some abandoning their place in line to move closer for a better view. "We pay taxes, and this is how you handle things? Who are you trying to fool with this dirty water?" Inside the water truck, a square-faced man wore an expression of anger. This individual can only collect water once today, he declared to Xiao Zhao, who was dispensing the water. Rolling down the car window, he surveyed the crowd. "The well water just drawn is all we have at the moment. Those who do not wish to collect water may leave now." A commotion arose among the crowd. Yet soon the line began to advance again. A young man kicked a bucket, causing clean water to spill everywhere. He spat in the direction of the front of the vehicle, disregarding the bucket, and swaggered away. Who would care for such wretched water? Ahead, Wang Cuifang tugged at Mu's mother-esque garment, tilting her head towards her and lowering her voice. "My son-in-law's area lacks any well-digging facilities. The underground river is nearly dried up, and many have fled to other cities." Upon hearing this, Mu's mother appeared somewhat astonished and whispered, "Is it that severe? Why haven't I heard any news online? TSK, the authorities have suppressed the information. In my opinion, during such a drought, having any water to drink is fortunate." Chapter 30. The Wang family sells electricity amidst gossip. They squeezed forward in the queue, anxious about being cut in line. Suddenly, Wang Cuifang peeked around and lowered her voice even further. "Does your family need to buy electricity?" "Buy electricity?" "Yes, my son-in-law has brought back quite a few photovoltaic panels. The company he used to work for specializes in that." Wang Cuifang felt a sense of pride, delighted by her capable son-in-law, and continued to chatter. "Unfortunately, our apartment is on the 7th floor, and the balcony is quite limited. Honda has already affixed the panels to the walls to generate more electricity. If only we lived on the top floor." At this point, Wang Cuifang abruptly halted, playfully tapping her mouth and laughing. "Look at me. What am I rambling about? Thanks to those solar panels, we stored quite a bit of electricity. Were it not for our friendship as neighbors for over a decade, I wouldn't have mentioned this to you. However, I must clarify, I will not accept money. It must be exchanged for grain." Her son-in-law informed her that Qingcheng is a major grain-producing city and currently has no grain shortages, but their area is different. Grain production is minimal, and external supplies cannot be transported in. Many have begun consuming old grain. It is worth noting that this year's new rice has just been harvested. Money has lost its value. Even aged rice has soared to 30 yuan per pound. She had never experienced famine, but the older generation had, and they possessed a keen instinct regarding grain. Coupled with the news of the Mu family on the 11th floor selling their supermarket, which reportedly has been thriving, this unusual behavior solidified her suspicions that they had stockpiled a significant amount of grain at home. However, with her daughter's family arriving, Wang Cuifang anxiously observed the dwindling supplies, yearning to stockpile more. Mu's mother displayed a troubled expression and gently shook her head. "But we do not have much grain either." A flicker of emotion crossed Wang Cuifang's eyes as she tentatively inquired, "Your family used to run a supermarket." Before she could finish, Mu's mother interrupted her. "Didn't I just say that? What purpose would there be in deceiving you? The entire store, along with its inventory, has been transferred. We are also in dire need of grain." Wang Cuifang lowered her gaze, her expression brightening again as she affectionately grasped Mu's mother's hand. "Look at you, still possessing that fiery temperament from your youth. I was merely making conversation. In the absence of food, silver, or gold, anything of enduring value may be exchanged for electricity." Mu's expression grew cold as she withdrew her hand and gazed ahead, stating calmly, "We are nearing our destination." The pace of fetching water was not slow. Mu and her companions were not positioned at the back of the line, primarily due to the assistance of others who had been holding their places, which led to their current wait. These individuals did not join the queue but merely stood nearby with their buckets, claiming they were there to help carry the buckets for those in line. Consequently, one person queuing might fetch water for an entire family, or even two. At long last, it was their turn. After filling the 6 buckets they had brought, they bid farewell to the Fong family and prepared to return. The weather was already hot, and carrying 2 buckets of water up 11 flights of stairs left the 3 of them utterly exhausted. Moo father poured the water into the empty tank that had been prepared beforehand and then turned to his wife. Noticing that Moo's expression was less than favorable, he did not dwell on it, having just gone to assist the Fong couple, and therefore was unaware of the conversation between Moo and Wang Sufang. Considering that his wife had to carry 2 buckets of water up such a high staircase, he thought it likely she was fatigued and said compassionately, "There is still time. We should be able to fetch water again. I'll go with Chen for another trip. You rest for a while." Moo grasped Moo father's arm tightly, her grip firm and her tone somewhat urgent. "Don't go. Chen, you needn't busy yourself either. I have something to discuss with you both." Chen was in the process of replacing the filter in the water tank, drawing water from the newly fetched well, which had not yet settled naturally and contained a fair amount of impurities that required filtration before it could be consumed. Hearing her words, he set down his tools and approached. With the family gathered around her, Moo's demeanor softened slightly, and her voice trembled as she spoke. "I just encountered Wang Suifang. She seems to believe our family has an abundance of food and suggested exchanging electricity for our grain." "Exchanging for electricity?" Moo father furrowed his brows in confusion. "What electricity? Where would her family get electricity to trade? Is she suggesting they dismantle the battery from their electric vehicle?" Moo discreetly pinched the web of her thumb to steady herself. She recounted the incident in detail, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Chen, you haven't revealed our space to anyone outside, have you? Heaven knows how terrified I was when Wang Fong mentioned the supermarket. Her son was her lifeline, and if the matter of their space were to be exposed. Noticing the worried look in Moo's eyes, Chen stepped forward and gently embraced her. "Mother, rest assured, I have been exceedingly cautious. Only the 3 of us are aware of it." That is good, Moo said, patting her son's back. "And what about the solar panels on our rooftop? Should we consider dismantling them? Others might see them." Chen released his hold, his gaze fixed on his mother's eyes, filled with anxiety, his tone resolute. "Mother, if they see them, then so be it. Are we to forsake the solar panels just because we fear others' gazes? If we were to mind every little thing, we might as well abandon the space altogether. Having returned with the space, why should he live a miserable existence while clinging to it? That would be madness. Every day, consumed by worries and fears, one becomes hesitant to utilize anything. With such a fragile mental state, it is not merely surviving the apocalypse that poses a challenge. One might as well frighten oneself to death." Moo felt a surge of anger, yet upon reflecting that his mother was merely overly concerned for his well-being, her demeanor resembling that of a startled bird, his heart softened. "There's no need to worry," he reassured her. "Our community isn't the only one installing solar panels, and Shui Fong's family has done so as well. They even sell electricity back to the grid. There are many astute individuals who have anticipated potential power outages given this year's unusual weather, and numerous households have already installed solar panels." From above, when observing Lai Jinjuan community, one could see a shimmering array of solar panels atop most rooftops, making our installation hardly conspicuous. Moo's mother was not lacking in understanding. She had merely been startled. Now, regaining her composure, she sighed, "I know, but it's just that I worry." She recalled how Wang Fong had mentioned that her family did not reside on the top floor, expressing a sense of regret that made her uneasy. Moo's father gently patted his wife's frail shoulder, saying, "What is there to fear? Our family has installed 2 solid steel doors. No one can intrude. If you remain anxious, we also have a gate at home. I shall discuss with the Fong family about placing it at the stairwell for added security." Chapter 31. Assistance with installation. When they purchased the doors, they not only acquired the 2 solid steel doors now installed, but also specially ordered a wrought iron gate, with railings thick as a thumb and densely welded. It would be quite a task to saw through them. The gate was currently stored in a room on the 1st floor. Hearing Moo's father's words, Chen had indeed considered this aspect when he purchased the railing gate and nodded in agreement. This certainly enhances our security. I will speak with the Fong family about it. With that, Mu's father rose to leave. As Chen prepared to continue installing the filter, he caught a glimpse of his mother and was momentarily taken aback. She appeared lost in thought, her gaze unfocused. "Mom? Mom?" He called out a couple of times, causing her to blink and return her attention to him. "What's the matter?" "Mom, please don't worry. Even if the Wong family harbors such intentions, they wouldn't dare to intrude now. The armed police were here just a few days ago." As he spoke, a glint of coldness crossed Chen's eyes. In his past life, it was not Wang Shui Fong's son-in-law who sought refuge. Rather, it was Zhao Tongfei from the 10th floor, who, emboldened by numbers, attempted to invade their home. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect he triggered that led to the current situation where the Wang family had a son-in-law seeking refuge. "No." Mu's mother tightened her grip, her expression troubled. "I'm concerned about your aunt and their family." She pondered, recalling Wang Shui Fong's mention of severe water shortages affecting her son-in-law's area. "What about my sister's city? Is it also facing a water crisis? The high temperatures will soon damage the network-based stations, and it won't be long before the internet goes down." Chen was uncertain how his aunt's family fared in his previous life, but he believed they were likely safe now. To ease his mother's worries, he reassured her, "It will be fine. How about we video call Annie?" Moments later, the video call connected, revealing his aunt looking well, although her hair appeared somewhat greasy. However, her lips were not overly dry, suggesting she was not suffering from a lack of food or water. Upon encountering my younger sister, Auntie smiled brightly and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thanks to your advice to stock up on food and bottled water back then. Who could have predicted that we would be facing a water shortage now?" She shared numerous details about her household, carefully selecting the positive aspects to alleviate any concerns my sister might harbor. After discussing her own situation, she inquired about Mother Mu's well-being. In turn, Mother Mu, wishing to ease Andy's worries, assured her that everything was fine. Meanwhile, as Father Mu stepped outside, he recalled that the Fong family had yet to return with their large barrel of water. Given the considerable weight of that barrel, it would certainly be a challenge to carry. Being good neighbors, Father Mu decided to lend a hand and began descending the stairs. Just as he reached the 9th floor, he spotted Professor Fong hurrying up alone. "Professor Fong, why are you alone? What happened to the water your family was fetching? Was it stolen?" Despite Father Mu's concerns, a glimmer of joy appeared on Professor Fong's face. "Ah, Brother Mu, the water is still downstairs. My son and the others are watching it. It seems there is too much for them to carry." With this thought, Father Mu chuckled heartily and patted Professor Fong on the shoulder. "It must be quite a task to lift. Allow me to assist you." Before he could finish his sentence, Professor Fong enthusiastically pulled Father Mu along, exclaiming, "I have something important to discuss with you. Come, let us talk at my home." "Wait, isn't that my line?" Father Mu thought, his eyes widening as he was whisked away by Professor Fong. "I just ran into Sister Wong from the 7th floor downstairs. She mentioned that you had given a rough outline of the situation. Since electricity can only be used temporarily, I asked her if solar panels were for sale. After some hesitation, she said they were, but only in exchange for food. You immediately came to my mind." Noticing Father Mu's silence, Professor Fong, concerned that he might not grasp the significance of solar panels, added, "Brother Mu, now that the water supply has completely ceased, electricity is becoming restricted just like the water did earlier. Solar panels are in high demand. I've searched numerous places, but sadly, they're all sold out. We must act quickly to purchase them before the rest of the community catches on, or we will miss out entirely." With a hint of embarrassment, Professor Fong continued, "I would also like to ask for your assistance. They only sell the panels and do not provide installation. Given your background as an electrician, I wonder if you could help with the installation?" Father Mu, intrigued, recalled that during their home renovation, no one had noticed the installation of solar panels. "I can certainly install them," he replied after a brief pause. "In fact, we purchased several solar panels during our recent renovation." Professor Fong was genuinely unaware of this development, as both he and his wife were occupied with work, leaving little time at home during the day. They could not possibly oversee the installation at night. And while the neighbors knew about the renovations, They remained oblivious to the specifics. Who has the time to scrutinize their neighbors? Moreover, the solar panels were securely packaged, leading onlookers to mistakenly assume they were merely flooring materials. Residents on the upper floors could not see the Mu family's rooftop, so the truth remained hidden. Ah, in that case, that's excellent. I will head down now, Professor Fong said, hoisting a 50-pound bag of grain as he prepared to leave. The weather has become increasingly erratic, prompting him to desire this purchase. Regrettably, after scouring the entire city, he was unable to find it. This time, he must not let the opportunity slip away. Even if it is merely a few boards, having a fan to blow in the evening would provide considerable comfort. Without electricity at night, his young daughter had developed heat rashes on her back. Wait, let me accompany you downstairs. Their family had stockpiled an ample supply of solar panels. Initially, Chen had bought 3 sets, but later, Mu's father felt it insufficient and acquired 5 more. Thus, their household was not lacking in solar panels. The two descended the stairs, presumably waiting for Professor Fong. As soon as they knocked on the door, Wang Cuifeng opened it promptly. Coming quickly. How many square meters does Brother Mu intend to purchase? Upon seeing Mu's father had also arrived, Wang Cuifeng's expression brightened even further. Her son-in-law had come empty-handed, relying solely on a cartload of solar panels, hoping to sell them at a favorable price. Mu's father chuckled, nudging Professor Fong with his elbow, then pointed at the 50-pound bag of rice on the ground. I've already purchased this. It is the rice we contributed together. He then complained, you are selling your panels at an exorbitant price. 5 pounds of rice for a square meter. With rice prices soaring to astronomical heights, who still possesses such an abundance? Sighing, he added, our families can only muster this much. Understanding Mu's father's subtle hints, Professor Fong promptly chimed in, indeed, we are all old neighbors. Could you perhaps offer a more favorable rate? Our supplies are running low. Wang Cuifeng's smile faded slightly. My panels are quite precious as well. How much can you reduce the price? After a round of bargaining, they settled on 4 pounds of rice per square meter. Professor Fong shouldered the 50 pounds of rice, securing a 2-pound discount in exchange for 13 square meters. As the 2 men departed with their belongings, Wang Cuifeng muttered, how adept these 2 men are at haggling. They first carried the items back upstairs and then helped lift the water buckets with Teacher Zhang and others. Mu's father busied himself with household matters, while Teacher Zhang felt a bit embarrassed. I fried some rice cakes. I'll pack some for Brother Mu to take home. You should all try them. This is merely a gesture of goodwill, Mu's father replied with a smile. Teacher Zhang's culinary skills are undoubtedly delightful. In fact, I came to discuss a matter with your family. Chapter 32, Sealing the Toilet. Mu's father expressed his desire to install a railing door between the 10th and 11th floors. After all, we are on the top floor. No one will traverse the stairs, and sealing it provides an extra layer of security. Upon hearing this, Professor Fong did not hesitate and smiled. Sealing it would indeed be safer. The question is, where can we procure an iron door? In temperatures soaring to 60 degrees, even the most humble laborers would hardly toil tirelessly for their employers. Seeing Professor Fong's agreement, Mu's father hurriedly replied, we have an iron door at home. I merely sought your opinion. If you agree, I intend to install it immediately. Recalling his wife's anxious demeanor moments ago, his heart ached, prompting him to expedite the installation of the iron door. Professor Fong paused, refraining from inquiring how they came to possess an iron door, his expression somewhat sheepish. This is quite awkward. Here, he suddenly produced a small bag of rice from the kitchen, roughly 10 pounds, and insisted on pressing it into Mu's father's hands. The iron door remains a mystery to me. I am uncertain about your method of procurement. If I were to pay you now, it would seem that I am intentionally taking advantage of you. Please accept this. Mu's father clasped his hands, using the back of his hand to support the package bag, shaking his head repeatedly. I cannot accept this. How much did you spend on those solar panels? And now you wish to give me so much? Moreover, the gate is for the safety of our household. Professor Fong paused, adopting a serious demeanor. Brother Mu, let us be clear. This door does not require my effort to seek out. I've already benefited from you. It is customary among brothers to settle accounts clearly. This clarity does not stem from a lack of rapport with you, Brother Mu, but rather It is precisely because we are clear that our families can maintain a long-lasting relationship. Mu's father was momentarily taken aback, extending his hand to accept the 10 pounds of rice, somewhat bewildered. I momentarily failed to comprehend, truly a professor dedicated to nurturing minds. Observing Mu's father accept the rice, Professor Fong led him up to the rooftop while jesting. Brother Mu, do not find this amount insufficient. This 10 pounds of rice is quite heavy, and you will still be burdened with helping me install the solar panels. The designs for both families are identical, as it was Mu's father's first time here. He navigated it with ease. Installing the solar panels is not a daunting task. Upon reaching the Fong family's rooftop, Mu's father hardly contributed to the labor, primarily guiding Professor Fong on how to proceed, occasionally demonstrating a technique himself. Why are you so slow in returning? Mu's mother was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, she peeked out, asking where the rice had come from. As soon as Mu's father arrived home, he shed his short-sleeved shirt and sighed comfortably. It is indeed cooler at home. Their windows are triple-layered, filled with thermal insulation mats, and the exterior walls are coated with heat-resistant paint, providing exceptional insulation. It's from the Fong family. Saying this, Mu's father walked over and poured all the rice into a large basin, rinsing it only once to conserve water before placing it into the rice cooker. While working, he recounted the earlier events to his mother and child. Mu's mother was busy peeling potato slices with a grater. The Wong family, being so kind, surely has no space left for solar panels. I've heard that the Wong family not only purchases electricity, but also sells solar panels, Chen remarked with a smile. This is a positive development. With more households in the neighborhood adopting solar panels, we will no longer stand out. Mu's father nodded, shaking his hands casually after rinsing the rice. Chen, let us go out and install the door, then deliver the keys to Professor Fong's family. The four of them worked together, and soon the door was installed, each family receiving a key. On August 30th, 2023, at 67, the power supply duration has been further reduced, as indicated by the homeowners group notifications. Due to excessively high temperatures, prolonged power supply strains the system, causing high voltage lines to potentially burn out. The homeowners group erupted in complaints, yet it was of little consequence. The electricity would still be cut off as necessary. Thankfully, all households had gradually consumed the frozen foods in their refrigerators. Otherwise, they would have spoiled. The daily routines of Chen's family remained largely unaffected. Fried chicken, barbecues, and hearty dishes were prepared in diverse and delectable ways, filling the nearby buildings with an overwhelming and enticing aroma. One day, as Chen was preparing garlic shrimp, he suddenly heard a distraught female voice shrieking, "Oh no, am I hallucinating, or is someone truly releasing toxins in the dead of night?" Even if they linger daily at the supermarket, they remain unable to procure meat and vegetables. Staples are not in short supply. However, the majority of families find themselves subsisting on salted vegetables, while those in better circumstances manage to snatch up canned goods. Their daily intake of vitamins largely relies on sprouted beans. Yet, the arid weather renders sprouting beans a water-intensive endeavor, making even the consumption of bean sprouts a rather extravagant meal. With such tasteless fare consumed day in and day out, it is no wonder that their noses have become so sharp. Asaden ror starteld Chen. Mom, it seems we should refrain from preparing such rich dishes in the future. Mu's mother raised her hand and gently delivered a playful tap to his head. Who was it that insisted on having crayfish? In the living room, Mu's father, engrossed in a novel, interjected, "Son, since we have crayfish, we cannot forget the beer. Let's have a drink together later." Mu's mother shot him a disapproving glare. "Look at that beer belly of yours. You can hardly turn over now. And you still want a drink?" In recent days, they have been collecting water daily, and as time passed, the supply began to dwindle. The amount of water each family could collect decreased from unlimited to merely 2 buckets per person a day, and eventually to just 1. The size of the buckets was irrelevant, as the staff measured them uniformly. After some time, the well water became clear, and, since it was drawn from a deep source, even sweeter. The water tanks in their space were filled, but Chen chose to consume the collected water first, reserving the stored water for when it became insufficient. Due to the scarcity of water, or rather, the extreme value of food in these apocalyptic times, Chen had developed a particular habit during meals. He would meticulously eat along the rim of the bowl, ensuring that by the end, the bowl was spotless, devoid of even a drop of oil. This behavior was a reflection of the 7 years spent enduring natural disasters. Gradually, Mu's father's eating habits began to align with Chen's. Consequently, their family became particularly efficient in washing dishes, significantly conserving water. The same applied to laundry, as they started hand-washing their clothes, which was comparatively more water efficient. One day, upon exiting the bathroom, Mu's father suddenly proposed sealing the toilet. Let's seal the toilet. Every household is facing a water shortage. Soon, no one will be able to flush their toilets, and since we live on the top floor, our flushing will be audible to those below. Doesn't that clearly indicate we have an abundance of water? When others struggle to find water to drink, will they not envy our ability to flush? Upon hearing this, Chen came to realize that sealing the toilet was indeed necessary. While their household still had water for flushing, it did not imply that others did as well. With so few households around, it would be easy to ascertain that their toilet was still in use. Determined, he set about sealing the toilet. Their household utilized a squat toilet, making the task somewhat easier. Chen retrieved the cement and sand that his father had previously stockpiled from the construction materials market. To prevent the cement mixture from making a mess on the floor, Chen first laid out a disassembled delivery packaging box on the ground before mixing the cement atop it. After thoroughly applying the cement mixture to the drainage outlet, Chen surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. In his previous life, the toilets at this time were so foul that they were nearly unapproachable. The household is devoid of water for flushing the toilet, and an unpleasant odor from the underground seeps up through the pipes. The last time he had a bowel movement, the memory made Chen shake his head, unwilling to recall it. It was this very thought that compelled him to stockpile an abundance of sand and cement. He retrieved a portable toilet from the storage space and placed it against the wall. Beside it lay a half bag of sand. After removing his construction gloves, he stepped outside. It was well sealed, merging seamlessly with the floor. I have also placed a portable toilet in the restroom, though it will require daily emptying. A plastic bag covers the toilet, and after use, a layer of sand is sprinkled on top to seal it, rendering it relatively odorless. Mu's mother was on the balcony, tending to her long-dead aloe vera. Upon hearing this, her eyes brightened with a sudden idea. Right? We can compost ourselves. Chen paused. The motion of removing his gloves halted as he turned to his mother. What are you looking at me for? Gold fertilizer is a wonderful thing. It's natural fertilizer. No, Mom, I've stocked up on plenty of fertilizer already. We don't need to compost ourselves. After much persuasion, he finally dissuaded her from that notion. In this sweltering heat, composting would surely make the rooftop unbearable. There is enough fertilizer, Mu's mother said with a hint of regret. I was thinking it would spare your father the trouble of going downstairs to throw it out daily. With a sigh, she ceased her futile attempts with the dead aloe and ascended the stairs. I'm off to exercise. Meanwhile, Mayor Liu was reviewing a document, his expression as grim as the depths of the sea. It was a report from the Drug Administration indicating a dire shortage in medical supplies, particularly in treatments for heat stroke. Mayor Liu had anticipated this, yet another line in the report piqued his concern. Vitamins were nearly depleted. It had been almost 3 months without fresh vegetables. Initially, the dry goods stores thrived, but eventually their inventories were nearly exhausted. Some shopkeepers, sensing the dire situation, had closed their doors altogether. The citizens had no choice but to rely on vitamin supplements to meet their nutritional needs. However, the population of the city is vast. Mere consumption without production would render any reserves insufficient. Observing Mayor Liu's demeanor carefully, Assistant Zhang proposed, why not dispatch a few military trucks to gather resources from other cities? In recent days, temperatures had soared to 70 degrees, with the asphalt on the roads melting under the heat. Tires resting on the surface faced inevitable destruction. It was not merely a question of condition, but rather a matter of endurance. Mayor Liu shook his head and replied, "This solution is impractical." The information had been kept under wraps to prevent panic, but Mayor Liu understood well that other cities were also struggling and had no surplus supplies to spare. Many national communication networks had suffered considerable damage, leaving several regions without internet access. Otherwise, in this age of information explosion, it would be far more challenging to contain the news. Under the influence of public opinion, the populace believed this heat wave was a temporary phenomenon confined to a single area. In truth, the entire northern hemisphere was engulfed in drought, while the southern hemisphere faced flooding. It can be said that only a scant few crops remain viable. The citizens are unaware. He knows well that this is a global catastrophe. In certain tropical nations, communication has completely ceased. Mayor Liu rubbed his temples in frustration and inquired, "Is there truly nothing that can be cultivated in the fields?" Assistant Xiao Zhang recalled the seeds he had observed at the planting base and shook his head slowly. Once sown, the seeds failed to germinate. Upon excavation, it was discovered that they were all shriveled. Considerable effort had been expended to establish this planting base, which was equipped with modern cultivation facilities capable of precisely regulating temperature and humidity, all reliant on generators that operated incessantly. It could be stated that nearly 30% of Qingqing's generators were dedicated to this agricultural endeavor. Mayor Liu furrowed his brow, perplexed. How could this occur? Expert Luo explained that due to geothermal conditions, they were attempting to cultivate above ground. Although the seeds appeared healthy and plump within the cultivation house, once planted in the soil for a time, nothing emerged. Upon digging, they found them desiccated. Following extensive research, experts hypothesized that the subterranean temperature was excessively high, causing the seeds to dry out. They were urged to expedite hydroponic studies. With the scorching heat persisting, the water level in the wells had significantly decreased. If this continued, they would be unable to extract groundwater. The skies offered no rain, nor did any clouds drift over Qingcheng, rendering Mayor Liu powerless to initiate rain-inducing measures. What preparations are underway at the isolation points? Upon hearing this from Mayor Liu, Assistant Xiao Zhang finally displayed a smile, revealing that all underground facilities and air raid shelters across the city had been readied, anticipated to accommodate 50% of the citizenry. Notifications were to be disseminated, allowing community registration for the isolation points starting the following day. After a pause, Mayor Liu's tone grew somber. Ensure that the responsible parties are discreetly advised to prioritize minors and young adults under 40. Assistant Xiao Zhang, sensing the weight of the mayor's exhaustion and sorrowful gaze, refrained from further persuasion and solemnly replied, "Understood." He recognized that the mayor had exerted tremendous effort. With the limited underground resources available in Qingcheng, construction teams could not operate in such high temperatures. Otherwise, the risk of heat-related fatalities would escalate. Accommodating half of Qingqing's population was already a monumental burden for the mayor. Watching Assistant Xiao Zhang depart, Mayor Liu felt utterly drained, collapsing into his chair. The next day, Chen seized the identity cards of his family from the coffee table, preparing to fetch water. Each individual was allotted a mere 4 liters of water per day, and for his family of 3, Chen could manage with a larger container. Just as he was about to step outside, he suddenly heard his father call out, Chen, wait. Your mother and I will accompany you." Halting in his tracks, Chen had no time to inquire further, as his father excitedly continued. The group chat mentioned that due to the intense heat, the city has established cooling centers for those interested to register tonight. Chen's mother followed closely, emerging from the master bedroom. "I saw that too. It is required to register in person with identification, and the registration period is right after we collect the water. But hasn't there been a power outage?" Chen questioned. However, the group chat stated that the cooling centers were equipped with air conditioning, prompting everyone to rush to sign up. Chen had little desire to visit any cooling center. His family had prepared thoroughly, enjoying air conditioning and watermelon at home, and he saw no reason to jostle with others. In the previous life, there was indeed the matter of summer resorts. He remembered that his family had signed up, but only Chen was selected. Concerned for his parents, he had opted not to go in his past incarnation. Ultimately, he heard rumors suggesting there might be some insider knowledge regarding the selection process. "Mom, Dad, let's make this clear, we're not going." Mu's mother waved her hand, her face alight with excitement, as she walked to the entrance to change her shoes. "We won't go. We merely wish to join in the festivities. It has been ages since we last ventured out." She was not foolish enough to enter a crowded place with her son guarding, such a significant secret. Chapter 34. I am weak, yet I have reason. Although it was already evening, the ground remained scorching. To protect their feet, they had to change into specially designed shoes before stepping outside. Initially, they discovered that the intense heat from the ground quickly transferred through their flat shoes, rendering them unbearably hot. Moreover, the material of the shoe soles would begin to melt, adhering to the ground, and after just a few steps, the soles would almost wear down to a thin layer. Subsequently, they switched to elevated shoes, but even those had a short lifespan. Within a week, the soles would become increasingly flat until they wore through completely. Then one day, Chen had a brilliant idea and fashioned a pair of wooden clogs from a plank. The thermal conductivity of wood was poor, so unlike rubber shoes, they would not stick to the melting concrete. Wearing them was comfortable, and after only a few outings, they became the latest trend in the community. Mu's father donned the clogs his son had carved for him, straightened his back, and clapped Chen on the shoulder with a proud expression that he could not conceal. You've always had this cleverness in you. These shoes are truly refreshing. Mu's mother, having put on her shoes, shot a playful glare at Mu's father and picked up a light beige straw hat style for the beach, placing it atop her head with a smile. Nonsense. You always copied my homework when you were young. Clearly, our son's intelligence is inherited from me. All right, so the good traits come from you, while the bad ones are attributed to my inferior genes. Mu's father shot a mournful glance at his wife, turning away from her to grab a sparkling, diamond-studded cap, and complained to Chen, "This hat is too flashy. It feels so awkward to wear. Could you not have chosen a better one?" Chen, wearing a matching hat, shrugged. "Let us just make do. There are no clothing stores open right now." He had stocked up on plenty of hats, but unfortunately, they were all designed for extreme cold. Many people don hats when going out, but while others did so to conceal their disheveled hair, Chen and his family wore them to blend in. Otherwise, with others sporting greasy hair while they had flowing locks, it would be painfully obvious that something was amiss. Upon descending the stairs, the community buzzed with activity. Numerous residents had stepped out of their homes, and amidst the sweltering air, there was a rare hint of joy in the atmosphere. I told you the country wouldn't abandon us. Look, they've even built the air raid shelters. Those online critics only thrive on chaos, claiming it's the end of the world. I refuse to believe it. Don't pay attention to those foolish remarks online. Remember how they panicked in 2012? Nothing came of it. Today is just a bit hot. It's nearly October, so it should soon come to an end. Sigh. The autumn heat remains relentless. I suspect it will linger for at least another fortnight. A fortnight it is then. Alas, this summer is finally nearing its end. Beside me, Chen strides silently forward, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. A fortnight? More like nearly half a year. It is still summer, and even with the bizarre weather soaring to an unbearable 70 degrees, those who cling to hope manage to console themselves in such absurdity. Chen recalls that even until the Lunar New Year, the temperatures showed no signs of abating. And it was then that people truly recognized, or rather, were willing to accept, that the end times had indeed arrived. Upon reaching the east gate, the usual queue for water was absent, yet a table had been set up nearby, surrounded by a dense crowd. As I approached, various inquiries could be heard. "Old Zhao, what names are you still collecting? Our community would certainly prefer to register for the cooling center. Just list everyone from our neighborhood. I heard the closest cooling center is an air raid shelter built during the early years of the Republic. Congratulations, Old Zhao. I hear you've recently been appointed as the community leader. Haha. We'll need your guidance moving forward. Is this cooling center arrangement similar to the last time? Is the government still providing a meal? Old Zhao, about the vegetables I mentioned last time. My family hasn't eaten them in ages, and I can't find any vitamins. Did you manage to locate some?" Zhao Tingfei wore a smile, displaying no hint of impatience. He appeared quite diligent. He first reassured the middle-aged man with burns around his mouth, saying, "I'm low on vitamins too. Otherwise, I would share with you. Let me check in the group to see if any other neighbors have extras." After saying this, noticing the man's anxious expression and his intent to say more, Zhao Tengfei turned to the crowd and announced, "Everyone, please form an orderly line and have your identification ready for registration. During this period, Zhao Tingfei had been exceptionally active in the homeowners group, readily offering assistance to anyone in need, thus earning a considerable reputation. With the opening of the cooling center, the government was short on hands, and Zhao Tengfei seized this opportunity to become the community leader. The cooling center, newly established, lacked the capacity to accommodate everyone, resulting in limited spots. Registrations would take place, followed by a lottery to determine who would gain access. Upon hearing this, the freshly formed queue stirred with anticipation, prompting Zhao Tengfei to quickly add, however, the government is rapidly expanding the facility, so those that do not get selected should not despair. There will be more opportunities. Suddenly, a gaunt old man with a long face and triangular eyes stepped forward, shouting, "Wait, I'm 75 this year. Why must I enter through a lottery? I should be allowed in directly." The old man stood defiantly, hands on his hips, resembling a large compass. "I don't care. You must ensure I get into the cooling center today." His outburst drew laughter from the crowd, and someone retorted, "You old coot, dreaming big. Why should you be allowed in first? Is it because you don't bathe? Or because of your odor?" The crowd erupted into laughter. Zhao Tingfei suppressed his amusement and coughed. "Everyone, let us focus on registering. I will strive to secure more spots for our community." After much reassurance, the registration process finally commenced. Amidst the clamor, Chen and his family stood patiently behind the yellow line, awaiting the arrival of the water truck. "Sister Shuya, you are out today?" Mu's mother expressed her surprise. "You've been cooped up at home. It's good to get some fresh air." She then inquired, "Why is Teacher Zeng here to collect water instead of Professor Fong or his family? Are they waiting in line to register?" In their household, it was either Mu's father or Chen who would typically gather the water. Mu's mother had never ventured out alone. Thus, she naturally assumed that Teacher Zeng was accompanied by her husband or son. Teacher Zeng appeared markedly different from before. Her once meticulously styled long hair had been cropped into a buzz cut. Although she had not lost weight, she seemed sturdier, a far cry from her previous gentle and graceful demeanor. "No, we have no plans to go to a cooling shelter. The amount of water is manageable for me to carry," she replied. "Fortunately, my husband foresaw the need and purchased solar panels early on. Although there are only a few, they provide enough respite for our family during the hottest part of the day." She lamented the soaring prices of solar panels, which had increased threefold, leaving many unable to purchase them. They had no choice but to buy electricity from Wang Tsuefang, a far more expensive option over time. Reflecting on the days when Mu's father assisted in installing the solar panels, Teacher Zeng felt a renewed kinship with Mu's mother and gently asked, "What about your family? Do you have any thoughts on the cooling shelter?" Mu's mother was momentarily taken aback, slowly processing the question. Well, we also have no intentions of going. It's more comforting to stay at home," she replied. "Alas, we only get 2 hours of electricity each day, and just when the air conditioning starts to cool the room, the power goes out." Teacher Zeng sighed. "My family of 4 is currently sleeping on the floor in my son's room. The smaller bedroom cools down more quickly." As their conversation unfolded, the water truck finally arrived. Water was now a precious resource, with each truck serving 4 nearby communities, making the delivery times increasingly unpredictable. However, today the water was dispensed swiftly as a significant number of people were still registering on the other side. Once they finished collecting water and walked a short distance, Teacher Zeng suddenly halted and addressed Chen's family. "You should head back. I will not join you. I still need to chop some trees." Her words were directed at Mu's mother, who appeared somewhat lost in thought and had seemingly not registered the statement. Noticing this, Chen asked, "Chop trees? Why is Aunt Zeng chopping trees?" Teacher Zeng pointed to a distant area, a small garden within the community. "Isn't natural gas supply limited now? I worry about what we will do if it runs out for cooking. These trees are dead and left unattended, which could easily cause a fire. I asked the community manager. He said we could cut them down. Uncle Fong and Zhan Zhao are currently at work on it." Chen understood at once, realizing why he had never heard of a fire occurring in that small garden before. Given the heat, even Grandma Zhao drying a bedsheet on the balcony could cause spontaneous combustion. It was odd that the many dead trees in the garden had not ignited. It seemed that in the previous life, it was indeed the families of Professor Fong and others who had cleared the area. After finishing her words, Teacher Zeng smiled and inquired, "If there's room at home, it would be quite beneficial to stock up on some firewood. Would you care to join us? Mu Chen opened his mouth, about to decline, when suddenly his mother, Moo, raised her head, her gaze fixed intently on Teacher Zeng. All right, we will go too. Upon hearing Moo's response, Teacher Zeng appeared unfazed, nodding with a cheerful smile and saying, "Very well. I see you haven't brought any tools. Shall we return home first?" Thus, Teacher Zeng and Mu Chen's family ascended to the 11th floor. As they stood at the threshold of their home, ready to enter, Teacher Zeng recalled something and turned to remind them, "Do remember to change into long sleeves. There are plants over there with finely serrated edges." Mu Chen expressed his gratitude and closed the door. "Mom, perhaps you should stay behind. It will be hotter with long sleeves on. Dad and I can manage." Though it was evening, the temperature still soared above 40 degrees Celsius. Their home was stocked with over 100 gas canisters and 500 tons of coal, making it unnecessary to endure the sweltering heat to chop wood. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu's father emerged from the storage room, 2 axes in hand, and chimed in, "Indeed, it's not worth suffering outside. Shuya, why don't you prepare the meal at home?" Mu approached, took an axe from Mu's father's hands, tested its weight, and then, with a determined gaze, fixed her eyes on Mu's father. "I'm going." Her resolve was unwavering, her jaw set tightly. "Darling, I understand your concern for me. After so many years of marriage, you have always done the laundry and spared me from heavy labor. However, this is not the past, and I am no longer merely the elegantly dressed supermarket owner sitting behind the cash register." Ignoring Mu's father's astonished expression, Mu turned her gaze toward Mu Chen. Her eyes filled with affection. "Chen, you have grown up, and I am proud to see you taking on responsibilities for our family. However, you have sheltered me too well. I find myself unaccustomed to this apocalyptic world." As he beheld his mother's familiar, yet unfamiliar expression, Mu Chen felt as though his throat was constricted, and he struggled to breathe. In that moment, he glimpsed the essence of his mother from a past life. He had returned to this existence, accumulating abundant resources to protect his parents and alleviate their burdens. With a glance at her son, Mu surmised his thoughts. Sensing that her son was trapped in his own reasoning, she set the axe aside, approached him, stood on tiptoe, and, just as she had done in his childhood, affectionately ruffled his hair, speaking softly, Chen, this is also a way for me to strengthen my body. I observe that many people seem to have adapted well to the heat. In fact, it is I who has grown accustomed to an air-conditioned environment. Every time I step outside, I find myself more sensitive to the heat than you and your father. Had she not encountered Teacher Zeng today, she might not have realized this. Fortunately, it was not too late. A smile blossomed on Mu's face, and her demeanor lightened. As if in that instant of decision, everything had transformed. As long as it is within the limits of what your body can endure, exercising is beneficial. Building heat tolerance is advantageous too. Suddenly, Mu Chen was awakened to clarity. Indeed, upon being reborn, he envisioned the general developments of the next 7 years and hoarded a substantial amount of resources, believing he could afford his parents a better life, sparing them from toil. However, excessive protection could indeed become a form of harm. Observing her son's newfound understanding, Mother Mu smiled and resumed wielding the axe. "Let's be on our way." The family stepped outside, where Teacher Zeng awaited them at the entrance. Following him to the small garden, they soon heard the sound of chopping wood. As they looked up, sweat began to trickle down, their hands soiled, making it inconvenient to wipe their faces. Professor Fong raised his right arm, using his shoulder to brush away the perspiration, and exclaimed, "Brother Mu, are you here to chop trees as well?" "Indeed," replied Father Mu, nodding as he casually patted a tree, which sounded remarkably hollow. "These trees have all withered and are parched from the sun. Once they reach their ignition point, they will ignite." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two families dispersed. Mu Chen, alongside his father, felled a tree before moving on to the next. Meanwhile, Mother Mu squatted behind, methodically dividing the wood into smaller segments. The trees had been dead for some time, making them relatively easy to cut. Before long, they had chopped down several. Suddenly, a soft gasp emerged from Mother Mu's direction. Startled, Mu Chen exchanged a glance with his father and was about to rush back when he saw Mother Mu striding forward, holding something in her hand. "Look, What is this bug? Chapter 36. The locust nymph? It's a locust. Mu Chen exclaimed upon closer inspection. A locust? Father Mu took the insect from Mother Mu's hand, scrutinizing it with a hint of confusion. How does it differ from the locusts I remember? The creature, a deep crimson, lacked wings and appeared quite rotund, resembling a large beetle. Indeed, it is a locust, Mu Chen declared, snatching the dark red insect and crushing it beneath his foot. Let us head back. Together, the family chopped the trees into smaller pieces and neatly stacked them. Mu Chen retrieved some rope from his backpack and tied the wood together. After exchanging greetings with Professor Fong and the others, Mu Chen hoisted the firewood, and they soon arrived home. Carrying these bundles up to the 11th floor proved challenging, even for a family accustomed to daily exercise. Mother Mu also bore a considerable load of firewood. Upon reaching home, she immediately dashed to the dining table, gulping down nearly half a bottle of cool tea. After quenching her thirst, she felt relief in her parched throat, but just as she set the bottle down, Mu Chen remarked, "What we encountered earlier was a locust nymph. According to my recollections, the locusts should not arrive for about another month. Yet we discovered one right in our small garden. In their previous life, they had avoided exertion to conserve water, thus reducing their need to drink. Consequently, they had never ventured to the small garden to chop wood. Was it possible that locusts had already begun to appear at this time? Mother Mu found this puzzling, due to the excessive heat. The crops in the fields had withered long ago. Although she had not visited the farmland, she could infer from the community's greenery that the situation was dire. If even trees with such extensive root systems could not extract water from the ground, one could only imagine the plight of the crops. The land here is utterly barren. Perhaps the locust plague in other regions has spread to us." When she uttered these words, Mother Mu's demeanor remained relatively relaxed. For those without shoes fear, not the barefoot. After all, there is scarcely anything left to fear from locusts in this parched land. What would they possibly consume? However, as soon as Mother Mu lifted her gaze, she noticed the grave expression on Mu Chen's face. Her heart sank as she heard him speak solemnly. "Mother, they not only consume crops, but they also bite humans. These dark red locusts carry a slight toxin. If bitten repeatedly, the toxin may not be metabolized in time, and in severe cases, it could lead to shock. In this sweltering heat, shock equates to death. Despite their mild toxicity, the locusts can be somewhat tolerable. Initially, they might cause severe digestive distress, but eventually, one adapts to them, much like humans acclimatize to extreme temperatures." Upon hearing Mu Chen's account, both Father and Mother Mu's expressions grew serious. "Should we warn everyone in advance? It might serve as a precautionary measure," suggested Father Mu. Suddenly, his expression turned regretful. "Had I known earlier, I would have brought that larva carcass back. Perhaps the government could have developed a remedy in advance." Mu Chen was taken aback. He had never considered reporting this matter. "No, I must return and search for it. Perhaps it can still be found. And what about Uncle Fong and his family? What if they are caught unawares and bitten?" As he spoke, Father Mu pivoted towards the entrance. Instinctively, Mu Chen grasped his father's arm, meeting his father's innocent gaze with a pleading expression. "Father, the higher-ups must be in constant communication with other cities. They should already be aware of this situation. When the locust plague occurred last time, the government swiftly announced they had developed pest control measures, indicating they were likely prepared. Whether one considers him cautious or selfish, Mu Chen was unwilling for his father to report this discovery. Even if his father's early report could spare many citizens from harm, he would not agree if it posed even the slightest risk to their family. Moreover, this outbreak of locusts was swiftly brought under control. Hearing this, Father Mu breathed a slight sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. "In that case, I shall inform Uncle Fong's family to remain vigilant against such pests." This time, Mu Chen did not stop him as Father Mu exited. After the mother and son neatly stacked the firewood in the corner of the living room, Mother Mu inquired, "What would you like to eat today?" Mu Chen, displaying signs of fatigue, shook his head. "Let's not cook. We can eat what has already been prepared." After engaging in strenuous labor, one must undergo a period of adaptation. Mother Mu must surely be more exhausted than he was. "What do you feel like eating, Mother?" At that moment, Mother Mu was so hungry she could devour an entire cow, immediately listing a series of dishes, spicy cold noodles, garlic ribs, a serving of grilled cold noodles, and she also craved chilled mango sago. All right, I will arrange it all for you. Chen, equally tempted, decided to wait for his father to return, asking him what he wished to eat before bringing everything out. I will go take a bath first. As she spoke, Mother Mu entered the bathroom. Outside, Chen sat on the sofa, casually picking up one of Father Mu's novels, but found himself unable to focus on it. Long before the scorching heat set in, the country had begun importing vast amounts of grain. At that time, the United States issued a statement accusing the rabbit country of having ulterior motives, claiming it hoarded 60% of the world's grain. Domestically, experts continuously asserted that our nation's food supplies could sustain the population for 2 years without production. Moreover, with the onset of extreme temperatures, many frail individuals had already perished. According to later statistics from the base, following the calamity of extreme heat, the population had diminished by at least 30%. Logically, with fewer people, there should not have been such a dire shortage of food in those initial 2 years. However, from a drifter's account, it became clear that food had long since run out in their area, forcing him into a life of wandering. Evidently, the root cause lay in the locust plague. Chen's gaze deepened. In the previous life, it was uncertain whether the leaders here had received prior warnings or were simply cautious by nature. Regardless, up until the last 2 years, the authorities were still able to provide food that predated the apocalypse, albeit somewhat spoiled. Pondering this, Chen rose, intending to secure their home against the impending threat. Once the locusts descended, nothing would remain. Although crops had not been sown in the soil, these locusts infiltrated every crevice. If proper precautions were not taken, their stored provisions would be devoured. Initially, due to Father Mu and Chen purchasing grain at exorbitant prices on the black market, they had plenty of food, aside from a scarcity of water. Yet, after a single locust plague, all of it was gone. Just as Chen was about to head to the storage room, a crisp clicking sound echoed from the entrance, followed by Father Mu's warm voice. I spoke with Uncle Fong. He assured me he would be careful. By the way, where's your mother? She's in the shower, Dad. What would you like to eat later? Father Mu, wearing casual slippers, plopped down beside Chen, cheerfully pulling the novel from the coffee table towards him. Anything is fine, whatever your mother enjoys. I relish as well. Chen rose and set the dishes his mother had mentioned on the dining table. Just as he finished arranging the food, Mother Mu emerged, smiling. You two should hurry and wash up. The father and son took a brisk shower, and upon their return, Mother Mu had already prepared the utensils. The tangy and spicy cold noodles, succulent ribs bursting with garlicky flavor, and a refreshing sip of chilled mango pudding brought joy to Mother Mu's eyes. As he skewered a piece of grilled cold noodles with a bamboo stick, Chen said, Dad, let's inspect the house afterward and ensure everything is sealed tightly. Chapter 37. The list of summer retreats is released after dinner. Father Mu took charge of the inspections downstairs while Chen ascended to the attic. To enhance insulation, the windows had been sealed with thermal mats, but Chen believed that was insufficient and planned to apply several layers of cling film over the gaps. Additionally, the door leading to the rooftop required special attention, so he meticulously sealed it with cling film as well. Meanwhile, downstairs, Father Mu had completed a thorough check of the doors and windows, even re-cementing the holes drilled into the walls for connecting the air conditioning unit and pipes. The remaining areas had already been sealed, with the only connection to the outside world being the various drainage pipes. These places must remain open, otherwise, it would be exceedingly inconvenient. While the father and son busied themselves with their tasks, Mu's mother was in the living room lifting the dumbbells typically used by Chen. She contemplated that once she had built up her strength, she would ask her son to teach her how to use a crossbow. In the ensuing days, due to the allocation of summer retreat spots, the community became quite lively. Professor Fong mentioned to Mu's father that he had often passed by the 10th floor while going to chop wood and had encountered various individuals visiting the Zhao family multiple times. Mu's father recounted this incident and asserted that rascal Zhao Tongfei has undoubtedly accepted bribes. At that moment, Chen, engrossed in a variety show on his phone, looked up at his father. Dad, how do you know about this? Your Uncle Fong told me, replied Mu's father as he fished out his phone from the sofa cushions. The list should be released today. Indeed, After a short while of reading a novel, Mu's phone began to buzz incessantly with notifications. Zhao Tengfei, the allocation of summer retreat spots has been confirmed. Please see the list below. Attached image, Zhao Tengfei. I have strived to secure spots for everyone in the community. Our neighborhood has a total of 300 spots. The neighboring Jingyan community only has 000. Those who were not selected this time should not be disheartened. There will be another opportunity next time. With 300 spots available, and considering our community has only about 3,000 residents, with a portion not having registered, the odds are nearly 1 in 2. There remains a glimmer of hope. Upon reading Zhao Tengfei's message, the residents felt invigorated, eagerly clicking on the image and scrutinizing it, anxious not to overlook their names or those of their loved ones. Zhao Tengfei, all individuals on the list should prepare their supplies. A government vehicle will arrive to pick you up the day after tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. The homeowners group fell into silence for a few minutes before an explosion of messages ensued. Supermom, wonderful. My husband and I have both been selected. Farewell, everyone. Under the flying clouds, we registered as a family. Why weren't my parents chosen? Happy family. I suspect foul play. Have you not noticed? There are no elderly individuals on the list. Happy cat. That is not true. I just saw Grandpa Guan on the list, as well as Grandma Zhao. There are indeed elderly individuals selected. Speaking of Grandpa Guan, he was a botany professor who had only recently retired. He was a jovial old man, often enveloped in the faint aroma of herbs, well-liked within the community. Fried chicken enthusiast. Let's not indulge in conspiracy theories. There are not many elderly residents in our community. Statistically, they are at a disadvantage. This statement, albeit harsh, reflected the reality. The sweltering heat had claimed many elderly and frail individuals, and with the already limited number of seniors in the community, a reduced selection was somewhat explicable. The atmosphere in the group lightened considerably. Most residents were pleased to have secured spots in the summer retreat, while those who had not, encouraged by the abundance of available slots, felt a renewed sense of hope. Zhao Tengfei offered a few platitudes, and the matter seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. On that day, Chen was practicing with a punching bag when he suddenly heard a commotion downstairs, accompanied by intermittent horn blasts. The gas station in Qingcheng had long ceased selling gasoline to the public, and the vehicles in the community parking lot had already run out of fuel. It was evident that government officials had arrived. Chen walked into the living room and saw his parents crowded by the window, lifting a corner of the thermal mat to peer outside. Upon hearing footsteps, Mu's mother turned around and waved at her son. Chen, look. It seems like soldiers have come to pick someone up. Downstairs, Zhao Tengfei shouldered a large bag filled with instant food and bedding. However, these items belonged to his mother. He had no intention of going to the heat shelter himself. Observing the unusual high temperatures, he realized he was on the verge of a significant promotion. He could not leave now. If he did, and the community appointed a new team leader, his current accomplishments would be overshadowed. Zhao Grandma sighed as she followed behind Zhao Tengfei, doing her best to support the bag on her son's back. Xiaofei, it would be great if you went with your mother. It's not like you can't get in. Mom, I won't go. Zhao Tengfei's eyes glimmered with a desire for power as he adjusted the bag on his shoulder and cautioned, be careful when you go inside. Stay close to Hui Hui. The space will likely be cramped, and the crowd will be mixed. We must proceed with caution. Zhao Hui, who was nearby, nodded vigorously in agreement. Dad, don't worry. I will take good care of Grandma. After seeing the two of them off in a vehicle, Zhao Tengfei busied himself helping other residents with their luggage, thereby further enhancing his reputation. With over 1,000 people, 30 military trucks were dispatched, making numerous trips back and forth until the early hours of the morning, finally transporting everyone away. After watching for a while, Mu's mother drew the curtains. There's nothing worth seeing. Today's training targets have yet to be met. Despite being cooped up at home every day, everyone was far from idle. Each person was bustling with activity. In addition to the mandatory physical training, there were household chores to attend to. Mu's mother was responsible for washing vegetables and cooking, and recently, she had taken a fancy to experimenting with making ice cream and milk tea, even managing to concoct homemade yogurt. Due to the extreme heat, some electrical circuits frequently burn out, necessitating timely replacements. Chen's task was to supply his mother with the necessary materials while also assisting his father with repairs. The supplies in their space were systematically organized by Chen and meticulously recorded in a notebook. Every week, he would verify the inventory list to ensure proper management of their resources. Days passed in this manner. It had been over 2 weeks since Chen discovered the locust larvae, yet nothing seemed amiss. Even late at night, when the temperatures dipped, fewer people roamed the community. The water delivery truck, which had previously arrived daily, shifted to every 3 days, and starting next week, it would become a weekly service. The amount of water available was dwindling. Each adult was allotted 2 liters per day, while children under 10 received only 1 liter. It was barely sufficient for drinking, and now meals were no longer followed by washing dishes. They simply wiped them with paper towels, ready to use again for the next meal. Electricity had been completely cut off, and gas was intermittent, making cooking a challenge. In a twist of irony, electricity sold by Wang Suifeng on the 7th floor became a hot commodity. Chapter 38. The Emergence of the Market, November 16, 2023, 75. Natural gas is now available for merely 2 hours each day, and the residents of the community seize this limited time to prepare their meals, storing them for later consumption. Although the food is described as cold, it remains pleasantly warm given the ambient temperature. The desire for chilled or even cool food has become a distant luxury. However, the Mu family has long ceased to cook, even during the hours when gas supply is available. In this sweltering heat, remaining by the boiler is unbearable. Even with air conditioning, the discomfort persists. If our household, with its air conditioning, feels this way, one can only imagine the plight of those who rely solely on fans. Or worse, have no fans at all. Mu's mother sighed, her spirits dampened. It's reached 75 degrees today. When will this rise in temperature come to an end? In response, Chen offered words of comfort. It should stabilize around this temperature. Don't worry, Mom. Reflecting on this, Chen felt fortunate. Although the heat was oppressive, the humidity remained low. If the humidity were high, one would feel as if trapped in a steamer, suffocating under the weight of the air. Mu's mother nodded wearily, leaning against the window to look outside. The area below had become increasingly lively. She noticed people bringing food out to eat. Their building faced a small square, where construction equipment was stationed. At that moment, light flickered from the square, and numerous shadows could be discerned. Noticing his mother's low spirits, Chen suggested, "How about we take a stroll down there?" Given that water deliveries occurred weekly, it had been nearly 3 or 4 days since they last ventured out. Humans are inherently social creatures. Prolonged confinement, even with mobile entertainment, can lead to unease. Moreover, with current power and internet outages, many were unable to use their phones, making the small square a crucial hub for social interaction. Upon hearing Chen's proposal, Mu's mother's eyes brightened, and she smiled. "All right, let's eat at the small square today." To prepare for their outing, Chen retrieved 3 portions of cooked noodles from the pantry and prepared a bowl of sour soup. The soup lacked scallions, as households could no longer rely on their refrigerators, and the presence of fresh green scallions was quite unusual. He poured the prepared sour soup generously over the noodles, creating a simple yet delightful dish. As the Mu family descended to the ground floor, they could already hear the sounds of conversation wafting from the small square. "That looks quite appetizing. Is that made with legame?" one person remarked. "The presentation is appealing too. Back in my hometown, it's trendy to make flour rolls. This isn't anything new. We don't have scallions or spicy oil at home, so legame will have to do, but it still tastes rather fresh." Another woman chimed in. "Legame is delicious. I loved it with rice when I was in school." The elder sister took a bite of her flour roll and laughed. "My child adores legame. When they first announced the work stoppage, he stocked up on it, and we still have plenty at home. Perfect for trying something new." Upon hearing this, the first person's face lit up with surprise, and they quickly asked, "You have quite a bit left? Would you be willing to sell me some? My family has grown weary of the preserved vegetables we bought in bulk." The elder sister appeared tempted. While legame is delightful, one cannot eat it 3 times a day without seeking a change in flavor. "What kind of trade are you suggesting? Would you be interested?" The small square has now commenced a barter system. resembling a nascent marketplace in the later stages of an apocalypse. Mu's father, a social butterfly, squatted in the most crowded area, slurping noodles from his bowl while interjecting comments now and then. His posture was reminiscent of elderly villagers chatting and chewing with bowls in hand, save for the absence of a wall to lean against. Perhaps driven by an innate shopping instinct, Mu's mother wandered about, soon drifting away into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, Mu Chan found himself standing alone. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder, followed by the cheerful voice of Fang Zhanjiao. Mu Chen, it's been ages since I last saw you. Your family hardly ventures out. This square has become quite lively. He continued, I cannot fathom who had the audacity to set up a stall selling their surplus or unused items. This place has transformed into a flea market. This is your first visit, isn't it? As Fang Zhanjiao's gaze fell upon the bowl in Mu Chen's hands, he raised an eyebrow and grinned. How about we finish our meal? And I take you for a stroll? I'm quite familiar with this area. I know what everyone is trading. Fang Zhanjiao, also holding a bowl of rice topped with a medley of vibrant chopped peppers and some wilted, dehydrated radish, found a corner to sit, opting not to use the iron chairs that were originally present in the square. Noticing Mu Chen's fleeting glance at the chairs, Fang Zhanjiao quickly gestured. You definitely don't want to sit on those. They will scorch your backside. The thermal conductivity of iron is remarkable, even at night. When the temperature is still above 40 degrees, combined with the relentless sun's exposure, the heat is quite formidable. Just a few days ago, when people first began to gather in the square, someone sat down and, oh dear, Fang Zhanjiao shook his head, a look of pity on his face. The moment that person touched the bench, he leaped up with a pained yelp. You wouldn't believe it. I was close enough that I could smell the burning fabric of his pants. His expression was utterly contorted. Like this, he grinned widely, dramatically reenacting the moment. Mu Chun stifled a laugh. What happened afterward? Well, I'm not sure. I didn't hear any ambulances, and I certainly haven't seen him these past few days. Perhaps there were too many cases of heat stroke, and the hospital couldn't accommodate everyone. They typically won't admit patients unless it's life-threatening, Fang Zhanjiao remarked, shaking his head. However, since that incident, no one dares to sit on those chairs anymore. Now everyone brings their own stools. Before long, the two had finished their meal, each retrieving a piece of paper from their bags to meticulously wipe their bowls clean before stowing them away. Let us go, Fang Zhanjiao called. I'll show you around. There is truly a plethora of items for sale. He led Mu Chun toward the left side of the square, where it appeared brighter, likely due to the presence of more emergency lights. We've set up a stall too. My mother is looking to trade my sister's old baby bottles and unused diapers. The radish I just ate was something we exchanged. He added, if your family has anything you no longer need, you can bring it to barter as well. As I strolled along, I observed the diverse array of goods around me. Yet none could compare to the superior quality offered by Mu Chun, rendering them of little interest. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a particular stall, a vendor specializing in jade artifacts. Chapter 39. Expanding horizons. His family once operated a jewelry store, but recently, most of their gold pieces have been picked over, leaving only these jade items that garnered little attention. How could these be exchanged? Noticing Mu Chen's interest in making a purchase, Fang Zhanjiao recalled and offered a reminder. They accepted a variety of goods, grain, electricity, as well as seasonings and tobacco, without any fixed rates, merely assessing their worth. However, their pricing was not inexpensive. Fang Zhanjiao smacked his lips, resting his chin on his hand, somewhat lamenting. A gold necklace weighing around 10 grams was priced at a pack of cigarettes, while 30 pounds of grain would be required for a trade. Mu Chen nodded to indicate his understanding and proceeded directly towards the stall. The vendor was a young man, approximately 30, with a shaved head and a friendly demeanor. As anticipated, there were only a few scattered pieces of gold jewelry displayed on the somewhat worn checkered cloth. Numerous jade bangles and ping and ko-jade discs were present, interspersed with some silver jewelry. Upon Mu Chen's approach, the vendor, Nian Jian, greeted him warmly. Feel free to browse. All of my items are from reputable brands like Chow Tai Fook and come with certificates ensuring they're genuine gold and silver. Mu Chen casually pointed to a jade bangle featuring a half-mountain water design. What's the price for this? Having been in business for many years, Nian could instantly tell that Mu Chen was genuinely interested and enthusiastically recommended. It must be for an elder in your family. This piece has a rich color and a fine quality. I'm sure they would appreciate it. Impatiently, Mu Chen cut through the pleasantries. What is the price? That depends on what you have for trade. I accept a variety of items. After some contemplation, Mu Chen realized that they had not specifically stocked tobacco or alcohol, only the remnants from their small supermarket. Such items would appreciate in value over time, making it unwise to part with them now. However, they had amassed a considerable amount of outdoor power supplies and solar panels at home, which they were not lacking. What would the transaction look like if I were to pay with electricity? As soon as the words left his mouth, Nianjian's eyes lit up. The batteries from the 7th floor. If fully charged, they could be exchanged for this bangle. Due to the early sales of electricity by Wang Cuifeng on the 7th floor, their batteries had become the standard of measurement. I haven't purchased electricity from the 7th floor, so I'm unsure of the quantity available. Hearing this, Nianjian regarded him with renewed interest. Currently, only 2 types of individuals refrain from buying electricity from the 7th floor: those who cannot afford it and those who do not require it. Judging by your appearance, you hardly seem like someone who lacks resources. Your nails are clean, indicating that you certainly have access to water. It appears your family indeed has solar panels. The 7th floor provides a 10-kilowatt battery. As long as you have 10 kilowatts, you could trade. 10 kilowatts? For Mu Chen, this was not an exorbitant price. His space contained 100 fully charged batteries, each with a capacity of 20 kilowatts. Moreover, the solar panels continued to generate electricity daily. I'll take all of these jade items. Could you perhaps offer me a better deal? Given that these mere stones could be exchanged for something as valuable as electricity, Nianjian readily agreed, nodding fervently. Certainly, these items you're offering can be valued at 100 units of electricity. These rough stones are hardly worth consuming, especially since we have plenty at home, and the price set by Nianjian is quite reasonable. Upon a cursory glance, Mu Chen noted that there were around 30 pieces of jade on display, varying in size, but generally of good quality. Overall, the pricing seemed fair. Yet, when it comes to purchasing, one must always negotiate. After sifting through the jade items and gathering them into a cluster, Mu Chen expressed his disdain. 100 units of electricity is excessive. Some of these pieces exhibit inclusions and lack vibrancy, warranting a price of 70 units. Nianjian wore a troubled expression. You seem knowledgeable. These items retain their value. Once the heat passes, you will profit immensely. 100 units is already a fair price. Fang Zhanjiao tugged at Mu Chen's sleeve, his anxiety palpable. Gold retains its value. These jades do not. He urged, Brother, this person is deceiving you. Feeling the tug on his garment, Mu Chen turned and shook his head at Fang Zhanjiao. I am determined to acquire these. After a round of haggling, Mu Chen secured the lot for 80 units of electricity. However, I do not possess that much at present. May I pay in 4 installments? He proposed, suggesting to pay once every other day. Nianjian understood, smiling of course. Entrusting Fang Zhanjiao to watch over his recent purchase, Mu Chen returned home, having brought back an outdoor battery from his space. This holds 20 units of electricity. Take a look. Nianjian had already borrowed a multimeter to check the remaining charge upon Mu Chen's return. After assessing the balance, their transaction was complete. I will provide the remainder of the day after tomorrow. Return the outdoor battery then, Mu Chen stated, placing the items into his backpack and preparing to leave. Suddenly, Nianjian called out to him, beaming, Little brother, wait. I don't yet know your name. I have many more jade items at home. I will bring them out the day after tomorrow for you to see. Mu Chen replied, I will examine the quality of the items the day after tomorrow. As he walked away, Fang Zhanjiao continued to murmur, Mu Chen, you've been swindled. These items aren't worth that price. That's 80 units of electricity. How much grain could that buy? Carrying the jade pieces, Mu Chen lost the desire to continue browsing. He was eager to expand his space, fearing that leaving the jade to be absorbed might lead to unforeseen issues. It was safer to do so at home. Mu Chen raised his hand in a gesture to stop Fang Zhanjiao. You continue browsing. I just remembered I have some garbage to dispose of at home. Watching Mu Chen swiftly depart, Fang Zhanjiao felt a pang of sympathy. Going home to take out the trash is a ruse. You don't want Uncle Moo and the others to discover your extravagant spending, do you? TSK, that's 80 units of electricity. Moo Chen is grown. Surely he won't be punished, right? Meanwhile, the already distant Moo Chen remained oblivious to Feng Zhanzhao's thoughts. Upon returning home, with his parents still absent, Moo Chen focused intently as he placed a small piece into his space. The space expanded slightly without any adverse reaction. He added a few more pieces, which were absorbed as usual, and he felt no discomfort. With a fervent determination, he hastily placed all the remaining jade into the space, and to his astonishment, Moo Chen perceived that the area had seemingly expanded significantly. Upon measuring with a tape, he discovered it to be 5,080 square feet. Previously, he had swallowed Moo Mother's bracelet, which had enlarged the space by 3 square meters at that time. Thus, this latest expansion amounted to a remarkable 77 square feet. With a mere expenditure of 80 degrees of electricity. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by 2 soft sounds emanating from the entrance, followed by the cheerful voices of his parents. The atmosphere below was indeed lively, with vendors selling cold beverages, the method of their creation a mystery to him. He even noticed individuals engaged in a game of chess, which sparked his desire to partake as well. After changing his shoes, Moo Mother glanced at Moo Chen, who was seated at the dining table, her expression tinged with mild reproach. "You child, why did you return without a word? You have caused us unnecessary worry. Had it not been for Zhao mentioning your early return, I would still be in the dark about your whereabouts. You seemed a bit peculiar today." After exchanging a few words, noticing Moo Chen's silence, Moo Mother stepped closer, concern etched on her face. "Why are you not speaking?" Moo Chen turned, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Mother, the space has expanded." Chapter 40. Relief Grain. After recounting the events at the small square to his parents, Moo Father was filled with excitement, pacing animatedly. "That is splendid news. I wonder how much they have left. Let us purchase it all." Moo Chen's spirits were equally high as he replied, "As long as they are willing to sell, we shall buy. Father, let us venture outside to collect some soil." Upon hearing the mention of collecting soil, Moo Father immediately understood his son's intentions. Currently, the area was suffering from severe lack of water and was exceedingly arid, making cultivation nearly impossible. People were now utilizing large mineral water bottles to ensure the moisture did not evaporate. Using buckets would result in a substantial loss to evaporation, often reducing the water by half in just one day. Realizing that his father had misunderstood, Moo Chen shook his head. "We are not planting now. We first need to transport the soil back. Prolonged drought can lead to soil desertification, and that is not the worst of it. The impending floods, extreme cold, volcanic eruptions, and particularly acid rain will all inflict damage upon the soil." The more he spoke, the heavier Moo Chen's expression became. He continued, "In the end, apart from the soil initially placed indoors, it will be impossible to cultivate ordinary grains outside." Hearing this, Moo Father's countenance grew grave. "Then let us go to the outskirts and gather more soil." "Yes, we shall store it in the warehouse. The landlord is unlikely to demand the keys from us at this time." Over the next few days, Moo Chen and his father made several trips to the suburbs at night, filling the warehouse to capacity. Meanwhile, Moo Mother kept herself busy, either exercising or strolling through the small square, hoping to discover another establishment dealing in jade. While paying for the electricity in installments to Yen, Moo Chen acquired all the jade in his possession, along with some gold ornaments. Consequently, the space expanded to an impressive 5,876 square feet. That day, after finishing her yoga session, Moo Mother began her daily menu planning. "Son, today I would like to eat Peking-style shredded pork, and let us also have some bean curd rolls." The refrigerator was now scarcely used for preserving food, primarily serving to make ice cubes. For Moo Chen's space possessed superior preservation capabilities compared to any refrigerator. Crossing his legs and immersed in the delight of his mobile device, Father Moo diverted a fraction of his attention, turning his head slightly as he salivated. "I crave Guangzhou cold noodles. I must have the spice duck from Zhouheya. For dessert, let's indulge in some dragon fruit." Before Moo Chen could respond, Mother Moo First wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel draped around her neck, strode purposefully to father's side and playfully patted his round belly. The plump belly instantly rippled with waves. "Look at your belly. You bounce around like that. You ought to eat something lighter." Although her voice was loud, Mother Moo didn't exert much force, and Father Moo merely shifted his body, seemingly unperturbed. Only a full stomach gives one the strength to exercise. Mother Moo shot him an annoyed glance and retreated to the bathroom. By the time she returned, the table was laden with dishes. Perhaps due to recent exercise, the family's appetite had noticeably increased. Unwrapping a sheet of bean curd skin, Mother Moo deftly picked up several pieces of Peking-style shredded pork, dipping them in sauce with scallions, rolling them meticulously while glancing at Moo-chan. "Chun-chun, these past few days at the small square, I discovered that Nian is surprisingly selling electricity. Because of this, there's a bit of friction with the 7th floor." After a pause, Mother Moo continued, "It seems that with the dwindling supplies, he believes that selling grain in the future holds more promise, as he is trading electricity for grain." Moo-chan paused, chuckling. He does possess quite the business acumen. The water shortage is merely temporary. The issue of grain persists as a constant theme through all calamities. After the meal, Father and Mother Moo nestled together to watch a horror film, while Moo-chan, disinterested in such genres, retreated to organize the supplies in his space. Like a miser guarding a trove of gold, Moo-chan meticulously inventories his supplies at least once a day. The abundance of provisions instilled in him a profound sense of security. How could the thrill of a horror film compare to this sense of happiness? Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Mayor Liu, after listening to Assistant Xiao Zhang's report, fell into a contemplative silence before slowly stating, "Cease all research immediately." From the experiments conducted during this period, it is evident that soil cultivation yields some benefits, yet the seedlings remain slender, serving only an ornamental purpose. Planting a few vegetables for a taste is feasible, but attempting to grow rice or wheat results only in sprouts, without any ear formation. The efficacy of hydroponics surpasses that of soil cultivation, yet a significant volume of water is evaporating. The cost of cultivation is exorbitant. Assistant Xiao Zhang, with a pained expression, hesitated before saying, "Mayor, we have made progress. Abandoning it now would be a pity." Mayor Liu shared his concern, lamenting the water resources expended in the experimental fields, pondering if those could have been distributed among citizens. Each could receive an extra bottle. After investing such resources, the results are disappointingly mediocre. With a sigh, Mayor Liu ultimately refrained from scrapping the research project entirely. He instructed the plant specialists to continue their studies, emphasizing the necessity of developing water-efficient cultivation methods. The water levels are declining rapidly, with no signs of recovery. At this rate, it is uncertain how many months they can endure. For now, he could only strive to conserve water, prioritizing necessities. While there is still grain in stock, the water supply is dwindling dangerously. Assistant Xiao Zhang, with a grave demeanor, placed a document on the desk. News from Yuqing indicates that a locust plague is advancing toward our direction. Although the network has been disrupted due to the inability to maintain the communication towers, we have not completely lost contact. Upon hearing this alarming news, Mayor Liu reacted strongly. Rising abruptly and speaking with great urgency, he mandated a thorough inspection of the granaries to ensure food security. "Are there samples coming from Yuqing?" After receiving a negative response, Mayor Liu's expression darkened further. He instructed to prepare all available reagents to combat the locusts. Assistant Xiao Zhang acknowledged and inquired whether the public should be notified to take precautions. "No, there's no need. Locusts may not necessarily pass through Qingsheng. We have already halted work for 4 months. It's time to distribute relief grain. The populace is already on edge, and revealing the situation would likely do more harm than good, potentially inciting panic." After speaking, Mayor Liu wearily closed his eyes and waved his hand to dismiss Assistant Xiao Zhang. Time has swiftly passed, with the high temperatures leading to over 4 months of work stoppage. As the food supplies dwindle and savings diminish, the oppressive heat shows no sign of abating, and even water is now being rationed. Despite government-appointed comforters attempting to assuage public anxiety, many in the community have grown increasingly restless. Previously, Purchasing a 50-kilogram bag of rice seemed sufficient for months, yet they failed to consider that their meals once consisted of rice accompanied by an array of vegetables, eggs, and meat. During work breaks, they often enjoyed snacks and milk tea, which limited their rice consumption. Now, relying solely on staples, they have come to realize the substantial quantity required to satiate their hunger. Having bought 2 bags of rice, they expected it would last a year and a half. But they now find themselves struggling to make it last. On an otherwise ordinary day, Chen and his father were practicing martial arts, while Mu's mother was running with weights on a treadmill. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Mu's father removed his gloves, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said to Chen, "I'll go check." He opened the door slightly, confirming through the peephole that it was a familiar face before fully opening the door. Moments later, he returned to the living room and informed the mother and son, "The supermarket will soon begin distributing relief grain. Professor Fong has invited us to join." Chapter 41. Queuing Mu's mother stepped off the treadmill, not bothering to change her sweat-soaked attire, and walked toward the bedroom while saying to Mu's father, "I'll grab my ID. Chen, bring 3 small stools." The father and son, not changing their clothes either, set off with their own distinctive scent mingling with the others, as it would seem jarring if they were the only ones smelling of shower gel among a crowd of people. The nearest supermarket still in operation was 2 miles from their community, and neither they nor the Fong family intended to drive, as gasoline is now a controlled commodity and hard to come by. Mu's father retrieved their usual backpacks, placing bottles of chilled herbal tea inside, along with 2 bottles of Huaxiangzenki liquid in each bag. In recent months, this medicine has become an essential item for their family. Soon, they were ready and knocked on the door across the way. The policy stipulates that one must present their identification to receive relief rations. So the young girl from the Fong family was carried out by her mother. A tiny figure, she held her mother's hand, her large eyes sparkling as she looked at Mother Mu, obediently greeting her, "Hello, Aunt Shuya." The soft, tender voice melted Mother Mu's heart. Digging into her pocket, she retrieved a Wangzai milk candy and leaned down with a smile. "Xianting, you are so well-behaved. This is for you." Xianting did not immediately take it. She looked up to see teacher Zheng nodding before accepting it, flashing a sweet smile at Mother Mu. "Thank you, Aunt Shuya." As she gently patted her daughter's oily little braid, teacher Zheng's gaze shifted to Chen's hands, and she remarked with a smile, "You have indeed thought this through. The food supplies in every household are running low. Even going to the supermarket requires standing in line these days." Upon hearing about the distribution of relief rations, there will undoubtedly be even more people. It was quite some time after the high temperatures had led to work and school stoppages that the government had taken over the supermarkets. To prevent malicious price gouging, purchase limits were instituted. Each individual was restricted to buying only 10 pounds of grain per day, and eventually, even condiments and sugar became subject to purchase limits. Of course, snacks were exempt from these restrictions. As she spoke, teacher Zheng turned back to Fong Zhanjiao, who was closing the door. "Zhanjiao, don't close the door just yet. Go grab a few small stools." Mu father and Professor Fong walked ahead, engaged in quiet conversation. "Brother Mu, when do you think this heat wave will pass? The new year is approaching, and the school has not yet notified us about resuming classes, given the recent persistent temperatures reaching 70 degrees. Professor Fong was aware that there were simply no conditions for school to commence. Yet he was deeply troubled. For months without work, and prices were soaring. Recently, some individuals were even clamoring about the impending end of the world, which made his heart flutter anxiously. Don't dwell on such thoughts. Didn't the visitor say when they came to our community that experts predict this year's unusual climate is due to a shift in the magnetic poles of the blue planet? The visitor was a newly established position by the government. With water, electricity, and internet services suspended, everyone's emotions were rather unstable. These visitors were specifically tasked with calming the community's spirits. After a moment's reflection, Mu father advised, "However, it seems that this unusual weather won't be resolved anytime soon. It would be wise to stock up on as much food as possible." What else could Mu father say? He certainly couldn't declare, "Yes, dear brother, the apocalypse is upon us. We must hastily hoard supplies and fortify our homes." As they conversed and walked, time passed swiftly, and the two families soon arrived at the supermarket. Goodness, we arrived so early, yet there are already so many people. The distribution of relief rations was set to begin at 2 in the morning, and it was barely 11 at night. Teacher Zeng had presumed they were early enough, only to find a long queue already formed. Mu Chen, unfazed, set down the stools and beckoned his parents to sit. It was no surprise that even before the water shortages and food scarcity, whenever there were discounts or promotions at the supermarket, the elderly would line up overnight. Just a few minutes after they sat down, more people began to arrive. An elderly gentleman with a Mediterranean hairstyle, his hair completely white, fanned himself gently and sighed to the person beside him. "We can receive relief grain outside. My son went to the cooling center recently. I wonder if he managed to obtain any." The other person reassured him, "Do not worry. The cooling centers provide meals, so he will surely have something." Upon hearing this, a man in his 30s, shirtless, looked on with envy. "Indeed, the cooling center is preferable. The government takes care of food. How delightful." Mu Chen listened, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Such a notion is too good to be true. While the cooling center does provide meals and has decent air conditioning, one must work there. If all went according to plan, the relief grain they would receive shortly in vacuum-sealed packages would be the result of their own manual labor. Mu Chen had never been to a cooling center in his past life. Such details were relayed to him by others later on. Observing the lengthy queue, he surmised it would take quite a while to reach their turn. He retrieved a tablet from his backpack and handed it to his mother. "Mom, it seems we will be waiting for a long time. Why don't you and Aunt Zeng watch television to pass the time?" Upon seeing the tablet, Teacher Zeng's eyes sparkled with delight. "You even brought this along. It's thoughtful of you." Mu's mother accepted the tablet with a smile. Though she chided him lightly, "This child, electricity is scarce these days, always using it to charge these gadgets." Teacher Zeng, fully aware of Mu's mother's sentiments, teased, "That's because Chen is considerate, always thinking of you." Nearby, Mu's father interjected, raising an eyebrow at Mu Chen, "My novel." Mu Chen then produced a phone from his space and handed it to his father. Following that, as if performing a magic trick, he retrieved a book and offered it to Professor Fong. This series of actions left Fong Zhao starry-eyed, hinting, "Brother Mu Chen, you are well prepared. So what about us?" Mu Chen shrugged, "That's all I have. Perhaps you could join my mother and the others to watch television?" At that moment, a curious individual in line exclaimed, "How do you still have power?" Due to the son-in-law on the 7th floor who had brought a truckload of solar panels, their community was not lacking in electricity. Many affluent households had installed solar panels, and those without could barter other items for power. Yet, the situation was different in other neighborhoods. "Are you from the Legion Garden community?" the speaker inquired excitedly, their gaze fixed fervently on Mu Chen and his companions. Fong Zhao opened his mouth to respond, but Mu Chen swiftly pressed a hand against him. "Why do you ask that?" "Isn't it so? I thought I could purchase some electricity." It was common for residents from Legion Garden to come over for trade. Seeing that these individuals could play with their phones, he assumed they were from Legion Garden. Fong Zhao looked at the young man in surprise and repeated, "By electricity?" The young man, around 20, waved his phone, reluctant to even light up the screen to save battery. "You don't know? Many people from Legion Garden sell electricity. I bought some once, but now my phone is nearly dead. What a disappointment. I had hoped to buy more." Chapter 42. The butterfly's wing. Mu Chen exchanged glances with his father, astonished to learn that their community's electricity-selling business had grown to such a scale. "This is something that has never occurred before in my past life." Suddenly, Mu Chen felt a twinge of anxiety arise from deep within, a sense of insecurity regarding the future slipping from his grasp. To speak of it, it was indeed thanks to the residents of Legion Garden who sold electricity. Albeit at a higher price, each family was crammed into one room. Yet at least they could enjoy a breeze from the fan. When it comes to power outages, the chatter among the people around him was ignited. Some residents in our community had foresight. They installed solar panels before the work stopped. At that time, he urged my family to do the same. But I found it too expensive, and now I regret it immensely. When will this life come to an end? Due to the power cuts, many individuals in our neighborhood, who were already in poor health, could not withstand the oppressive heat and have since passed away. Because of this damned heat, the death toll in their community has risen significantly. At first, they called for ambulances, and later, they directly contacted the crematorium. Those who were fortunate enough to be sent to the hospital earlier still had a chance, as the hospital at least had some electricity. The leadership of Chen, through coercive measures, confiscated all the solar panels from photovoltaic plants. In addition, all generators were also requisitioned. The electricity generated was solely allocated for hospitals and cooling centers. Alas, it is difficult to gain entry into the hospital, as the power supply cannot accommodate so many places. Currently, only the People's Hospital remains operational. Recently, when some food went bad, I hesitated to throw it away and ended up eating it, resulting in excruciating stomach pain that compelled my husband to take me to the hospital, where I was met with a sea of people. The hall was strewn with patients. As the conversation continued, it began to veer off course. My child incessantly mutters about the end of the world. Isn't this just the result of being overly engrossed in novels? Alas, I believe it. In previous years, even during the hottest days, the temperature never exceeded 40 degrees. And now, it reaches over 70 degrees daily. I can hardly fathom how I have survived. Could it be that the end of the world is indeed upon us, and humanity will evolve, akin to the tales in those science fiction novels? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhanjiao's expression contorted as he waved his hand. Do not speak further. If you do, zombies may very well emerge. Mu Chen thought to himself, there are no zombies, but it is true that humanity is evolving. Yet, this evolution does not manifest as the extraordinary powers found in zombie novels. Rather, it is merely an enhanced ability to adapt to the environment. Just as they were conversing, an emergency light suddenly illuminated at the supermarket entrance, followed by the blaring of a loudspeaker outside. Everyone formed an orderly line, each person required to present their ID to receive aid, with a reiteration that it must be the individual themselves. Before long, the roller shutter of the supermarket was raised, revealing several armed soldiers standing guard on either side. The queue began to move slowly. With the soldiers overseeing the process, the distribution of relief supplies proceeded smoothly, without any disturbances. There were 4 collection points operating simultaneously, and the speed was relatively swift. However, there were so many people that by the time it was Mu Chen's turn, it was nearly 4 in the morning, with only a few individuals remaining behind him. After the young soldier checked Mu Chen's ID, he nodded, his cracked lips curling into a smile that revealed his little canine teeth, his voice hoarse. Comrade, here are your supplies. Mu Chen accepted the bundle from the young soldier's hands, which contained 2 pounds of grain, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a small bottle of vitamins. The young soldier appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, even younger than Mu Chen. As Mu's mother reluctantly accepted the portion of food, she retrieved a bottle of chilled herbal tea from her backpack. It was chrysanthemum tea, brewed by her own hand, refreshing and cooling. The young soldier hastily pushed back. Andy, this is unacceptable. We must not take anything from the masses. Undeterred, Mu's mother placed the bottle on the corner of the table, asserting that she was merely a neighbor, not part of the masses. After setting down the items, she swiftly pulled the others away. The young soldier wished to chase after her to return the water, but bound by duty. He could not leave his post and looked longingly at his squad leader. Squad leader, he called out, and the leader approached, thrusting the water into the soldier's arms. It's fine, take it. Then, with a salute directed at the departing figures of Mu's mother and the others, he kicked his feet and held his head high. The soldier mirrored his actions behind him. Hastening along the return path, Professor Fong carried his daughter with a sigh of frustration. Alas, we arrived too late. We initially planned to collect the relief supplies and then head to the supermarket for some additional items. While their household had stored considerable food, they had overlooked the essentials of seasoning. Now, they could only consume rice seasoned with plain salt daily, occasionally enhancing the flavor with pickled radishes obtained through barter. Adjusting his daughter in his arms, he noted her slight weight loss compared to recent weeks, intensifying his feelings of remorse. With dawn approaching, he realized that the day's stock at the supermarket would soon be depleted. Don't worry, Teacher Zeng remarked with a smile. Relief supplies can be collected daily. Let's come earlier tomorrow. He then turned to Mu's mother. Sister Shuang, we will arrive earlier tomorrow. Mu's mother readily agreed. On the road, many others hurried like them, as the sun would soon rise, making it difficult for people to walk on the streets. Upon returning home, Chen laid the collected items on the table. 6 pounds of rice, 3 packs of 250-gram military compressed biscuits, and 3 small bottles of vitamins. The journey had been silent until he securely locked both doors, at which point he spoke. "Dad, Mom, in our previous life, there was no electricity sold in our community." Mu's mother, busy arranging the vitamin bottles, glanced at him. "What do you mean? Isn't our community doing well now?" Indeed, it was relatively well. Yet today, Mu's mother realized that many outside had lost considerable weight. The residents of Legion Garden appeared only slightly thinner than before the intense heat. Their weight loss was not solely due to a lack of food. The oppressive heat left them with little appetite. Even Chen and the others had shed some weight. Furrowing his brow, Chen stated earnestly, "Mom, you know what I am referring to." With a sigh, Mu's mother stood and patted her son's arm. "Are you worried that future events will not align with your memories?" Having had his thoughts laid bare, Chen lowered his gaze and nodded. Beyond spatial concerns, he believed that understanding the unfolding of future events was another lifeline for their family's survival. Mu's father interjected with a casual remark, "The butterfly effect?" Chen, the world cannot remain unchanged. We already have many advantages. Let things unfold naturally." Chen was well aware of this principle, yet unease lingered within him. "I will reinforce the windows." After speaking, Chen rose and ascended to the attic. Although they resided on the 11th floor during times of flooding, the water level could rise to the 3rd floor, rendering their home effectively the 8th. Chapter 43. The hand-sized locust on December 23, 2023. The oppressive heat had lingered for over 4 months. In previous years, by this time, people would have donned woolen coats in preparation for the new year. However, now, they were so sweltering that they wished to shed their very skin. Various doomsday theories proliferated, and even the scalpers at supermarkets ceased to sell supplies. The only places where one could procure goods, aside from government-regulated stores, were the black markets. Amidst the unrest, incidents of robbery began to surge. With power outages and the absence of surveillance cameras, apprehending criminals became increasingly challenging, emboldening thieves. During these days, the police in Qingcheng were tirelessly occupied, with the detention center overflowing with people and robberies occurring frequently. Consequently, the small square in the community had become significantly quieter. Fortunately, relief supplies were distributed periodically, barely keeping the populace's panic at bay. At least, there had been no occurrences of $0 purchases. On this particular evening, Chen and his family, as usual, accompanied the Fong family to collect relief supplies. It was only 10 o'clock at night, with 4 hours remaining until the distribution began, and they were passively passing the time playing cards under the luminous moonlight. Chen discarded 2 cards. "I have a pair of 2s. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled Chen's ears, accompanied by the gasps of the crowd. "My heavens, look over there. What is that?" exclaimed one. "That insect is enormous. No bigger than an adult's palm. It appeared to be a locust, yet it was a vivid red. Mom, a dragonfly. It must be a sign of impending rain." A young boy turned to his mother, pointing at the swarm of insects spreading like crimson clouds in the distance, hopping with excitement. His teacher had mentioned that low-flying dragonflies heralded rain. Surely it would rain soon. His mother had been incessantly lamenting the need for rain. She would surely be delighted. The boy looked up at his mother's face, only to find it etched with panic. She scooped him up and fled. In the distance, those who first encountered the swarm screamed in terror. My face. Blood. These creatures bite. Everyone run." Chaos erupted as countless individuals scattered, the area in front of the supermarket devolving into disarray. Glancing towards the tumult, Chen immediately grabbed his parents and urged them to flee, shouting to Professor Fong and the others, "Forget the benches. We must go." Confused, Professor Fong and the others followed suit, sprinting alongside them. Yet, the speed of humans could not match that of the flying insects, and they were soon on the verge of being overtaken. Seizing the opportunity, Chen discreetly retrieved 2 bottles of cooling oil from his bag. Pivoting swiftly, he led his companions into an unoccupied alley, tossing 1 bottle to Fong Zhanjiao. "Spray it on yourselves." As he spoke, Mu Chan sprayed the cooling oil over his parents' heads, then thoroughly doused himself before finally exhaling in relief. On the other side, Fang Zhanjiao imitated Mu Chen's actions, spraying cooling oil onto Professor Fang and the others before handing the remaining oil to Mu Chen, panting. "Are we running?" Mu Chen accepted the cooling oil, stowed it back in his backpack, and looked at Fang Zhanjiao as if he were a fool. "Of course we have to run." As soon as the words left his mouth, a swarm of dark red locusts buzzed past the alley's entrance, indeed avoiding them. Fang Zhanjiao clenched his palm, and only after the locusts had flown far away did he exhale, gazing at Mu Chen with admiration. "Brother Mu Chen, you're incredible. How did you know these insects fear cooling oil?" The cries from outside sounded much more distant now. Mu Chen peered out from the alley, confirming it was safe before stepping out. "Insects generally avoid this scent. I was just guessing." "That makes sense." Fang Zhanjiao scratched his head and inquired further. "You carry cooling oil with you when you go out to buy things?" As Mu Chen cautiously moved forward, he replied, "Don't you think applying cooling oil on your skin feels incredibly refreshing?" Fang Zhanjiao opened his mouth, wanting to ask something more, but was abruptly silenced by a slap from Professor Fang, who chided him internally. Professor Fang shot a glare at his son and quickened his pace to catch up with Mu Chen, grumbling, "Why do you talk so much? Hurry up and move." Regardless of how Mu Chen knew to use cooling oil to evade insects or why he carried it with him, it was his own business. Moreover, he'd saved their family. Why insist on digging deeper into matters that did not concern them? That boy. I wonder who he inherited his lack of cleverness from. Professor Fang shielded his wife and child, warily assessing their surroundings, then paused to look at Mu Chen. "It seems to be locusts, due to the extreme heat and drought. The greenery had long since withered away. Yet now, even those dead plants were gone, leaving only a few insects swarming around the scant remnants of dried leaves on the ground." Mu Chen tightened his jaw, ever alert to the sound around him, not daring to relax for a moment. Hearing this, he nodded. "They do resemble locusts. Everyone be cautious and avoid letting the insects get too close. These red locusts appear to feed not only on plants." The memory of the bloodied person earlier sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Along the way, Mu Chen and the others occasionally sprayed themselves with cooling oil, noticing that the large swarms of locusts tended to steer clear of them. The 2-kilometer journey, which would typically take half an hour, took them over 2 hours to complete before they finally reached the residential complex. Within the complex, screams intermittently pierced the air, and the sound of slippers slapping against the ground could occasionally be heard, likely indicating that locusts had invaded some households. Fearing that the locusts might fly into the corridors, they hastily entered their homes and locked the doors without engaging in further pleasantries. Once home, Mu Chen listened to the distant screams echoing from the complex and said to his parents, "We must check all the doors and windows again. We cannot allow even a single locust egg inside." He added, "These creatures have a remarkably strong vitality, akin to cockroaches. If one egg gets in, it won't be long before our home becomes a nest." With a serious expression, Mu father nodded in agreement. "Let's split up for the inspection. One of us should take some tape to seal the gaps in the windows." Mu mother chimed in, "We'll also seal the drainage openings, if necessary. We'll collect the dirty water first." Mu Chen retrieved 3 rolls of tape and 3 bottles of floral insect repellent from a storage space, handing them to his parents while adding further instructions. He then proceeded to spray the house with cooling oil. The trio commenced their tasks, and after 2 hours, the air was saturated with a potent floral scent. Just as they settled onto the sofa for a brief respite, a sudden knocking resounded at the door. "Is anyone home? Professor Fang? Big Brother Mu?" As Mu's father prepared to stand, Mu Chen chuckled, "Dad, you rest. I'll check." He took a few steps toward the door, opening it slightly to clarify the voices outside. "TSK, TSK." They even installed a door on the stairs, making it seem as if someone intends to harm them. Zhao Tongfei remarked, rolling his eyes, just as he was about to kick the door. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. "Team Leader Zhao, is there something you need?" Zhao Tongfei sheepishly withdrew his foot, his demeanor somewhat awkward. "It's Mu Chen. Our community is holding a meeting tomorrow evening at 10 o'clock in the sales office. Each household must send a representative." "Understood. Thank you, Team Leader Zhao." Our family will attend tomorrow. Observing that Mu Chen had no intention of opening the door, Zhao Tengfei felt uncertain whether his earlier remarks had been overheard and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Make sure to inform Professor Fong and the others. I'm heading down now. With that, Zhao Tengfei descended the stairs. Mu Chen acknowledged him, swiftly opening the door crack to slip outside and relay the information to Professor Fong before returning home. Chapter 44. Quality Protein. It was Zhao Tengfei from downstairs, informing them about the meeting at the sales office tomorrow, necessitating one representative from each household. Mu Chen explained briefly to his parents, and then moved towards the window. As he pulled back the curtain, a loud thud echoed as a locust collided with the glass. Perhaps startled by Mu Chen's presence, the locust began to incessantly batter the window, creating a cacophony of thuds. Their home featured tempered glass, 3 layers thick, so there was no concern about damage, yet the noise was quite vexing. With a swish, Mu Chen drew the curtains closed again and turned to his parents, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" After all the commotion, it would be disingenuous to say they weren't hungry, yet none felt inclined to eat a proper meal. "Let us just have something light to tide us over," Mu's father suggested. Taking his father's cue, Mu Chen retrieved several fist-sized rice balls wrapped in seaweed, accompanied by a few baskets of pan-fried dumplings and a bottle of sour plum beverage. For dessert, they had sun-kissed grapes prepared. Usually, they favored watermelon for its refreshing qualities. But after their recent close encounter with the dark red locust, it was likely no one desired watermelon. Mu's father bit into a rice ball, reflecting, the elders often say, after a prolonged drought, locusts will surely come. The leadership must have anticipated this situation long ago. The meeting Zhao Tengfei mentioned was likely in regard to this matter. Mu's mother, who had always harbored a fear of insects, looked pale and lacked an appetite. After sipping a few gulps of sour plum beverage, she nervously suggested, "You two should go tomorrow. I'll stay behind to watch the house." Mu Chen had known about his mother's fear of insects since childhood. When he was around 5 or 6 years old, he had accompanied her to his grandmother's house, where she was watching television with his grandmother, while he had gone to the field with his cousin to catch crickets. Little Mu Chen spent the day playing and returned home joyfully to show his mother his prize cricket. To his dismay, however, his mother let out a shriek that startled him into tears, causing the cricket to escape into the unknown. 2 hours earlier, at the government building, Assistant Xiao Zhang, drenched in sweat, hurriedly made his way to the mayor's office. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst through the door, urgency evident in his voice. "Mayor, something terrible has happened." Assistant Xiao Zhang, known for his calm demeanor over years of diligent service, had clearly encountered a situation of grave concern. Mayor Lu's heart raced, yet he maintained his composure, waving off several botany professors. "There is an urgent matter to attend to. Professors, please return for now. We shall converse another day." As the professors prepared to leave, Assistant Xiao Zhang suddenly called out, "Professors, please wait." In the next instant, he presented several crumpled photographs, pushing them onto the desk before Mayor Lu. "We have just received word from the west of the city that a massive swarm of astonishingly large locusts has appeared. After they pass through, not a blade of grass will remain. Some even exhibit aggressive behavior." The images depicted a darkened sky filled with swarming locusts, with a few figures seemingly besieged, faintly visible among them. Before Mayor Lu could respond, an elderly man with graying hair and narrow glasses could no longer contain himself, asking in rapid succession, "Locusts? When did they appear?" Without waiting for a reply, Professor Bai Yin strode towards the exit, declaring, "I must go and take a look." The third experimental field was just beginning to show promise. We cannot allow the locusts to ravage it. Admittedly, the entire experimental field was encased in glass, minimizing the risk of disaster. Yet Professor Bai remained unconvinced. Given his advanced age, Assistant Xiao Zhang hesitated to stop him and quickly called out, "The experimental field is secure." As soon as we learned of this situation, someone was dispatched to contact our colleagues there. "Professor, you're an expert in botany and biology. We seek your guidance on how to manage these locusts." Upon hearing that the team had already been notified, Professor Bai felt somewhat reassured. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. "The management of locusts primarily relies on biological control. If we could release thousands of ducks or chickens, they would be consumed swiftly. Consumed? Mayor Liu, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the desk, pondered the implications. The prolonged high temperatures had severely impacted the poultry industry. To prevent mass mortality from heat-related illnesses, many had already been slaughtered, leaving only a few for breeding. Professor Bai was aware of this and continued, in addition to biological control, we will need to resort to aerial spraying of insecticides on a large scale. He hesitated briefly. However, the effectiveness of certain insecticides may vary depending on the locust species. For weeks, relevant departments have been ramping up production of insecticides, but due to the absence of locust samples, they had only manufactured broadly applicable insecticides, which might not be highly effective against the current locust strain. At this moment, Mayor Liu, who had remained silent, raised his gaze to Professor Bai Yinan, his eyes sparkling with remarkable brilliance. Professor, is it possible for humans to consume locusts? Startled, Bai Yinan quickly discerned the mayor's intent. With over 800 species of locusts, the majority are indeed edible, including the East Asian locust and the Chinese rice locust, although some contain mild toxins. Hearing this, Mayor Liu felt reassured, a smile breaking across his face. What do you think about mobilizing the public to catch these insects? These large grasshoppers are a source of high-quality protein. Shaking off the sudden image of fried cicadas that flashed in his mind, Assistant Xiao Zhang cleared his throat and eagerly concurred. This is a splendid idea. It has been ages since anyone has indulged in meat. The enthusiasm will undoubtedly be high, despite their esteemed positions as civil servants. Their monthly salaries scarcely afforded them any meat. The more Mayor Liu contemplated, the more feasible he found the plan, glancing at Bai Yinan and his companions. Professor, I will have someone deliver the specimens shortly to ascertain their edibility. After watching Bai Yinan and his group depart, Mayor Liu continued, Xiao Zhang, instruct the military to send the locust specimens to the Biological Institute and the chemical plant. Having the specimens will expedite the development of insecticides. After a moment of reflection, he added, ensure that the heat shelters produce a large quantity of wasp suits and nets. Considering the safety of the public, it is imperative to prioritize the swift production of these wasp suits. He instructed, draft a material exchange table, detailing the exchange rate of 1 pound of locusts for various supplies. Notify each neighborhood, and have grassroots officials work to soothe the public's emotions while disseminating the exchange table to engage community participation. Additionally, adjust the water delivery to once a day, maintaining the same amount of water per person, and the captured locusts will be returned with the water delivery. Following the issuance of this series of commands, Assistant Xiao Zhang departed, his steps still brisk, yet devoid of the weighty burden he had carried earlier. Chapter 45. The frantic pursuit of insects throughout the day. The Mu family had found no rest, as a cacophony of screams, curses, and cries echoed through the neighborhood. The locusts were not foolish. Under the relentless blaze of the sun, temperatures likely soared to nearly 90 degrees. Thus, during the day, they sought refuge indoors, making the homes even more lively than at night. The following morning, the three of them began to spray floral water throughout their home. After a night's passing, the scent had dissipated considerably and required replenishment. Mr. Mu shook the small spray bottle in his hand, intrigued. This is the first time I've seen floral water used to combat locusts. In response, Mu Chen clarified, it's not about killing locusts. It merely repels them due to their aversion to the scent. To truly exterminate them, we will need the insecticides developed by the government later on. Moreover, Mu Chen and his family had installed a magnetic mesh curtain at the side of the door. While effective against mosquitoes, its efficacy against palm-sized locusts could only be described as marginal. Glancing at his watch, Mu Chen noted it was 9:37. He turned to his father. Dad, we're this. As he spoke, Mu Chen retrieved 2 sets of protective suits and 3 large fishing nets from the storage space, handing them to his father. If his memory served him correctly, the conference was about the exchange of resources for locusts. These locusts were indeed treasures. He had also packed several large woven bags in his backpack, allowing for the collection of a greater quantity of locusts. The father and son cautiously opened the door a crack and swiftly slipped out. On the way, Others without protective gear resorted to various ingenious methods to avoid locust bites. Some donned multiple long-sleeve garments, while others wrapped their wives' silk scarves around themselves. Most wore helmets atop their heads. Upon reaching the sales office mentioned in the conference, Chen observed that the turnout was rather sparse, with only a few individuals gathered in small clusters, engaged in conversation. These locusts must have mutated. Never before had he encountered such sizable locusts that could bite. Look at my arm. What do you think of this? My granddaughter nearly had her face bitten by a locust, but fortunately, her father managed to squash it with her textbook just in time. For a young lady, scars on the face are far from desirable. He recalled that Han had performed admirably academically. Was she still self-studying at home now that school had begun? At this mention, the wrinkles on the old woman's face blossomed into a smile. Indeed, my Han is quite conscientious. She claims she wants to take the shortcut to success, using this holiday to make diligent efforts. Chen also overheard someone pleading with others. Just sell me 2 pounds of rice, please. The locusts have ravaged all our food supplies. Lady, your pleas are futile. Locusts have invaded my home as well, leaving us with nothing. Someone lamented. What will we eat for our next meal? In truth, the Chinese are known for their resilience in the face of adversity. While in other countries, people stockpile toilet paper at the slightest sign of trouble, they hoard grains. Particularly the older generation, likely influenced by their experiences during great famines in their youth. Many have developed the habit of stockpiling food. Therefore, despite halting work and production for over 4 months, most households, though not affluent, manage to survive without severe hunger, albeit with less variety and a scarcity of seasonings. Contemplating this, Chen's expression darkened. The true food shortage was likely to commence with this locust plague. When locusts struck, nothing remained. Many residents had failed to preserve their food supplies. However, he later heard that the city's grain storage facilities had fared relatively well due to adequate protective measures. In his previous life, Chen's family had been caught unprepared during a locust disaster, and the hard-earned food they procured from the black market had been entirely devoured. Mugo, have you all arrived? Professor Fong, wrapped in layers of garbage bags, removed his helmet, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thanks to your suggestion, I took the cooling oil you provided and sprayed it around my home. Indeed, no locusts dared to enter. Chen glanced to the side of Professor Fong, but did not see Fong Zhao. It appeared the professor had come alone to the meeting. Noticing Chen's gaze, Professor Fong chuckled. Zhao did not come. This is the only helmet I have. Just as Chen was about to speak, a figure stood atop the raised platform in the center of the sales office, calling out through a loudspeaker. Everyone, please quiet down. I am Jia Zhengfeng, a comforter from the chrysanthemum community. Recently, a new policy has been introduced. Locusts can be exchanged for grain. I have the exchange list in my possession, and I shall briefly read it out. 8 pounds of locusts can be traded for 1 pound of rice, 5 pounds for a 250-gram package of salt, and 15 pounds for 1 liter of water. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm of the crowd was greatly ignited. Faces flushed with excitement. They resembled individuals invigorated by a potent elixir, eager to venture out and catch locusts. These locusts were plentiful, as far as the eye could see. Not even 5 meters ahead could be discerned. Moreover, each locust was as large as a palm, making them quite easy to capture. This was not merely a task of catching locusts. It was akin to collecting resources for free. For now, that is the extent of the information, though additional resources may be added later. The water delivery truck will resume its daily trips, and everyone is encouraged to exchange the locusts they catch with the truck. Research indicates that these locusts are sensitive to pungent scents, such as menthol oil and floral water. Thus, one may spray these substances at door cracks and window seams. With that said, Jia Zhengfeng beckoned Zhao Tongfei, who understood the cue and approached with a large box, smiling as he announced, "Here are the wasp suits and the resource exchange lists. Everyone can claim 1 set with their ID. There is a limit of 1 set per person. Additionally, these burlap sacks are available for self-collection. The wasp suits can protect against locust bites, making them a valuable asset at this time." Chen, having prepared a few wasp suits, joined the throng to collect 2 sets. Aware of the crowd's eagerness to catch locusts, Jia Zhengfeng refrained from saying much further, and the meeting was soon adjourned. As soon as Jia Zhengfeng departed, the residents of the community donned their wasp suits and rushed outside in a frenzy. Professor Fong's face was alight with joy as he glanced at Mu's family. I will return home to summon Zhang Zhao and gather some supplies. Will you head back first? Upon reaching a secluded spot, Mu Chen retrieved a collapsible net from his backpack and handed it to Professor Fong. Uncle Fong, please take this. It should prove useful for catching locusts. Professor Fong repeatedly waved his hands, refusing to accept it. How could I? You should keep it for yourselves. Mu Chen chuckled softly, pressing the item into Professor Fong's hands. Uncle Fong, we have plenty at home. It's fine for you to use it, and you can return it to me later. Professor Fong's family was commendable, known for their integrity and principles. Recently, the bond between their families had strengthened significantly. For Mu Chen, a mere net was inconsequential, and using it to foster goodwill seemed quite worthwhile. Noticing Professor Fong's hesitation to accept, Mu Chen pondered aloud, consider it a rental from our family. I shall require 10 pounds of locusts each day. Only then did Professor Fong accept the net, smiling with ease. All right, I shall honor your request for 10 pounds of locusts daily. Subsequently, the two families parted ways. Professor Fong donned the wasp suit and prepared for his wife and son to come with their IDs to collect their suits and gather additional bags. Catching locusts was remarkably simple. One merely needed to stand at any location, without needing to observe closely, and a few sweeps of the net would yield half a catch. Mu's father pinched the sides of the bag, widening the opening as much as possible, and waved his hand, shaking it in the air a few times, successfully filling the bottom of the bag. Following suit, Mu Chen emptied the contents of his net into the woven bag, securing it and tying it around his waist. Before long, they had filled 2 bags, at which point other residents of the community also emerged, and the small square became bustling with people. Aside from a few families with a penchant for fishing, most households lacked the convenience of nets, resulting in a variety of makeshift tools being employed. Sheets, assorted garments, and large cooking strainers from restaurants were among the eclectic array of items used. There was no limit to their ingenuity. Mu Chen even noticed someone brandishing a netted trash bin, dancing in the wind, efficiently collecting a substantial amount in no time. Throughout that day, except for the time spent returning home for meals, Mu Chen and the others were engrossed in catching locusts. The sheer abundance of locusts ensured that regardless of the tools utilized, everyone enjoyed considerable success. As a multitude of individuals worked together, Mu Chen felt as dawn approached. The visibility seemed to increase. Chapter 46. A delightful surprise, Mu Chen was burdened with 3 large bags of locusts, which flapped incessantly, making his gait somewhat unsteady. Turning to his father, he urged, "Daylight is approaching. We should hurry back." His father, encumbered with even more, 4 bags, was nearly engulfed by the sacks. His face was flushed with excitement, and despite the fatigue in his arms, he was reluctant to cease. Upon hearing Mu Chen's call, he hesitated but eventually acquiesced. Upon returning home, Mu Chen dragged the locusts into the storage room, securing the bags tightly and placing a large bucket over them for added protection. Exiting the storage area, he sprayed some floral water at the gap in the door. "Dad, Mom, today I have a treat for you," he declared, placing the deceased locusts into the washing basin to prepare them for cleaning. Witnessing this scene, Mu's mother was taken aback, her hand trembling as she pointed at the basin. Rendered speechless by shock, amused yet slightly sympathetic, Mu Chen set the locust down and sat beside her. "Mom, you heard correctly. We are having this for dinner." In his previous life, at this time, the meager rations obtained from the black market had been completely ravaged by locusts. Despite the government's issuance of a conversion table indicating that 10 pounds of locusts could be exchanged for 1 pound of rice, the locusts, though plentiful in appearance, weighed considerably less, only 30 to 40 pounds per bag. Without other fruits or vegetables to fill their stomachs, the food acquired through locust exchanges proved insufficient. Moreover, a portion had to be reserved for water. Back then, both Mu's father and Mu Chen had suggested consuming locust cakes to preserve rations for Mu's mother, but she had steadfastly refused. Driven by necessity, even though she harbored a deep aversion to insects, Mu's mother had reluctantly partaken. When locusts were ground into a paste, mixed with flour and fried with oil, they emitted a tantalizing aroma. Upon tasting, Moo's mother was genuinely surprised by the deliciousness. Reflecting on the moment in her previous life when she had grimaced and forced herself to bite into a locust cake, a fleeting expression of joy crossed her face. Observing her tightly clenched fingers now, Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with mirth. This is truly delectable. In a few days, the government will even advocate for its consumption. In truth, their household had ample reserves of grain, enough to last a lifetime without resorting to locusts. However, Mu Chen understood that, despite their fearsome appearance, these locusts had undergone environmental adaptation and were remarkably beneficial for health. Just as they endured the heat, keeping their air conditioning to a minimum, they savored the unexpected bounty of their labor. In the evening, it sufficed to merely turn on a fan to circulate the warm air. Mu Chen offered a few words of advice, subtly highlighting the pros and cons, and Mu's mother managed a faint smile. Very well, I must sample my son's culinary creations. She tossed locusts into the blender, added water, and ground them into a paste. Then, Mu Chen mixed in flour, creating a dark red locust mixture that, at first glance, bore a striking resemblance to beef patties. Meanwhile, Mu's father was being playful, deliberately linking locusts to fried silkworms to amuse Mu's mother when a sudden knock echoed from the door. Shortly thereafter, Mu's father returned with a backpack, grinning. The reward from the Fong family is certainly more than 10 kilograms. In his youth, he had accompanied Mu's mother to sell goods at street stalls, and he had an uncanny knack for estimating weight. Upon receiving the backpack, he realized it must weigh around 13 or 14 kilograms. I must return some to them, but they adamantly refuse. Mu's mother chuckled, suggesting they offer a small cup of mung beans as a token of gratitude, perhaps to sprout some bean sprouts for consumption. As they conversed, Mu Chen had already prepared the meal and brought it to the table. Mu's father was accustomed to bold flavors, having tried all sorts of delicacies, from live seafood to canned herring, so he felt no apprehension about eating locusts. After a bit of mental preparation, Mu's mother also took a piece of the locust patty and bit into it, her eyes instantly lighting up. I shall join you in catching locusts tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen couldn't help but laugh. I knew you would say that, and I shall accompany you to don the wasp's suit. The following day, Mu Chen and his father were downstairs catching insects. Just as they had started, they heard someone shout, "The water truck has arrived. Everyone, bring the locusts you caught yesterday." Mu Chen and his father handed the burlap sacks they had tied around their waists to Mu's mother. They needed not only to bring water bottles, but also to carry the 5 large bags of locusts from the previous day. As they stepped outside, they fortuitously encountered Fong Zhanjiao and Teacher Zeng, and they all walked together. Upon reaching the eastern gate of the community, 2 vehicles were parked where water was typically collected. One was the water truck, and the other was an open-top military vehicle. Beside them, a table had been set up with a middle-aged man in military attire seated behind it, a scale positioned in front. Zhao Tongfei stood beside him, energetically calling out through a loudspeaker, "Come here to weigh your locusts. If you wish to exchange locusts for water, please confirm how much water you need before proceeding to the water truck." During this period, queues had become a norm, whether for collecting water, receiving relief supplies, or shopping at the supermarket. Everyone had developed a reflex for it. In the blink of an eye, a line had formed. Teacher Zeng, clad in the wasp suit and thoroughly bundled up, gleefully addressed Mu's mother, "Sister Shuyan, I've already made plans to trade for a chocolate sweet for the children, some mushroom sauce, and the rest will be exchanged for water and grain. How do you intend to make your exchanges?" As she spoke, Teacher Zeng would occasionally reach out to grab a locust that flitted past her, deftly tossing it into her waist pouch with a swift motion, tightening it in one fluid action. Her speed was astonishing. Not a single locust could escape her grasp. Mu's mother watched in awe, her gaze fixed on Teacher Zeng, filled with admiration. Impressive. When will I be able to master this as well? Teacher Zeng chuckled heartily and reassured, "Practice makes perfect. Just keep at it." This statement rang true, and within a few days, nearly everyone had become adept at catching locusts with their bare hands. We have yet to express our gratitude for the net you lent us. It proved to be incredibly effective, significantly enhancing our efficiency. The exchange list also featured nets, but one would need to catch 100 pounds of locusts to trade for a single one, and judging by the images, they were not particularly large. Overall, the nets provided by Mu Chen's family were indeed superior. The team slowly advanced, and soon we reached Mu Chen and his group. They had no shortage of items on their exchange list, and thus traded their locusts for rice and water. The rice they received was all vacuum-packed. Everyone clutched their newly acquired goods, bubbling with excitement, too eager to engage in lengthy conversations with neighbors, hastily departing. With this time, it would be better to swing the nets a few more times. Before long, the crowd that had gathered around the table dispersed, the water cart was emptied, and the military vehicle was laden with a bounty of locusts. A middle-aged man directed others to tidy up the table and scale, then turned to Zhao Tongfei, who was nodding and bowing in deference, saying, "Locusts are edible. You should promote this in the community." Inside the departing military vehicle, Lu Jiangwo removed his hornet hat and laughed. A full truck of locusts means everyone over at the hotspot can enjoy a couple more dishes. Communities were actively catching locusts, and the hotspot was no exception. They were attempting to implement a contribution point system, requiring residents to perform manageable tasks each day to earn points, which could then be exchanged for meals in the cafeteria. This recent acquisition of nets for capturing insects was a product of their own handiwork. There were many such endeavors. With idleness leading to disorder, everyone became busily engaged, resulting in fewer disturbances. In the driver's seat, the young soldier gazed ahead, revealing a bright smile. Fried locusts are truly delicious. It has been a long time since I've had meat. So savory. Chapter 47. The decline of locusts after enjoying a locust feast yesterday. Mu Chen's family found themselves making frequent trips to the restroom today. With the increased frequency of restroom visits, they inevitably encountered awkward situations, such as others already occupying the facilities. The restrooms were originally portable toilets, so Mu Chen promptly set up another portable toilet in the attic, effectively creating a temporary bathroom. Mu Mother had consumed the most yesterday and was now feeling the effects more severely. The temporary restroom in the attic was nearly monopolized by her. Downstairs, Mu Father clutched his belly and waddled from the restroom to the sofa, taking small, careful steps. The sofa had already been covered with a cooling mat, and he felt a refreshing chill on his backside. With a rumble from his stomach, he thought, "Oh no, I feel it coming again." Chun. These locusts are truly a miraculous remedy for constipation. Observing Mu Father's pained expression as he held his belly, Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. After all, they were mutated locusts, and it was only natural to experience some discomfort at first. Perhaps they had indulged too much. By the way, the number of locusts you reported today seems inaccurate, doesn't it? Having caught them one net at a time, he had a rough estimate of the weight, and it was evident that his son's recent submission was off. I stored some in the space. Mu Chen not only extracted numerous dead locusts from their large sack yesterday, but also stealthily transported the deceased insects to his space during his foraging. Mu's father was somewhat perplexed. If their family could consume them, there were plenty outside, and a simple net capture would suffice. The space was already limited, so he wondered why Mu Chen would bother storing such things. Contemplating this, he inquired aloud. Mu Chen paused momentarily, recalling the maggot cakes he had consumed in his past life. Those were among the relief rations issued by the government in later stages, considered a rare delicacy compared to the sour and foul wild vegetable buns. As for locust cakes, Mu Chen found them far more palatable than maggot cakes. They were a bit coarse, but still edible, especially when fried, releasing a delightful aroma. Having been reborn for several days, Mu Chen had grown accustomed to hoarding anything he could into his space. Glancing at his father, he returned to his senses, his consciousness sweeping through the abundant supplies in his space, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He smiled and said, "Storing them in the space isn't a bad idea. I'll exchange them tomorrow." Currently, he was just beginning to trade locusts for supplies, and as the locusts accumulated, the government's exchange rate would inevitably decline. The nationwide locust catching initiative had been ongoing for about 10 days, and with supplies available for redemption, the public's enthusiasm remained high. Even as the exchange rate diminished, their fervor showed no signs of waning. If the redeemed supplies were insufficient, they could always resort to eating locusts. After all, capturing locusts bore no loss. That day, as Chen and his companions waited in line to exchange for supplies, they had been queued for over 20 minutes and were nearing the front. Ahead of them, a middle-aged man cautiously observed the soldier processing their exchanges and hesitantly spoke up. I heard that the supply list can be adjusted according to the needs of the public. Is there any availability of reserpine? My mother has high blood pressure and needs to take this medication after every meal. One could say she relies on it, as if it were food itself. Before the heat wave, reserpine could be purchased for $5 for 100 tablets. Eventually, the price rose to $10 per bottle, and I intended to buy more at the pharmacy, but my grandmother insisted on waiting for the price to drop. In the end, not only did it not become cheaper, but the scalpers drove the price up to $100 a bottle, and it was frequently out of stock. As for now, it is impossible to purchase even with money. No one is willing to trade it for grain either. At this moment, every tablet is precious, and no one is foolish enough to part with them. Upon hearing this, the soldier, who was diligently recording information on his laptop, paused and replied adeptly, "Comrade, I'm not entirely sure about the availability of that medication. However, I will note it down for you. If it becomes available and the exchange rate is confirmed, I will bring it to you." Chronic medications have a wide demand, especially among the elderly who rely on them consistently. The heat wave had persisted for nearly 5 months, leading to the local herbal crops perishing and pharmaceutical factories were lacking raw materials. Despite the mayor's assurances to supply electricity to the factories under pressure, they still could not resume operations. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was immensely grateful and repeatedly expressed his thanks, saying, good, thank you so much. My mother is unable to discontinue this medication, having not taken her pills for quite some time. As I measured her blood pressure, I recalled the dizziness and disorientation that rendered her unable to stand, causing me to choke up with emotion. At that moment, individuals lined up behind me leaned forward, calling out. In addition to reserpine, there were colchicine tablets and captopril. My elderly father has also been off his medication for an extended period. My spouse, at the age of 78, still suffers from asthma, and even the simple act of sweeping the floor now raises concerns about excessive dust. Some began to reminisce about family members who had gone to the cooling center, inquiring. Initially, we were told to wait. It has been over 10 days now. When will everyone be relocated? The young soldier's eyes reflected a deep empathy, though his words offered solace. The cooling center is still being expanded. Everyone will have the opportunity to enter. Do not worry. Once the heat subsides, the world will return to normal. Return to normal? Can the world truly regain its former state? The young soldier mechanically recited these well-worn phrases, yet his heart was filled with desolation. During this time of extreme heat, water shortages, and a lack of medication, it felt as though the grim reaper wielded its scythe, first striking the elderly and the children. He had once served as a volunteer in a hospital for a period. That place was a veritable hell on earth. There were elderly individuals who had been knocked down, not injured by the impact, yet their backs, having made contact with the ground, suffered third-degree burns, ultimately succumbing to infection. There were infants born en route to the hospital, who, upon leaving their mother's constant 30-degree warmth, fell victim to heat stroke and lost their breath immediately. The young soldier blinked back tears and called out, "Next!" The middle-aged man exchanged his goods and departed, while Chen stepped forward, placing his burlap sack on the scale. 136 pounds. What would you like to exchange? Chen opted for rice and water once again. After a while, at the water distribution station, Mu's mother also collected the day's water supply, a 4-liter bottle of mineral water. Only half filled, the water allocation had diminished further, with each person receiving only 1,000 milliliters. 1,000 milliliters, equivalent to 2 bottles of mineral water, is barely sufficient under the sweltering heat, as the human body needs ample hydration to regulate temperature. Fortunately, water could still be exchanged for locusts, allowing for just enough sustenance for the time being, though the populace remained largely unaware of the severity. However, Chen raised his gaze, peering into the distance, and noticed that locusts had become significantly scarcer. Chapter 48. The natural gas supply will cease in the following days. Residents throughout the city continuously reported a shortage of medication to the authorities. Not only were chronic medications for the elderly in short supply, but also common cold and fever medications had nearly vanished. For any discomfort, individuals could only rely on their own resilience. Days later, some medications finally appeared on the exchange list, but the prices were astonishingly high. Medications were now priced per pill. For instance, a single ordinary cold pill required an exchange of 50 pounds of locusts. The locusts were dwindling, and, at times, they could barely catch 50 pounds even after a long day of effort. Of course, one could opt to exchange grain instead, with 10 pounds of grain being the equivalent for a single pill. Meanwhile, due to the lack of chronic medications, a considerable number of elderly residents in the community had passed away, surpassing the initial mortality rate observed during the onset of the heat wave. Recently, it had become common to hear reports of neighbors who had died. As the days passed, the community grew accustomed to the sporadic arrivals of the funeral home's vehicle, which only appeared every 2 or 3 days, primarily due to their overwhelming workload. With the oppressive heat, it was untenable to let the deceased remain in the building for too long. Consequently, a meeting was convened in the neighborhood regarding this matter. However, it bore little relevance to Chen and his companions, who were preoccupied with catching locusts and did not attend. Later, while disposing of trash at the southern gate of the community, Chen stumbled upon a corpse. Realizing that the resolution from the meeting was to place the body at the southern entrance. By the time he encountered it, the body was in a state of grotesque disrepair, surrounded by a swarm of locusts feasting upon it. Perhaps due to the sustenance provided by the body, some locusts had grown to an alarming size, resembling the girth of an adult's forearm, their exoskeletons shifting from a dark red to a strikingly vibrant hue. Chen referred to these as Type 20, noting their increased aggressiveness. The following day, a soldier responsible for resource exchange at Lai Jinjuan community cautioned against consuming locusts of such size and distinct coloration. In truth, none would dare partake. Having witnessed the grotesque manner in which these insects ravaged the corpse, and contemplating what sustenance had contributed to their growth was enough to quell any appetite. Upon returning home, Chen shared the troubling news with his mother, who sighed in response. With temperatures soaring above 70 degrees, the accumulation of corpses at the southern gate posed a significant risk of plague. She advised him to wear protective clothing when he next took out the trash. As for the locusts, she insisted they should be incinerated on site. Chen nodded in agreement, assuring her that he disinfected himself with alcohol each time he left and returned. At that moment, Chen's father set aside the large cleaver he had been practicing with and wiped the sweat from his brow with a piece of paper. However, as soon as he laid down the knife, his wife promptly picked it up, carefully sheathing it before placing it back on the table, chiding him for his careless habits. "You've been with me for half your life, yet you've not shed this dreadful habit. While I can tolerate you tossing your stinky socks about, can you not treat a cleaver with more respect?" Chen's father offered a conciliatory smile, promising he would do better next time. "Your promises hold little weight," she retorted, casting a glance at Chen. "Do not emulate your father in this regard, lest you find it difficult to attract a spouse." In an effort to divert the conversation, Chen's father cleared his throat. "Ahem, Chen, perhaps you ought to refrain from taking out the trash for a while. How much water is left in the tank?" he inquired. After a moment, he added, "When the supplies arrived, I tested the airtightness. It was quite satisfactory. Why not place one in the attic? I could try the composting method described in the book." Initially, Chen had stockpiled 320 tons of water, and after the first absorption of his mother's jewelry, the space expanded by 4 square meters. He had since utilized some of that water, bringing the total to 336 tons. Each water tank could hold 8 tons, amounting to a total of 42 tanks. Chen surveyed the space and provided his father with a precise answer. There were 16 empty tanks, and one that was 1/5 full. After careful consideration, Chen's father said cautiously, "Let us start with 1 tank. I'll test it out. Tanks previously used for waste and various kitchen scraps cannot be repurposed. If I fail, at least it will only be 1 tank that is rendered useless." The attic, despite having been insulated, remains significantly warmer than the levels below, which is why it is predominantly utilized as a storage room, seldom visited by anyone. Placing the empty water tank in the corner of the room, Chen utilized a red marker to make a conspicuous label, septic tank. On this particular day, Chen had just returned from outside, his waist pouch feeling rather empty. The grasshopper population was dwindling, as he had heard from the soldiers operating the water trucks that the government had bred a strain of male locusts incapable of reproduction. These had been released in large numbers for some time, with the expectation that once the existing locusts were captured, they could be entirely eradicated. In the kitchen, Moo's mother was busy and, upon hearing the door open, peeked out to say, "You're back. Dinner will be ready soon." Meanwhile, from the west, the natural gas pipeline had ruptured. Communications from its city indicated that the temperature was too high for repairs to be conducted, advising residents to prepare for a gas supply interruption. Assistant Zhang's voice grew increasingly somber as he looked at Mayor Liu, exclaiming, "Mayor, if the gas supply halts, the citizens will struggle to have meals." A month prior, the gas supply had already been reduced to just 1 hour, forcing residents to cook all their meals within that brief window. Mayor Liu slammed his hand on the table in frustration, declaring, "Li Xiaoyuan dares to do such a thing. It has been over 4 months of high temperatures. The pipeline could have failed at any time, yet it happens now. To put it plainly, that scoundrel Li Xiaoyuan is attempting to divert the gas supply. If the gas were sourced from its city and supplied to others, Mayor Liu would not be as concerned. But that is not the case. With gritted teeth, he instructed, contact Kyoto to report this issue, and simultaneously reach out to the eastern cities affected by the gas supply cut to report collectively." Assistant Zhang acknowledged and was about to turn to execute the orders when Mayor Liu called out, "Wait, send someone to the neighboring city to borrow some coal. If that fails, purchase it with money or exchange with grain, whatever it takes, the more the better. With New Year, Day approaching, we must ensure the citizens at least have warm meals." In recent days, the capture of locusts had become increasingly scarce. At night, Chen sometimes stood by the window for half an hour, unable to see a single locust fly by. On December 30th, 2023, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen was called to rise. His mother, wielding a feather duster, announced while dusting, "Chen, hurry and get up. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and today we have a thorough cleaning to do." With a splash, Moo's father dipped the mop into the bucket, pulling it out to reveal water that had turned a deep black. He clicked his tongue in disdain, noting that the floor had not been mopped in nearly 6 months. While it was not apparent at first glance, the first mop stroke revealed stark black and white patterns on the floor. As Chen emerged, still bleary-eyed, his mother smiled and said, "Annie has invited us to her home for dinner, saying it would be livelier to celebrate New Year's together." During this period, due to exchanging locusts for supplies, everyone found themselves in a more comfortable financial situation. Although it was not the spring festival, the community was preparing for a grand celebration for New Year's Day. After dinner, the community had also organized a New Year's Eve party, and they planned to join in the festivities. Chapter 49. Journey to the Yojia supermarket. The water in the bucket was dark and murky, with a layer of sediment settled at the bottom. After a moment of hesitation, Moo's father decided against discarding it. "Never mind, I'll keep it in the room. It can at least add some humidity," he mused, placing the water in a corner of the living room. A fleeting expression of regret crossed his face as he shook his head. "In previous years, we would return to our hometown to gather with your uncle for New Year's Day, but this year, that is not possible." Their family ran a supermarket, and the days leading up to the spring festival were always their busiest, leaving no time to visit home. However, New Year's Day was relatively less hectic, and with 3 days off, Moo's father had always made it a point to return home during this time. While they referred to it as going back home, it was essentially a visit to Uncle Moo's house, as the old couple had given their house to him. Chen refrained from responding to this, thinking, what is the purpose of visiting Uncle Moo? To willingly deliver money and gifts to his household? The memories of Uncle Moo's greedy demeanor, with his eyes glinting like a thief's, fixating on the valuables of their family, surfaced in his mind. Moo's mother had once mentioned how, when Moo's father had just started working, he had long coveted a watch, only to have it jovially taken from him during a visit home by Uncle Moo. As for the smaller trinkets, they were even less worth discussing. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, Chen turned to his mother and said, "Aunt Zeng invited me over for dinner. We cannot arrive empty-handed, can we? I plan to bring some dried kelp and other such delicacies as gifts, along with a couple of dishes. Moo's mother, who also harbored a dislike for Uncle Moo's family, chose to ignore this and continued. Let's just open a can of corn and a box of luncheon meat. Fresh vegetables are out of the question. Even dried potatoes are no longer a staple for ordinary families, as those are reserved for the higher-ups. With these items available in the fridge, Chen nodded and, with a flick of his hand, retrieved a handful of candies from his space, those typically given as change at supermarket checkout counters. They have children, don't they? A few more candies wouldn't hurt, and I'll leave them in the sun for a while. He then walked to the balcony and set the candies on the ground. It was now evening, and the sunlight was gentle, lacking the harshness of midday. It enveloped Chen in a nostalgic warmth reminiscent of a world before calamity. The reason for sunbathing the candies was that those taken from his space remained plump and pristine, bearing the appearance from a time before disaster struck. In contrast, contemporary candies had become misshapen, with their wrappers sticking together in various forms. Once the household was tidied up, Moo's mother changed into a dress and cheerfully announced, "Let's be on our way." Upon hearing a knock at the door, even though there was an iron gate at the stairway, Teacher Zeng peered through the peephole to confirm it was Chen-'s family before beaming and opening the door, gesturing for them to enter. "Now that you're here, there is no need for gifts. Come in." Moo's mother placed a shopping bag filled with dried goods on Fong's coffee table and smiled. "We can't arrive empty-handed. It's nothing extravagant, just some dried vegetables I sun-dried myself, and I brought a few pieces of candy for Xianting." "What constitutes something extravagant, then?" Teacher Zeng joked, quickly turning to Chen, who was holding the platter. "Just set it on the table. Your Uncle Fong is in the kitchen preparing the final dish, and dinner will be ready shortly." Though it was referred to as preparation, there was little to be done. It merely involved extracting the vacuum-sealed chicken and placing it onto a plate. Chen obediently set the two dishes he had brought on the dining table, where two other plates awaited, one with stir-fried bean sprouts and another with peanuts. The cultivation of bean sprouts required considerable water, and while mung beans were not in short supply now, they remained a rare delicacy. Just as Chen placed the dishes down, Professor Fong appeared, apron-clad and holding a plate, wiping his hands on the fabric. "These are merely everyday meals. Let's hasten our preparations," he stated, glancing toward his wife, who was engaged in conversation with Moo's father and the others. "Call the children out for dinner." Before the meal commenced, no one bothered to wash their hands. They simply wiped them with slightly damp towels, considering it sufficient. The two families shared laughter and conversation over dinner when Professor Fong suddenly recalled something, adjusting his glasses. "By the way, yesterday while I was fetching water, I overheard someone from the water delivery truck mention that the Yui Home supermarket will be open for New Year's Day, offering a plethora of goods." With that, he picked up a pair of bean sprouts, his tone turning somber. At this time of year, we would typically be acquiring new cotton clothing. Many manufacturers have produced in abundance before the high temperatures, and now they find themselves burdened with excess stock, hoping to clear it out during this period. "Is that so?" Moo's father exchanged a puzzled glance with Chen, then shrugged, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "I would like to go, but I find myself short on funds." Hearing this, Professor Fong was taken aback, then chuckled. "In this day and age, who has money to spare?" He continued, "They say barter is the way to go. I plan to trade some water I acquired a few days ago. Water is precious now, and I'm certain I will find something in return." Observing Chen's slight nod of agreement, Moo's father replied, "Very well, we shall go together." In these tumultuous times, venturing outside posed risks. One never knew when bandits might emerge. Thus, it was customary to travel in groups whenever leaving the neighborhood. Professor Fong's invitation to the Mu family was motivated by the belief that a larger number would reduce the likelihood of being robbed. After dinner, as they returned home, Chen heard his father lower his voice in inquiry. "Is it true that Yui Home will open for New Year's? Has that ever happened before?" Contemplating, Chen hesitated before responding, "I believe it has. Uncle Fong mentioned it, but our family did not attend. Last year at this time, we were inadequately prepared, and the food we managed to procure from the black market was devoured by locusts. We were reduced to subsisting on locust cakes, which contained little meat. One had to consume a great deal to feel satiated, and the locust shells were indigestible, causing discomfort. Our family struggled to fill our bellies. How could we possibly think of attending a market open for New Year's? After some reflection, Chen proposed, as New Year's is upon us, and with heavy rains expected within a month, let us trade water for supplies. Mu's parents readily agreed. Each of them shouldered a bag filled with several bottles of mineral water, which constituted their currency. Yi Home was the largest shopping mall in their vicinity, boasting 6 floors in total. Typically, the first floor is dedicated to the sale of gold and silver jewelry, as well as cosmetic bags. The second floor houses a fresh supermarket. The third floor offers bedding and home appliances. The fourth floor is devoted to clothing. The fifth floor features dining options. And the sixth floor contains a film city and entertainment venues. Upon arrival, Chen agreed with the Fong family on a time and place for their return, after which he and his companions parted ways with them. Chen's primary objectives for this visit were twofold: to acquire jade and to seek out cotton clothing. Although he had already amassed a considerable collection of winter attire, he believed that the more, the merrier. Exchanging water for such items would render the cost nearly negligible during extreme cold. He headed directly to the jewelry counter on the first floor, only to discover that very few counters were operational. There were throngs of people gathered around the few open stalls, likely fearing theft. Despite the presence of several police officers at the entrance, these stalls were still guarded by imposing figures. Chen surveyed the surroundings and noted that most of the items on display were gold and silver, which held little use for him. After all, one cannot simply relive their past life. There were indeed jade items available, but upon examination, he found them to be mere fakes, comparable to trinkets sold at street markets for a mere 10 or 20 yuan. Shaking his head at his companions, Chen was about to leave when a voice interrupted him. "Hey there, would you like to take a look at my offerings?" From the moment the trio entered, Tang Jinhua had been observing them closely, noting their bulging backpacks and their lingering presence at the gold counter, while their clothing appeared relatively clean. It was evident that most individuals, lacking access to water for bathing or laundering, would carry the remnants of sweat and grime, especially in the heat of summer, where their garments would be encrusted with salt and shine in the light. Although the trio's clothing was somewhat dirty, it had not reached that extent. Moreover, the young man among them, Yu Guang, was evidently fixated on the jade, occasionally reaching out to touch it. "You know what I'm looking for, right?" "Jade," Tang Jinhua declared, fixing his gaze on Chen with an inviting smile. "I have an extensive collection of exceptionally high-quality jade at remarkably low prices. Would you care to take a look?" Chen instinctively took a step back, frowning. "No, thank you." He was certain that this person had been tailing him from the start. Chen was not naive enough to head straight for the jade. Aside from jade, he paid little attention to the other items at the stall, as gold was undoubtedly more valuable. He discreetly examined the surroundings, if not for the vigilant scrutiny on his actions. Passers-by would hardly suspect that he was specifically there for jade. Upon hearing Chen's refusal, Tang Jinhua grew anxious, even attempting to grasp Chen's arm. "I assure you, you'll be pleased with my merchandise. Just take a look." Chen shifted his stance, a heightened sense of alarm ringing in his mind. At that moment, his father stepped forward, glaring angrily. "What are you doing? There are police outside." Tang Jinhua widened his eyes and quickly took a step back, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "No misunderstandings, please. I mean no harm," he added in a low voice, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "I merely wish to conduct business." Chen gently patted his father's arm, signaling him to remain calm, then turned to Tang Jinhua with a dismissive air. "I have no interest in your goods. I'm leaving now." Ignoring the persistent calls from behind, Chen pulled his father along, and the family prepared to ascend further. Throughout the city, apart from government buildings and emergency shelters, the electricity had long been cut off. Now, before venturing outside, everyone carried a small lantern, utilizing either a charging method or battery replacement. A few days prior, Chen had exchanged for one of these lanterns. Upon arrival, he noticed that this type of lantern had nearly become a universal item among the populace. With the feeble glow of the lantern illuminating their path, they ascended to the second floor. Just as Chen was about to continue upward, his mother pointed towards the east and whispered, "Chen, it seems there are cotton jackets for sale over there." Following his mother's indication, he indeed spotted a towering pile of cotton jackets not far off. As they approached, Chen took a cursory glance. Most of the jackets were rather ordinary, resembling standard puffer coats. He was not picky. As long as they provided warmth, that sufficed. Running his hands over the material, he felt the thick, clustered-down filling. "How much for the clothing?" he inquired. The vendor was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 50s. Perhaps due to her frail physique, her cheekbones were pronounced, and her face was lined with wrinkles. She cradled a child, likely around 1 year old, possibly her grandson. Upon hearing Chen's question, her eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. Her voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper. "Just give me some food." As she spoke, her cracked lips bled slightly, which she hastily pressed together, unwilling to waste even a drop, adding, "Water would be even better." Chen pointed to the cuff of one jacket. "Why does this area seem scorched?" Upon hearing this, the woman's complexion paled significantly, and her voice trembled with a hint of choking sadness as she confessed, "It's all my fault. I placed these clothes near the window and neglected to draw the curtains tightly. The sunlight seeped in, raising the temperature too high in that spot, causing them to ignite spontaneously. Thankfully, I noticed in time, otherwise the house might have burned down. This one was merely affected slightly." As she spoke, she moved the damaged jacket aside, offering Chen a forced smile. "Choose whichever you like." Chen fell silent for a moment, selecting the appropriate sizes for his family, totaling around 30 garments. "How much for all of these?" Surprised that Chen was indeed willing to buy, the middle-aged woman stood up, her demeanor suddenly more genial. 5 pounds of fine grain, or 8 pounds of coarse grain, or 2 liters of water. You can bring any of those. That price seems rather steep, Chen replied. 5 pounds of fine grain could exchange for 2 gold bracelets. This was the first clothing stall he had visited, and although he was unsure of the market price, he had spent considerable time browsing the jewelry display and was well aware of the gold prices. These jackets, being heavy cotton, surely could not be worth the equivalent of 2 gold bracelets. Noticing Chen's silence as he scrutinized her, the woman's eyes flickered and she lowered her price. "For pounds of grain will do," she offered, gesturing broadly to encompass all of the clothes at her stall. "You can have everything." Chen shook his head. "I have no use for all of these." The woman, now anxious, stumbled forward a step, forcing a smile that barely reached her lips. "Just name your price." On such a sweltering day, many men on the streets wandered about in nothing but their loose shorts, making it a wonder if any cotton garments could find a buyer. Even a handful of rice would be better than nothing. Chen, without disclosing the price, discreetly retrieved a 5-kilogram bag of rice from his backpack, carefully encasing it in a black plastic bag. Clutching his backpack, he turned to the middle-aged woman. "Shall we conduct our transaction here?" The woman momentarily froze, her eyes sparkling with surprise, before hurriedly stepping aside and whispering, "Let us go inside." Mu's mother unfolded a large burlap sack, preparing to stuff in the cotton clothing that Chen had selected, with Mu's father assisting her. Without a second thought about the cotton garments, the middle-aged woman ventured further inside, producing her own dirty backpack, which was so stained that its color was indiscernible. After placing the 5 kilograms of rice into the woman's backpack, Chen moved forward to help carry the burlap sack. Behind them, the woman lifted her backpack, her expression momentarily stunned. 5 kilograms? Although the fire had not consumed their home, it had incinerated much of their food. With this rice, along with the government relief provisions, they should be able to sustain themselves for a few more days. Meanwhile, Mu's mother did not inquire about the quantity of rice Chen had provided. Glancing at the now half-deflated burlap sack, she smiled and remarked, "This is enough clothing for a lifetime." In fact, Chen had discreetly transferred some items to his space earlier. "This is hardly sufficient. Since we're here, let us exchange for more. Water is valuable now, but in a month, it won't be worth these clothes." Chen and his family spent a considerable time browsing the market, purchasing items they deemed useful directly with water. The highlight for Mu's mother was discovering a foot-operated sewing machine. Just as the family was carrying the sewing machine inside, suddenly, Tang Jinhua appeared. "Oh, you've bought so many things. Would you like to take a look at my goods?" His eyes gleamed with excitement as he assured them. The quality is absolutely top-notch. Chapter 51. Worth the risk. Chen fixated on Tang Jinhua, subtly placing his hand on his waist as he barked. What do you want this time? Startled at the prospect of Chen's aggression, Tang Jinhua stumbled back several steps, his hands flailing in alarm. I mean no harm. Truly. He then removed his backpack, revealing a large stack of newspapers inside. From Chen's vantage point, Tang Jinhua slightly lifted the papers, exposing a glimpse of emerald green. Jade? Chen raised an eyebrow as Tang Jinhua continued. I'm genuinely interested in doing business. I have brought my goods. The earlier commotion had attracted the curiosity of many onlookers, prompting Tang Jinhua to wink suggestively. Shall we discuss this in another location? Chen whispered a few words to his parents before turning to Tang Jinhua. Follow me. He casually selected an abandoned shop, and they slipped inside. Without further ado, Tang Jinhua pulled out a substantial stack of newspapers from his bag and placed them on the counter. Take a look at the goods first. If they meet your approval, we can discuss the price. Chen cast him a glance, silently picking up a piece of jade carving to examine closely. The quality was indeed commendable. Tang Jinhua, grinning broadly, tapped on the table, producing a crisp sound. The quality is satisfactory. I assent it. How much do you want for it? As Chen truly intended to make a purchase, Tang Jinhua extended 5 fingers, gently swaying them. 5 liters of water. That is equivalent to 10 bottles of mineral water. 2 liters? Brother, you are being rather harsh. It should be at least 4.5 liters. At most 3 liters, otherwise let us forget it. After speaking, Chen turned to leave. Indeed, he had barely taken 2 steps when he heard Tang Jinhua call out, "Wait, here you go." Chen retrieved 6 bottles of water from his backpack and handed them to Tang Jinhua, then placed the newspaper-wrapped jade into his bag, marking the completion of their transaction. Tang Jinhua took a sip from one of the bottles, the warm water gliding down his throat, prompting a contented squint of his eyes. After returning 1 bottle to his backpack, he sampled each of the mineral water bottles Chen provided, ensuring there were no unpleasant odors, before packing them all away. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Chen watching him with an expressionless face, to which Tang Jinhua responded with a smile. Brother, please don't misunderstand. There have been incidents recently involving the trade of industrial wastewater, which has made me a bit cautious. Tang Jinhua saw no issue with inspecting the goods in person, akin to how an elderly woman on the street would carefully examine a 100 yuan note before accepting it. I used to deal in raw stones. There's still plenty of goods like these. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Water or food, it's all available. As he spoke, Tang Jinhua pointed toward the small stall to the north. There, that's the place. I'll generally be there whenever the market is open. Chen nodded. In this post-apocalyptic world, being meticulous about resources such as food and water was never excessive. How much do you have? About 500 to 600 pounds. But the quality may not all be as good as today's. A significant portion consists of raw stones. I specifically returned to select the higher quality ones for this bag. Chen pondered for a moment before responding, I will seek you out if I need anything. Without disclosing a specific time to Tang Jinhua, he decided to drive over the following day. This decision carried a degree of risk, but if he missed this opportunity, he certainly could not venture into a mining area like Miandian in search of jade. The space they occupied was a safeguard for his family's comfort in the apocalypse. To enhance that security, taking a little risk was worthwhile. With his backpack filled with water slung across his chest, Tang Jinhua's demeanor starkly contrasted with the casual way he had draped the bag filled with jade over his arm. Now that we're acquainted, we shall all be friends. My name is Tang Jinhua. Chen came to reply. Tang Jinhua nodded towards Chen, tightened his grip on his backpack, hunched slightly, and vanished into the darkness. Upon Chen reaching the agreed-upon location, the Fong family had already arrived. Their backpacks were bulging, and they each clutched large burlap sacks, indicating a bountiful harvest. Mu's father was engaged in conversation with Professor Fong, while teacher Zeng assisted Fong Zhanjiao in wiping away sweat. Mu's mother, on her toes and nervously fidgeting, frequently glanced inside until she spotted Chen emerging. Her eyes lit up, and she waved eagerly, calling out, Chen, over here. At that moment, at the entrance of the market, A few armed police officers were present, and the choice to convene there was made for its relative safety. Chen strode over, allowing his mother to scrutinize him from head to toe as he gently reassured her, "Mom, I merely went to buy some things. I'm fine." Just then, Mu's father approached, patting Chen on the shoulder and smiling at his wife. As the son grew up, he became more discerning, which was indeed commendable. Let's hasten our departure. The two families were laden with an extraordinary amount of belongings, particularly Chen and his father, who were even carrying a sewing machine. They hurried along the base of the wall until they finally spotted their residential community in the distance, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief. Recently, there had been numerous robberies along the way, especially with them burdened by large bags, making them easy targets. Navigating the stairs with the sewing machine proved cumbersome, especially since they resided on the 11th floor, prompting Professor Fong and his colleagues to lend a hand. Upon returning home, as soon as they set their belongings down, Mu's mother inquired in rapid succession, "What was that individual doing? Were you hurt in any way?" Mu's father also scrutinized Chen from side to side. Aware of his parents' concerns, Chen recounted the events that had just transpired. He contemplated driving out the following day. If there were indeed so many jade stones, he intended to acquire them all. Mu's father and mother exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of apprehension in the other's eyes. How many items would we require to exchange for such a vast quantity of jade? If we successfully trade, might that individual suspect we possess even more resources? What if he is merely trying to bait us? A cascade of questions bombarded Chen, yet he remained composed, having contemplated these possibilities. "Father, I have considered all these factors, but I believe the risk is worthwhile. We are still in the early stages of the apocalypse, and the police's deterrent effect remains somewhat effective. We can certainly arrange for the transaction to take place near the police station." Upon sharing this thought, Mu's parents' furrowed brows began to relax slightly. "I will exercise caution," he added, his gaze hardening momentarily. "If that individual truly intended to undermine the transaction, they would not hesitate to retaliate in kind." Chapter 52. Chopping trees. Seeing Chen's determination to proceed, Mu's father conceded, "I will accompany you." Realizing he could not refuse, Chen nodded and suggested, "Let us quickly gather our things and head down. I heard from Aunt Zeng that the small square is nearly set up. We mustn't keep them waiting." In truth, there was little to prepare. They merely needed to stow their clothes in the space and grab a bag of sunflower seeds along with 3 small stools, which sufficed. Across the way, in Unit 1101, Professor Fong laid out a large sack on the cool mat and emptied it, causing a heap of clothing to spill forth, mostly summer garments with an occasional cotton coat. Sifting through the pile, Teacher Zeng extracted a long skirt and held it up, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I remember, this is a new item from the Chanel counter. Isn't it beautiful?" Hearing Professor Fong's praise, Teacher Zeng smiled, setting aside the cotton coats she had pulled from the pile. "These down jackets are quite stylish as well, but they are of no use to us." As she spoke, her expression dimmed, and her tone turned somber. When will this excessive heat come to an end? It is already New Year's Day. A few months ago, I could console myself by thinking this year was merely warmer than usual, and that life would soon return to normal. Yet now, it is New Year's Day, and in years past, we would be donning light jackets by this time, whereas now, we are still experiencing temperatures in the 70s. The government has yet to provide any definitive information, leaving the populace in a state of unease. Teacher Zeng lifted her gaze to her husband, a rare glimmer of confusion and helplessness flickering in her eyes. With the temperature soaring above 70 degrees day after day and no rain for over half a year, would this relentless heat continue to torment them? Professor Fong took the cotton jacket from Teacher Zeng, folded it neatly, and placed it aside, his heart weighed down with a similar heaviness. Yet he managed a reassuring smile. It won't last. Extremes must balance themselves. Soon, these garments may prove useful. The limited water supply was barely enough to drink, and there was no opportunity to wash their clothes, leaving them with an unbearable stench. Their trip to the market was solely for purchasing some clothing. They had not intended to buy the jackets, which were merely a promotional gesture from the vendor. "Let's not dwell on it. Quickly change your clothes." And we shall head down, Mu Chen said, securing the stairwell door behind them as he approached his mother. Let us move. Professor Fong and the others likely haven't finished preparing yet. Electricity had become increasingly precious. Even when catching locusts, they could only afford to use a dim flashlight. The small square, however, was a rare spectacle of brightness, adorned with a makeshift stage, banners, and a few balloons. Surprisingly, it exuded a festive atmosphere reminiscent of New Year's celebrations. Yet, as Mu Chen noticed the blacked-out letters beneath the banner, he understood that they were repurposing last year's decorations. Mu's mother found an excellent viewing spot, pulling Mu's father to sit beside her with a smile. We can see perfectly from here. It also reserves a spot for Bai Xiang and the others. Just as they settled in, more people began to arrive at the square, all seemingly having made an effort to tidy up, as the acrid smell in the air was less pungent than before. Before long, Teacher Zheng and her companions arrived, and the New Year's celebration commenced. They called it a gala, but it was merely a curtain drawn to showcase entertainment snippets. Frankly, it lacked the allure of the spring festival gala. Perhaps due to the prolonged power outages and internet cuts, everyone found themselves starved for entertainment, engrossed in the meager offerings. As Mu's mother cracked sunflower seeds, she leaned into gossip with Teacher Zheng. It seems the daughter of the Wang family on the 7th floor is expecting again. Her belly is already beginning to show, she remarked. It's no surprise. Many couples in the community are expecting, idling at home with nothing to do. So they might as well make the effort. The chatter was not limited to just the two of them. Sitting beside Mu Chen was a middle-aged woman with permed curls, who cast a sidelong glance at Wang Suifeng and whispered to the person next to her, "The family on the 7th floor seems to be living quite well. Just now, when she passed by me, her hair and clothes were immaculate, and she even carried the scent of laundry detergent. It was uncommon for ordinary families to wash clothes thoroughly. Even when they did, they often used only clean water, as the detergent's residue was difficult to rinse out. Of course, just look at how many people go to their home to swap electricity. They must have barrels of water." She sighed. Who can blame them for having such a fine son-in-law? By the way, is your food spoiled? Natural gas only arrived for an hour, necessitating that all meals be prepared within that limited time frame. In this sweltering heat, food was impossible to store. Who isn't dealing with spoiled food? Sometimes, fearing there won't be enough to cook, we don't even dare to boil water, relying instead on drinking raw water. They lamented the uncertainty of when natural gas supplies would return to normal. Mu Chen's lips curled slightly. If memory served him correctly, gas would be cut off right after the New Year. As dawn broke, the final dance video concluded, and the community's comforter, Jia Zhengfeng, took the stage to utter a few auspicious words, marking the official end of the New Year's Eve celebration. The following day, January 1st, 2024, Mumu was seated on the sofa, diligently working on her cross-stitch embroidery. She glanced up at the clock on the living room wall. It was 11 o'clock at night. Folding her embroidery, Mumu rose to the refrigerator to retrieve a few eggs, recalling that Chen had expressed a desire for fried eggs with bread. Turning on the stove, a faint clicking sound echoed, yet the pale blue flame failed to appear. With a sigh, Mumu switched it off and called out, "Chen, the gas is out, bring out a canister." In the midst of doing crunches, Mu Chen, upon hearing this, thought to himself, "Here it comes." Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel from the nearby rack, he casually donned his shirt and stepped outside his room. From the storage space, Mu Chen retrieved a gas canister and a liquefied gas stove, all the while commenting, "I suppose someone will come calling for a meeting shortly. A sudden gas outage without prior notice will surely cause an uproar in the community." As he spoke, Mumu transferred the pan to the liquefied gas stove, somewhat clumsily opening the gas canister's valve before igniting the stove. "Tell your father to stop lounging about with his novel and get ready for the meeting. Although our family lacks for nothing, we attend nearly every meeting to avoid missing any crucial information." No sooner had Mu finished speaking than a knock echoed at the door. "Brother Mu? Professor Fong? Is anyone home?" "I'll get the door," Mu Chen said, opening it just as Professor Fong was doing the same. After exchanging greetings, they both made their way to the staircase. Zhao Tengfei, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, joked, "It's truly a hassle notifying you two families. We're all old neighbors, well acquainted. Why bother with the iron gate? It's quite inconvenient." Professor Fong chuckled, but did not respond directly, instead inquiring, "What brings you here, Group Leader Zhao?" "The gas hasn't arrived today. Comforter Jia has already gone to the government building to inquire about the situation. It seems gas won't be available for a while. I've discussed it with the residents, and we plan to cut some trees from the community's greenbelt. Would you like to join us? To prevent fires during the heat." Professor Fong had already cleared a significant number of trees from the small garden, accumulating a substantial pile of wood within his home. Thus he had no shortage of fuel. However, exchanging glances, both men nodded in agreement. "Let's go." Chapter 53. Energy Crisis. While others ventured to cut trees and shrubs, the two families refrained, which would unmistakably reveal their stockpiled resources. Regardless of the circumstances, conformity offered a greater sense of security. Once Zhao Tongfei departed, Professor Fong wore a worried expression. "Did no one notice during the days I spent cutting trees in the small garden?" Zhao Tongfei didn't even mention it just now. Given Professor Fong's understanding of Zhao Tongfei, he anticipated that the latter would have generously encouraged sharing the firewood with others. Professor Fong had not considered the possibility that Zhao Tongfei was unaware of this matter. After all, an entire room filled with firewood was brought back by Professor Fong and his two companions, akin to ants relocating their colony. The frequency of their trips was such that it was implausible for no one to have noticed. Chen also found this improbable and pondered aloud. Since Zhao Tongfei had not made the matter explicit, let us assume it does not exist. Moreover, it is not solely our families that have felled trees in the small garden. In fact, Professor Fong is more susceptible to scrutiny. Firstly, his household has cut down a considerable number of trees in the garden, while Chen's family merely tidied up the remnants, arriving when the garden had already lost most of its trees. Secondly, Chen possesses a spatial advantage. Unlike Professor Fong's family, their resources must remain above board. Professor Fong's gaze darkened as he looked towards the stairway railing, feeling somewhat reassured. After agreeing to chop down trees together later, the two returned to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Mu's mother was busy placing a fried egg atop a slice of bread. Hearing the commotion, she poked her head out from the kitchen and inquired, "Are you having a meeting?" "Not yet," Chen responded, stating that Officer Jia had gone to gather information and Zhao Tongfei was organizing everyone in their building to go and clear the greenery. As he spoke, Chen approached the dining table, retrieving a plate of spicy chicken feet and a plump watermelon. At that moment, Mu's mother emerged with a plate, wiping her hands and urging, "Let's eat first." She then returned to the main bedroom, playfully striking Mu's father, who was grinning foolishly. "What novel has you so amused?" Mu's father jolted, nearly dropping his phone on his face. "It's still that book from yesterday," he replied, sitting up and sniffing the air. "What's for dinner?" "Our son wants fried eggs. I also toasted some bread," she said. During dinner, Chen briefly recounted the earlier events, commenting, "This is a way to win people's favor." Zhao Tongfei, now a team leader, seems unsatisfied and aspires for higher positions. Mu's father took a bite of bread and mumbled, "He has always been obsessed with authority. By the way, when do you plan to exchange the jade?" Chen pondered, with the gas supply just cut off, the situation outside is undoubtedly more chaotic than usual. "I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait a few days until things stabilize. I recall that the government acts swiftly. They should be distributing coal by tomorrow." Meanwhile, at the government building, the situation had been reported alongside other cities facing gas shortages. The message from Kyoto indicated that everyone is currently facing hardships, and the central leadership will coordinate efforts to alleviate the situation and facilitate the flow of resources. 3 days had passed without any further news, and Mayor Liu realized that hope was dwindling. The cessation of gas supply meant the current power generation equipment was insufficient to support the city's cooking needs. They could only pin their hopes on the coal transport teams dispatched to procure more energy. With the soaring temperatures, the tires could not withstand the heat, necessitating travel at night and rest during the day, and even the neighboring city's coal teams had yet to return. There was also the drought-resistant wheat. It seemed the laboratory had developed a new variety. Suddenly, a loud knock interrupted Mayor Liu's thoughts. He pinched the bridge of his nose and called out, "Come in." Assistant Xiao Zhang entered with a complex expression. "Mayor, I have good news and bad news." "What is the good news?" "The coal transport team has returned. The agreement to exchange grain for coal has been reached, and a batch has already been retrieved." Mayor Lu's furrowed brow has relaxed somewhat, a faint smile gracing his features. This city is a significant grain-producing hub, boasting numerous granaries. During the locust crisis, effective preventive measures were implemented, ensuring a current surplus of food. However, the most pressing issue now is the energy crisis. Assistant Xiao Zhang discreetly observed Mayor Lu's expression and softly remarked, "The natural gas supply has been interrupted today." Mayor Lu had anticipated this situation, his demeanor remaining composed as he responded, "Include coal in emergency supplies and allocate it per capita." As he spoke, Mayor Lu recalled the water wells and inquired with concern, "What is the status of the water levels?" "It has been 6 months since the last drop of rain. Although a deep well has been drilled, there is no guarantee it won't run dry. The city's 4 major water wells are now of utmost importance, and Assistant Xiao Zhang, responsible for monitoring them, is naturally well acquainted with the data." Prompted by Mayor Lu's question, he quickly replied, "The groundwater level has dropped significantly. The current level is merely 1/5 of the maximum capacity. The humidity in the air is exceedingly low, even with covers over the wells. A substantial amount of water evaporates daily. We later devised a method to reduce the well openings using bricks, leaving only a pipe for water extraction, which has slowed the evaporation rate. Otherwise, the water level would be even lower now." Hearing this, Mayor Lu's expression grew increasingly grave. "What does the Meteorological Bureau say? Will high temperatures continue for the next 2 weeks? Is artificial rainfall feasible?" Assistant Xiao Zhang shook his head slightly. "As it stands, the forecast for the coming fortnight indicates sustained high temperatures, and the conditions are not suitable for launching rain-making projectiles. There must be clouds in the sky for artificial rainfall, and without a single cloud, there is no target for the rainfall projectiles." Waving his hand to dismiss Assistant Xiao Zhang, Mayor Lu approached the window, drawing back the heavy curtains to gaze out at the city bathed in a silvery glow. The groundwater is depleting, the energy crisis looms ever closer, and crucially, this predicament is not confined to a single city, province, or nation, but encompasses the entire Northern Hemisphere. Chapter 54. Delivering coal after a simple meal. Chen retrieved an axe and a sack from the storage room, and the family set off to summon Professor Fong and his companions. Upon arriving downstairs, they found a middle-aged man chopping a tree with a kitchen knife beneath a flowering crabapple tree at the entrance. Nearby, a middle-aged woman and a girl of about 12 or 13 were bent over, gathering the fallen branches. It appeared to be a family of 3. Following Professor Fong's gaze to the kitchen knife in the man's hand, the middle-aged man lamented, "This is the only knife we have for chopping trees. If I had the option, I wouldn't be using a kitchen knife for this task. It's the only one we possess, and it's already dulled from use. However, with no meat or vegetables to cook these days, the knife is of no practical use." Professor Fong seemed to recognize the man and spoke with familiarity. "At the Yi Home Goods Market, vendors sell a variety of items. You could go there and purchase an axe. It would make chopping the tree much easier." The man smiled in gratitude, yet continued his work without pause. By the time he returned from the market with an axe, the tree might very well have been felled by someone else. Given that his family lived on the ground floor, their advantageous location allowed them to claim the tree by the entrance. Under the sparse glow of the moonlight, Chen gazed into the distance, where the roadside trees were cloaked in hazy silhouettes. Simultaneously, he noticed figures peering out from the windows of nearby buildings. "We should hasten our departure. In a short while, more people may gather," he remarked. Finding a relatively secluded spot, each of the 2 families chose a tree and began their labor with axes in hand. During the locust plague, even the withered leaves were devoured, leaving only bare branches. The relentless heat, exceeding 70 degrees, had long since desiccated the trees, rendering the wood porous and easy to fell. Under the searing sun, the timber required no drying. It could be used as kindling immediately. As they chopped, Jia Zhengfeng appeared, pedaling his bicycle past the community entrance, a smile gracing his lips. Chen straightened, realizing that news had arrived about the coal distribution. Indeed, moments later, the loudspeaker installed on the street lamp crackled to life, announcing, "Attention residents, due to a notification from higher authorities, natural gas supply will be suspended. Commencing tomorrow, coal will be distributed." The loudspeaker, powered by batteries, had become a cumbersome tool. After a few meetings, the community staff determined that shouting was ineffective, as few households could hear, and it wasted precious breath. In these times, even two quarrelsome aunties refrained from spitting at each other, underscoring the scarcity of water resources. To protect the loudspeaker from the sun's rays, a hat was fashioned for it. However, under such intense heat, the lifespan of the batteries diminished significantly, and within days, they would leak battery acid, rendering the device useless. Listening to the broadcast, Mu's father neatly stacked the chopped wood into sacks and glanced at Chen. With coal distribution set for the following day, they had yet to secure their meal for today, and the number of people cutting trees was undoubtedly increasing. Indeed, Chen recalled that during the previous gas outage, the trees in the community had been nearly depleted overnight. Consequently, in the frigid cold, aside from their modest wooden furniture, there was nothing left to burn, prompting a mass exodus. The urban shortage of firewood led many to believe that rural and mountainous areas might fare better. This thought lingered in the minds of nearly everyone. Reflecting on this, Chen smirked ironically. The heat-induced wildfires had gone largely unnoticed due to power outages and internet disruptions, while some rural areas faced even graver shortages of firewood. Of course, Chen did not follow the trend to the countryside. He had only heard of these matters later in the new district. "Chen, why are you lost in thought?" his mother inquired. "Nothing, Mom. What did you just say?" "Be careful where you step. Don't twist your ankle." Chen looked down. The parched and cracked earth yawned wide beneath him, as if it were scrutinizing him. "It's fine. After we finish this tree, we'll head back." During the time they spent felling trees, the streets grew busier. Normally unnoticed, the residents of the community emerged, and Mu's mother realized just how many people inhabited the area. After all, when collecting water, typically only one person from each household would venture out. Now, even 7- or 8-year-old children were joining in, eager to gather a few more pieces of firewood. Their family had felled 2 trees in total, which were now chopped into similarly sized blocks and ready for transport. Due to Chen's continuous smuggling of resources into his space, it appeared as though he possessed only a single tree in terms of capacity. Chen and his mother were in the midst of tying up burlap sacks when a voice called out from behind. "Big Brother Mu." Professor Fong and Fong Zhanjiao were carrying a sack, while Teacher Zeng cradled a bundle of firewood in his arms. On their way home with the Fong family, Fong Zhanjiao glanced at Chen and, with a sheepish smile, inquired, "Brother Mu, do you have a lighter?" In their household, where no one smoked, there was no lighter to be found. By the time they realized the potential for a power outage, all the lighters in the supermarket had been snatched up. When they visited the mall yesterday, Chen had intended to purchase one, but discovered, after wandering around, that none were available for sale. Chen nodded yes. "How many do you need?" In the apocalyptic context, lighters had become precious commodities, and Chen had taken care to stockpile them generously. He had ordered 10,000 lighters from the manufacturer under the guise of a company promotion, each priced at merely 20 cents. Additionally, he had procured 500 cans of lighter fluid, allowing for refills once the lighters ran out. He had also purchased an array of windproof and waterproof lighters, along with fire starters, in bulk from Taobao. Upon hearing Chen's offer, Fong Zhanjiao's eyes lit up. "Could you spare us 4? "Certainly. I'll get them for you when we return home. In exchange, I can offer you some rice." In these times, rice had become as precious as currency once was, and its allure was irresistible. Upon arriving home, Chen dragged the burlap sacks to the storage room and retrieved 4 brand-new lighters from his space, also grabbing a magnesium rod, complete with a metal scraper attached to its cord. Fong Zhanjiao accepted the items and, intrigued by the magnesium rod, exclaimed, "A fire starter? How cool!" Having frequented survival forums, he was familiar with such tools. Feeling the cool surface of the magnesium rod, Fong Zhanjiao hesitated to part with the rice sack. A lighter could last 3 months, but that sturdy magnesium rod could endure for years. "This is incredibly valuable, Brother Mu. Wait, I'll go home and get more rice." Saying this, he thrust the rice sack into Mu Chen's arms and turned to leave. Mu Chen chuckled. No need, this is sufficient. Fang Zhanjiao placed the lighter and magnesium rod on the table and addressed Professor Fang. Dad, I've traded for the lighter, and Brother Mu even gave me a fire starter. Professor Fang was attempting to secure a pot with iron wire, as their household lacked a stove. They had only managed to find an iron basin to suspend the pot above for cooking rice. Upon hearing this, Professor Fang responded with a thoughtful hum, expressing his frustration. Sudden power outages. It's impossible to find gas canisters or stoves now. We've managed for 6 months, but the natural gas supply has been holding steady. I had considered the possibility of running out of gas and have been searching for canisters and stoves. Yet, I never anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. And before I could procure anything, the supply has been cut off. Teacher Zeng emerged from the kitchen, offering a double-handled clay pot to Professor Fang. Use this. It should be easier to manage. Accepting the clay pot, Professor Fang sighed. Didn't the government promise to distribute coal? If only we could find a stove. Teacher Zeng contemplated for a moment before suggesting. In establishments such as farm stays or those offering pot-braised dishes, one would expect to find stoves. It might be worthwhile to acquire a few. Professor Fang suddenly had a moment of clarity, his eyes brightening. Why hadn't I thought of that? I should inform the Mu family as well. The following day, coal was indeed distributed alongside emergency supplies. With gasoline in short supply, the government had implemented a new distribution schedule, similar to that of water supply vehicles, now provided weekly. Each individual was permitted to collect 5 pounds of coal, a week's worth. Chapter 55. The village market carrying the freshly acquired coal home, Mu Chen promptly stored it in his space, placing it alongside his existing stock. Their family had no intention of using coal for cooking, although they had air conditioning and had taken numerous insulation measures. It would still be uncomfortable to be near a heating stove. During the initial heat wave, they had prepared a substantial amount of cooked food, which was now perfectly timed for consumption. Should they desire something not available in their space, they still had a gas stove at home, rendering the use of coal unnecessary. Just as Mu Chen emerged from the refrigerator with a plate of strawberries, ready to indulge, he suddenly heard the excited shouts of Fang Zhanjiao from outside. Uncle Mu, Aunt Shuya, are you home? With her hands covered in dirt from peeling sweet potatoes, Mu's mother could not attend to the door. While Mu's father was busy cutting the peeled sweet potatoes into strips, they exchanged a glance and called out, Chen, go open the door. Glancing at the spoonful of watermelon pulp he had already scooped, Mu Chen took a bite and mumbled indistinctly, I'm coming. Upon opening the door, he found Fang Zhanjiao, grinning widely, about to speak when he suddenly sniffed the air. The fragrance of watermelon. What's going on? Mu Chen inquired, and Fang Zhanjiao snapped back to reality, realizing it must be his imagination, as surely there was no watermelon in sight. Even the wealthy residents on the 7th floor, who had not ceased using their refrigerators during the heat, could not possibly have stored any watermelon. Swallowing hard, Fang Zhanjiao continued with a smile. We were at the end of the line for supplies, right? Shortly after you left, a group of men arrived at the community entrance selling firewood and stoves. My parents are there picking out a stove. I rushed back to let you know. Since Mu Chen and his family had arrived early to collect supplies, they naturally left before Fang's family. Several large 3-wheeled carts had come, loaded with ample firewood. Uncle Mu and Aunt Shuya should definitely join us. We can carry more. Fang Zhanjiao urged, excitement evident in his voice. Hurry. If we arrive late, there may not be any left. Many people in the community are already gathering. In a flash of inspiration, Fang Zhanjiao added, Oh, they said they only accept gold as payment. You should take more, and I'll have to dash home to fetch some myself. As he spoke, he dashed towards his home, turning back to remind them, You don't need to wait for me. I'll be at the east gate of the community. Watching Fang Zhanjiao disappear in a hurry, Mu Chen shook his head with a smile, thinking how wonderful it is to be young. Fang Zhanjiao's loud voice was easily heard by Mu's parents inside, and by the time Mu Chen returned, his parents had already washed their hands and gathered burlap sacks and a small cart. This cart had been purchased along with a mountain bike, and Mu's father had only remembered its existence after organizing the storage room the previous day. Yesterday, I toiled away, transporting firewood throughout half the neighborhood. only to discover a more efficient method after the task was completed. My father, Mu, expressed his frustration, lamenting the loss of opportunity and wishing he could redo the labor. Observing the thorough preparations made by my father and others, I couldn't help but chuckle. Father, now your clever idea from yesterday can finally come to play, right? My father, filled with delight, grasped the trailer's handle with a sense of authority, his face aglow, standing tall and waving his hand. Onward. Watching my father's antics, my mother burst into laughter, playfully patting his slightly protruding belly. Surprisingly, he resembled a genuine commander. Even the young actors in the crew lacked his flair. The couple strolled ahead, exchanging banter. I cast a wistful glance at the half-watermelon I had just excavated the heart from, preserving it in my storage space. I slung my commonly used backpack over my shoulder and followed them out. All my gold was safely tucked away in my storage. I could simply take what I needed under the guise of my bag. Upon reaching the eastern gate of the neighborhood, I indeed spotted 7 or 8 large tricycles parked at the entrance, surrounded by several unfamiliar young men. The atmosphere felt lively, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace before the apocalypse. Where are you from? What brings you to our neighborhood to sell firewood? We hail from Lu Village. We heard that the city has stopped supplying natural gas, so we thought we might do some business. Just to clarify, we only accept gold, and we will verify on the spot. You don't need to worry. No one here would use fake gold. Hey, young man, how much for this stove? 5 grams of gold each, no haggling. As my family approached, I picked up a piece of firewood to inspect. One villager, noticing that we had a trailer, eagerly approached us to promote his wares. These are premium chestnut logs. They burn exceptionally well. Feel free to choose. It's 1 gram of gold for 10 pounds of wood. The young man, sporting a crew cut, struck 2 pieces of wood together, proclaiming, "Listen to that sound. It's definitely dry wood." I couldn't help but smirk. Under the current conditions, it was unlikely to find any damp wood. Just as I was about to speak, Wang Suifong from the 7th floor interjected, "Can we trade for electricity?" "No. We only accept gold." Undeterred, Wang Suifong pressed on, "Why not accept electricity? Surely you can supply it." The young man scratched his face, looking conflicted. "This is a rule set by our village. We only trade for gold, and I cannot change that." Recently, thanks to the solar panels brought back by her son-in-law, Wang Suifong had amassed quite a few valuable items, including gold. However, she thought trading gold was less advantageous since electricity could be generated daily, making it more economical to exchange electricity for firewood. Seeing the young man's refusal, she frowned, muttering to herself before finally retrieving a gold ring. How much firewood can this buy? Upon receiving the gold ring, the young man did not immediately weigh it, but instead tossed it into a quartz pot and called for a flame torch to verify the gold. Chapter 56. The transaction witnessing this action, Wang Suifong's expression shifted slightly as she quickly interjected, "Wait, you don't need to do that. I rather like this ring." With a swift motion, Wang Suifong snatched the golden ring from the pot, biting down on her back molars as she retrieved a gold necklace from her trousers pocket. Forcing a smile, "Let us use this one." The young man with a buzz cut said nothing, producing a flamethrower to scorch the necklace before nodding to his companion. "It's genuine." The companion used tweezers to extract the slightly melted necklace, placing it into a cup of somewhat murky water, and after cooling, weighed it. 295 grams. Let's round it to 3 grams. Apart from the pieces of firewood displayed, the rest were bundled neatly, each weighing 10 pounds. Selecting 3 bundles with care, Wang Suifong wasted no time and hurried away. As soon as she departed, murmurs erupted around her. That gold ring was undoubtedly fake. Did they think we wouldn't notice? With all the electricity they sell, could they really be without gold? Truly, the poor remain poor, even when they suddenly acquire wealth. They still carry an air of poverty that is hardly respectable. Did you see Wang Suifong's expression just now? If there were a crack in the ground, she would have slipped right in. As Mu's mother arrived, she was beckoned by Teacher Zeng, and the two squatted together to select stoves. Meanwhile, Mu's father was engaged in conversation with Professor Fong, who, once their discussion concluded, joined them. Uncle Fong suggested we stock up on firewood. We don't know how long the coal supply will last. Mu Chen felt a warmth in his heart at Professor Fong's thoughtfulness, nodding and smiling in agreement. Uncle Fong was indeed thinking ahead. First, they had water shortages followed by power outages, and finally, a cessation of natural gas, a series of events that heightened the citizens' anxiety due to the oppressive heat, making firewood highly sought after. Villagers eagerly stuffed melted gold necklaces and rings into their pockets. By the end, the water used to cool the gold was nearly boiling. This gold bracelet weighs 30 grams. Let us trade one stove and exchange the rest for firewood. With only about 30 stoves available, and given the circumstances, every household needed a stove for cooking, rendering them extremely popular. My ring is adorned with rubies. Could I possibly exchange it for a bit more firewood? Is this stove efficient? Can it burn coal as well as wood? As the firewood dwindled, fearing they might miss out, residents impatiently clutched their firewood and queued with their gold ornaments. A dozen men were busily engaged, and within moments, 7 or 8 tricycles laden with firewood were emptied. Those who had yet to purchase gathered around the vacant tricycles, unwilling to leave, bombarding each other with questions. "I didn't team manage to get any. Will you all come back tomorrow?" "Yes, many of us missed out." "You didn't bring enough." Clutching his heavy gold, Lu Defu couldn't contain his joy. "Yes, we will return. Same time tomorrow." The village chief truly lived up to his title, his mind always racing. Upon hearing about the natural gas stoppage in the city, he recognized an opportunity, asserting that firewood could be exchanged for gold. Lu family village nestled at the foot of Kuniying Mountain. Long before the internet was cut off, news of a severe wildfire in Chongqing had reached them, prompting the chief to urge villagers to chop down dead trees in fear that Kuniying Mountain might catch fire. During the hot days, they rested at home, and when the coolness of night arrived, they ventured out to fell trees. As a result, every family's storage was filled to the brim with firewood, completely unprepared for the astonishing reality that the wood they carelessly harvested from the mountain could indeed be exchanged for gold. Oh my goodness! What lies before me is not merely firewood, but a veritable treasure trove of gold and silver. The thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Lu Defu, nearly propelling him into the air. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s inquired, "Might I ask if your village head would consider bartering with platinum, silver jewelry, or gemstones?" She expressed her aversion to the hue of gold, noting that she typically favored platinum, silver, and various gems when purchasing adornments. Lu Defu, lacking the authority to decide, simply replied, "I shall consult the village head upon my return." Among the crowd, someone with a glint of mischief in their eyes chuckled. "I hear every village possesses a well. Do you sell water?" The mention of water caused the smile on Lu Defu's face to fade. "We do not sell water. Our village wells are nearly depleted, and the residents struggle to find drinking water. Indeed, while every village boasts a well, most are old and shallow, having not faced a water shortage in the past. Now, they have run dry, yielding a mere bucket of water tainted with mud each day. It takes hours of sedimentation to obtain even a small quantity of clean water." Reflecting on this, Lu Defu's expression grew increasingly somber. The village head had reported the situation several days prior, yet no response had been received. A villager emerged from the front seat of a tricycle, producing a small broom to sweep away the wood shavings from the ground. The villagers then climbed back onto the tricycle and departed. Much to his relief, Chen managed to exchange 40 pounds of firewood, a feat accomplished through swift teamwork with his father, as others were less fortunate and secured none at all. "Brother Chen, they brought a full load to our community. Aren't you concerned about their intentions?" On the way, Fang Zhanjiao, cradling the stove selected by Teacher Zeng, queried, "Ah, so they arrived in anticipation of today's emergency supplies distribution," he concluded, recalling the glimmer of cold steel that flashed as the villagers opened the tricycle's front seat. Chen chuckled again. "Furthermore, how can you be sure they are unprepared? If I'm not mistaken, it must be tools such as axes or hatchets." Hearing this, Fang Zhanjiao nodded in sudden realization. "I see now. Clearly, 8 men could have accomplished the task, yet they sent over 10 burly fellows." He then pondered aloud. "I wonder if they will return tomorrow. You have far too little firewood." At this juncture, Teacher Zeng interjected, "We have ample supplies. Would you like some?" Due to Professor Fong and his group arriving early, they had managed to reserve their items despite not bringing gold, ultimately exchanging for a substantial 80 pounds. They even assisted Mu Chan's family in securing a stove, but Mu's mother mentioned that they had purchased one during a recent excursion to a farm stay. Mu Chen shook his head with a gentle smile. Thank you, Aunt Zeng, but that won't be necessary. They mentioned they would return tomorrow, so we can procure more then. Over the past week, every household in the community had acquired at least one stove, and considerable wood had been exchanged. It could be said that whenever the tricycle team from Lu family village arrived, they came laden and left empty. However, for the past few days, Lu family village had ceased its visits, as the government's coal supply was back to normal. Aside from a bit more warmth while cooking, life seemed to have returned to its previous state. On this particular day, having completed his training regimen, Mu Chen prepared to visit the IKEA store. A family remains ensconced at home, their gazes perpetually downcast, fully aware that concealment is futile. Mu Chen turns to his father, Mu Fu, and declares, I intend to visit the shopping mall today. Mu Fu, who has been practicing his horse stance, straightens up upon hearing this and hastily dons his special outfit for going out. Very well, I shall accompany you. Is there fuel in the car? He inquires, referring to the SUV previously driven by Mu Mu. Mu Chen cannot recall the fuel situation, yet he nods affirmatively. There must be. Let us depart. Chapter 57. The well is dry upon arriving at the parking lot. Mu Fu is astonished to discover the vacant spaces covered with straw mats. Even the empty parking spots being no exception. Numerous individuals are seated on the mats, fanning themselves to find respite from the heat. As Mu Chen and his father enter, these individuals merely glance their way before resuming their conversations. For some time now, Mu Fu has relied solely on walking for transportation, having not visited this place since the night the power was cut off several months prior. Looking around, he perceives that the mats seem to delineate various spaces, surrounded by an array of pots and utensils. This place has evidently transformed into a rather informal refuge from the heat. Located underground, the parking lot is undeniably cooler than the surface. These individuals, either unwilling or lacking items to exchange for electricity, endure the sweltering temperatures outside, opting instead to remain here day and night, despite the inconvenience compared to home. Upon locating their vehicle, Mu Chen activates the headlights, and after a few honks, the people drag their mats aside, allowing him to maneuver out of the underground parking. As they drive, Mu Fu, seated in the passenger seat, glances into the rearview mirror, his expression troubled. He had not anticipated such a crowd in the underground parking. How would they return later, given the current circumstances? Mu Fu has no doubt that as soon as their car pulls out, someone would immediately occupy their parking space with a mat. Stealing a glance at his father, Mu Chen maintains a composed demeanor and replies with a smile. It's all right. We can simply park outside. Mu Fu's eyes widen in protest. How can that be? The car will surely be scorched if left outside. The trees in the community have all been cut down, leaving no shade under this scorching sun. It would undoubtedly be damaged. Mu Chen's smile fades as he retorts. Then what do you suggest? It is easy to exit, but re-entering is another matter entirely. Others will not be so accommodating as before. Acknowledging the truth in Mu Chen's words, Mu Fu purses his lips and sighs. Such is the state of affairs. They park the car at the nearest police station to the Yi shopping mall and proceed on foot. Upon entering the mall, Mu Chen and his father make their way directly to the stall mentioned by Tang Jinhua. Upon arrival, they find Tang Jinhua leaning against the wall, seemingly lost in thought. With a piece of cloth laid out before him, displaying some open stones, his so-called stall. Noticing the presence of customers, Tang Jinhua promptly looks up and greets them with a smile. Feel free to browse. However, as he recognizes the faces of his customers, his expression shifts to one of surprise. It's you. It has been over a week. I thought you wouldn't return. Mu Chen gestures towards the stones at his feet. Why aren't the same items from last time displayed? Tang Jinhua begins to tidy up his belongings while offering an explanation. All those items have been sold out. Only these raw materials remain. Stuffing the jade materials into his backpack and neatly rolling up the cloth, Tang Jinhua stood up, his smile broad and cheerful. The goods are in my warehouse. Would you like to come with me to see them, or should I bring them out? He added with a grin, just so you know I do have a vehicle, but gasoline is scarce right now. If I bring them over, you'll need to cover the transportation fee. 2 bottles of mineral water. Bring them out. and I will cover the transportation fee. I'll park my car at 20 square. You could deliver the goods there, he replied. As he spoke, Mu Chen observed the subtle shifts in Tang Jinhua's expression. XX Square is a landmark in Qingcheng, directly across from the police station. If Tang Jinhua had something to hide, hearing that location might betray him. However, Tang Jinhua merely paused for a moment, his smile remaining natural. That's perfect. My warehouse is quite nearby. Why not just transport them using a tricycle? He continued, it's only over 500 pounds of goods. While it sounds considerable, the stones are quite dense and don't take up much volume. 2 trips with a tricycle will suffice. He added, a bottle of gasoline costs around 700 milliliters of water, while renting a tricycle would only require 100 milliliters of water. Quite a profit to be made. After a moment, Tang Jinhua seemed to recall something and added, the rest is all jade material, unpolished, which won't look as appealing as the finished products. Once sold, there are no returns. Also, if I haul the goods over and you decide not to take them, that's fine, but since I've put in the effort, the transportation fee cannot be minimal. These were all reasonable requests. Mu Chen nodded, readily retrieving a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, filled with cool boiled water. All right, I'll wait for you there. This serves as a deposit. Tang Jinhua took the bottle with a hearty laugh. You're straightforward, brother. These stones I'm carrying can be considered as part of the deal. As he spoke, he unloaded his backpack and handed some stones to Mu Chen, then turned and waved, I'll head back to fetch the goods now. A moment later, Mu Chen and his father stood outside the car, chatting, when they spotted a figure approaching on a tricycle. As it drew nearer, it was indeed Tang Jinhua. He dismounted and pulled back the flower-patterned plastic covering from the tricycle, revealing a small pile of jade materials. There was a variety of types, with oil green and black chicken jade dominating the collection, totaling 283 pounds. The warehouse still held a considerable amount, as he had weighed it all beforehand. Oil green and black chicken jade are not particularly valuable. He likely brought these along as a preliminary test. Considering the risk of Mu Chen possibly trying to cheat him wouldn't result in significant losses. Tang Jinhua then produced an electronic scale from the back of the tricycle to weigh the materials again. After a thorough weighing, it indeed matched Tang Jinhua's stated weight. And Mu Chen nodded in approval. How shall we calculate the value of these items? Tang Jinhua pondered for a moment before providing a figure. 150 liters of water or 500 pounds of fine grain. If we were to settle with firewood, it would be 1,000 pounds. Mu Chen had no shortage of water or grain. Logically speaking, water was the more advantageous choice at this time. With heavy rains expected in just over half a month, water would soon be abundant, while grain would remain a scarce resource in the apocalypse. However, Tang Jinhua was a man of integrity. Even before the goods had arrived, he had already offered a bag as a gesture of goodwill, indicating he was not entirely heartless. Furthermore, producing such a large quantity of water at once could invite suspicion. In the current situation, unless he has access to a deep well, it would be nearly impossible to procure such a large quantity of water. As for food supplies, although the persistent heat over the past 6 months has rendered resources somewhat scarce, we are not yet facing a critical shortage. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chen smiled and proposed, I do not possess that much water. I can offer half in water and the other half in grain. What do you think? Mu Chen's decision not to haggle took Tang Jinhua by surprise. Upon hearing this, he nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, of course. Reaching the trunk of the car, Mu Chen retrieved 10 20-liter bottles of mineral water and 15 bags of rice, each weighing 50 kilograms from his storage space. He opened the trunk, took out 5 bottles of water, totaling 100 liters, and stated, this serves as a deposit. The remaining payment will be made once everything is delivered. Tang Jinhua had no objections and, with great delight, assisted Mu Chen in moving the stones to the back seat of the car before carefully wrapping the 5 bottles of water in plastic and driving away. The next batch of materials was similar to the previous one, and Mu Chen settled the payment, thus formalizing the transaction. On the road, Mu's father beamed as he observed the trunk and back seat brimming with jade materials. He had not anticipated such a smooth transaction. These jade stones should significantly expand their storage space. Mu Chen was equally pleased, a smile gracing his lips as he affirmed, The space has increased tremendously. I estimate it is now twice the original size. Upon arriving near their neighborhood, they found a secluded spot to store the car in the space, then walked home. Meanwhile, at the southern city well, it was Guan Feiyue's turn to oversee operations. As he activated the pump, he planned to sit down and continue solving his Rubik's Cube when he was startled by the commotion outside. The water being drawn is nothing but mud. Is there a blockage? Quickly, open the well and summon the technicians for an inspection. Is the well running dry? The water has been murky for days. Just as Guan Feiyue was about to step outside to investigate, hurried footsteps approached, and the door was flung open with force. Xiao Guan, the well may be dry. Shut off the pump immediately. We cannot risk damaging it. The frantic individual rushed out after delivering the urgent message. I will report this to Assistant Zhang. Chapter 58. Chaos. The southern city well has run dry. Assistant Xiao Zhang stood dejectedly before the desk, his tone somber. Behind the desk, Mayor Lu paused mid-signature, lifting his head in disbelief. The well has run dry. The previously abundant underground water in Qincheng had allowed many villages to rely on shallow wells, which are now depleted, making it difficult for residents to access drinking water. The document he was about to sign concerned the approval for water trucks to deliver supplies to rural areas. However, as he slowly raised his gaze, Assistant Xiao Zhang, his eyes reddened and weary, continued. The groundwater level in the southern region was already low, and the other 3 wells had begun to show signs of murkiness. As the ink smudged across the document, Mayor Lu felt a throbbing headache, pinching the bridge of his nose as he murmured, "How much longer can the other 3 wells hold out?" After a brief hesitation, Assistant Xiao Zhang replied, "Based on the current allocation of water per person, if only supplying the urban area, it would suffice for a month and a half." Assistant Xiao Zhang paused, his gaze drifting over the documents on the desk, his voice dwindling. "If we were to provide for the rural areas simultaneously, it would last at most 10 days. How vast is the urban area compared to the countryside? The population in the villages far exceeds that of the city." The spacious office fell into a profound silence, the sound of their breathing distinctly audible. The hand gripping the pen tightened progressively, and Mayor Lu's temples throbbed with tension, rendering him incapable of making a decision. After a considerable pause, Mayor Lu took the pen and swiftly inscribed his name on the document, simultaneously declaring, "We shall supply both. The citizens of Qincheng are as much a part of this city as the villagers." He pushed the signed document forward, indicating for Assistant Xiao Zhang to take care of the necessary procedures, adding, "We shall reduce the daily water supply per person by half. We must call upon the public to conserve resources and refrain from unnecessary activities." Mayor Lu understood that the diminishing water supply would undoubtedly incite discontent, and there would be those who might exploit the situation to stir unrest. It was imperative to have experts disseminate information to soothe the public's emotions, to increase police patrols, and to allocate more personnel to the water delivery teams. A series of orders were issued, and as Assistant Xiao Zhang departed, Mayor Lu, his eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights, stared intently at the desk before him. This was a calamity for humanity. At this moment, Mayor Lu was acutely aware of this reality. The underground water was depleting. Other regions of China were also suffering from drought with no means to assist, and the bottled water factories had long been confiscated. Being an inland city, Qincheng had no option to desalinate seawater. With the incessant lack of rain, could they simply await their demise? Mayor Lu abruptly seized the satellite phone on the desk, and for the first time, the resolute man softened his tone. "Mayor Su, yes, it's me. The filtered water on your end is scarce, and I understand your difficulties, but you're near the coast. Please, whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask." As father and son arrived home, Mother Mu eagerly pulled them aside, inspecting them closely with a flurry of questions. "How was it? Did everything go smoothly? Are you hurt anywhere?" After a thorough examination, she finally sighed in relief, chiding, "I told you I should have gone with you, but you insisted I stay home. What is there to protect at home? With 2 doors. And if we count the iron gate at the stairs, that makes 3. What is there to worry about?" Father Mu first approached the dining table, pouring himself a generous glass of cool tea, chuckling, "No matter how many doors there are, It's not reassuring if there's no one at home. He then picked up the sliced sweet potatoes from the coffee table, ready to head to the attic. They will dry nicely, won't they? As Father Moo reached the staircase, Mother Moo hurriedly interjected, "No, this is for the steamed sweet potato chips." Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was the next scheduled day for the water delivery truck to arrive at the community. As Moo Chen and his companions approached the east gate with large bottles of mineral water, they witnessed a middle-aged man abruptly tear off his shirt and fling it to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. 500 milliliters. Don't even think about cooking. It's barely enough to drink. I ask you, do you have enough to drink? As the conversation grew increasingly impassioned, the middle-aged man's eyes reddened, and he reached out to grasp the collar of the young soldier atop the water cart. Are you all intentionally denying us a chance to survive? Get down here. I'm determined to drink my fill of water today. The young soldier stumbled as he was yanked, his gaunt face and sunken eyes betraying no semblance of a typical youth of 18 or 19 years. Noticing the soldier's lack of resistance, merely attempting to wriggle free, the middle-aged man became even more agitated, his eyes wide and his demeanor frenzied. Everyone hurry up. The cart is filled with water. Bring them down. We all deserve to quench our thirst. Some residents, stirred by this fervor, pressed their cracked lips together and clenched their fists, ready to advance. Suddenly, a dark gun barrel emerged from the window of the water truck. Rat-a-tat-tat. The air fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping, and the middle-aged man's hand, clutching the soldier's collar, froze. In the next moment, the door of the truck emitted a soft click. The sound of military boots striking the ground drew the crowd's gaze upward to the stern face of a soldier bearing an assault rifle. Liu Jiangwo, with a rigid expression, cast a cold glance over everyone present and commanded, "Take him away." As soon as the words left his lips, several armed soldiers leaped from the truck, swiftly and decisively twisting the middle-aged man's arm behind his back and escorting him away. The farce concluded, and the people huddled together like frightened chicks, their eyes fixed in trepidation upon the still smoldering gun barrel that Liu Jiangwo had just wielded. "The rest of you, continue to line up." The young soldier adjusted his misaligned collar, the bronze of his neck marked with a red imprint, and hoarsely called out, "Everyone, please form an orderly queue. We shall continue to distribute the water." At the sight of the soldier's bright smile, the crowd stirred. The water distribution line, resembling both its former self and yet somehow transformed. The line moved in silence, and soon they arrived at the Moo family. They received a total of 21 packets of 250g compressed biscuits and 10, 500 milliliters of water. This constituted the weekly rations for the three of them. In comparison to before, there were no coal or rice rations. After collecting their supplies, the Moo family made their way home, the parents exchanging not a single word along the way. The frenzied neighbor and the staccato sounds of gunfire led Moo's father and mother to a chilling realization. The apocalypse had truly arrived, setting down their provisions. Moo's father rubbed his face absent-mindedly, forcing a smile as he feigned nonchalance. "The sweet potato chips we made a couple of days ago were quite delicious. We still have plenty of sweet potatoes. Let us prepare more." Chapter 59. The Hardships. Moo Chen glanced at his father, understanding the unspoken tension, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead picking up the thread of conversation. "All right, I'll bring out some more." After several expansions, their space now measured 210 square meters, maintaining its height at 4 meters, equating to 840 cubic meters. The supplies that once filled every corner now appeared to occupy less than half of the available space, indicating that there was still room for additional provisions, perhaps even a caravan. As Moo Chen pondered this, he made his way to the kitchen, retrieved the basin used for washing vegetables, and drew a small amount of water from their storage to begin cleaning. Through the glass sliding door, Moo's father observed his son's focused profile as he diligently scrubbed the sweet potatoes, a complex expression crossing his face as he pulled Moo's mother closer. Chen's mother abruptly raised her head, interrupting her husband before he could finish his sentence. "We must ensure that the fourth person remains unaware." The sight of that middle-aged man daring to act recklessly in front of armed soldiers sent a chill coursing through her. The first thought that surged in her mind was of her son. It was merely a water truck. Yet those men dared to behave in such a manner right under the noses of several gun-toting soldiers. What if they discovered? She shuddered at the thought. Glimpsing his wife, Chen's father chose silence, merely responding with a gentle tone. Let us go and lend a hand. At 11:01, Fong's residence. The ascent up the stairs felt particularly burdensome. Professor Fong's gaze shifted to the sturdy iron door, securely locked. After unlocking it and stepping inside, he meticulously locked it once more. Not hastily turning away, he stared at the lock for a couple of seconds, allowing his mind to settle before he entered the room. The dim candlelight illuminated only a small area, where a yoga mat lay in the center of the living room, and Teacher Zeng was practicing yoga. Through the crack of the treasure cabinet, she noticed her husband had returned and smiled. Is it perhaps the approach of the new year that makes me think I just heard firecrackers? With less than a month until the spring festival, the winter was unusually warm, hovering around 70 degrees. As Professor Fong turned past the entrance and saw the expression on his husband's face, Teacher Zheng's heart sank. What is the matter? Without waiting for a response, her gaze fell to the supplies he carried, and she exclaimed in surprise, Is that all you managed to bring back? Placing the items on the dining table, Professor Fong downplayed the events at the East Gate to alleviate his wife's concerns. The water supply has dwindled further. Now we receive only a single bottle of mineral water per day. The community has announced that we should minimize unnecessary activities to conserve water. Upon hearing this, he had slipped a melted chocolate bar to the person in charge, hoping to glean more information. Although the chocolate had turned to liquid, the official accepted it without complaint. Yet he was unable to extract any further news. Teacher Zeng rolled up her yoga mat and approached the dining table. Taking a sip from the water Professor Fong had just brought home. The well must be running dry, she stated confidently. The once sweet, deep well water now carried a faint, muddy taste. Professor Fong sighed, already suspecting as much. How much water do we still have? At the onset of the heat wave, he had gone to the supermarket with their neighbors to purchase a substantial supply of mineral water and food. Later, realizing the precariousness of their situation as the power and water supplies were cut off, they had not touched the items acquired from the supermarket, provided that the government's supplies sufficed. Every night before bed, they would inventory their provisions. Teacher Zeng replied without hesitation. We have 13 boxes of 24 bottles of 500 milliliters E-Bao and 28 barrels of 12 El Nongfu Spring, with each person allocated 500 milliliters per day. That should sustain our family of 4 for a month. Professor Fong nodded, recalling the iron door at the stairwell. At the time, Brother Mu had stored less than we have. If they can no longer hold out, we could certainly offer some assistance. Teacher Zeng responded with unwavering certainty, absolutely. On the other side, in the northern suburbs of the town, lies the water distribution point as designated by the mayor. Villagers from 4 or 5 neighboring villages come here to collect water. This time, Zhao Qingyang brought 2/3 of the village's able-bodied men along. Of course, such a large number was unnecessary for the task of fetching water. It was merely a precaution against potential theft by people from other villages. The village's wells had run dry for 3 or 4 days, and recently, they had resorted to exchanging gold for water from neighboring villages, just to scrape by. If gold was the currency needed, so be it. In these times, water is indeed more precious than gold. Just as they joyfully carried their hard-won water back to the village, they were intercepted by people from Wangji village. Had it not been for some villagers providing support, their water would certainly have been stolen. This prompted a large portion of the village to arm themselves for protection. Young men with crew cuts frequently stood on tiptoe, peering down the road. "Village chief, where are you?" Zhao Qingyang whispered, glancing at his watch. Soon, came the reply. Indeed, within a minute or two, a vehicle appeared at the end of the road. The vehicle came to a halt, and several armed soldiers disembarked, followed by others setting up a table and opening a notebook, calling out, "Everyone, please line up. Water is scarce. The current state of Xinjiang is a true hell on earth, when resources dwindle to the point of threatening basic human survival. The darker sides of human nature unfurl with ferocity. Pedestrians walking along the streets and in dim alleyways may suddenly find a hand reaching out, dragging them into the shadows, only to emerge bruised and stripped of their belongings. When a family member passes away, Some conceal the death, hiding the body just to receive an extra bottle of water. A husband, after collecting water, locks himself in the bedroom to consume the family's portion alone, though the world has not yet plunged completely into darkness. There are grandparents who, aware of their limited time, secretly give their water to the children. Moreover, there are mothers who, watching their starving infants, unable to breastfeed, cut their own fingers to feed their blood to the child, hoping it suffices as nourishment. Children lick their cracked lips, moistening their parched throats with their own blood. Yet they smile at their parents, saying, "I couldn't help it. I've already had some." On January 18th, 2024, day 71. It has been a week since the water supply was reduced to 500 milliliters. It was once again time for the weekly water collection. Chen donned a short-sleeved shirt that hadn't been washed in a month, clutching his familiar empty mineral water bottle, and called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to collect supplies." Chapter 60. Robbery of the Water Truck. Wait, let's go together. This past week, not just the entire community, but even the events within this very building had been tumultuous. For instance, the Wong family on the 7th floor had been robbed. Just like yesterday at this time, the sharp cries and curses of a woman, along with the furious shouts of a man, echoed across 3 floors. Rather than a robbery, it felt more like a theft. As the cries and shouts erupted, the assailants hastily fled. Afterward, the police were summoned, but due to the power outage, there was no surveillance footage. The culprits, having covered their heads with black stockings, vanished into the darkness, and, as expected, no arrests were made. Despite knowing how chaotic things had become, Chen still ventured out alone, leaving his parents deeply concerned. In the master bedroom, Mu's father and mother hurriedly donned their slippers and made their way to the entrance, exchanging words as they changed their shoes. "The world has become exceedingly chaotic," they remarked. "We should also call Uncle Fong. It is safer for both families to go together." After wandering alone for 7 years in this post-apocalyptic world, Chen found the current state of affairs to be as trivial as a child's play, lacking any real intimidation. However, seeing the concern etched on his parents' faces softened his heart, and he chuckled. "It's all right. You two should rest a bit longer. I'll find Uncle Fong on my own." Mu's mother, her eyes tinged with exhaustion, shot him a reproachful glance. Nonsense. What kind of parents would sleep soundly while their child ventures into danger? Soon, they had donned their gear, and Mu's father even considered taking an axe along. This notion was promptly curtailed by Chen, who insisted, "It's not necessary yet. We need to be cautious, especially since we're also going to retrieve water from a supply truck." Following the raid on the 7th floor, the police patrols in the neighborhood had intensified. Besides, those intruders were still wary enough to don black stockings over their heads, clearly fearful of the authorities. It was nothing like the brazen acts of a few years later, where theft was executed openly without a hint of stealth. After some contemplation, Chen retrieved 3 multifunctional military daggers from his storage space. The axe was far too conspicuous. These would suffice. He deftly tucked the daggers behind his waist, allowing the hem of his shirt to fall gracefully over them, concealing them perfectly, a movement that suggested he had practiced it countless times. Upon glancing up, he noticed his parents gazing at him with a mixture of pride and sorrow as they clutched the military daggers. A sudden pang of emotion struck him, yet he managed to smile and reassured, "What are you staring at? Let me show you how to blend in better." The family readied themselves, and the clock indicated it was merely 9:40 p.m. The water distribution was scheduled for 10 p.m. However, since a single water truck now serviced multiple communities, it had rarely arrived on time. In these times of heightened anxiety, no one dared to leave too early to wait. After knocking on the Fong family's door, they waited longer than usual before Professor Fong opened it with a welcoming smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fong Zhao appeared, carefully securing the door behind him. Noticing Chen observing him, Fong Zhao chuckled. "My sister is home alone. My mother is quite anxious." As they descended the stairs, Professor Fong lingered at the back, producing a metal chain and 2 U-locks for bicycles, reinforcing the original lock with meticulous care. He urged Mu's father to take 2 keys, whispering, "I've added a few extra locks. Here are the keys." The 2 families walked in silence, conserving their energy and words. The neighborhood was filled with similar somber groups. Under the dim emergency lights, faces appeared numb, lips cracked from dehydration, as people drifted about like specters. Meanwhile, on the national highway, trailing behind the water truck was a military off-road vehicle. Inside, Liu Jiangwo sat in the passenger seat, gently maintaining his firearm, his voice firm as he instructed. Next time you fire, do not hesitate. Remember, as long as you wield a gun, your adversary stands before you. In the back seat, a young soldier subconsciously tightened his grip on the still-warm barrel, sitting upright and responding instinctively, yes. After a moment, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes, and he hesitated before reporting, "Sir. However, those are the people. We're the soldiers of the people." The people? The ones wielding kitchen knives against the water truck workers? Those are rioters. Liu Jiangwo turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. Obey military orders. Yes. Chen and his companions arrived at the eastern entrance of the community, where several individuals were already waiting. Standing at the back of the line, Mu's mother suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. Wang Suifang. Beside her were two young men. One was her son Su Chong, and the other, unfamiliar to Mu's mother, was presumably her son-in-law. Wang Suifang appeared drastically different from a week ago. Her hair was slicked back, her face gaunt, and she seemed to have aged a decade. While Mu's mother pondered this, she suddenly heard the sound of tires screeching against the ground. The water truck had arrived. Following closely was another vehicle. As soon as it came to a halt, 5 or 6 soldiers jumped down and swiftly surrounded the water truck. With a single glance, Chen discerned that these individuals had clearly seen blood recently, exuding an ominous aura. Form an orderly line. Prepare to receive water. No words were exchanged as the line advanced. Those who received supplies quickly clutched their belongings and departed hastily. Soon, they reached Chen's group, receiving the same supplies as the previous week. Once Professor Fang's family finished collecting their provisions, both families clustered their supplies together and hurriedly left. Upon entering the building, Professor Fang felt a slight relaxation of his taut nerves as he moved closer to Mu's father and whispered, "It's still just 500 milliliters of water per day. With so little, we won't last long. Do you have any thoughts?" Thoughts? Mu's father looked at Professor Fang incredulously and countered, "What do you think?" Professor Fang gazed down at the steps, murmuring, "I plan to escape toward the coast. Surely they have water there?" He then lifted his head to meet Mu's father's serious expression. "We still have a bit of water left. If we ration it, it should last both our families until we reach safety. The current issues we face are the lack of gasoline and concerns regarding safety and heat along the way." Communication networks had long been severed, and at that moment, Professor Fang was unaware that the coastal region was likewise grappling with a water shortage. Mu's father let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that Professor Fang might be harboring ill intentions, contemplating a heist of the water truck. To be honest, attempting to rob a water truck now would be more difficult than robbing an armored vehicle before the heatwave. "I need to discuss this matter with Shuai, A, and Chen." Professor Fang nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation and acknowledging that the family indeed needed to deliberate thoroughly. Chapter 61. The stairwell door was forced open in the stairwell. As Chen walked, his steps suddenly halted. Noticing that the person beside him had stopped, Fang Zhanjiao turned his face in confusion to look at Chen. Just as he was about to inquire, Chen raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Fang Zhanjiao immediately understood and ceased his movement. Subsequently, Chen gently tugged at his mother's clothing. "What is it?" "Shoo." Seeing her nod, Chen released his hand from covering her mouth and quickly ascended the staircase to her level, whispering in a barely audible tone, "Dad, Uncle Fang, there's movement above." Mu's father and Professor Fang exchanged glances, both becoming alert. They were currently on the 9th floor. Subsequently, the 5 individuals treaded lightly, inching their way upward while remaining vigilant to any sounds above. They had now reached the 10th floor, and the noises grew increasingly palpable. "Damn it! What lunacy is this?" 3 locks secured with an iron chain, accompanied by the grating sound of a hacksaw. Another male voice interjected, "Forget it. Whatever material this is, the lock is a thief to saw through. Let us just cut the railing instead." The abrasive sound paused momentarily before resuming. "Damn it, this iron door feels like steel." Upon touching it, hesitation washed over him. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor? Even if we pry this door open, there's still another behind it. What if they return? Time is certainly against us. Another person shot him a glance, snatching the saw from his grasp. Let me handle this. There are ample supplies on the 11th floor. We could feast extravagantly. Due to the sweltering heat and lack of water, the lips of others had cracked, blood crusted upon them. Yet the two families they observed had only slightly parched lips, far from bleeding. They certainly had food in abundance. Not only had they not lost weight, but they appeared even more robust. It is often said that the impoverished cultivate knowledge while the affluent wield strength, and physical training is not lacking in nourishment. He observed meticulously, having fetched water for a month. Both families mobilized their entire households, and, as the water dwindled, who could predict if it would last into the following week? Seizing the moment while the house was unoccupied, they hastily pried open the door to abscond with the supplies. And with no surveillance, who would suspect them? As one man strained to pull the saw, he urged his companion, "Hurry down and keep watch. If anyone returns, we'll retreat." At that moment, he acknowledged the lack of time to break open the door, yet he was unwilling to concede. Sparks flew between the saw and the railing. Each landing between the floors had a window, making it imperative to descend to the lower half to keep watch. At this moment, Chen and his companions were crouched around the corner. Meanwhile, in apartment 1101, Teacher Zeng stood a meter behind the door, gripping a bone-cutting knife. The sharpest blade she could find at home. The creaking sound of the door opening resonated behind her, prompting Teacher Zeng to turn, her voice barely above a whisper. Xian, return. Little Fong Xianting, just over 3 years old, stood at the bedroom door, peering through a narrow crack. "Mommy, I'm scared. When will Daddy and the others come back?" Her childish voice trembled with fear. Sweat trickled down Teacher Zeng's temple, following the contour of her jawline. Her fingers trembled slightly from gripping the knife too tightly, her voice low and soothing. "Don't be afraid, Xian, Daddy will be home soon. You stay quietly in the bedroom, and when your brother returns, you can play hide and seek. Hurry and hide well, but remember not to make any noise." Watching her daughter obediently retreat, Teacher Zeng turned, her gaze fixed intently on the front door. The storage room door stood ajar, revealing a bounty of supplies within, easily visible upon entry. Their objective was the provisions, and they had to remain ever cautious to avoid detection. They would likely not search the bedroom thoroughly. The footsteps descending the stairs seemed to echo in the hearts of the five, synchronizing with the rhythm of their racing pulses. Thud, thud. The staircase, a half-flight with 9 steps, echoed with sounds as Chen slightly bent his body and drew the 95-style military dagger that had been secured at his waist. The moonlight glinted off the blade, casting a chilling reflection upon Chen's face. He turned his head and silently gestured, "I will take care of it." "You hold him down." Concern filled Mu's mother's eyes as she watched her son, reaching out to pull him back, but suddenly paused, realizing something. In the next moment, Mu's father also drew his military dagger, offering his son a resolute gaze. Professor Fong appeared anxious, fists clenched, his muscles taut and ready to spring into action. Fong Zhanjiao crouched low, preparing to seize the waist of the individual ahead. The sound of sawing echoed as they continued to cut through the railing. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted, and the person with the sack over their head straightened swiftly, one hand reaching for their backpack while cautiously inquiring, "Xiao Wu, what is the matter?" The one referred to as Xiao Wu widened his eyes in terror, a military dagger pressed against his throat. Gripping the hilt of the dagger firmly, Chen applied pressure, suppressing the pungent scent of sweat, and leaned in closer to Xiao Wu's ear, whispering fiercely, "Speak." Sensing the sharp pain, Xiao Wu leaned back as much as he could and hurriedly replied, I'm fine. I just accidentally stepped wrong." The figure with the sack slowly drew out a kitchen knife, their voice tinged with amusement. "As long as you're all right, be careful. This wretched railing is truly difficult to saw through. My hands are sore. I need to take a break." As he spoke, the figure gradually lowered themselves. Earlier, after Chen had subdued the individual, Fong Zhanjiao had rushed forward, thoroughly searching from top to bottom, stripping them of all belongings except their clothing. He handed Xiao Wu, with his hands raised, over to Mu's father, while Mu Chun remained crouched, lying in wait around the corner, with a swift motion accompanied by the sound of slicing air. A kitchen knife swung towards Mu Chun. He pivoted deftly, quickly seizing the assailant's wrist and applying considerable force to twist it. The knife clattered to the ground. Within a mere minute, both individuals were subdued. Fang Zhanjiao repeated the process, examining the figure with the sack, then glanced at Mu Chun and Professor Fang. Brother Mu Chun, Dad, what shall we do with these two? Root them out completely. Just eliminate them. Mu Chen's words rolled on his tongue, but considering the current state of order, he turned to Professor Fang. Uncle Fang, what do you suggest? Professor Fang clenched and unclenched his fists, contemplating, if we kill them here, the blood will be difficult to clean up, right? The water truck should still be around. Should we hand them over to the military? Chapter 62. A chill in the heart, seeing the group deliberating their fate. The two captives trembled, their legs turning to jelly as they cried out. We know we were wrong. We won't dare again. It's all the fault of this wretched fate. Life has become unbearable. Mu Chun exchanged a glance with Fang Zhanjiao, who understood and retrieved 2 cloth rags from his person, stuffing them into the mouths of the captives. At that moment, Mu's father added, remove the sacks from their heads. Fang Zhanjiao complied. Mu's father then turned to his wife and Professor Fang, noting that these two appeared unfamiliar and likely not from their neighborhood. After a careful examination, both shook their heads, indicating they did not recognize them. After pondering for a moment, Mu's father glanced at Mu Chun and then at the backpack on the ground, his eyes flickering with thought. Let us hand them over to the military. After speaking, Father Mu paused and turned to Mother Mu. Shuya, you should return home first and lock the door. Upon hearing Father Mu's words, Fang Zhanjiao quickly interjected, Uncle Mu, my mother and sister must be terrified. They have a close bond. Perhaps we should have Aunt Shuya come to our home until you return to escort her back? At this, Father Mu glanced at Mother Mu, silently inquiring with his eyes. Shall we go? Mother Mu clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her palms slick with sweat. Noticing Father Mu's worried expression, she managed a strained smile. I will head to Zhanjiao's house then. You all take care. Hearing this, Fang Zhanjiao turned his gaze towards Professor Fang, who was frequently glancing upstairs. Dad, you should go with Uncle Mu and Brother Mu Chun. I will stay home. This 20-year-old young man bore a resolute countenance, as if he had matured significantly in an instant. Professor Fang withdrew his gaze from the staircase and quickly turned to Mu Chun and the others. Zhanjiao is right. We should go together. As he spoke, Professor Fang picked up the tools from the floor while cautioning Fang Zhanjiao, make sure to lock both doors. Do not open for anyone until we return. Fang Zhanjiao nodded vigorously and dashed towards 1101. He hesitated before using the key to unlock the door, instead softly calling out, Mom, it's me, we're home. Inside the room, having just heard the commotion outside, they could now faintly hear their son calling for his mother. Teacher Zheng's hand trembled around the boning knife. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she rushed towards the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw only her son and hurriedly opened the door, panic etched across her face, her voice rising sharply. Where's your father? Suddenly aware of the gravity, Teacher Zheng lowered her voice. Where are your father and the others? Hearing his mother's tone drop, Fang Zhanjiao halted, his hand poised to cover her mouth. Below, the two individuals had already been subdued. In the stairwell, Father Mu and Mu Chun exchanged glances, with Mu Chun suggesting, Uncle Fang, perhaps you should return home. We can manage. After all, it's often said that a father and son share a deep connection. Father Mu regarded him and then the backpack, realizing Mu Chun was subtly indicating he should find a concealed place to dispose of the bodies and keep them hidden for the time being. If Professor Fang accompanied them, this plan would be unfeasible. How could that be possible? Thanks to Chen, a hint of fear flickered in Professor Fang's eyes. If Mu Chun hadn't noticed the situation and acted so skillfully, if it were just the two of us, we might not have subdued them. And even if we did, it wouldn't have been without injury. An injury at such a high temperature could easily lead to infection. The hospitals were already overwhelmed, and supplies were dwindling. In essence, Mu Chun had saved their entire family. Even though Professor Fang was preoccupied with thoughts of his wife and daughter, He couldn't rely solely on the Mu family. With this in mind, Professor Fong's resolve solidified. I won't let you bear the burden alone. I will accompany you. With Professor Fong's declaration, Mu Chen and Father Mu exchanged a glance. Father Mu sighed subtly and replied, Very well, let us take their kitchen knives and saws with us. We will go together. Professor Fong then donned the mask for the two individuals. Mu Chen and his companions escorted the thief downstairs, while Mu's mother was summoned away by teacher Zhang and her son. Moments later, Mu Chen and his group arrived at the ground floor, where every household in the building had their doors firmly shut, and no one emerged to witness the commotion. Whether it was due to the water delivery crew's absence or reluctance to intervene, Mu Chen surmised it was the latter. It was improbable that not a single household had returned. Exiting the apartment building, they encountered numerous individuals returning from water delivery. Instead of relinquishing their grip on the knife pressed against the thief's neck, the father and son maintained their hold, grinning broadly and engaging passers-by in conversation. Ah, have you finished your errands? Ha! These two fellows attempted to pry open our doors and were caught red-handed. Oh dear, we were just about to hand them over to the soldiers, right? The water delivery crew hasn't left yet, has it? Each person addressed by Mu Chen felt a chill run down their spine, yet they were compelled to respond with forced smiles. This family was truly terrifying. How could they maintain a casual demeanor while a knife was so brazenly poised at someone's throat? As they reached the west gate, they informed the soldiers responsible for escorting the water delivery about the grave situation and handed over the saw and kitchen knife. Upon receiving the items, Liu Jiangwo assured them that he would handle the matter with the utmost seriousness, allowing the trio to return. On their way back, Professor Fong quickened his pace, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. I am truly indebted to you. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have transpired. Mu's father waved his hand dismissively. Living on the 11th floor, if they had pried open the iron gate, our household would not have been safe either. Professor Fong recognized that their two solid steel doors were likely more resilient than his own, and he understood that his words were merely an attempt to avoid feeling indebted. Choosing not to elaborate further, he silently committed this act of camaraderie to memory as they hastened back, soon reaching the 11th floor. The iron gate at the stairwell remained securely locked, and Mu Chen took his time to inspect it thoroughly before opening. The two U-locks added by Professor Fong were notably sturdy, bearing only a shallow incision from a saw. The original iron lock had sustained merely a superficial scratch. However, a railing had been partially severed at the base. Observing this, Mu's father leaned in, suggesting, No worries, I'll find a welding machine and repair it. He was an electrician, and although he had resigned, he still possessed the necessary tools at home. Meanwhile, within the moving military vehicle, a young soldier glanced at the two individuals handcuffed to the seats and inquired, Captain, are we to transfer these two to the police station? Our duty is to safeguard the water delivery, and capturing thieves is beyond our jurisdiction. Liu Jiangwo, polishing his firearm, replied coolly, Directly transfer them to the labor re-education facility. Otherwise, just execute them. The police station is currently overwhelmed. Handing them over would only complicate matters. It's more efficient to send them straight to the labor camp. Labor camp? The mention of this term sent a shiver through the young soldier. The current labor camps were nothing like those before the heat wave. Mayor Liu had issued a strict order, providing only enough sustenance to keep inmates alive, ensuring they were worked to the bone. Presently, there was an accelerated expansion of heat shelters. There was no shortage of filthy, arduous labor, and these criminals were essentially being repurposed as expendable resources. Chapter 63. The extreme heat disaster is coming to an end. 1101. Fong family. Upon her first sight of her son, she scrutinized him from head to toe, relieved to discover he was unharmed. Inquiring about her husband and the neighbor, she felt a wave of relief wash over her when she learned they too had escaped injury. Seated on the sofa, she held her daughter tightly, her earlier ferocity as a protective mother dissipating into a lingering sense of dread. Zhang Zhao, how did you manage to subdue him? The mere mention of the incident ignited a spark in Fong Zhang Zhao, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Mom, you have no idea. Brother Mu Chen is incredibly formidable. He gestured animatedly, his admiration evident. In a flash, I barely saw it happen before the knife was at that man's throat. Just then, the sound of the front door opening signaled the return of Professor Fong and the others. Hearing the commotion, Mu's mother stood to take her leave. Now that they are back, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Ms. Zheng gently set her daughter down and quickly rose to see her off. The two families exchanged a few pleasantries at the door before parting ways. Ms. Zheng welcomed her husband inside and conducted a thorough check, relieved to find him unscathed. Tears she had held back finally fell. You scared me to death. It was barely 10 minutes after you left when I heard commotion outside. I couldn't see anything through the peephole and had to press my ear against the door to hear the sound of the lock being sawed through. Meanwhile, the perceptive Fong Zhao had already taken the initiative to carry his younger sister away when Ms. Zheng had been preoccupied with Professor Fong's reassurances. The professor comforted Ms. Zheng with gentle words, observing her emotional state had considerably improved. Well, everything turned out fine, didn't it? The Mu family has been of great assistance. Let's send them a case of water. At that moment, a case of unopened mineral water was indeed a valuable gift. Naturally, Ms. Zheng had no objections, as the couple had already discussed providing some water to the Mu family. Professor Fong proceeded to the storage room, retrieving a case of mineral water before stepping outside. Meanwhile, 10 minutes earlier, in apartment 1102, Mr. Mu had meticulously secured the two grand copper doors. Just as Mu Chan was about to remove the military dagger secured at his waist, he heard his mother's voice tremble. You were so fast. You nearly scared me to death. A kitchen knife came down right at you. In that moment, her heart had stopped, her vision clouded, with only the image of the knife aimed at her son seared into her mind. After years of navigating the harsh realities of the apocalypse, Mu Chen had found the scene rather ordinary, forgetting that it was his mother's first encounter with such peril. This was indeed her first experience witnessing a knife in action, and the fact that it had been aimed at her son was a considerable shock. Sensing his mother's distress, Mu Chen quickly opened his arms wide, urging her to see him clearly. Mom, it's all right. I'm unhurt. As she blinked back tears and seemed about to speak again, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Climbing those stairs is exhausting. By the way, where's the water we just collected? I'll put in the tank first. As Mu's mother held the large bottle of mineral water, she handed it to Mu Chen, but then hesitated, recalling something. Oh, Aunt Zheng poured some of this water for me earlier, and I noticed it tasted a bit different from before. Different? Mu Chen immediately unscrewed the cap and took a sip. It's desalinated seawater. As the wells ran dry, the water recently dispensed bore a faint taste of mud, yet this time it was absent. Murmuring this, Mu Chen's face blossomed into a smile. The relentless heat wave was drawing to a close. Time had dragged on so long that he could only recall the extreme heat lasting for 6 months. He had forgotten the exact date. It ended amid the myriad of natural disasters. However, he distinctly remembered that after receiving the desalted seawater, before he could collect the next batch, a torrential downpour ensued. Mu's father, his expression brightening, was about to inquire further when a knock echoed from outside the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw Professor Fong. In less than a minute, Mu's father returned, cradling a box of mineral water. Uncle Fong sent this, he said, shaking his head in resignation. I barely opened the door and had no time to speak before he dropped this off and dashed away. Mu Chen said nothing, retrieving 3 life jackets from his space. Following the rain, he thought these could serve as a token of gratitude for their kindness. To provide a box of mineral water to their family during such times clearly demonstrated the Fong family's sincerity. In the government building, Mayor Liu was engrossed in a document submitted by the meteorological department when he suddenly recognized a familiar footstep. Xiao Zhang, has the fresh seawater arrived? Assistant Xiao Zhang nodded, his brow furrowed with concern. It has arrived, just delivered alongside this well water. After a pause, he added, another well in the south has also run dry. Even with the remaining desalted seawater and the reserves from the other 2 wells, sustaining the water supply for next week will be quite challenging. The mayor had estimated that with the combined supply, it could last approximately 10 days. Now 7 days had passed, and even with all the efforts made to procure desalted seawater, it would barely last until the next distribution. After speaking, Assistant Xiao Zhang glanced at Mayor Liu. expecting to see his usual frown, but instead, he noticed a slight smile at the corner of the mayor's mouth. Xiaozhang, look at this. Taking the report from Mayor Liu, Assistant Xiaozhang struggled with the technical jargon regarding vertical wind shear and severe convective weather. However, as he quickly scanned through to the conclusion, it succinctly stated, rain was imminent. Assistant Xiaozhang looked up in surprise. The drought is coming to an end. Chapter 64. Revelry in the rain. On January 23rd, 2024, the temperature had dropped several degrees, yet felt oppressively humid, giving the sensation of being in a steamer. Although the temperature had decreased, the discomfort was heightened, leaving one feeling stifled and breathless. It was now 7 in the evening. Chen had awakened early, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere that made sleep impossible. Stepping out of his bedroom, he casually picked up a warm towel from the coffee table and wiped his face haphazardly. Then, he glanced at the hygrometer mounted on the living room wall, which read 88 humidity. Compared to yesterday's 43, today's humidity had doubled. The next water collection day was just 2 days away. It was anticipated that rain would arrive today or tomorrow. Lost in thought, Chen faintly heard excited screams from outside. It was raining. The thought flashed through his mind just as he was about to approach the window to take a look when he heard his mother call from the master bedroom. Chen, hurry, it's raining. The weather was oppressively sultry, and Moo found herself unable to sleep. Just as she contemplated getting out of bed, a chorus of jubilant cheers resonated from outside. Drawing back the curtains in the master bedroom, she was delighted to discover that it was indeed raining. Turning around, she saw Chen's mother, clad in her nightgown, dashing towards the balcony. With a swish, the heavy dark curtains, which had remained closed for 6 months, were finally drawn open again. It was 6 in the evening, a time when the sky would typically still be bright, yet now it was shrouded in dense clouds, with only a feeble glimmer of sunset illuminating the scene. The mother and son pressed against the sliding door, gazing out. Behind them, Moo's father, who had been soundly asleep, had awakened at some point and was eagerly peering outside. Finally, it was raining. Their balcony was fully enclosed, and Moo opened the sliding door. Standing on the balcony, they observed the rivulets of water trickling down the glass, exchanging glances filled with joy. Although Chen understood that the sweltering heat had subsided, this was far from the end. They were on the brink of facing a more brutal apocalypse. Yet, for this moment, he felt elated, much like the people below who were celebrating in the rain. Moo's father opened the window, extending his hand outside, where the warm, even slightly scalding raindrops fell into his palm. He turned back with a smile, exclaiming, "It's rain?" Below, countless individuals dashed into the curtain of rain, shouting and expressing their exhilaration. Finally, it's raining. Some tilted their heads back, mouths agape like fish out of water, eagerly drinking in the rain. It's about time. If it didn't rain soon, I'd surely perish from thirst. Due to the high temperatures, the freshly fallen rain was warm, cascading over their bodies, providing a refreshing sensation. Someone scratched their nearly 6-month unwashed arm, revealing a layer of grime beneath their fingernail. A voice rang out, "Mom, bring me the shampoo and the bath towel." At this, everyone seemed to be pressed by an invisible button, rushing back into their apartment building to grab their washing supplies, then dashing back out in a frenzy. In an instant, the area transformed into a grand public bathhouse. The women were slightly more reserved, gathering in small groups, dressed yet squeezing shampoo into their hair amidst the rain. The men, however, exhibited far more abandon, most baring their torsos, energetically whipping their bath towels to scrub off the dirt. Some shamelessly stripped down to their underwear, treating the street as their personal bathing quarters. Laughter and chatter filled the air, and smiles adorned every face. Life seemed to have returned to normal. One wondered when the work notices would be issued. It is indeed through contrast that one finds happiness. After enduring such extreme heat and drought, what could possibly be objectionable about working in an air-conditioned office? Ha ha ha. Work notifications? That will have to wait until the internet is restored. My child is set to take the college entrance examination next year. Today, they have missed classes for over half a year, and there have been no online lessons either. I wonder if the exam schedule will be postponed. Have you noticed? The temperature seems to have dropped. The rain had been falling for about 10 minutes, and the once warm droplets now felt slightly cool against the skin. Isn't that just perfect? It signifies that life is finally returning to normal. Hope radiated from everyone's faces. And the atmosphere at that moment was far more vibrant than the meticulously curated revelry of New Year's Day. On the ground, a shallow layer of murky water had accumulated, with pea-sized raindrops striking the surface, creating a series of small craters. Xiaoyan, quickly bring out the water bucket to collect the rain. A middle-aged man called to his child, concerned that the rain might cease at any moment. Indeed, what if the rain stops? Hurry! Before long, the streets were adorned with an array of colorful buckets. As the high temperatures began, the government had announced water restrictions, prompting every household to purchase numerous buckets, which were now being put to use. Upon closer inspection, one could see that many buckets bore house numbers written in marker. The Mu family resided on the top floor and could collect water directly from the rooftop, so they did not join the commotion below. The 2 water tanks on the roof had long been emptied. Chen opened the lid of a large water bucket, measuring 2 meters in diameter. He stored the 2 tank lids in his space, wiped his face, and shook off the rain before addressing his father, who had followed him. Dad, let us take down the solar panels. They will hardly be of use for nearly a year. For at least a year, sunlight would be weak, rendering the solar panels ineffective. Rather than exposing them to the elements, it would be wiser to store them, thereby prolonging their lifespan. A year? Mu father felt a heaviness in his heart and turned to retrieve the toolbox. Meanwhile, Mu mother was busy arranging various basins and buckets on the ground, and Mu Chen assisted her. Once Mu father returned with the toolbox, he and Mu Chen worked together to dismantle the solar panels. As they carried the panels into the attic, Mu father noticed a sudden lightness in his hands as the solar panels were swiftly stored away by Mu Chen. Having arranged the buckets, Mu mother descended to prepare a meal. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she poked her head out from the kitchen to see the father and son drenched from the rain. There were bath towels on the bathroom rack, so they quickly changed out of their wet clothes and brought out the lemon chicken feet from the refrigerator. Dad, you wash up first. I'll go fetch some clean clothes, Mu Chen said, turning back into the room. As he passed by the corner, a splash of water suddenly appeared in the trash can, remnants from the recently removed solar panels. His control over his space had evidently improved. The meal prepared today was particularly sumptuous, featuring large plate chicken, sauerkraut fish, sweet and sour pork, lemon chicken feet, and a sweet soup. At the dining table, Mu father placed a piece of pork into his bowl, but hesitated to eat, frowning as he looked at Mu Chen. You just mentioned that we wouldn't need the solar panels for a year. Does that mean there will be no sun? Chapter 65. The family of second Uncle Mu Chen shook his head, carefully organizing his thoughts before responding. It's not that there will be no sun, merely that it will be very weak. The rain continued to pour heavily, persisting for 3 months. As he spoke, Mu Chen gazed out the window, his eyes gradually losing focus as he drifted into memories. During this time, the skies were overcast and visibility was severely low. Our community was situated on elevated terrain, with flooding reaching only the 3rd floor, while many other areas were submerged to the rooftops, and in some places, even the rooftops were obscured. People began to venture out in kayaks and wooden basins to search for supplies. Indeed, at that time, the government distributed resources by boat. Hearing this, Mu father looked on with confusion. The prolonged heat and drought have left most households with little to eat. They have only managed to persevere through government relief. Where, then, are the supplies? Glancing at his father, Mu Chen smiled and said, In the floodwaters, there are many long, oddly shaped fish, as well as numerous unfamiliar plants that, after experimentation, are deemed edible, albeit not particularly palatable. It seems that not only humans, but also flora and fauna, are adapting to the whims of nature. Mu Chen refrained from voicing this thought, for he was exceedingly hungry. Taste was of little consequence. He continued, With these resources, although the food is subpar, at least very few have succumbed to starvation. Alas, just as they had begun to adjust to life above the water, they were met with the harsh reality of extreme cold. That was the true brutality. Mu Chen tightened his grip on the chopsticks, his voice growing somber. I recall that the temperature dropped suddenly during the daytime, plummeting from the 20 to 30 degrees Celsius experienced during the flood to a chilling minus 70 degrees. As he spoke of the bitter cold, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. Clearing his throat, he redirected the conversation back to the earlier inquiry posed by his father. Even the sun in such extreme cold is feeble. It generates minimal electricity, but one cannot say there is no sun. At this juncture, Chen seemed to recall something, casting a glance toward his mother. By the way, Mom, in a few days, Uncle Air's family will arrive. When I mentioned that he brought supplies at the onset of the apocalypse, this is the time I was referring to. This moment marks the transitional period between the extreme heat and the flooding, making travel relatively manageable. Hearing this, Muumuu's eyes brightened with surprise, and she eagerly inquired, "At this time? When exactly? What kind of vehicle are they coming in?" The gasoline supply in their city has long been under government control, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary families to procure. Uncle Air's family resides in Qingsheng, albeit in a rural county far from the urban center. 2 days? Or 3 days? I can't recall the exact timing. Uncle Air is coming by tricycle with my cousin, bringing some rice. He remembered that they had donned raincoats, but the torrential downpour rendered them ineffective, leaving them completely soaked. Muumuu suggested that Uncle Air's family stay the night before departing. But Uncle Air insisted that his wife and sister-in-law were at home. Expressing concern, they changed into clean clothes belonging to Mu's father and left that very night. After that, Chen had not received any further news regarding Uncle Air's family. Upon hearing this, Muumuu clasped her hands in her lap, her face a mixture of joy and worry. Oh dear, what a long journey to bring rice, and on a tricycle no less. How exhausting. Moreover, in this world, traveling outside is fraught with danger. While she felt elated that her brother was thinking of her, her apprehension lingered. Prior to the apocalypse, such distance was trivial. A mere 2 to 3 hour drive, but on a tricycle, it would likely take the better part of a day. And carrying rice, which is now so precious, makes one susceptible to unwanted attention. The more she pondered, the more her worry deepened, and she sighed. Alas, with communication severed, if only. Mu's father cast a glance at Chen, discreetly patting Muumuu's tightly clasped hands beneath the table, offering reassurance. Everything will be all right. Did we not manage previously? Receiving his father's gaze, Chen understood it as a silent inquiry of whether he intended to go. Their family possesses a car and gasoline, making their outings undoubtedly more convenient than that of Second Uncle's family. Mother, if you are still concerned, we can visit Second Uncle's house, suggested Chen. Muumuu's expression revealed her inner conflict, and just then, they were interrupted by a knock at the door. Shortly after, Mu's father closed the door, indicating that there was a meeting in the community and each family was required to send one representative. Engrossed in conversation, they had scarcely touched the dishes on the table. Mu's father gently patted Muumuu's shoulder, speaking softly, "Let's attend the meeting first, and we can discuss it upon our return." This would also grant her some time to ponder. After saying this, Mu's father proceeded to the storage room to retrieve 3 sets of raincoats. Ever since the incident with the sod gate, their family had decided to remain together as much as possible. Chen stood up, and, simultaneously, the food on the table vanished. "Let us go. It is likely they're discussing the return of those from the cooling center." The rain had been falling for over 2 hours, and, just before dinner, Chen glanced at the thermometer on the rooftop, which now registered a little over 40 degrees. Muumuu accepted the raincoat handed to her by Mu's father and slipped it on, questioning, "Are the people from the cooling center returning already? Is it truly so swift? It has only rained for 2 or 3 hours, hasn't it? Perhaps they believe the high temperatures have subsided and are eager to return." In his previous life, Chen had not been a distinguished figure and had only interacted with someone who had spent time at the cooling center. Thus, these were merely his conjectures. He retrieved 3 pairs of long rain boots from his space and added, "You should wear these as well." As they spoke, the 3 of them donned their gear, each attaching a military dagger to their person before stepping outside. Upon exiting, Mu's father meticulously inspected the iron railing at the staircase's entrance. On the day the staircase door was pried open, he had unearthed the welding machine and had reinforced the partially sawed railing. Now, His inspection was primarily to ensure that no one had clandestinely sawed a bit from each railing while they slept, without completely severing them. This way, when the time was right, they could swiftly dismantle it. Once satisfied with the inspection, the family descended the stairs. The streets were relatively sparse, and they wrapped their raincoats tightly around themselves as they made their way to the sales office, which had become their de facto meeting place after several previous gatherings. Upon arriving at the sales office, they found a corner and took their position. Chapter 66. Empathy within a few minutes of their arrival. More people from the sales office began to appear. Moo Moo observed the ebb and flow of faces before her, her heart heavy with indecision. Should they go? If they did, the round trip would require at least 5 to 6 hours. Just moments ago, Chen had mentioned that those from the cooling center were returning. With so many people, chaos was inevitable. This was hardly an opportune time to venture out. Yet, how could she remain comfortably at home, knowing that her second brother and nephew were braving the rain to deliver supplies to her family? Mumufurovit had Buddhist tightly. Caught in a dilemma, as she pondered, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Sister Shuya, you arrived so early? Turning around, she realized it was Teacher Zhang. Forcing a smile, she replied, it's Bai Xiang. We just knocked on your door, but when we didn't hear a response, we thought you had already left. As she spoke, Moo Moo noticed that Teacher Zhang's hair and clothes were soaked by the rain, and she clutched an umbrella, clearly having come unprotected from the downpour. Concerned, Moo Moo inquired, did you not have a raincoat at home? The wind was so fierce that the umbrella could not withstand it. At that moment, our entire family was on the second floor, likely unaware of the chaos outside. Teacher Zhang first addressed the preceding question, then gently took little Xianting from Professor Fong's arms, bending down to adjust her daughter's children's raincoat. This was the only children's raincoat in the house. The rest were umbrellas. The raincoat had been purchased for their daughter's outing to the amusement park. She and her husband both worked at a university, commuting together, typically with one person carrying an umbrella to the garage, rendering the raincoat unnecessary. As for Fong Zhanjiao, he usually resided on campus and similarly had no need for a raincoat. Seeing their neighbor, Aunt Shuya, little Xianting's large eyes curved into crescents. Hello, Aunt Shuya, Uncle Moo, and Brother Moo Chun. Upon greeting them, the little girl, who was no taller than her father's thigh, obediently fell silent as Fong Zhanjiao held her hand. Observing the sensible little Xianting, Aunt Moo's smile deepened. Xianting is truly well-behaved, she remarked, turning her gaze towards Teacher Zhang. I believe I have a few raincoats at home. Let me check when I return. In truth, the raincoats were in Mu Chen's space. But who would carry several raincoats when leaving for a meeting? Hearing Aunt Moo's words, Teacher Zhang chuckled. That would be splendid. I can exchange something with you. Aunt Moo quickly waved her hand, lowering her voice. What exchange? A few days ago, Professor Fong rushed off after dropping something. Should we bring that up? Given the increasing number of people at the sales office, Aunt Moo glossed over the incident from a few days prior, fearing it might bring trouble to their family. Are these two matters comparable? That was merely a token of gratitude. Before Teacher Zhang could finish her thought, on the stage, as the crowd gathered, Jia Zhengfeng stepped forward with a broad smile, clearing his throat. Weather experts predict that the extreme heat and drought have passed. The temperature currently stands at over 40 degrees, which, compared to the peak of over 70 degrees, is quite comfortable. After a few pleasantries, Jia Zhengfeng transitioned to the main topic of the day. The purpose of today's meeting is the heat shelter. Since the temperature has dropped, those in the shelter will be returned by tomorrow evening. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into cheers. Almost every household had someone in the shelter, and with their family members having been there for over 4 months without news, how could they not be concerned? Xiao Hui is coming back. We no longer lack water. I must thoroughly clean the house today. A middle-aged woman nearly overflowed with joy. Speaking to her neighbor, you wouldn't believe how dirty my floors are. Stepping on them makes me sneeze. With that, the middle-aged woman opened up about her experiences. I was just mopping the floor at home. My clothes have become so foul. Every time I go out to fetch water, I have to sift through to find something that isn't too stinky. At that moment, noticing Aunt Moo was preoccupied, Uncle Moo suggested, since the meeting has concluded, shall we head back? Would you like to join us? Before arriving, Professor Fong's family had been washing clothes on the rooftop, and, having rushed to the meeting before finishing, nodded in agreement. Let's go together. By the entrance, Chen directly stored the raincoat in his space, breaking the silence. We should go. We can set off now and return in 4 to 5 hours. Just a moment ago, didn't the rescue worker mention that the people from the heat shelter would only return tomorrow evening? There is still time. After enduring 6 months of extreme heat, people's biological clocks have yet to readjust. They still operate on a nocturnal schedule, despite the time being set for tomorrow night. In these 7 years of a post-apocalyptic world, Chen has witnessed the darkest aspects of humanity, yet that does not imply he has lost his sense of compassion. In his previous life, the kindness of his second uncle, who braved the rain to deliver supplies, has remained etched in his heart. Beside him, Mu's mother, who was lowering her head to change her shoes, paused imperceptibly at her son's words, her voice dropping to a somber tone. It's better not to go. The people from the heat shelter will be back tomorrow night, and the neighborhood will surely be chaotic. After speaking, she attempted to ease her son and husband's worries by forcing a smile and feigning nonchalance. Besides, didn't I remind them to stockpile food? They should realize that we are not lacking in supplies. Who knows, perhaps your second uncle and the others may never come back in this lifetime. Her words stem from a desire to shield herself and her son from danger. Mu's father empathized. If his own brother had endured such hardships to deliver food to their family in a past life, could he remain indifferent at home? Moreover, he himself had consumed the supplies sent by his brother-in-law in the previous life. Let us go. It's only a matter of 4 or 5 hours. We still have the car, so we'll be back quickly. His fingers, pressed against the seam of his trousers, fidgeted, a habitual gesture of Mu's mother when she was conflicted. Noticing her hands, Mu's father turned to Chen with a smile. No need to change clothes. Just grab the raincoats and life jackets for the Fong family, and we'll head out directly. The life jackets were a gesture of gratitude prepared by the Fong family when Professor Fong had delivered bottled water. Meanwhile, on National Highway 401, a middle-aged man clad in a black raincoat pedaled vigorously on a tricycle. A young man sat atop the tricycle, with a pile of bulging items covered by red and green nylon fabric at his feet. "Dad, let me take over pedaling. You should rest," Chen suggested, one hand steadying the handlebars while the other adjusted the raincoat hood that had been blown back by the wind. "No need. I'll pedal a bit longer." He'd only been pedaling for half an hour, while his son had been at it for 2 hours, undoubtedly feeling more fatigued. "Where are we now?" Chen wiped his face and glanced around. "We're almost at Shirley Bridge. We should be halfway to Annie's house." Chapter 67. An encounter on the road, Chen retrieved 3 sets of thickened raincoats and 3 life jackets, realizing he had not stockpiled any children's life jackets. Just as he was about to step out, his father beckoned him mysteriously. "Wait." Seeing his son pause, Mu's father dashed to the storage room and pulled out a treasured large box. "Let us give this to the Fong family." He handed over a sky-blue, semi-transparent swimming ring adorned with faintly printed little ducks. As Chen accepted the small swimming ring from his father, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. "Is this the one you bought when you first took me swimming?" He recalled being just 5 years old, not much older than Fong Xianing is now. He expected his father would still keep it. His gaze fell on the open box, which was filled with toys and items from his childhood. Among them lay a deformed transformer missing an arm, a deflated little soccer ball, and a yellowing bib. Indeed, it has been over a decade in the blink of an eye. Mu's father closed the box with a sigh, expressing a sense of nostalgia. "Now you can no longer use this. Give it to the young girl from the Fong family." He shut the box again and noticed his son's eyes were slightly red, fixed intently on the box. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Mu's father stood up and urged, "What are you staring at? Quickly hand over the items. We must head out." As he was pushed towards the door, Chen retrieved the swimming ring from his spatial pocket, beaming with joy. "Let us keep this one. I just found another life buoy in my space, a children's version that was a complimentary gift when we purchased the kayak." After giving the items to the Fong family, they did not mention their outing plans and quietly descended the stairs as a family. The rain fell incessantly, droplets streaking across Chen's vision. He blinked and turned to his mother. "Mom, it's wonderful." Countless raindrops pelted the ground and filled the bucket with a rhythmic patter. Mu's mother struggled to hear her son clearly, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Huh? What did you say, Chen? Mu Chun smiled, shook his head, and raised his voice slightly. Nothing. Let us just leave the community. Finding a discreet spot, Mu Chun retrieved his mother's SUV from his spatial pocket. The family did not bother to remove their raincoats or boots and got into the vehicle as they were. The road was far from smooth. The prolonged heat of the past 6 months had cracked the pavement, with some areas sunken and puddles accumulating in the depressions. As they drove along the route out of town, Mu Chun refrained from turning on the headlights, relying solely on the faint moonlight to guide them. Once they exited the city and traveled a bit further, with fields replacing the shops on either side, he finally switched on the headlights. Meanwhile, on National Highway 401, large raindrops stung Chen-Er's face, causing him to shiver and sneeze suddenly. "Dad, let me pedal." Upon hearing this, Chen Dajin was unable to remain still. The temperature was not particularly low, around 37 or 38 degrees, but the raindrops had lost their warmth since their initial descent. Amid the fierce wind and rain, the raincoats they wore proved ineffective, and their clothes beneath were already soaked, offering no warmth. Rubbing his nose with one hand, Chen-Er spoke with a slight nasal tone. "It's fine, I'll change later." Chen Dajin bent forward to stand up, raising his voice. "Dad," understanding his son's dissatisfaction, Chen-Er slowed down to exit the vehicle, muttering under his breath. "Back in the day, I used to rush you to school on my bike." The father and son parked the vehicle, and just as Chen Dajin was about to ride off, he noticed a distant pair of headlights. A wealthy person. Even at this hour, there's gasoline. In their village, vehicles had become mere rusted relics, unable to run. As they were told, they could only refuel in town due to restrictions. Chen Dajin thought he had only seen one person still able to drive, the son of their town chief. Realizing the danger of confrontation, he was about to steer the car to the side when he heard his father's excited shout from behind. Shuya, it's your aunt." Turning his head, Chen Dajin saw his father leap from the car, waving his arms. In such darkness, could his father possibly be mistaken? Lost in thought, he then heard familiar voices as 3 figures emerged from the car. Dajin. Mu ran swiftly, not paying attention to her feet, and accidentally stumbled upon a piece of rubble, nearly losing her balance until Mu's father steadied her. "Second brother, what brings you here?" Upon spotting a tricycle from afar, Mu instinctively thought it resembled her second brother and nephew, albeit a bit leaner than she remembered. To her surprise, it indeed was them. Did Chen not say he would come in a few days? She scrutinized her little sister closely, causing Chen-Er to feel a pang of emotion. His voice wavering as he remarked, "You've lost weight and grown darker. With the scorching heat just past, who hasn't he become a bit thinner and tanned? But you, Chen-Er, have changed even more drastically." As he spoke, Chen-Er leaned forward to peer behind Mu's father and Mu's mother. "Is Chen here as well?" Mu Chun lagged behind, placing the items prepared for his uncle's family into the trunk, which caused him to fall a few steps behind. Uncle Mu Chun called out, then added, with the rain pouring so heavily, "Let us get in the car and talk." Beside him, Mu's father chuckled, Yes, let us discuss everything inside." At that moment, Chunda approached the tricycle briskly, lifting the nylon cover to reveal 3 bulging bags of fertilizer. With a heave, he slung one bag on his back, grinning at his younger cousin. "These are from our own farm, not worth much, but I brought them for you to try." Chun opened the trunk. Hearing those familiar words, Mu Chun felt a wave of emotion, realizing he couldn't refuse, and quickly opened the trunk to help with the load. His uncle's family lived in the countryside and always grew seasonal vegetables, and when they visited, the first thing they would say was, "These are homegrown, not worth much." Once everyone was in the car, Mu's mother retrieved a clean towel from the passenger compartment. "Wipe yourselves off first. We wouldn't tea when you catching a cold." Chapter 68, The Last Meeting. Noticing that the 2 were still damp, Mu's father rummaged through his backpack and produced 2 slightly sweaty t-shirts. "These haven't been worn much. If you don't mind, you can change into them." Considering it had only been raining for 5 or 6 hours, even if they had done laundry at the onset, it wouldn't have dried yet. As for clean clothes, after a 6-month drought and not being in the garment business, who had any clean clothes left? The family had ingrained caution deep within. Chen-Er accepted the shirts with a rustic smile. "We're all family here. What is there to be picky about? They're quite clean already. I thought this vehicle looked familiar, but I didn't expect it to be you. At this point, Chen felt the seat beneath him. Puzzled. Is it still possible to buy gasoline in the city? Isn't gasoline under government control for half a year now? In a driver's seat. Mu Chan tapped the nearly empty fuel gauge and smiled. I miss coming to see my uncle, and it took some effort to get this little bit of gas. By the end of this trip, I'll likely run out. Hearing Mu Chan's thoughts of him brought a broad smile to Chen Er's face. Though he feigned displeasure. What's there to see? It's quite unsafe from so far away. As the brothers and nephew changed their clothes, Mu's mother, not turning around, was lost in thought watching Chen and the others riding in on the tricycle, when she suddenly became furious. You know it's unsafe? Knowing full well it's dangerous, you still rode a tricycle and brought so much grain. Upon noticing his sister's displeasure, Chen swiftly shifted the conversation, smiling as he spoke. 6 months ago, you called to mention that this year's temperatures were abnormal and that drought was likely. Hence, I decided to reserve all the newly harvested millet. He typically kept abreast of current affairs and was aware of the unusual weather patterns. Even without his sister's warning, he had no intention of selling all his grain. I have long desired to pay you a visit, but the heat has rendered travel impossible. Living in the city, you must be facing food shortages and a lack of vegetables at home, so I brought you 3 bags of grain. Upon hearing this, Mu's anger dissipated, her tone softening. You've come all this way, and traveling is difficult. We had called beforehand to prepare, didn't we? Chen waved dismissively, unconvinced. Even if you were to buy, how much could you possibly acquire? We have a granary at home. We haven't even sold the 2 acres of millet, which amounts to over 2,000 pounds, all piled in the storehouse. If it's too much to transport, you can eat what you have for now, and I will bring you more in a few days. As he spoke, a hint of regret crossed Chen face. It's a pity that our elder sister is so far away. Otherwise, I could send some to her as well. Thinking of their sister, who was far away in Henan, Mu felt a twinge of melancholy, but steeled herself to reassure him. Do not worry. I had also mentioned the possibility of drought to our sister. I am certain she is prepared. Hearing this, Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him as he gazed out at the gentle rain falling outside, smiling broadly. Indeed, with the rain now falling, life will soon return to normal. By the way, I have yet to ask how you managed to venture out. Is it due to a lack of food? With so many people in the city, the supermarkets must have limited supplies, and I fear they have long sold out. You must have been living frugally during this time. The more he pondered, the more he realized the challenges his sister and nephew were facing, prompting him to quickly add, "This vehicle has ample space. Come with me, and we can bring back more grain." Before Mu could respond, Mu Chen interjected with a smile, "We have enough to eat. The government is distributing relief grain. We came to deliver supplies to you." Deliver what? You have to spend money just to buy scallions over there. It is not as convenient as here in the countryside. Why waste that money? Chen assumed they were referring to food. Mu Chen shook his head, smiling as he clarified, "It's not food, just some necessities." The siblings continued their conversation for a while, and Chen then pulled from his pocket a watch sealed in a plastic bag. "The items have been delivered, and we must take our leave. I cannot rest easy with your sister and Huimin home alone." With that, he prepared to exit the vehicle. Mu could not allow them to brave the rain any longer, and quickly insisted, "Such heavy rain, let us drive you back. No need to escort us. Due to fuel restrictions, no one is driving in the village. Besides, you have already provided us with so many supplies. It's better to return on the tricycle, less conspicuous." Chen made a valid point, and Mu had no choice but to retrieve the 2 raincoats she had prepared, calling out to Mu Chen, "Chun, please open the trunk." From the trunk, Chen Dezheng lifted the box onto the tricycle, securely covering it with a nylon cloth, and prepared for departure with Chen seated in the back. Initially, Mu could still see Chen waving his arm, but soon, only a small black dot remained. The torrential rain washed over the ground, seemingly erasing the traces left by the little tricycle. Mu said nothing, nor did the father and son utter a word, silently accompanying each other, until the small black dot vanished from sight. Mu raised her hand to wipe her face and turned with a smile, saying, "Let us go home." This was all she could do. Though they were siblings, each had established their own families, and for Mu, they were once a close-knit family in her childhood. After marriage, her husband and children became her foremost priority. Through the rearview mirror, Chen glanced at the spot where the small black that had disappeared. He had given his second uncle's family a kayak, 4 sets of life jackets, a box of salt, a pack of 50 lighters, and a magnesium rod. While the supplies were modest, they were nonetheless vital. Meanwhile, in the government building, Mayor Lu stood by the window, observing the rain outside while absently rubbing the satellite phone in his hand. The rain had arrived just in time. As the groundwater level was rising rapidly, the temperature had also dropped, which should have made him pleased. However, memories of the floods in the southern hemisphere from earlier in the year filled him with unease. The door creaked open. An assistant Xiao Zhang entered with a brisk stride. Smiling as he announced, "Mayor, the shelter preparations are complete and the military vehicles for transporting residents are ready." Mayor Lu responded with a curt acknowledgement and added, "We must expedite the resumption of production and work, particularly in the drainage management department." Assistant Xiao Zhang nodded in agreement and glanced out the window, aware that the mayor was concerned about water accumulation on the land, reassuring him, "The drainage system in Qingcheng has always been reliable. There is no need for concern. Let us not be complacent. The high temperatures may damage some of the surface drainage pipes. We need to conduct another inspection promptly," Mayor Lu instructed. Noting that Assistant Xiao Zhang nodded solemnly, clearly taking his words to heart. He then handed over the satellite phone, saying, "Please replace this. It seems to be malfunctioning." Assistant Xiao Zhang hesitated for a moment as he took the satellite phone, disbelief evident in his eyes. Malfunctioning? How could a satellite phone, as sturdy as the brick-sized models from decades ago, possibly fail? Realizing the gravity of the communication failure, Assistant Xiao Zhang felt a tightness in his chest, struggling to breathe. If even the satellite phone was inoperable, all communication would be severed. Mayor Lu settled at his desk, picked up a document, and spoke calmly, like a stabilizing anchor for Assistant Xiao Zhang's fraying nerves. "Go and get a replacement." Gripping the satellite phone tightly, Assistant Xiao Zhang hurried away. Once he had departed, Mayor Lu sighed deeply as he gazed at the toppled documents before him. With the rain falling, he intended to inquire about the situation in other cities, particularly Kyoto, to see if there were any new directives. Unexpectedly, the satellite phone was completely unreachable. It could be an issue with the magnetic field or a malfunctioning satellite. The disruption in communication posed the greatest challenge, not in connecting with other cities, but in managing the community. Contemplating this, Mayor Lu listened intently to the urgent patter of rain outside, a frown etched deeply upon his brow. At 11:02, the Mu residence, upon returning home, Mu's father, rubbing his flat stomach, belatedly realized that they had not had a chance to eat. Just as they were about to sit down for a meal, they were called to a meeting, followed by organizing supplies, and only now had they returned. Casting a glance at Mu's mother, whose demeanor appeared deceptively calm, Mu's father cleared his throat, hesitant to mention food, and tentatively suggested, with dawn approaching, "Shall we hurry to rest?" The oppressive heat had yet to adjust their biological clocks. Once daylight broke, fatigue would inevitably overwhelm them. Having gone nearly a day without nourishment, Mu's mother seemed unaffected by hunger. At her husband's suggestion, she nodded and replied, "You should take a shower and rest. I'll check if the basin on the rooftop is full." With that, Mu's mother headed directly for the stairs. Behind her, Mu's father turned to his son, exchanging a knowing glance, still grieving. If one could say she was grieving, Mu's mother was still mindful of checking the water. If not, she had gone an entire day without feeling hunger. Mu Chan slightly shook his head and followed his mother up the stairs, stating, "I'll go take a look." As he passed by Mu's father, he retrieved a portion of pre-packaged dumplings from the apocalypse and handed them to him. Upon reaching the rooftop, Mu's mother, rummaging from an unknown source, produced a barrel nearly waist-high and began pouring water from a basin into it. Hearing the commotion, she turned to see her son, her lips moving slightly, though uncertain of what to express. In silence, they both continued to transfer all the water into the large barrel. The torrential raindrops pelted the barrel, creating splashes. Mu Chun, entranced by the water's dance, softly remarked, "Mom, during the flood, Uncle S' family should have been evacuated by the authorities." Mu's mother blinked, a raindrop cascading from her eyelashes, Perhaps due to a lack of water for half a day, her voice sounded somewhat hoarse as she echoed, "Evacuated by the authorities?" The water had not risen overnight. The third floor of their own building was already submerged, while the fourth had effectively become the ground floor. He recalled that all 6 households on the third floor had been relocated. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, Chen had encountered a fellow villager in the newly established district, hailing from a village near his mother's hometown. He had inquired about Uncle's family, but the villager claimed not to know them. However, the villager did mention that when the flood struck, soldiers came to evacuate them, and, of course, food supplies were taken away, transformed into contribution points. This was also why Chen had strenuously secured his residency in the new district from the outset. Thus, Uncle must have been taken away by the soldiers as well. Villagers stockpiled food, and the leadership would not simply stand by while such resources were lost to flooding. Contrary to the initial evacuations during the heat wave, where nearby citizens were prioritized, this time it was the residents of more remote villages and towns who received assistance first. Hearing Chen's words, Mu's mother felt a wave of relief wash over her, her tone considerably brighter. "That's good. Let us place this barrel of water in the attic to allow it to settle." Chen stored the large barrel in his space, placing it near the door of the attic. In this realm, time stood still, rendering the barrel incapable of sedimentation. The rainwater contained impurities. While these were not apparent in a shallow basin, the water in the deep barrel appeared somewhat turbid. It was essential to allow it to settle, extracting the clear liquid from the upper layer before transferring it to a water tank equipped with a filter, ensuring that the water would be safe for consumption. The following evening, at 7 o'clock, the family gathered around the dining table, where yesterday's dishes, freshly retrieved from the space and still steaming, awaited them. With an ample supply of water, after the meal, Chen took out the filtered rainwater and prepared to wash the dishes when he heard his father's voice from the living room. "Chen, the people from the cooling shelter have returned." The kitchen had a window, and upon glancing down, Chen indeed saw a number of people on the street. Unlike the large bundles they had carried to the shelter, these individuals returned with much smaller packs. The torrential rain had persisted throughout the day, and the wind was growing stronger, making it difficult for those on the road to maintain their footing. Especially those carrying bedding attempted to walk close to the wall, yet were still buffeted about. After merely a glance, Chen turned his attention back to the dishes, as this matter bore little relevance to his family. Once the dishes were clean, he dried his hands and approached the living room, suggesting, "The temperature and humidity are just right now. Let us plant some vegetables." Chapter 70. Standing water in comparison to extreme heat and cold, the calamity of flooding seemed rather mild. The temperature fluctuated between 10 and 30 degrees, neither too cold nor too hot, though the humidity was excessive. Furthermore, if the rain ceased for too long, many would struggle to endure. Chen sometimes felt that nature still afforded humanity a glimmer of hope. In the living room, Mu's father was energetically mopping the floor, this time without the messiness that had accompanied their New Year's cleaning. Upon hearing Chen mention planting vegetables, his eyes brightened. "Sound good. Let us soak the seeds first." Having worked diligently his entire life, Mu's father could not remain idle. For the past few months, he had been home, alternating between exercising and reading novels, and he had grown weary of it. Recently, he had contemplated vegetable gardening, but the extreme heat had brought not only a lack of water, but also dry air. Rendering planting impossible. Chen, find my phone with the agricultural downloads. After I finish mopping, I want to study it thoroughly. There was a designated area in the space for the electronic devices Mu's father had downloaded. With a mere thought, a sealed bag labeled agricultural phone appeared on the dining table. Wiping his palms on his trousers, Mu's father tucked the phone into his pocket, invigorating his mopping motion. "Once I finish mopping, I shall take a look." Mu's mother, dusting around with a feather duster, turned and added with a smile, "My pots of aloe and flowers have long since withered. I'll clear the pots out to plant some green onions as well." Chen had purchased a dedicated vegetable gardening kit, but cheerfully replied, "All right, I will tidy it up shortly." At this mention, Mu's mother recalled their neighbor and continued, "By the way, let us send some vegetable seeds to the family across the street. Uncle Fong and his family are quite kind and often think of us." "Certainly, I shall send some their way as well." Mu-chan glanced at the ominous dark clouds overhead. In such dreary weather, even during the day, sunlight was nowhere to be found. He rummaged through his supplies for seeds of shade-tolerant vegetables, such as chives, lettuce, shepherd's purse, and water spinach. These seeds were inexpensive and took up little space. A single packet of chive seeds contained thousands and cost just over a yuan. Mu-chan had purchased quite a few online. He then retrieved 4 small sealed jars, tore open the seed packets, and transferred the seeds directly into the jars. Once everything was organized, he stepped outside. The door was opened by Teacher Zeng, who, upon seeing Mu-chan, quickly ushered him inside, chiding him, "Come in, you child. You dropped off your things yesterday and then ran away. Later, I knocked on your door, but received no response." Teacher Zeng did not consider that Mu-chan might not have been home. It was pouring rain, and without any means of transportation, who would venture out in such weather? She assumed the Mu family was simply kind-hearted and chose not to accept their offerings, thus deliberately remaining silent, originally intending to knock again later. She picked up a packet of yellow beans from the cabinet by the entrance and stuffed it into Mu-chan's arms, saying with a smile, "We have plenty of water now. Use this to sprout some beans." Mu-chan did not decline, thanked Teacher Zeng, and placed the bag he was holding on the cabinet. "I found some seed packets while cleaning today. They were from when I nearly graduated last year. I don't even know if they grow, but I'll share half with you." After placing the items down, Mu-chan did not linger. "I'll take my leave now. I still have cleaning to finish at home." As Mu-chan departed, Teacher Zeng was about to open the bag to see what seeds were inside when they heard Mu-father's voice from the staircase. "Who is there?" Professor Fong and Fong Zhanjiao descended the stairs, each carrying a bucket of water. In the living room, near the balcony, stood a tall tripod covered with layers of coarse gauze, beneath which sat an empty bucket. This was their makeshift device for filtering rainwater. The tripod had once been part of Teacher Zeng's dowry, and used for many years, until Professor Fong unearthed it from the storeroom just yesterday. Noticing the sweat on Professor Fong's brow, Teacher Zeng offered him a tissue. Chen came by and brought some seeds, which he bought 2 years ago out of curiosity. He is unsure if they can still grow. As she spoke, Teacher Zeng retrieved the 4 small sealed jars from the plastic bag. Professor Fong adjusted his glasses, took the jars, and examined them under the faint candlelight. These seeds from 2 years ago should still be viable, but with 6 months of continuous high temperatures, I wonder if they've been baked dry. 70 degrees is akin to low-temperature baking. Upon hearing Professor Fong's words, Teacher Zeng's expression turned conflicted. Didn't we discuss in yesterday's meeting that the government is actively preparing for resumption of work? Should we still plant? Glancing at the blister that had just formed on his wife's lip, Professor Fong replied without hesitation, "Of course we should plant. I'll go dig some soil shortly. There is nothing to do at home anyway, and we ran out of vitamins a few days ago. With so many seeds, I refuse to believe that not a single one will sprout." In yesterday's meeting, it had been mentioned that the government was hastening the resumption of work and production, yet they still lacked water and electricity, suggesting a wait would be necessary. Especially since both were teachers, they would likely be among the last to return to work. Reflecting on past years, the start of school for students was always the latest. Downstairs in the military truck, having just delivered a resident's bedding to the entrance of the apartment building, Guichang hurried back, eager to assist the next resident with their luggage. The rain poured relentlessly. Despite wearing a raincoat, his clothes became thoroughly soaked, prompting him to simply remove the raincoat altogether. Numerous soldiers like him were busy around, engaged in their tasks. After a half-hour of diligent effort, they finally managed to escort all the residents back to their homes. Guochang joined his comrades in the vehicle, and as soon as he sat down, he took off his upper garment and wrung it out. After donning the now less dripping attire, Guochang glanced at the car door, which resembled a curtain of water. "Squad leader, the rain is exceptionally heavy, akin to pouring a bucket of water down. The street outside my home has accumulated water up to my calves. I waded through it this morning," Guochang remarked. His residence was in the old city, where drainage had always been inadequate. It typically took several days of rain to reach such flooding levels. "It hasn't been long, has it?" he added with a smile. "Fortunately, this community is situated in one of the higher areas of Qingcheng. Otherwise, we would have had to wade through water to move our belongings." The squad leader, who was wringing out his clothes, glanced at the still-open vehicle door and expressed some concern. The elders say that after prolonged drought comes flooding. Let us hope this rain ceases soon. Chapter 71. The initial signs of flooding. Raindrops fell on the roof of the vehicle, producing a rhythmic patter. The fields were in dire need of water, yet having rained for only 3 days, it was unlikely to flood so soon. Jiang Lei chuckled about to speak, when the squad leader's walkie-talkie crackled to life. 86205 Regiment, Reconnaissance Company, Squad Leader Zhou Jihong, please respond. Zhou Jihong immediately halted. Placing the garment he was wringing on his lap, and pressed the walkie-talkie button, responding with gravity. Zhou Jihong received. He continued, following orders from higher command. Proceed to Jiangjia Bay for flood relief efforts, relocating residents and their belongings. Over. Received. After shutting off the walkie-talkie, Zhou Jihong declared solemnly, "We depart for Jiangjia Bay at once." Situated in the west of the city, they were, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the closest unit to Jiangjia Bay. In the dead of night, the military truck turned around, its bright headlights cutting through the darkness as it drove out of the city. The water transport vehicles had not arrived for 3 days, and the promised resumption of supply from the meeting 2 days prior had yet to materialize. The residents had been relying on government-distributed relief grain provided weekly to survive. Even those families who were frugal were running low on food, especially with family members returning from shelters who also needed sustenance. For several months, the distribution of relief grain had coincided with the arrival of water trucks, and now, with the latter absent, the supplies had naturally dwindled. As a result, food scarcity was becoming increasingly acute. On this day, Mu Fu was watering the sprouting seeds, placed on a roll of paper towels with a small watering can. Beside him, Mu Mu was knitting, her fingers deftly moving. Glancing at Mu Fu with a smile, even without watering, they would still sprout. Across from Mu Mu, Mu Chen, dressed in a long-sleeve coat and wielding a sponge mop, was wiping away water droplets from the tiled floor. The humidity was excessively high. Even after mopping the floor 30 times a day, water droplets persisted. And the walls were also damp. "I shall use a towel to wipe them down later," he remarked, just as Mu Fu was about to respond. He faintly heard the sound of a loudspeaker outside. They have installed 3 layers of bulletproof glass, which sounds somewhat implausible. Opening the sliding door to the balcony, Father Mu stood with a crack in the window, as the wind and rain intertwined with the intermittent sound of a loudspeaker. Instantly, the ground beneath Father Mu's feet became damp. He listened intently, realizing the loudspeaker was indeed quite loud and alarmingly close to the residential building, allowing him to make out the broadcast content with difficulty. Closing the window, Father Mu returned to the living room, took the mop from Mu Chun, and while squeezing water into the nearby bucket, remarked that in 2 hours, supplies would be distributed, urging everyone to be punctual at the west gate to collect them. After wringing out the water, Father Mu wiped the balcony dry and tugged at his rain-soaked clothes, frowning as he said, "This dreadful weather makes it impossible for clothes to dry. Thankfully, Chen bought a dryer. I wonder how those without one manage." It felt just like the previous plum rain season, where freshly washed clothes hung, but the humidity prevented them from drying properly. Meanwhile, in apartment 1102, the Fong family had gathered. In the center of their kitchen stood a square table, upon which rested a stove acquired through their gold jewelry, with a ceramic pot perched atop it. As flames licked the bottom of the pot, it emitted a bubbling sound. Teacher Zeng sat on a small stool beside it, her face illuminated by the flickering firelight. "What did the loudspeaker just announce?" Professor Fong asked, parting the collar of his clothing as he leaned closer to the stove, hoping to dry his damp clothes further. "They said supplies are to be distributed. We should head to the west gate in 2 hours," he relayed. The small kitchen was filled with clothes, utilizing the residual heat from the cooking to dry them. Upon hearing Professor Fong's words, a flicker of joy crossed Teacher Zheng's face as she smiled and said, "Finally, supplies are on the way." Their household was not short on food, thanks to the regular relief rations and the food exchange during the locust disaster. Only a fifth of the grain sold before the high temperatures had been utilized. Nonetheless, the prospect of receiving supplies brought Teacher Zheng great delight. Using a damp towel to grasp the pot handle, teacher Zeng lifted the pot down and said to her husband, who was holding bowls and chopsticks, "Call the kids out for dinner. We can still make it after we eat." "All right. I will call the neighbors over once I finish my meal." Since the door-breaking incident, the rapport between the two families had significantly improved. They would call out to each other whenever they ventured outside. Both families donned matching raincoats as they descended the stairs. As they stepped out of the building, Chen noticed that the lowest step had already been submerged in water. Beneath the brim of his raincoat, Professor Fong furrowed his brow, a sense of dread settling in his heart. Living on the top floor, just like the Mu family, they usually collected water from their rooftop. Since the heavy rain began, the Fong family had not descended, unaware that water had started to accumulate downstairs. The rain fell heavily, as if someone had poured a bucket of water down from the top steps, making the stairs exceedingly slippery. The two families carefully assisted each other as they made their way down the stairs. Chen stood firm, gazing down at the murky water that barely reached his ankles. As his eyes lifted, he noticed the once haphazardly placed colorful buckets, now mostly tied together with ropes, likely to prevent them from being swept away. Further ahead, pedestrians braved the elements without umbrellas. Some donned raincoats while others wrapped themselves in large plastic bags, forming a long queue, hunched over and lowering their center of gravity as they walked close to the wall. At that moment, near the center of the road, the slender figure of Fong Zhanjiao stumbled, nearly toppled backward by the force of the wind. "Be careful," Mu father shouted, standing to Fong Zhanjiao's right. With a firm grip, he yanked Fong's arm, stabilizing him. "The wind is too strong. We must stick to the wall." The howling wind drowned out normal conversation, and Mu father had a shout to be heard. With rain blinding her vision, teacher Zeng clutched her son's hand tightly, fearful of being swept away by the gusts, and yelled back, "I have a rope in my backpack. Let's head back to the stairwell." Chapter 72. Filling the water tank, the stairs in front of the unit were treacherously slippery. Chen placed his hand in the spacious pocket of his raincoat, retrieving a nylon rope for cover and calling out, "No need to go back. I have a rope." He unraveled the rope and first secured it around his own waist before tying it to Mu mother, followed by Mu father, Professor Fong, teacher Zeng, and Fong Zhanjiao. Chen took the lead, and they quickly formed a line. The rain, propelled by the wind, struck their bodies like small pebbles, and navigating through the scattered empty buckets made their journey arduous. Professor Fong held his youngest daughter tightly to protect her from the rain, bending low as he walked. His bent torso became the little girl's makeshift umbrella, and aside from the powerful rhythm of her father's heartbeat, the howling wind seemed to fade away. Upon turning a corner, they emerged from the narrow street into the relatively spacious entrance of the community, where they immediately felt the wind's fury lessen. A familiar olive-green military truck was parked at the west gate. The back door was open, and a soldier stood beside it. Chen's gaze lingered momentarily on the sealed bags in the soldier's hands. They did not untie the ropes around their waists, but instead fell in a line at the back of the queue. The lengthy line was likely due to the return of those taking refuge from the heat. "Yesterday, I heard quite a ruckus at your place. What happened? Did you have another argument with your spouse?" A middle-aged woman in front of Chen, with a pale expression, managed a bitter smile. "There was no argument. It was my brother. Their home was flooded, and they said the government shelter was too crowded, so they rented a kayak to come here," she explained. Hearing this, the woman expressed her surprise. "Flooded? It's only been raining for a few days." With this topic, the middle-aged woman seemed to regain a sense of purpose, straightening her posture and raising her voice. "Indeed, if it weren't for my brother's family coming, I wouldn't have known. I've heard that much of Qingcheng is already underwater, and even the military has been deployed to relocate the affected populace." Despite the cacophony of rain, the absence of narrow passageways allowed their voices to carry, sufficient for those around them to hear. After enduring months of confinement at home, everyone now exhibits a curiosity reminiscent of the post-lockdown excitement from previous years, eagerly bombarding one another with questions. "Where have you relocated? Which area does your brother live in? How deep is the flood now? I fear the water level is nearly reaching our calves. Let's not speak ill of our situation. Our community is relatively elevated. If we are inundated, then there are hardly any tall buildings left in Qingcheng to withstand the deluge. The middle-aged woman, for the first time, felt the exhilarating sensation of being the center of attention, her expression increasingly animated. Over on Qinghuan Street, you wouldn't believe it, the water has reached the second floor. There are rescue workers in yellow suits everywhere. As they exchange gossip while waiting in line, time passed swiftly. When it was Mu Chen's turn, he presented his identification and received a package of similar dimensions to the ones typically distributed. After his mother's SID was checked, she was given a considerably larger parcel. When it was Mu's father's turn, he was handed a package of standard size. Hey, is there some form of gender discrimination at play here? Noticing Mu's father looking around, Mu Chen curiously inquired, "Dad, what are you looking for?" Upon being prompted by his son's question, Mu's father contemplated voicing his concerns. However, seeing that even Feng Zhanjiao had received his supplies, he decided to swallow his words. It would be fair to make both families stand in the rain on his account. No worries, we could discuss it at home. The journey home proved equally challenging. Upon reaching the stairwell, they finally untied their ropes. Teacher Zeng promptly removed Professor Feng's raincoat, then gently set his little daughter down. "Be good, Daddy is quite tired. How about you climb the stairs by yourself?" Little Yu Xian, not yet 4, obediently nodded, placing her warm, chubby hand on Teacher Zeng's icy palm. "Hoping to warm it up." "All right." Professor Feng straightened his aching back, a face drenched in rain radiating affection. Little Yu Xian was still too small to ascend 11 flights on her own, and her father carried her with ease. As he spoke, Professor Feng bent down, while Teacher Zeng took the lead, holding their daughter securely. She had just been standing behind her husband. How could she not notice his efforts to shield their daughter from the elements? As Mu's father passed by Professor Feng, he patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, "Your sister-in-law is worried about you." The 3-year-old child managed to struggle her way to the 6th floor, her little legs trembling by the end. And it was only with the alternating assistance of Teacher Zeng and Feng Zhanjiao that she was carried the rest of the way. After carefully securing the doors of the stairwell and their home, Mu's father eagerly tore open his package. Inside, he discovered a box of compressed biscuits, a handful of water purification tablets, and a small box of coal. The contents were similar to what he had received previously, albeit with fewer supplies of water and more purification tablets. After unwrapping his own package, Mu's father urged Mu's mother, "What about your supplies? Let us see what you have. Why does it seem larger than Chun's and mine?" Intrigued, Mu's mother accepted the utility knife handed to her by her husband and sliced open her parcel. The contents mirrored those of Mu's father, except for an additional item, a 7-degree space compartment. Staring wide-eyed at the mixed supplies in the 7-degree space, Mu's father was taken aback. How thoughtful of the government to prepare these supplies. Though his curiosity was satisfied, it also earned him a light reprimand from Mu's mother, whose cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. The following day, the sky remained perpetually dim, even with the curtains drawn wide open. The interior was illuminated only enough to discern the furniture. In the attic, Mu's father, donning Bluetooth headphones, engaged in combat training for half an hour, breathing slightly heavier. He patted his flat stomach with satisfaction, performed a few additional exercises, and proceeded to the door to don his raincoat. The removal of the 50-square-meter solar panel had significantly increased the usable area of the rooftop, and in this newly liberated space, the family had placed rainwater collection containers. Now, these containers were filled to a considerable extent, prompting Mu's father to gather the water. After letting it settle overnight, he would discard the sediment at the bottom and pour the clear liquid into the water tank equipped with a filter, thus ensuring that the water met drinking standards. Over the past few days, whenever a container was full, they followed this procedure, and within a few days, they had already filled 1 tank. Observing the splashes of water in the bucket, Mu's father mused to himself. The rain was intensifying. It seemed that it would not be long before the water tank was completely filled. Chapter 73. Bluetooth headphones are too fragile, aren't they? Compared to the previous days, the wind and rain had intensified, particularly at higher altitudes, where he feared the buckets might be blown away. Therefore, he had left a little water in each bucket for added weight. After rearranging the buckets, Mu's father removed his raincoat and hung it on the coat rack by the door, fiddling with the Bluetooth headphones in his pocket. Descending from the attic, he noticed Chen performing a plank and, feeling a bit embarrassed, called out, Chen, could you lend me another pair of Bluetooth headphones? This one seems to be malfunctioning. The sound is all distorted. Chen rose from the yoga mat, retrieved an identical pair of Bluetooth headphones from storage, and handed them to Mu's father. If it's broken, it's broken. I bought plenty before. As he spoke, Chen took the defective headphones from Mu's father's hand and tossed them directly into the trash. Mu's father looked regretfully at the discarded headphones, shaking his head. I wonder why you bought so many Bluetooth headphones initially. It turns out they're so easily damaged. I just hope they can be repaired. At his age, Mu's father was accustomed to using wired headphones, but the inconvenience of practicing with them had led him to adopt Bluetooth ones. While the fear of disturbing the neighbors without any headphones lingered in his mind, not likely to be fixable, it's the blue star's magnetic field affecting them. The blue star's magnetic field? A few days prior, after the satellite phone had ceased functioning, Assistant Xiao Zhang had unearthed all the satellite phones from their inventory. Unsurprisingly, none of them were operational. After reporting to Mayor Liu, Assistant Xiao Zhang took the satellite phones to the Research Institute, and the results had recently emerged. Nodding gravely, Assistant Xiao Zhang relayed the findings. According to researcher academician Xing, it appeared that the blue star's magnetic field had shifted, causing interference with the satellites, rendering them incapable of transmitting or receiving signals effectively. Even though they had anticipated this outcome, Mayor Liu felt a sinking sensation and fixed his gaze intently on Assistant Xiao Zhang. What else did academician Xing say regarding the shift in the blue star's magnetic field? The notion of a shift in the blue star's magnetic field had been circulating for several years, serving as the backdrop for numerous popular disaster films. Mayor Liu was not particularly fond of movies, but his wife and daughter's enthusiasm for them had kept him somewhat informed. Academician Xing further remarked that the environment on Blue Star is becoming increasingly extreme, potentially leading to more disasters. Assistant Xiao Zhang gazed out the window and sighed. Like this rain, upon hearing this, Mayor Liu felt a weighty sense of gravity akin to that of a struggling student finally receiving their report card. Yet there was also a flicker of relief, as if a long-anticipated conclusion had been reached. How is the relocation of the disaster victims progressing? He inquired. A cursory glance at the terrain of Qingcheng reveals that it slopes from east to west. Additionally, several tall buildings within the city have been designated as temporary shelters for the displaced. The area affected by the disaster continues to expand, and the number of individuals requiring relocation is ever increasing, Assistant Xiao Zhang reported. Those already submerged have been relocated, while the military is still assisting those who have not been severely impacted. Mayor Liu nodded, his previously taut expression softening slightly as he declared, Initiate a Level 1 flood disaster alert. We must ensure food security. The granaries are not situated at a high elevation. Expedite the relocation efforts. He had an inexplicable intuition that the Southern Hemisphere's conditions earlier this year serve as a poignant reference. Communication had not yet faltered when news of the floods in the Southern Hemisphere reached them, prompting the central government to issue emergency response protocols across various regions. With prior plans in place, Mayor Liu issued commands with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, the hydroponics research conducted during the drought has now transitioned into large-scale cultivation. What had once seemed trivial has now become a source of unexpected delight. Dispatch a fleet to the neighboring city to procure as much coal as possible, Mayor Liu instructed, fully cognizant that the restoration of natural gas supplies was unlikely at this juncture. Energy must be abundant. Assistant Xiao Zhang acknowledged and hurriedly departed. January 29, 2024. Marked a day of torrential rain, with an average temperature of 27 degrees. The deluge had persisted for an entire week, showing no signs of abating. After a week of adjustment, the Mu family's biological clock had acclimated. Mu father inspected his breeding boxes, pleased to see that most of the seedlings had sprouted, vibrant and delicate. Finally, they've grown. I thought they wouldn't make it, Mu father remarked, his spirits lifted, as the weather turned cooler. The cool mat on the sofa had been replaced with a floral sofa cover, and Mu mother sat knitting a sweater, teasingly commenting, someone boasts of being an expert farmer. What's this? An expert farmer gets emotional over such matters? Unperturbed, Mu father chuckled as he settled beside Mu mother. You know, I like to brag. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to Mu mother's nimble fingers. It's been ages since I've seen you knit. The last time was when Chen started kindergarten. The sweater was now in the final stages of completion. Reflecting on the past, Mu mother smiled. Indeed, once he reached elementary school, he refused to wear it anymore. Besides, the little supermarket had just opened, and I truly had no time. As she spoke, Mu mother brushed her hand over the sofa, noting its dampness as if it could yield water. We should place a dehumidifier in the living room. It feels quite humid. The Mu household currently employs 2 dehumidifiers, one in each bedroom, aware that prolonged exposure to damp environments can lead to various health issues. All right. Mu Chen glanced at the hygrometer hanging in the living room, which read 93. Following the instructions, he retrieved a dehumidifier from the space and placed it beside the sofa. At that moment, the sweater that had been knitted over several days was finally completed. Mu's mother snipped the yarn and beckoned her son. Chen, come and try on to see if it fits. Taking the sweater, Mu Chen felt a warm sensation in his heart even before putting it on. He removed his outer coat to reveal a short-sleeved shirt underneath, donned the sweater, and smiled, saying, "It fits perfectly." However, given the current weather, wearing a sweater felt a bit too warm, so he took it off again, folding it neatly and placing it in the wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe, a bag of dehumidifying agents hung, half filled with moisture. As he closed the wardrobe door, Mu Chen intended to lie down and read a novel when he heard his mother call from the living room. Chen, come out for a moment. The water has flooded the first floor. Zhao Tengfei downstairs says we need to hold a meeting. Chapter 74. Relatives from the Zhao family come seeking refuge upon hearing Zhao Tengfei's name. Mu Chen furrowed his brow and sprang from the bed, heading to the living room. His parents were at the entrance, changing their shoes. Seeing Mu Chen emerge, his mother explained, "It has been pouring rain for the past few days, and the first floor has already flooded. We couldn't leave, so we sought out Zhao Tengfei." The elderly man on the 7th floor moved out during the heat wave, and since his son hasn't returned, the house has been left vacant. Zhao Tengfei organized this meeting to discuss whether we can stay in the Zhao household on the 7th floor and to get everyone to help move luggage for those 2 households. During the sweltering heat when going outside was unbearable, Zhao Tengfei volunteered to be the representative for their building. However, after he managed to secure a position as the head of the community group, he became less invested in the affairs of the building. The 2 households on the 1st floor had no other options and thus turned to Zhao Tengfei for assistance. Hearing this, Mu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he retorted, "Stay in the Zhao household? Where would Zhao Tengfei get the keys?" In his previous life, such an event had never occurred. The 1st floor had indeed been flooded around this time, but the military had swiftly intervened. Nonetheless, Mu Chen did not dwell on this matter. The world was in constant flux, and it was impossible for everything to mirror his past experiences. The keys might not even be in Zhao Tengfei's possession. "Let's go." As he opened the door, he coincidentally encountered Professor Fong, who was also on his way out. Noticing that only Professor Fong was present, Mu's father inquired in surprise, "Aren't Zhang Zhao and the others coming?" Professor Fong waved his hand with a smile. "It's too chaotic downstairs. Xianding is still young, and Baixiang is worried about her getting jostled, so they decided to stay home with Zhang Zhao. I was just about to knock on your door to join you, and it seems fortune has favored us." In truth, the real reason was that teacher Zheng feared that her daughter would become a burden for Professor Fong, just as she had last week when they went out to collect supplies. Ever since the door had been pried open, whenever Professor Fong's family ventured out, they did so together. This was the first occasion when only Professor Fong was leaving. How fortuitous! It saved you the trouble of knocking. As per usual, they meticulously checked the iron gate at the stairwell before descending together. Upon reaching the 9th floor, they encountered Zhu Xian's family. Zhu Xian was well known in the community for her tendency to gossip. She had been the one to spread the news of Mu's mother selling the small supermarket. Upon spotting Mu Chen and his companions, Zhu Xian's eyes lit up and her pace quickened. "Sister Shuya, it has been such a long time since I last saw you." Zhu Xian, not yet 40, possessed thin lips and a broad mouth, her eyes and brows elegantly arched, radiating a perpetual cheerfulness. "Just helping out with the move. Your family is quite large, isn't it?" smiled Mu's mother, her expression bright and inviting. "It could be dull at home. Why not come out and take a look?" This sentiment resonated with Zhu Zian, who promptly approached Mu's mother, warmly exclaiming, "Oh, I feel the same. Today promises excitement." Zhao Tengfei mentioned wanting to house those two families in Unit 702, but I suspect he merely wishes to accommodate his own relatives. He doesn't seem to worry about when the eldest son of the Shi family might return. His relatives? Have they come to stay? When did that happen? Zhu Zian, the queen of gossip, was always restless and loved to visit neighbors, her information network far superior to theirs. She glanced around before lowering her voice. How long can those two families stay? In a few days, the rescue team will send someone to take them away. I heard this from others. Just a few nights ago, his brother arrived, along with his brother's mother-in-law and a few others, around 4 or 5 in total. Zhu Zian continued. You may not realize it at home, but many places in Xinjiang are flooded. We're among the fortunate ones. Some homes are submerged up to the rooftops. In truth, aside from the Zhao family, many relatives from other families have also sought refuge here. I've heard from those coming from outside that quite a few people have been swept away by the flood. No need to elaborate. At this juncture, being swept away by the flood is essentially a death sentence. As she spoke, Zhu Zian sighed, her spirits visibly dampened. Heaven seems to be offering no escape. Descending further down the stairs, they encountered a greater throng of people, all lending a hand to carry belongings. In the corner of the stairwell lay a considerable pile of furniture and kitchenware, presumably from 2 households on the first floor. Zhao Tengfei was absent. Those assisting with the move mentioned that he had somehow procured a large bathing tub, currently being ferried to the property management office. Upon reaching the bend on the 2nd floor, the sounds of rain and chatter faintly echoed. The blankets are soaked. This dreadful weather won't dry them. Might as well toss them out. Murky yellow water floated with bleached plastic debris, the restless waves lapping against the steps, causing irritation among the onlookers. The water had already submerged the 5th step. If Mu Chun stood on the 1st floor now, the water would reach his lower abdomen. A few individuals were preparing to descend and assist. At that moment, a middle-aged man, unable to resist his wife's insistence, emerged carrying dripping blankets. This was the same man who had once brandished a cleaver at the entrance of the building to chop down a tree. Professor Fong recognized him and quickly stepped down a few stairs, reaching out to take the blankets. "Old Yin, let me help. Where shall I place them?" The middle-aged man shook his head, lifting the damp blankets slightly. "There's too much water. You'll end up soaking your clothes." With that, he set the drenched blankets on the steps and turned to hand Professor Fong 2 thermoses. "Take these instead. At least they won't leak water." Many hands were at work, and soon, aside from the immovable large furniture like beds and refrigerators, most of old Yan's belongings had been successfully moved. On the steps, Mu Fu, crouched by the water's edge, glanced at the latex dishwashing gloves adorning his hands before retrieving a floating green plant. Just as he intended to place it into his backpack, an unusual sound echoed from above the staircase. Is this the water lily? It was Zhu Zian, her gaze fixated on the verdant specimen in Mu Fu's grasp. I never expected it to thrive here as well. I've heard this plant is edible, albeit a tad bitter, yet it can at least provide some vitamins. Who doesn't lack supplies these days? Especially vitamins. Many are plagued with sores in their mouths. Zhu Zian tiptoed to peer out the window from the landing between the 1st and 2nd floors. Indeed, there were quite a few growing. Oh dear, Shiji, look. ISNT that Zhao Tengfei returning? Chapter 75. An opportune moment for acquiring a mobile home in the distance. A figure was struggling against the water, buoyed by an inverted basin, flailing towards their direction. It was morning, and due to the incessant rain, a mist enveloped the surroundings, transforming Xinjiang into a city shrouded in fog, with visibility significantly reduced. As the figure drew nearer, Mu Chun discerned the familiar features. Indeed, it was Zhao Tengfei. It seemed the winds had calmed since a few days prior, allowing him to swim such a distance, relying solely on a basin for flotation. Mu Chun watched the water's surface thoughtfully. Zhao Tengfei ascended the staircase, shaking off the rainwater from his face, and addressed Lao Yin. Have all the items been moved? Lao Yin nodded and inquired, is the property management still holding the keys? Yes, let us head to the 7th floor, Zhao Tengfei replied. Feeling uncomfortable with his damp clothes clinging to his skin, which could sap more body heat, he promptly removed his shirt, wrung it out until it no longer dripped, and then put it back on. The individuals who had come to assist with the relocation were crowded in the stairwell, and upon hearing the commotion, they curiously peered out. Seeing Zhao Tengfei's return, they began to voice their concerns. Is anyone still at the property management? It's flooded down to the 1st floor. Doesn't that put us on the 2nd floor at risk? When will they send someone up? Indeed. And why haven't we seen any police patrols these past few days? Since the onset of the heat wave, police had frequently patrolled at night. And even during the initial heavy rain, officers had been heard shouting through megaphones. Yet now, aside from the incessant sound of the rain, the entire community felt akin to an isolated island. Zhao Tengfei squeezed through the crowd, ascending the stairs as he reassured them. There are still personnel at the property management. Everyone, please make way. We need to get to the 7th floor. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Zhao Tengfei rummaged through his pocket for the keys, and, upon unlocking room 702, a throng of over 20 individuals surged inside. The sofa, an outdated style, bore the marks of age, draped in a light-colored cover. Indeed, akin to many residences of the elderly, numerous pieces of furniture here had their own coverings, still exuding a sense of life despite being cloaked in dust. On the dining table, adorned with a tablecloth, lay a plate of decaying, shriveled fruits, and the air was far from fresh. Zhao Tengfei surveyed the room with a discreet nod. As everyone from the stairwell entered, a smile graced Zhao Tengfei's face. Everyone, quiet down for a moment. I just spoke with the property management. Officer Jia is still present. The government will not abandon us. As the atmosphere settled and the initial excitement waned, Zhao Tengfei steered the conversation towards the main agenda. He convened the gathering not only to assist neighbors, but also to deliberate on the possibility of allowing the residents of the 2 households on the 1st floor to temporarily occupy Unit 702. Given the current unusual circumstances and the inability to reach the owner of 702, he, despite his role as the floor administrator, could not make such decisions unilaterally. Thus, he sought the opinions of those present. Do you all think it would be acceptable for Mr. Zhao and Mr. Zhang's family to reside in this unit temporarily? Without waiting for responses, Zhao Tengfei cleared his throat, capturing the attention of the attendees, and proclaimed with a sense of righteousness, "Let me say a few words. We are all long-time neighbors with a good rapport, and we all know Mr. Xi's character. He was always willing to lend a helping hand." He sighed dramatically, shaking his head. Though he is no longer with us, had he been here, he would undoubtedly have supported the 2 families on the 1st floor. Silence fell over the gathering as everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to speak out. After a moment, witnessing the lack of response, Zhao Tengfei raised an eyebrow and smiled. Since no one is voicing objections, it is settled then. Unit 702 will be temporarily occupied by the families on the 1st floor. When Mr. Xi's family returns, we will vacate the unit. He added, regarding the earlier inquiries as per Officer Jia, other areas have suffered greater devastation than ours, and the military is already in the process of relocating residents. I trust they will arrive here shortly. With that, Zhao Tengfei departed, feeling satisfied. The military would soon come, and once these 2 families were relocated, Unit 702 would indeed become vacant. The household was already cramped with 5 additional residents. He chuckled softly, feeling a twinge of regret as he fidgeted with his keys. It was unfortunate that the 7th floor wasn't the top floor. The floodwaters below rendered the traditional method of collecting water untenable, now necessitating the use of buckets on the balcony. The top floor would have been far more convenient, not only having an additional loft, but also a terrace for water collection. As Zhao Tengfei left, the remaining attendees dispersed. Some with only a casual acquaintance with the 2 families headed straight home, while those closer offered assistance in moving items into 702, such as Professor Fong. Most of the gathering soon departed, and Mu's father approached, quietly addressing his son and wife. Just now, Uncle Fong mentioned that old Yin is his classmate, and he is willing to help with the moving. He suggested we return home first and inform Teacher Zhang. The community security door was quite small, and the salvage furniture was limited, so the moving process was completed swiftly. Chen chose not to ascend immediately, but instead said, "Let us help with the moving. We can wait for Uncle Fong to return together. If we go up like this, Teacher Zeng will surely worry. It's better if we all go together." In the past 6 months, the two families had grown closer, and both Mu's parents agreed. After helping the Yin family move their belongings, Chen and the others returned to the 11th floor with Professor Fong. Once the stairwell door was locked, there were no lengthy farewells, and the two families parted ways. Upon entering their home, Chen paused before changing his shoes and quietly announced, "Dad, Mom, I'm planning to go out for a bit." Mu's mother halted in her actions, turning to look at her son with a puzzled expression. "What purpose does one have in venturing outside now? I intend to visit the 4S dealership to procure a motorhome. Subsequently, I shall head to the new district, as it would be more convenient on the way." When Chen first returned to life, such a thought had not crossed his mind. Firstly, due to financial constraints, and secondly, due to spatial limitations. His family barely had enough funds for basic supplies, let alone to purchase a motorhome. Furthermore, at that time, he was unaware that the space could consume and upgrade items. He recalls the initial effort he expended to fill the vehicle to its brim, merely to maximize the storage capacity of the space. Now, the space has expanded to twice its original size, not to mention a single motorhome. Even 4 or 5 could easily fit. Upon hearing her son's words, Mu's mother pondered for a moment. Having a motorhome indeed would be more convenient, yet with the raging storm outside, would it not be too perilous to venture out now? Compared to the day they visited Uncle's house, the wind and rain had certainly intensified. However, relative to a few days ago when they went to collect supplies, it was still feasible to go out. Rest assured, just moments ago, Zhao Tongfei swam back after capsizing. There will be no issues, Chen reassured her, noticing his mother donning her shoes again. "Mom, you need not accompany me. The kayak can comfortably seat 2. With that, Chen grasped the door handle and prepared to depart. Currently, it was still somewhat convenient to leave, as the water had only risen to the 1st floor, and the water at the entrance had yet to be obstructed. It would not be long before the dam would breach, causing the water level to swiftly rise to the 3rd floor. At that point, exiting would necessitate jumping from the window on the stair platform. Chapter 76. The off-road motorhome. When they initially purchased the kayak, it was a 4-seater, and there was no question of insufficient seating. Chen's insistence on this was merely to prevent his mother from accompanying him. The relentless rain outside was hardly beneficial. If memory serves, Mu's mother's menstrual cycle was imminent. It was not that Chen was overly attentive to his mother's condition. Rather, she had a rather severe reaction. When her period arrived, she would feel utterly drained, her complexion pallid, and even speaking would require considerable effort. In severe cases, she would struggle to eat. Living together as a family, Chen naturally kept track of the approximate dates. The father and son descended the stairs, gazing at the turbulent, murky waters, first donning life jackets and waterproof goggles. From the waterproof backpack they carried, they retrieved a nylon rope, securely binding it around their waists. Once adequately prepared, they finally ventured into the water. Upon exiting the building, they discovered that the wind had indeed lessened. Although the current was swift, it was not insurmountable for swimming. Chen called back to his father. "Let us first leave the community." It was only after swimming far beyond the community that they found themselves in a lower-lying area, where no structures were visible above the water surface. Thick mist hovered less than a meter above the waterline. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of others, Chen promptly extracted the fully inflated kayak from space. He climbed aboard first, and then helped his father onto the vessel. The surrounding buildings were submerged, leaving only an expanse of water. Mu's father, wearing a bewildered expression, glanced around. Even after residing in Xinjiang for 20 years, he momentarily could not recall his whereabouts. Where we headed? The magnetic field of Blue Star had descended into chaos, rendering the compass utterly useless. Without a compass and surrounded by submerged buildings, Chen dared not recklessly change direction, fearing that their intended destination would remain unattained, leading to further disorientation. Let us simply seek out a 4S dealership. We shall continue moving forward. As long as we can locate a 4S store, it matters not if it has been inundated. A submerged vehicle is not necessarily rendered useless. And with some exposure to sunlight, it can still function. Moreover, given Mu Chen's current mastery of spatial manipulation, he could retrieve the vehicle without a single drop of water entering it, ensuring it remains cleaner than if left to dry in the sun. After paddling for a while longer, human figures finally came into view on the water surface. Some were soldiers clad in bright yellow life jackets, while others were residents bearing luggage, their homes having been flooded. In the distance, a tall building emerged, adorned with a clock, a notable landmark of the area, shrouded in mist, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Mu's father strained to gaze into the distance, attempting to discern the details. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the kayak to sway, momentarily thinning the fog. Chen, look! Mu's father exclaimed. Isn't that Zijing Avenue? His excitement was palpable. Let us first reach the clock tower. Then we'll head left to Qingyun Street. I recall that the entire street is lined with 4S dealerships. Encouraged by his father's words, Mu Chen felt a surge of excitement, propelling the inflatable paddle with greater vigor. Let us go take a look. Following his father's directions, they arrived at what was once the waters of Qingyun Street. Here, only a couple of 1- or 2-story buildings peaked above the water surface. On the rooftops, most of the signage had been stripped away by the winds, rendering the store names indecipherable. Mu Chen located a building with a character for car on its doorplate, which still had 2 floors above the waterline, and maneuvered the kayak alongside it. The entrance was submerged, but Mu Chen retrieved a window-breaking hammer from the pocket of his life jacket and shattered the glass, thus creating a new entryway. They clambered inside the building, dragging the kayak along with them. This was a commercial area, and it appeared to be on the verge of complete submersion, leaving them alone in the darkened surroundings. Mu Chen produced 2 powerful flashlights from his spatial pocket, illuminating one for himself and handing the other to his father. The water inside the building reached Mu Chen's knees. He scanned the area with his flashlight. Dad, there seems to be a car over there. As they waded closer, they discovered a Mercedes Maybach, evidently a new model. The vehicle was perched on a display platform, with the water level only reaching halfway up its tires. Scattered around the display were several luxury cars, but their goal was to find an RV. Mu's father turned to his son, inquiring, "Should we take it?" Mu Chen shook his head. "Let us check the upper floor. There should be more vehicles there." Many 4S dealers tend to park their cars on the rooftop during peak seasons for convenience. The elevator was undoubtedly out of service, so they ascended via the fire escape. The door was predictably locked, but Mu Chen skillfully produced a wire and deftly manipulated the lock until it clicked open. He pushed the door open, looking at his astonished father, who paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Just a necessary skill, Dad. Let us go." In the face of natural disasters, particularly during extreme cold spells, such skills prove to be exceedingly valuable. At that time, although one could not forage for sustenance within the house, there remained a supply of fuel. Those large cabinets, beds, and sofas that could not be moved during the floods could be disassembled and carried back home for burning. Reflecting on the extreme cold, Mu Chen's gaze darkened. The gradually rising heat provided humanity with time to adapt, while the floods presented a relatively mild climate. In comparison, the extreme cold appeared particularly merciless. It was during this period that the already faltering government system began to collapse. The cause was simple. A sudden drop in temperature to -60 or 70 degrees Celsius led many government officials, police officers, and soldiers to succumb to the harsh conditions. Mu's mother was also affected. As Mu Chen was lost in recollection, he suddenly heard his father's voice ahead. Chen, come quickly. This area is filled with RVs." Following the sound, Mu Chen moved to the right and forward, where he indeed spotted 5 or 6 recreational vehicles. Likely left unlocked for customer testing, these RVs beckoned. His father opened the door of a Type B RV and peered inside. Upon hearing Mu Chen's footsteps, he turned around with a smile, saying, "These RVs look quite impressive. Come have a look and decide which one you prefer." The father and son scrutinized several vehicles before ultimately selecting a Mercedes off-road RV, the Modiro Climber. As Mu Chan stored the chosen RV in his space, the burden of the extreme cold lightened somewhat. He had yet to experience a 0 yuan purchase, and it felt rather delightful. Chapter 77. The dam can no longer withstand. As they gazed at the other brand-new RVs, Mu's father felt a pang of reluctance to leave. Chen, why not collect a few more? If this one breaks down, we would have replacements, wouldn't we? A quick mental scan revealed that the space was not yet half full. Even if they loaded all these RVs, there would still be room. However, if they filled it completely, there would be no space for other essentials, leaving Mu Chun in a quandary. I was also contemplating finding a boat. What if we cannot fit everything? His father, caressing the vehicle with joy in his eyes, waved dismissively. Let's take it first. If it doesn't fit, we can simply leave a few behind. Moreover, it is uncertain whether we can even find a boat. At this time, it is likely that all boats have been requisitioned by the government. Reflecting on this, Mu Chun realized that, at worst, they could selectively discard a few RVs when the time came. With this thought, he willed the remaining 4 RVs to vanish. Next, they proceeded to the refreshment area, where shelves were stocked with various snacks, tea, and instant coffee. Beneath them lay several unopened barrels of pure water. In just a few days, this place would be completely submerged. Leaving it would be wasteful, so Mu Chun gathered everything. Additionally, spare tires, a jack, and various small tools that would be useful for repairs were also collected in one fell swoop. Once they confirmed that these 2 levels held nothing further of necessity, the pair exited through the previously open window. Sitting in the swaying kayak, Mu Chun inhaled the damp, earthy scent in the air, mingled with a faint, unpleasant odor. In the distance, clusters of green plants floated sporadically on the water's surface, precisely the kind that Mu's father had recently retrieved. At that moment, upon arriving home, he had emerged immediately, and the plant, referred to as the Phoenix Eye Lotus by Zhu Zian, was still nestled within Mu's father's backpack. With a fleeting glance at the aquatic plants, Mu Fu retrieved a water lily from his backpack and presented it to his son with curiosity. Chen, can this truly be consumed? Taking the water lily, Mu Chun nodded in affirmation. Yes, it is edible, albeit with a rather unpalatable taste. It is essentially a variant of the water hyacinth, known for its remarkable reproductive capacity. If memory serves me correctly, water hyacinth is often used as pig feed in various regions. After a brief contemplation, Mu Chun proposed, let us gather some to take home for consumption. As time progresses, the government's provisions dwindle. Recently, there have been several instances where rice was not distributed. Only compressed biscuits were provided. This is partly due to the prevailing water scarcity, rendering rice impractical for cooking. Moreover, I suspect the official reserves of grain are insufficient. With so many mouths to feed, the consumption of staple foods is alarmingly high, exacerbated by the absence of meat, eggs, vegetables, and oils. Mu Fu nodded thoughtfully, responding earnestly, as long as it is edible, we shall harvest more. The calamities of nature remain unpredictable. Even if my son hoards ample grain, the constant outflow without replenishment leaves me unsettled. The father and son navigated their kayak back, collecting water lily leaves along the way. Once home, they could prepare them into steamed buns, significantly reducing the bitterness. Speaking of steamed buns, Mu Fu reminisced fondly. In my childhood, I adored the sweet potato leaf buns your grandmother used to make. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed his eyes as he continued with a smile. In later years, as life improved, everyone switched to refined flour. It has been many years since I last savored those vegetable buns. As they continued their journey, picking the abundant water lilies, their kayak soon bore a weight of over 10 kilograms. Exiting the Qingyun Street, they approached a residential area, where numerous individuals were also foraging for water lilies. Naturally, most lacked kayaks, employing a myriad of unconventional methods to travel. Some had ingeniously fashioned rafts from empty mineral water bottles, while others had repurposed their plastic bathtubs as boats. Mu Chun even spotted someone who had constructed a small vessel from a children's crawling mat. As they drew near in their kayak, inquiries arose from the nearby foragers. Hey there, sir. Young brother, where did you purchase your kayak? Upon turning to the source of the voice, they beheld a young man appearing to be in his late 20s, clad in a light blue swimming ring. cradling a basin that contained a little girl of about 6 or 7 years. Chen, maintaining his distance, called out, "I rented it with food at the Wandao Ko." Having spoken, the father and son paddled onward. Once they were out of earshot, Fu, intrigued, asked Chen, "How did you know that rentals were available at Wandao Ko?" With a smile, Chen replied softly, "Because in my previous life, we rented one there." The wind howled, scattering Chen's words. "Father," he continued, "consider this. With a kayak, we can harvest more water lilies than others. Though not particularly tasty, they can at least fill our stomachs. A handful of grain or a single compressed biscuit can secure a kayak for a day. And the water lilies we gather could feed the entire family. Where there is demand, there is trade, and thus, many opportunists sell kayaks. Currently, the government-issued relief supplies allocate only a single compressed biscuit per person per day. While it prevents starvation, it scarcely satisfies hunger." Hearing Chen express this, Mu's father remained silent, hastening the rowing of the boat. In the distance, the Li Jing garden came into view, prompting Mu's father to inquire, "Chen, aren't you going to stow away the kayak?" Chen shook his head, responding, "The kayak must always navigate a clear path. We cannot always utilize it at home. We should swim a considerable distance first before deploying it. Upon returning, if anyone inquires, we shall claim we purchased it from outside." As they dragged the kayak up the steps, the water level had risen to Chen's chest, and it was likely that in a few hours, access through the unit door would be impossible. Chen deflated the kayak, folded it anew, and placed it into his backpack, leading them both upstairs. Meanwhile, at the government building, Assistant Zhang approached the mayor with a solemn demeanor, presenting a report on casualties caused by the extreme heat. Mayor Liu, gripping his pen, felt a tremor in his hand as he swiftly took the report. The statistics revealed a staggering 135,276 casualties, over 10% of the city's population. It is essential to note that the entirety of Qingcheng comprises merely over 1 million residents. In recent times, there have been instances of unreported deaths concealed by individuals receiving salaries without justification. Consequently, after the drought concluded, a directive was issued to distribute supplies based on headcount, leading to an accurate tally of the deceased. Mayor Liu's eyes reddened, and he felt the weight of the paper in his hand as though it bore 1,000 burdens. He solemnly sealed the report within a blank folder, designating it for the archives. Upon seeing Assistant Zhang receive it with both hands, Mayor Liu added, "Wasn't the equipment from the chemical plant relocated? Starting tomorrow, expedite the production of disinfectant for a city-wide sanitation effort. After a great disaster, a significant epidemic is sure to follow. This is a time-honored truth born from the loss of countless lives. I cannot afford to be complacent." Hearing Assistant Zhang acknowledge, Mayor Liu pressed his aching temples and softly instructed, "If there is nothing else, you may leave." Assistant Zhang, keeping his head bowed, spoke in a hushed voice, "Mayor, the water level at the dam has reached an all-time high and is on the verge of failing." Chapter 78. Delicious wild vegetable buns in previous flood seasons. Instances of excessively high reservoir levels were not uncommon. However, during those times, it was possible to open the gates to alleviate pressure on the dam. Now, though, the city has transformed into a vast swamp. If the gates were to be opened, it would only exacerbate the loss of lives. Yet, if they were to endure this situation, Mayor Liu stood, gazing out at the torrential rain, his expression grave. The sudden collapse of the dam would yield even more catastrophic consequences. Behind him, Assistant Zhang observed the graying hair at the back of Mayor Liu's head, pondering thoughtfully. However, the mayor was barely in his early 40s. Had he truly possessed so many gray strands the previous year? Shaking his head, Assistant Zhang dismissed the thought and retrieved another file from the folder, respectfully extending it towards Mayor Liu. "By the way, Mayor, many precision instruments in the laboratory were unable to be relocated in time and are now rendered useless. Should we not increase the manpower to secure these?" Mayor Liu turned slightly to accept the document, his eyes swiftly scanning the text. His fingers tightened around the paper, crumpling its smooth edges. After a considerable pause, he spoke, "Do not concern yourselves with the laboratory for now. Prioritize the lays of enterprises related to the livelihood of the people. Furthermore, implement a three-shift system to expedite the evacuation of the populace. He hesitated before continuing, simultaneously, allocate a group of personnel to reinforce the dam. The collapse of the dam had become inevitable. All he could do now was to buy time and relocate as many people as possible, minimizing the damage. Watching Assistant Zhang's retreating figure, Mayor Liu let out a deep sigh. While the laboratory housed cutting-edge technology, it was the equipment of the livelihood enterprises that truly mattered to the common folk. Upon reaching the 11th floor, Chen did not rush home, but first knocked on the door of the Fong household. Professor Fong opened the door, his eyes widening in surprise as he noticed the drenched Mu family. His gaze fell upon the plastic bags in their hands, and he understood immediately. Did you go out to pick water lilies? Chen nodded, extending his plastic bag. Didn't T and Zhu say they are edible? We picked a few to taste. And this bag is for you. With a half-clenched hand, Professor Fong pushed the bag back with the back of his hand. No, you keep it. We'll go pick some later. Uncle Fong, please accept it. They grow everywhere downstairs and are easy to gather. After some back and forth, Professor Fong finally accepted the offering. Wait a moment, I'll get you something. Without waiting for Chen to respond, Professor Fong dashed back inside, returning shortly with a small plastic bag containing half a bag of dried shrimp. These will enhance the flavor when cooked together. Interactions should be reciprocal. One cannot always benefit at the expense of others. It is through mutual exchanges that the bond between families can endure. Both families understood this well. And Chen did not refuse the shrimp, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Uncle Fong." After watching the father and son enter their home, Professor Fong closed the door behind him. At the dining table, Teacher Zheng was spreading out the water lilies when she heard a noise from the entrance. Pausing to look at Professor Fong, "I saw someone down below gathering this yesterday while drawing water for the terrace. Is it really edible?" Professor Fong adjusted his glasses and approached her. "It should be safe. Zhu Zian from the 9th floor is well informed, and the Mu family has already picked some. They are quite cautious. If they weren't sure it was edible, they would never have sent it to us." Seeing his wife's furrowed brow, he understood her concerns and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "Let us not give it to the children just yet. We'll cook it first and taste it ourselves." Upon hearing his words, Teacher Zheng's expression brightened slightly, and she nodded. "Let us prepare a small amount first. If it's edible, we can go down and pick more. At least it will be something to eat." If the initial rains had sparked a glimmer of hope for a return to normalcy in Teacher Zheng's heart, the relentless downpour over the past 10 days had only deepened her anxiety. The couple had always been prudent, and even with some food reserves, they refrained from consuming them, primarily subsisting on the government-issued compressed biscuits, indulging in rice only on rare occasions. If this delicacy truly proves to be edible, pondered Teacher Fong, one must certainly gather a bountiful harvest. Professor Fong shared the same sentiment, gently patting his wife's shoulder as he took a handful of water lily from the dining table. "Very well, I shall commence preparing the meal," he declared. Meanwhile, the father and son returned home, with Mother Mu promptly offering a dry towel. "Quickly dry off, lest you catch a cold," she urged. Father Mu accepted the towel and ascended the stairs without delay. "I will check the water first, and then I'll dry off." Chen, having taken the towel, wiped himself while making his way to the kitchen, where he promptly placed the water lily into the sink. Just after the rainfall, the kitchen faucet had been modified by Father Mu to connect directly to the water tank on the balcony. The water within the tank had been filtered rainwater, safe for consumption. Soon after, Mother Mu turned on the faucet, meticulously washing the leaves of the water lily, separating half of them and saying to Chen, "Let's send some to the Fong family for them to taste." Meanwhile, Chen continued his work, finally chopping the thick leaves of the water lily. "I just sent some over," he replied. At this moment, Chen recalled something and casually wiped his hands on his apron, retrieving a crumpled plastic bag from his pocket. The Fong family even provided some shrimp. Mother Mu nodded, chuckling as she remarked, "You've chopped them so finely. How do you intend to eat them later?" "We'll make steamed buns," Chen replied, his thoughts conjuring a bag of flour that appeared beside him. Their household had not cooked in quite some time, subsisting instead on the meals prepared during the initial stages of the heat. The reason was simple, while lighter dishes were manageable. The aromas of heavier fare, such as spicy hot pot or braised ribs, could easily permeate the neighborhood. After finally chopping the leaves of the water lily, Mu Chen sprinkled salt over them and massaged the mixture thoroughly before adding the flour, omitting any extra water, for the leaves already contained ample moisture. Once the mother and son shaped the dough into buns and placed them in the steamer, Father Mu descended from upstairs. Chen, both water tanks upstairs are full. Please replace them with the empty ones. Mu Chen washed his hands and turned to head upstairs. For dinner, in addition to the brown steamed buns, Mu Chen retrieved from storage some previously prepared fish-flavored shredded pork, kung pao chicken, garlic eggplant, and a dish of loofah soup. Father Mu took a pair of chopsticks, filled them with the fish-flavored shredded pork, and stuffed into the bun held in his left hand, then pinched the edges and took a generous bite. To his right, Mother Mu watched her husband with curiosity as his cheeks bulged, repeatedly asking, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Father Mu wore a peculiar expression, swallowing without much chewing, and chuckled, "It's delightful. It feels so healthy." Hearing this, Mother Mu glanced over at their son, who was nonchalantly enjoying his meal, seemingly finding it quite palatable. She imitated her husband's actions, stuffing the bun with food and taking a bite. "How bitter!" she exclaimed. "It tastes like wild vegetables, and it's so astringent." Mother Mu grimaced, leaning forward and swallowing with difficulty. Sensing the bitter and numbing sensation in her mouth, she shot her husband a glare, playfully chastising. "No wonder you claim it to be healthy. It tastes just like the bittersweet meals we had during our childhood." Mu's father laughed heartily, serving a generous portion of vegetables into his wife's bowl, then reaching out to take the half-eaten vegetable bun from her hand. "I was just teasing you. If it doesn't taste good, don't eat it. We'll have it. Let Chen get you a bowl of rice." Mu's mother glanced at her son, her hand waving dismissively. "Don't take it. I enjoy this too. Eating wild vegetables is healthy." Mu Chen, smiling at the interaction between his parents while chewing on the bitter vegetable bun, found an unexpected sweetness in the moment. Perhaps due to the earlier consumption of locust cakes, the Mu family felt no adverse effects, aside from finding the lotus seed buns unpalatable. The next day, as Mu Chen's family awoke and prepared to finish the leftover vegetable buns, they heard a knock at the door. "I'll go answer it." Mu's father scratched his tousled hair and soon returned. "Uncle Fong is inviting us to pick lotus seeds." Chapter 79. Preparing pork with that. Mu's father cast a questioning glance at Mu Chen. "Shall we take the kayak down later?" Noticing his mother's pale complexion, Mu Chen approached the dining table where the vegetable buns reappeared, accompanied by a plump white steamed bun, specially prepared for his mother. "Of course we should take it. If we never use it, what's the point of having a kayak?" Seeing his father's concern, Mu Chen reassured him, "If anyone asks, we can stick to yesterday's explanation." In his previous life, their family had rented from Wandao Ko, and many neighbors had done the same. Those with grain had even purchased land outright. Mu Chen strolled into the kitchen, deliberately brewing a pot of ginger tea with brown sugar, which he brought to the dining table. "Dad, Mom, it's time to eat." The family savored the warming ginger tea before the father and son donned their matching raincoats and prepared to leave. As they passed the sofa, Mu Chen discreetly placed a large packet of warm patches on the coffee table. Knocking on the Fong family's door, it wasn't long before Professor Fong and Fong Zhanjiao emerged, clad in identical raincoats, resembling a family unit. Approaching, Professor Fong patted Mu's father's shoulder, his smile sincere. "The lotus seeds we sampled yesterday were quite decent, though a bit bitter. After a good rinse, they were much improved." In truth, aside from the unpalatable taste, he and his wife had made 2 trips to the restroom. However, after that bout of discomfort, they experienced no further negative reactions, and today they cautiously offered some to their 2 children as well. Mu's father chuckled. "We only tried them because we saw others eating them. At least it saved some grain." Hearing this, a shadow of worry crossed Professor Fong's brow as he sighed. "The society has been stagnant for over half a year, and we can no longer plant crops. They say the stored grain is enough to last 2 years. But how much is left now?" He didn't elaborate further, but everyone understood the unspoken concern. As they passed the staircase landing, Professor Fong looked down and changed his tone. "Given the current situation, harvesting lotus seeds won't be as easy in the future. The people of Huaxia have experience in consuming resources to protect flora and fauna. And with supplies so scarce, Picking lotus seeds will undoubtedly become increasingly challenging. Our family plans to harvest the lotus seeds, shape them into buns, then steam them to remove moisture before vacuum sealing them. The weather is so humid that it can preserve things for a longer period. After saying this, Professor Fong turned to Mu's father and eagerly inquired, "By the way, do you have a manual vacuum sealer at home? If not, we can share when the time comes." Brother Mu, I must say, having ample provisions at home brings peace of mind. With wild vegetables available now, we should gather more and store them up. As they spoke, the two families reached the second floor. "Haha, we have one too. You're absolutely right. Let us collect more later." Mu Chen took out the kayak to inflate it, and beside him, Fong Zhanjiao exclaimed in surprise. Brother Mu Chen, noticing something amiss, quickly lowered his voice and leaned closer to ask, "When did you buy this?" Casting a glance at Fong Zhanjiao, Mu Chen's thoughts raced, and he replied softly, "We purchased it yesterday near Wandao Ko. Would your family like to get one too? In the future, especially after the extreme cold, the government's control will diminish, and the darker aspects of human nature will become apparent in the apocalypse. With only 3 members in their family, their ability to withstand risks is far too weak." After spending some time together, it was evident that Professor Fong's family possessed excellent character and foresight. As soon as the high temperatures emerged, they rushed to the supermarket and wholesale market for bulk purchases, later engaging in tree cutting, changing clothes, actively capturing locusts in exchange for grain, and trading gold for stoves and firewood. Until the end of the extreme cold, the Fong family had fared quite well. As for what happened afterward, both families left the community, and there was no further news about the Fong family. Initially, Mu Chen had contemplated forming a team with his uncle's family, but upon deeper reflection, he ultimately abandoned the idea. It's akin to the principle of not recruiting relatives into a company. If he were to bring his uncle's family over, even if they did not live together, how could his mother bear to see her brother consume refined grains while her own family ate coarse grains and wild vegetables? If provisions were given to his uncle, what about his aunt? Even if he could afford to provide for his uncle's family, where would the food come from? Wouldn't it raise suspicions? Would his cousin, enjoying better food daily, not feel concern for her family back home? Would she not harbor selfish thoughts? Even if his uncle's family harbored no selfish inclinations now, what would happen when they had grandchildren? Mu Chen dared not gamble with their lives concerning the secret of the space. However, these dilemmas would be effortlessly resolved by teaming up with the Fong family. After all, they are not family by blood. Mutual support and equitable exchanges would suffice, establishing a certain sense of boundaries. Before Fong Zhanjiao could speak, Professor Fong crouched beside Mu Chen and inquired, "Wandao Ko? What kind of place is that? How are the prices?" Mu Chen paused his inflating action and leaned in closer to Professor Fong's ear. "Wandao Ko is located on the eastern side of the city. 10 pounds of rice can be exchanged for 1 kayak. To outsiders, I always say it's rented. We traded for 2 kayaks at that time. If Uncle Fong wants one, I can bring it for you later." Hearing this, Professor Fong felt a sense of relief and quickly replied, "That is fantastic. I'll go home and fetch some food. If anyone asks, I'll just tell them it's rented." Before long, the kayak was fully inflated, and Mu Chen straightened up, smiling. "All right, this kayak is perfect for 4 people. Let us go further out to gather." In just one night, the water level rose again, flooding the entire first floor. They now stood on the staircase platform of the second floor, where the window had been removed by unknown hands, allowing everyone to descend from there. They pushed the kayak into the water, 4 of them taking their seats, while neighbors inquired about its origin. In unison, they claimed it was rented from Wandao Ko for a small fee of compressed biscuits or a handful of grains, enough to last a day. As they paddled away from the crowd, they noticed that wild vegetables were less frequently picked here. Indeed, there was a greater abundance than below. "Hurry, let's gather them quickly," Father Mu exclaimed, pulling out a large plastic bag from his raincoat pocket. Meanwhile, upstairs, Mother Mu rubbed her aching lower back, retrieved her cross-stitch, and prepared to sit on the sofa to pass the time. Warm treasure patches? This child is so considerate, holding the patch in her hands. She reminisced about the ginger tea they had all shared that morning, her smile radiating warmth. Who says boys are not thoughtful? In the days that followed, The number of kayaks downstairs gradually increased. They, along with the Fong family, remained industrious, collecting a considerable amount of wild vegetables during this time. Notably, the water level downstairs continued to rise, and they now accessed the outside world through the window on the third-floor staircase platform. The government ceased sending supplies by vehicle, instead dispatching boats laden with resources, which included not only compressed biscuits, but also some lotus root buns. The soldiers aboard the supply boat also evacuated 6 households. Why 6? Because 2 families from the third floor were included. The precarious water level made them reluctant to depend on others for their survival. Life continued in this unremarkable manner, occasionally foraging for wild vegetables with the Fong family. Over time, their storage tank was now more than half full. Dad, Mom, shall we process the pig from our storage? When it came time to slaughter the pig, they merely stunned it with an electric shock, then swiftly cut the artery to let it bleed, ensuring it was lifeless before storing it. Some pigs still had blood that had not fully drained. All right, let us handle it in the attic. The wastewater will wash away. At the attic door, Chen removed the pig, placing on the plastic-covered floor, still warm to the touch. Chapter 80. Relocation honestly. Processing the pork was far more complicated than Chen had anticipated. Just dealing with the pig's hair involved scalding, scraping, and singeing. Dividing the meat turned out to be the simplest task, requiring only a bit of effort, while cleaning the entrails was the most challenging. Mother Moo, reluctant to use flour for scrubbing, had no choice but to rinse them repeatedly with water. The entire process of handling one pig consumed more than half a day for the family. When they finally finished, aside from a bit of blood, nothing was wasted. Even the lumpy lymphatic fat was meticulously cleaned by Mother Moo. During this time, no one cared about the toxins in the lymphatic areas. The sky remained perpetually overcast, making it difficult to gauge the passage of time. Glancing up at the rain curtain, Chen stored the large chunks of pork and the cleaned intestines in their storage. Checking his watch, he realized it was already past 3 in the afternoon, explaining his gnawing hunger. Clad in a blood-stained raincoat, Mother trudged into the rain, dragging a plastic sheet to cleanse it with the downpour. Chen hurried to assist, splashing himself with the rainwater as well. The rain intensified, enveloping the world in a cacophony of sound. The drainage outlet on the terrace had already been enlarged by Father, yet now, the water still reached above their ankles. If left unattended, it would soon flood into the attic. Father, wielding a hammer, called out to the mother and son. You two should head back. I will further enlarge the drainage outlet. Standing at the door, Mother removed her raincoat and advised her son, this raincoat will be kept for handling the pork. We will take another set next time we go out. This was to avoid any lingering odor that might be detected by others. Chen nodded, hanging the removed raincoat on a rack beside the attic door. Mom, what are we having for dinner? He inquired. I don't have any cravings. I'll ask your father what he wants, she replied. After inhaling the fishy odor for quite some time, particularly the overwhelming stench from the offal, Mother found her appetite dwindling. By the time Father finished enlarging the drainage outlet, Mother had already completed her hot shower and was now drying her hair on the sofa. Upon seeing her husband descend, she gestured toward the bathroom, stating, Our son is still washing. You can go after him. Their household never used heated water. They relied on water warmed under the sun during the day, mixing in some cold water to achieve a suitable bathing temperature. Father nodded in understanding. I noticed fewer people picking water lily seeds downstairs. It seems that this area has been largely harvested. Indeed, Mother replied. Those with some means have upgraded to kayaks. The nearby water lilies have diminished, likely because they have gone elsewhere to gather. As they conversed, Chen emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in steam, interjecting, I recall that the dam will soon breach. I wonder if Professor Fong's family has evacuated yet? He couldn't recall the exact timing, only that when the dam broke, the surrounding water lilies would be completely picked, forcing them to venture far to gather more. After all, during this time in their previous life, their family had to struggle daily for a meal, only aware that supplies would arrive in a few days, without remembering specific dates. Upon hearing this, Father and Mother exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of concern in each other's eyes. Father moved toward the entrance. I will go check and remind them to stay indoors for the time being. Both mother and son had just bathed, making it an opportune moment for him to go. Water might be inexpensive now, but fuel was valuable, and few families were willing to waste resources on bathing. Knocking on the Fong family's door. It was Teacher Zeng who answered. Mu Father's gaze momentarily lingered on the flour smudge on Teacher Zeng's sleeve as he inquired, "Is Professor Fong home?" "Yes." Teacher Zeng nodded, turning to call for Professor Fong. Mu Father interjected, "No need to summon him. It suffices that he is home." Noticing a flicker of confusion in Teacher Zeng's eyes, Mu Father added with a smile, "Hasn't the government been organizing the relocation of lower-income households recently? The 2 families on the 4th floor have already been taken away. I feel quite unsettled, as if something is amiss. It's best to refrain from going out these days." Hearing Mu Father's words, a larger smile spread across Teacher Zeng's face. "Not long ago, we gathered a considerable amount of water caltrip, yet in recent days, we have refrained from venturing outside, intending to transform them into delightful steamed buns. Once completed, I shall bring some over for your family to savor." Unlike in the past, exchanging food among neighbors is now a rare occurrence. The delicacies of today are indeed precious. Father Mu, of course, refused, gesturing with his hands and stepping back, insisting, "No, you keep it for yourselves. Our family has gathered plenty as well. I must take my leave." As he entered his home, Teacher Zeng meticulously secured the door. Bending down to clear the clothes hanging in the kitchen, Teacher Zeng glanced at her husband, who was kneading dough. "It's Brother Mu. He mentioned we should avoid going out for the time being." Father Mu did not elaborate, and Teacher Zeng could only speculate, likely concerned about the rising water levels. Perhaps it was due to recent weight loss that her glasses felt somewhat loose. Professor Fong, with his hands covered in dough, raised his arm to wipe his brow and smiled. "Our neighbors are quite considerate. Once this pot of steamed buns is ready, let us send a few over." As he spoke, Professor Fong turned his head to gaze outside, where rain poured down as if the heavens had been breached. Their family was prudent, likely wary of potential dam failures. This risk was not lost on Professor Fong. After all, he was a university professor and possessed basic knowledge. Yet, observing that the Mu family had not ventured outside recently, he refrained from offering a warning. Meanwhile, in the government building, the mayor's office was nearly emptied. The bookshelves behind the desk, once filled to the brim, now stood bare. Assistant Xiao Zhang hurriedly organized the documents on the desk, speaking urgently. "Mayor, the Linglong building is ready. We must evacuate swiftly." Mayor Liu grasped the damp curtains, peering outside, and sighed. "What level has the reservoir reached?" Assistant Xiao Zhang paused in his task of placing files into a box and replied, "There is still 1 meter before exceeding the flood control level." Releasing the damp curtains, Mayor Liu's voice remained calm. "Remove all combustible materials from this room and take them with us." A few days ago, the fleet sent to the neighboring city returned. But unlike the previous smooth operation, this time, we hardly obtained any coal. The neighboring city is also inundated, making further mining impossible. With the lessons learned from 6 months ago in the southern hemisphere, who can confidently assert that this downpour will cease soon? They too are using their coal sparingly. Preoccupied with their own city's needs, naturally, they would not trade with Qingsheng. All actions are for the well-being of their respective residents. If I were Mayor Liu, I would certainly do the same. There is no fault to find there. However, lacking fuel will render the days ahead more challenging. Chapter 81. Mother, February 23rd, 2024. Light rain. Average temperature 23 C. On this day, the Mu family busied themselves in the attic preparing pork. Mother Mu scrubbed the pig intestines. Raising her eyes to the rain droplets hanging from the eaves, pondering aloud, the rain seems to have lessened. She recalled that during the heaviest downpour, looking out from the eaves resembled gazing at a waterfall, unlike now, where only strings of raindrops remained. Hearing his wife's words, Mu's father, who was busy chopping meat with a cleaver, glanced outside. It was indeed diminishing. He hoped it would cease soon. This rain had persisted without respite for over a month. Aside from the absence of oppressive heat, it felt as though one were perpetually ensconced in a sauna, with a pervasive dampness enveloping him. Take his clothing, for instance. Even without being caught in the rain, after merely 2 hours of wear, it would become damp. As for the floors, they had taken to mopping 3 times a day, not out of a desire for cleanliness, but merely to wipe away the beads of water that accumulated. Even with a dehumidifier at home, discomfort lingered. He could scarcely fathom how other households were faring. A few days prior, the Fong family had come to deliver vegetables, and it was Mu's father who had opened the door. Noticing the pallor on their faces and the pronounced bags under their eyes, he could tell they were heavily affected by the humidity, prompting him to offer them several packages of dehumidifying bags. Alas, at this rate, many would likely succumb to rheumatism. By the way, wasn't there a doctor in their community? As thoughts wandered, he continued to chop the large bones. These bones, stripped of their meat, were too valuable to discard. Split in half, they could be used not only for broth but also to savor the marrow within. Moreover, the bones themselves held further utility. They could be ground into powder, serving as a calcium supplement. Sighing, Mu's father shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He believed he had been somewhat bewitched by Mu's mother's incessant reminders, leading him to perceive potential value in everything. Beside him, Chen glanced at the substantial bones on the cutting board, placing the pigskin on the coal stove to roast, and remarked with a grin, "Let us not bother moving this stove. It's perfect for occasionally simmering some rib soup. The aroma dissipates swiftly." "It's been ages since I've gnawed on a large bone," he exclaimed, smacking his lips. Understanding her son's cravings, Mu's mother shot him a playful glance, her expression filled with affection. "If you're yearning for some, we can simmer a pot up in the attic. The scent will be whisked away by the wind and rain. It's not particularly pungent fare. Moreover," she added, "if you truly desire to gnaw on bones, father, don't trim the pig's bones so cleanly tomorrow. Let us indulge a bit. The meat close to the bone is truly delectable." As the family of three engaged in their light-hearted banter, a sudden cacophony of crashing waves against the building penetrated the air, intermingled with piercing screams. Undeterred by the rain, Mu's mother stood up, clad in a raincoat, and proceeded toward the balcony to ascertain the commotion. "Mom, don't go over there." From behind, Chan's gaze was fixated on the distance, his pupils dilating as they reflected the surging floodwaters. Towering waves, reaching upwards of 10 meters, crashed against the building, while many individuals below were desperately swimming toward the nearest structure. Some had sensed the danger early or were fortunate enough to be close to the building, narrowly escaping calamity. Those who realized too late or were farther from safety were mostly swept away by the flood, vanishing in the whirlpool. Amidst the murky yellow waves, several small dark figures bobbed helplessly. The screams that Mu's mother had heard originated from this very scene. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the distant waves collided with the community. A few of those dark figures were engulfed by the flood, crashing against the building, and in the blink of an eye, the turbid yellow waters were stained with crimson. Mu's mother watched in horror as a person was mercilessly crushed, recoiling in shock. "We must go inside." As he spoke, Chen dragged everything under the eaves into the attic and closed the door once more. The air was permeated with a burnt scent. Beside him, Mu's father sniffed, suddenly glancing at the coal stove, swiftly retrieving the pigskin from the rack. The pigskin, scorched near the stove, prompted Mu's father to scrape it with a knife, letting out a sigh. "Let us leave it for now. We should head downstairs." This was also the first time Mu's father witnessed someone die before his eyes, unfiltered and raw. Chen silently collected the items strewn across the floor into his space, placing a kettle of water on the coal stove, softly suggesting, "Let us go." The coal tea extinguished quickly. "We can boil some water and not waste the heat." The entire apartment building was a cacophony of chaos, screams echoing in a disarray. It was daytime, and the rain had lessened compared to previous days, prompting many to venture outside to gather wild vegetables. Perhaps the plants were adapting to the flood. Recently, not only the water lilies but numerous aquatic plants had sprouted, thriving remarkably well. Thanks to the community's spirit of foraging, most were deemed edible. Even more astonishing was the discovery of a tuberous plant thriving in the water, high in starch content, which filled many bellies, prompting individuals to float in the floodwaters all day in pursuit of it. At that moment, as the dam broke, those nearby managed to dash upstairs swiftly. Those with some means, having switched to kayaks, escaped further, as what once brought them pride turned into their nightmare. On the 5th floor, room 501, Oh heavens! My son is still outside. What shall we do? A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 50s, collapsed to the ground. Wailing, then grasped her daughter-in-law's hand. Kana, I beg you, go find Zhong Yuan. Facing the wrath of nature, Zhao Kana was already trembling with fear. Where her mother-in-law tugged at her, she too fell to the ground, shaking her head uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. What could she do? To venture out now was not to save a life, but to court death. She still had a daughter. If she followed her husband to death, what would become of her daughter? Seeing her daughter-in-law frozen in place, the middle-aged woman, fueled by some unknown strength, scrambled up and staggered towards the entrance. Flinging the door open and rushing outside, the stairwell was crowded with people, all soaked, having just crawled out of the water. The middle-aged woman, in a frenzy, lunged forward, grabbing the collars of those in the stairwell, searching intently. Zhong Yuan, where are you? Answer your mother. After inspecting everyone clustered at her doorstep without finding her son, the middle-aged woman was overcome with laughter and tears, gazing at the raging flood before her. She envisioned her young son standing at the kindergarten gate, just as the water had risen to thigh-high levels, her obedient son holding his teacher's hand, waiting for her to take him home. Son, mother is here to take you. With a leap, the middle-aged woman jumped from the window she usually entered, plunging into the water, only to be swept away by the flood after a few desperate splashes. Grandma, a 6-year-old girl with a buzz cut, rushed to the balcony, crying out in despair towards the direction where her grandmother had vanished. Mom, Grandma was swept away by the water, immersed in the profound sorrow of her husband's passing. Zhao Qina was momentarily jolted back to reality by the sound of her daughter's cries. Instead of embracing her child, she rushed to the entrance and firmly closed the door, effectively shutting out the cacophony of the outside world. It was now just the two of them within those walls. A resolute thought surged through Zhao Qina's mind. She must protect her daughter at all costs. She dashed back, enveloping her daughter tightly in her arms, her face awash with tears, her voice trembling with emotion. Chapter 82. Hail at the staircase. Those who had narrowly escaped disaster were still trembling with fear. That was terrifying. Thankfully, I am a strong swimmer. My home is on the 4th floor. Surely it won't flood, right? The 4th floor? Haven't the residents there already been relocated by the government? Why haven't you moved? What could possibly be the reason? They simply refused to leave. They were banking on the water level, which had only reached the 3rd floor a few days prior. A man, claiming to live on the 4th floor, paced anxiously, clenching his fists, occasionally glancing out the window. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and the next moment, a piercing cry echoed through the staircase. Hail! It's hailing! Hailstones the size of human heads plummeted from the sky with a deafening roar. The crowd watched in horror as a person struggling in the flood was struck in the face by a hailstone, causing their entire visage to cave in, leaving them motionless. The sight sent a shiver down everyone's spine. They had just been outside, and had one of them been hit, the outcome could have been dire. The once crowded staircase fell into a moment of silence before chaos erupted as everyone frantically surged upward. For heaven's sake, can't you see where you're going? I'm a man. Ouch! You stepped on my foot. Hey, don't push. Someone has fallen. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, a man with slanted eyes leaned against the wall, struggling to maintain his balance. He gazed at the tightly shut door of room 501 and murmured to his companion, You saw it too, didn't you? It's just that mother and daughter inside. Why not? With a sly grin, he entertained sinister thoughts. They just received relief rations a couple of days ago. Surely there's still food left. If he could pry open the door, not only could they feast, but it would also provide some amusement. Room 501 had been wide open just moments ago, and he was certain that no man remained inside. That madwoman would incessantly call for her son, and after he jumped, no one else emerged from the house. Feeling his empty, hollow stomach, his companion chuckled softly and whispered, Finally, we'll get to eat our fill. Damn it, I've been subsisting on wild vegetables, and my mouth is bitter from it. Who can even survive on the government rations? And the coal, there's barely enough for a meal. Relying on those meager government-issued coal supplies was only sufficient for boiling a kettle of water. For most, A typical meal consisted of soaking compressed biscuits in hot water until they dissolved. Yet wealth disparity has always existed. His companion recalled a family across the way that, for some reason, still wafted the enticing aroma of meat. Remembering that unusually fragrant scent, he instinctively licked his lips, swallowing the saliva that had gathered. Recently, numerous individuals have gone missing, their food looted, and they have been cast into the floodwaters. As he spoke, his companion grew animated, their volume slightly escalating. Surely, suspicion will not fall upon us. Or shall we initiate our plan? The one with slanted eyes, gnawing on a toothpick, cast a sidelong glance at the tightly shut door of room 501. There is no rush. It is hailing, and it will not cease anytime soon. Observing the throng racing upstairs, he scoffed. They will undoubtedly linger, waiting until everyone is asleep, and then we shall commence our lockpicking. As he spoke, a single hook appeared in his hand. Before the extreme heat, he had been a professional thief. However, in recent years, with the prevalence of mobile payments, the opportunities for theft had dwindled, prompting him to pivot his career and become a locksmith, utilizing his skills for sustenance. He even carried it while foraging for wild vegetables. His companion looked on with admiration, ready to give a thumbs up, when suddenly, a scream erupted from above. Someone jumped. Another has leapt from the building. The intense heat, locust plagues, floods, and relentless hailstorms were testing their already frayed nerves. And at that moment, the tension snapped entirely. Just a minute prior, on the 7th floor landing, there was a loud crash. Someone had smashed through the glass with their head, cascading down like a bird yearning for freedom. My God! Before the individual could plunge into the flood, hail struck mercilessly, causing them to convulse briefly before succumbing to silence. The water level gradually ceased its ascent, finally halting at the 4th floor. Those with audacity ventured down to observe. Standing on the 4th floor, the water reached approximately their calves. Outside, the hail had transformed from the size of a head to that of a fist. It appeared that it would not be long before it ceased. Yet, among those crammed in the stairwell, none wished to venture out at that moment. In the darkness, someone cleared their throat and spoke up. It may not be safe outside. Perhaps we should endure and rest here for the night, returning tomorrow. Those who had recently escaped, originally residing in this building, had long since departed, leaving only those from other buildings crowded in the corridor. Upon hearing this, a frail young man tugged at his damp clothing, complaining, "How can we endure? My clothes are soaked and cling to my body, and this stairwell is flooded. How can we rest?" As he spoke, an idea seemed to strike him. Pausing from wringing out his clothing, he smiled. "Why don't we seek refuge with someone? At least we could change into something drier." The rain continued unabated, the air thick with humidity. Even clothing that had not been drenched felt clammy. Yet, dampness clinging to the skin was preferable to soaking wet garments. Immediately, others chimed in agreement. "Indeed, let us knock on doors and inquire if anyone will take us in for the night." Room 1102, the Mu residence. Chen poured 2 cups of hot water from the thermos and carried them toward the balcony. "Dad, Mom, have some hot water." As she accepted the cup, Mu's mother felt the warmth jolt through her icy hands. Gazing out at the relentless hail streaking across her view, she breathed a sigh of relief. This hail is indeed small. Thankfully, our home is fitted with triple-layer bulletproof glass. Such enormous hail, Mu father remarked, recalling the recent scene with a sigh. Before nature, humans are truly fragile. He pondered how many of those who had been outside had managed to escape. Upon hearing Mu father mention this, Chen's expression grew serious as he cautioned, "Dad, Mom, someone might come knocking at the door soon." Chapter 83. The eye-catching 7th floor knocking? Mu father and Mu mother exchanged glances, both sensing a shared apprehension in each other's eyes. Could these individuals be coming to rob them? The thought flashed through Mu father's mind, prompting him to stride towards the dining table, placing down his cup before heading towards the storage room. His movements were fluid, as if rehearsed countless times. Confused, Chen inquired, "Dad, what are you doing?" Pausing, Mu father turned back to the bewildered mother and son, responding matter-of-factly, "I'm getting the axe. It's time to showcase my true strength." "No, Dad, you misunderstood. I meant that someone might come seeking refuge tonight, and I fear you might show compassion." Their home was fortified with 2 doors, and the staircase was secured with a barred gate, making it quite difficult to breach. Moreover, Mu Chen lowered his gaze, knowing that if anyone had ulterior motives, they would first target a widow and her child. Hearing this, Mu father chuckled softly. What kind of image did his son have of him? Come now, do you really think I would be soft-hearted? I grew up in the countryside during the late 20th century and witnessed real brawls. Besides, I have read countless novels. Mu father swiftly entered the storage room, placing the axe at the entrance, striking a pose reminiscent of a spirited hero. Today, anyone who dares to cross this threshold must first inquire if my flying axe gang approves. Watching her husband put on a show, Mu mother shot him a disapproving glance. Yet a smile crept on her face. Rest assured, we will not open the door, no matter what. Mu Chen nodded, inserting the key into the lock. Upon noticing the strange looks from his parents, he explained, the key blocks the lock from the inside, so a thief cannot pry it open. After enduring extreme cold, anyone who survives knows how to pick locks. This method was taught to me by an old locksmith. Even when I moved to the new district in my past life, I maintained this habit. Pausing for a moment, Mu Chen changed the subject. It's been a while since I've had soup dumplings. We barely touched the ones we ordered before. Let us have those. Mu father glanced at his son and agreed. Let us have those. I remember when your mother's career was just beginning. In the bitter winter, we would ride our tricycle to the wholesale market. The happiest moments are when we could enjoy a bite of soup dumplings. How could their son know such obscure memories? Reflecting on the time when they went to the garage and Mu Chen effortlessly opened the lock, Mu father began to understand. This child had endured untold hardships unbeknownst to them. As Mu mother reminisced, a glimmer of nostalgia passed through her eyes, and she chuckled softly. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, our son has grown so much. In the depths of winter, when the breath turned to mist, she ventured to the wholesale market to procure supplies, while also escorting her son to school. With no alternative means of transportation at home, Mu's father accompanied them to his workplace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the vegetable market, the trio shivered in the cold. Their greatest delight found in steaming hot soup dumplings. As if by instinct, Mu Chen retrieved 3 portions of dumplings and 3 cups of soy milk from the ether. Placing them upon the dining table, the family commenced their meal. Meanwhile, downstairs, those who were cold and hungry began their relentless knocking on doors. Following the principle of proximity, the first to be rapped upon were the 2 households on the 5th floor. Could you spare some food and clean clothes? We won't take them for nothing. We can exchange them for wild vegetables. They had initially ventured out to gather wild greens, and many still bore remnants of their foraging. As neighbors, it was customary to lend a hand. Everyone encounters hardships at times. Despite their vigorous knocking, there was no response from apartments 501 and 502, as if they were rapping on empty spaces. The community was equipped with security doors and, lacking tools, they had no choice but to ascend to the 6th floor. The outcome, there was no different. Times had changed. After months of scarcity, no one was inclined to open their doors. By the 7th floor, the gaunt young man, whose suggestion had sparked this venture, found his hands swollen from knocking, yet silence reigned inside. Damn it, he exclaimed, trying to maintain composure, his frustration boiling over. These people are selfish, especially apartment 701, which profited immensely during the heat wave, yet now refuses to assist their elderly neighbors. His words stirred the 20 or so gathered, inciting indignation as they rallied to knock on 701's door. We're not asking for charity. We're offering food in exchange. Why won't you trade with us? Open the door. Inside, Wang Cuifang gripped a kitchen knife, shielding her son behind her, her gaze fixed on the vibrating door. Mom, what should we do? They won't really break in, will they? Zhang Qi trembled behind Wang Cuifang, unable to steady his legs. Normally, such situations were addressed by his brother-in-law, but he had yet to return. From behind, Zhang Xiao, hearing the commotion, emerged, supporting her waist. Mom, what is happening? Is Lin Huan still not back? Wang Cuifang turned, her eyes resting on her daughter's pregnant belly, reassuring her, your condition is delicate. Go lie down again. Everything will be fine. Yet Zhang Xiao could not settle. Shifting closer to her mother, pressing for answers. Why hasn't Lin Huan returned? Are those people outside? Before she could finish, Wang Cuifang interjected. It's nothing to worry about. Lin Huan went out to find a doctor and hasn't returned yet. Those people are merely envious of our supplies. Outside the door, witnessing the individuals around him fervently expressing their emotions, the person with slanted eyes curled his lips slightly and gently tugged at his companion's sleeve, murmuring, "Let us depart." A group of fools being led by others. His companion nodded in agreement, and together they made their way along the wall, descending further. Chapter 84. The initial signs of plague 5 minutes prior. Zhao Qinna struggled to push the refrigerator at home, attempting to barricade the door. With the refrigerator positioned behind the door, she piled the sofa, chairs, and various other items at the entrance, completely filling the corridor. After completing this task, Zhao Qinna, her legs trembling, approached her daughter, crouching beside her and gazing in her tear-filled eyes, striving to conjure a faint smile. "Yao Yao, do not be afraid. They cannot enter." Yao Yao looked up at her pale-faced mother, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing. "Mom, you blocked the door. Daddy won't be able to get in." At the mention of her husband, tears cascaded down Zhao Qinna's cheeks. Yao Yao raised her tiny hand, hurriedly touching Zhao Qinna's face, her voice trembling as she reassured, "Mom, don't cry." Yao Yao misspoke. Daddy can open the door. Holding her daughter's hand within her own, Zhao Qinna gazed intently into her eyes, imparting a solemn instruction. "Yao Yao, if someone enters, no matter what happens, you must hide beneath the bed and remain silent." Observing the reluctance in her mother's eyes, the 6-year-old child, in her innocence, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Qinna glanced towards the entrance, her expression shifting as she swiftly lifted her daughter under her arms, transporting her to the master bedroom. "Lock the door. Do not make a sound." Upon saying this, Zhao Qinna retrieved a long stick and some transparent tape from the storage room, and then went to the kitchen to find a fruit knife. She was preparing to fashion a makeshift spear. Approaching the entrance through the gaps between the stacked chairs, Zhao Qinna noticed the doorknob quivering incessantly. Someone was attempting to pick the lock. In the next moment, she distinctly heard the sound of gears turning at the lock. Clang! On the 7th floor, the security door proved to be sturdy. Initially they knocked, then kicked, and ultimately began to slam against it. They were merely out foraging for wild vegetables, armed only with swimming gear and perhaps a few bags. Now, unarmed, they could not breach the security door. Inside, Zhangqi lay sprawled on the sofa, limbs splayed, with a soft tube clenched in his mouth, the other end connected to a carton of milk. "Mom, put down the kitchen knife. You must be tiring your hand." Although he had initially felt fear, the prolonged attempts to break through the door had alleviated his worries. Clearly, everything was all right. Sweat trickled down his cheeks to his chin, creating an irritating sensation. Wang Cuifang moved her stiff fingers, shifting from holding the knife with both hands to wielding it with one, wiping away the beads of sweat. "Stop lounging on the sofa. Go check the balcony. If your brother-in-law returns, don't let him come up just yet." Zhangqi was somewhat dismissive, thinking how could his brother-in-law possibly return amidst the floods and hail? Perhaps he was already lost outside. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaoxiao, who stood behind Wang Cuifang, Zhangqi swallowed the words that lingered on his tongue, believing himself to be compassionate. What captivating sights await us? Outside, hail continues to fall, and my brother-in-law certainly cannot return at such a time. Beside me, Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but retort, "There are people banging on the door outside, and some family members are trapped out there." At this moment, instead of stepping up, you lounge on the sofa drinking milk? Zhangqi, have you lost your sense of manhood? She had long held disdain for this younger brother, coddled by their mother since childhood, utterly devoid of responsibility. At 23 or 24, he resembled a colossal infant, relying solely on others. Struck by her words, Zhangqi sprang up from the sofa, his face flushed with indignation as he shouted, "Zhang Xiaoxiao, how dare you speak to me like that? I am your elder brother." Zhang Xiaoxiao swayed slightly, her grip on the chair back tightening, veins protruding. Just as it seemed the siblings would erupt into a quarrel, Wang Cuifang interjected hastily, "Zhangqi, why are you making such a ruckus?" After chiding her son, she turned to her daughter, reproaching, "And you should refrain from speaking so much." Outside, a frail man suddenly felt a rumble in his stomach. His complexion changed. and panic set in. He needed to relieve himself urgently. In recent days, many had suffered from diarrhea, likely due to the rainwater they had been consuming without boiling. This was unavoidable. The government had distributed far too little coal for heating. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of gastrointestinal distress, which few took seriously. Clenching his knees, the frail man awkwardly approached the door and shouted, "Madam, nature calls. Could you please let me use the restroom? If you don't open the door, I will have no choice but to resolve it here." After shouting for a while without a response, he could no longer hold it in and urged the others. "I recall that the 10th floor houses community staff. They should assist us. You all should go upstairs and knock on their door." Understanding the unspoken agreement, the group exchanged glances and ascended the stairs. Regardless of their discussions, the 10th floor eventually yielded a response, while they could not reach the 11th. After enduring all this commotion, exhaustion overcame them, and they settled on the ground, resigned to endure the situation. As for their physiological needs, a precedent had been established on the 7th floor. The following day, someone peered out the window. The gentle rain fell upon the yellowish water, and, aside from the rising water levels, a corpse occasionally drifted by, appearing no different from usual. "The hail has ceased. We can return home." Over 20 individuals rushed downstairs in a flurry. Upon reaching the 5th floor, their steps faltered. Leading the charge was a young man, his eyes wide with fear as he shouted, "There has been a murder!" Modern security doors swing outward, and at that moment, the door to room 501 stood ajar. From a young man's perspective, a pair of feet, soaked in blood, lay exposed beyond the threshold. Chapter 85. So many fish, a chilling thought crossed his mind. The young man stiffened, unwilling to turn back, nor to glance inside room 501, terrified of witnessing an even grimmer scene, and he bolted down the stairs. His expression was one of sheer terror, as if a horde of murderers were pursuing him. He vividly recalled the day that woman leapt from the building, with her door wide open, a sight he had witnessed all too clearly. In room 501, a woman accompanied by her child was present. The identity of the deceased was not a mystery. It was evident that the individuals lurking behind her had played a sinister role. With this thought racing through his mind, the young man quickened his pace. On the staircase, glances flitted around before finally settling on the frail youth. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, leaving a conspicuous space around him. The weak young man, clutching his abdomen, was momentarily taken aback, then pointed at himself, raising his voice. "Do you suspect me of this? Everyone was upstairs yesterday, and I was the only one who remained downstairs for quite some time." Enduring the pangs of pain, he hurried downstairs, pulling the door of 501 wide open. In a pool of blood, a bloodied face emerged into view. It was Master Su, a middle-aged man, around 40, with a scar running across his nose, spoke up. Upon recognizing the individual, all eyes in the room gravitated towards the scarred man. Fearing any misconceptions, he waved his hands in denial. "I do not know him. He is a locksmith. I merely sought his services once before. I had locked my keys inside my apartment, and the little advertisements in the elevator were everywhere." He answered a locksmith call rather promptly, and during our conversation, I discovered that he also resides in this community, which is why I remember him. A locksmith indeed. The crowd began to understand, realizing how he managed to open the door. They had struggled endlessly with the security door, but it took a skilled technician to succeed. Some quick-witted individuals began contemplating where they might acquire such skills. Being so close to a corpse, even the frail young man had encountered a bloated body while foraging for wild vegetables days prior, invoked a sense of unease. "See, I told you it wasn't me." With that, the frail young man dashed away. On the staircase, the crowd surveyed the body with the triangular eyes and then glanced at the disarray of room 501. Some began to stir restlessly. Since the robber was dead, surely the valuables inside remained untouched? They exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their intentions of investigating further. Just then, someone cleared their throat and spoke up, "Ahem. Let us depart quickly. If anything else occurs, we might find ourselves trapped here." The thought of gnawing on raw vegetables, which were not only unpalatable but also unsatisfying, left them all ravenous. Fearing further misfortune from skies, they did not linger and hurriedly left the scene. A moment later, within room 501's master bedroom. Hearing silence from outside, Zhao Qina, who had just regained consciousness from her faint, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she gasped for air like a fish out of water. Nearby, a little girl, recalling her mother's instructions before she lost consciousness, held her mouth tightly, not daring to relax for an instant. After a brief pause, Zhao Qina, drenched in sweat, turned to her daughter. Yao Yao, it's all right. Help your mother sit up. The moment the door swung open, she fiercely thrust her makeshift spear, catching an unsuspecting individual off guard, resulting in a fatal strike. Unfortunately, there were two people outside, and ultimately, one managed to break through. During the ensuing struggle, she received a kick to her calf, leaving her uncertain whether it was broken, rendering her powerless in the moment. She felt a sharp pain and an overwhelming urge to vomit, not quite aware of what she had collided with. Before losing consciousness, she vaguely remembered inflicting a wound on someone's neck. Through her blurred vision, it appeared that the individual was clutching their neck and fleeing. The next thing she recalled was her feeble attempts to call for her daughter, rapping on the master bedroom door. Gazing at the wedding photo hanging by the bedside, Zhao Qina sighed inwardly, wondering how her daughter had managed to move her in here. Upon hearing her mother's words, Yao Yao lowered her hand, which had been tightly clamped over her mouth, and used her body as a crutch to provide support, striving to avoid placing her entire weight on her daughter. Zhao Qina asked weakly, Yao Yao, is the front door shut? Yao Yao hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing her face as she shook her head. I forgot. Zhao Qina said nothing more, reaching out to stroke her daughter's head gently. Just remember next time. Come, let us close the front door, tidy up, and then go find your father. It was only natural for her daughter to overlook some things, given her young age. With resolute eyes, Zhao Qina twisted the locked bedroom door open. They had to leave this place. She couldn't gamble with her and her daughter's lives, not knowing if that person was dead or alive. Not to mention that the door had already been forced open, making it inherently unsafe. Currently, the water level had risen, and since their home was on the second floor, it would be easy for someone to scale the balcony. As she closed the door, Zhao Qina suddenly turned back to glance at the tightly shut door of room 502 across the hall. Meanwhile, on the seventh floor, Wang Cuifeng leaned against the door, peering through the peephole. Zhang Xiao, her pregnant belly prominent, stood on the balcony, gazing down and counting the number of people below. Once the count matched that of the crowd blocking the door the previous day, Zhang Xiao's anxiety eased, and she called out, Mom, they're all gone. Hearing this, Wang Cuifeng relaxed her expression and sighed. Finally, they left. Xiao, tell your brother to get up for breakfast. I'll go outside to tidy things up. She had just finished preparing breakfast, which was now set on the dining table. Mom, let us eat first, and then we'll clean up together. No, I'm afraid if I eat now, I'll end up vomiting it out. With that, Wang Cuifeng picked up a bucket of rainwater she had prepared earlier and stepped outside. In room 1101, the Mu household, Mu's father emerged from the bathroom after washing up and saw his son standing on the balcony, looking down. Chen, what are you watching? The group has left, and the rain is almost over. As he opened the window wider,